Their technical product specialists are here to help answer your toughest questions. And because Granger knows safety is always a priority, they're committed to being your partner in protecting both your people and your facilities. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
Yeah! The Carl's Jr. lawyers said we couldn't name our new burger the biggest burger for the smallest price burger. So we didn't. And that's called a loophole. The new Cali XL burger. A beefed up char-broiled double burger with double cheese, only $5.99. That's more meat, not more expensive. Get it now for a limited time only at Carl's Jr. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants. Tax not included. Not valid for use within a combo or in combination with any other offer or discount.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! RNS Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. RNS Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Pro Savings Days are on at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get an additional 5% off when you buy 5 or more select GE, Whirlpool, and Electrolux kitchen or laundry major appliances. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Discount valid to My Lowe's Pro Rewards members only. Exclusions and other restrictions apply. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for details. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from one of our partners like Windsor One or Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Kick off the new new year with an exhilarating journey. Grab the keys to a new Toyota truck and turn every day into an adventure. Get low 1.99% APR plus $1,000 finance cash on the 2025 Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% APR plus $1,000 finance cash on the 2026 Tundra. Make this year an unforgettable one in a reliable Toyota truck. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction ends 2/2/26.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. Any style, any budget. Like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or hand-matched diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Let's keep having fun. These football playoffs are rolling on, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all this action because you can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog is easy as you know. You pick your favorite players. They're going to go higher or lower on all the stats, touchdowns, rushing yards, interceptions, whatever. Get them right, pair them up. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, you got good defenses in these playoffs. You got weather in certain environments. I would really lean toward going lower than on passing yardage for a lot of these quarterbacks coming up. That's kind of been the trend. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you are concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go online ncpgambling.org.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habis, Tariq Habis, and the Habis Law team. When Habis Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habis Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habislaw.com. Habis Law, they fight to make it right. Habis and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today.
Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
In San Francisco today, mostly sunny with a high of 63.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Rise.
It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up.
It's Rashid Shaheed. With the steam, Shaheed breaks through. Still going. A flag flies. Shaheed's going to take it all the way. Let's see if it stands.
Kevin Burkhardt on the call, Fox Sports, with Tom Brady cheering on the sideline. That was it. That was the only points of the game that Seattle Seahawks needed to win. One touchdown. And then the route was on. 41-6 the final in Seattle as the storybook season comes to a close for the San Francisco 49ers. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky. We got Carter, Ken in the back holding it down. Happy MLK Day to all of you. If you're working, if you're off work, respect to all of you. We are live up and streaming on YouTube if you'd like to weigh in there. Odyssey app. You know the number, 888-957-9570. It's the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We want to hear from all of you today. It's guest-free. It's a Reaction Monday. There's no wrong way to feel today, Niner fans. You've had a day to kind of, I don't know if recover is the right word, process this entire season. And we'll get into the entire season because it was amazing. There was a lot of great things that happened. And for it to end like it did in Seattle on Saturday night, 41-6, it leaves a sour taste in everyone's mouths. And Joe, I kind of want to just get the lay of the land from you because you were there in person. I know it's a loss, man. It's a loss. And at the end of the day, that's what it is, whether it's a blowout or it's close. But the fact that it was only 6 points after scoring just 3 at Levi Stadium a couple weeks ago with the number 1 overall seed on the line, that's 9 total points in the last 8 quarters against the Seattle Seahawks. It's not going to get it done.
Look, Niner fans, you know it. Just think about it. Look deep into your heart. You know what you saw. You saw dismantling. And to me, it was a reckoning of where Seattle is, which is kind of like the start of what's going to be a nice little multi-year run for them. Who knows how long it goes? And then I look at the 49ers, and to me, it felt like the thudding end of a core of guys that have had a great run. And they're going to have to look hard into the mirror this offseason. And the word isn't like, complete rebuild, but they definitely need a full reset. And I think that everything needs to be on the table for this team. You didn't just lose the game because you were injured. You lost the game in the offseason when it comes to their acquisitions versus yours over the last 2 or 3 years. You've lost to not just Seattle, but also the LA Rams at the draft board year after year. And I think it's finally caught up to you. You've lost in money allocation and budgeting, spending on certain players. Yetur Gross-Matos was a free agent last year. That was your big acquisition for an edge rusher. Bryce Huff, who played 21 snaps in this game, big acquisition this year. 21 snaps.
Didn't hear his name once.
Exactly. You lost this game in many ways. And in many ways, like, it feels like the penance of all the years of playoff, since right before COVID, that 2019 season, through this year, it felt like, boom. All right, we had a 6-year run, and I still love the quarterback. We can pick apart his performance, and we'll get to him in a second. I still love the head coach, but I think he needs to retinker some things. As I look at my 33, 34-year-old tight end is at a crossroads in his career. As I look at my 30-year-old running back just ran out of gas in this game and needs help. Needs help up front on the offensive line. Needs help on the outside. As I look at my wide receivers, It makes me bitter and angrier than ever at Brandon Ayuk. And I'll tell you why I'm mad at Brandon Ayuk. Not just because he's not playing. Not just because. It's because we budgeted to keep you, and we said goodbye to Debo. We didn't spend money in free agency on other players like Devontae Adams because we were budgeting for you. We did bring in Ricky Pearsall, not to replace BA, to complement BA. And he can't even stay on the field. Yeah. And he's not a number one. He's a complimentary receiver. Juwan Jennings, love the guy. He's a great 3, maybe a 2, depending on who your 1 is. He cannot be a 1. He's not a 1. Your backup tight end, Jake Tondres, God bless his soul, caught a big pass and just fumbled. We've needed a backup tight end for how many years? How many years? Yeah. All right? And that's before I get to the offensive line. And I look at this offensive line, and I love Trent. And Trent's giving you everything he has. He's 38 years old. He's going to miss a couple games next year. You got to have a replacement in hand. And you need to make a decision on if you're going to stick with him one more year or if you're going to get something back for him in return and maybe move him in the offseason and start to rebuild this offensive line through the draft with high-impact players. I look at their draft this last year, Seattle, and I look at our draft. Forget the year before, because I'll get to that one. Their first-round pick was a guard, Zabel. He played 99% of the snaps. Fringe Pro Bowler this year.
And a revelation.
Been awesome. He'll be an all-rookie player. Yeah. He was amazing yesterday. Him and Iwamura combined, who's their second-round pick, looking like Ronnie Lott on the other side, played more snaps. 2 players, their 1 and 2 pick, played more snaps than 2 draft classes combined for the 49ers in a game-ending, season-ending year. So I look at this team right now, and then I go to the defensive side of the ball, and they got, the first-round picks out for the year. He's a rotational D-tackle player. They got their other second-round pick, Alfred Collins, playing 48% of the snaps. You picked another rotation D-tackle. Your slot corner, who you feel really good about up to set, he played 18 total snaps in this game. You know why? Because Clint Kubiak said, we're going to have 2 tight ends. We're going to force your bad personnel out onto the field. And your slot corner, who's a niche player, depending on who you're playing, isn't even going to get on the field. And you took him with the 4th-round pick. Your 3rd-rounder been out for a concussion all year, never played a snap in base downs, Nick Martin. Your other guy, C.J. West, was a D-tackle. You lost on draft day. You lost in the offseason. And then we get to the regular season. And look, you made moves for Sky Moore. That he was a helpful player. He went MIA in the last month of the season. Yeah. All right? You made a trade day move to go get Keon White. He's not good enough as a difference maker to solve all the issues on the defense.
He's a piece, but he's not the main piece.
What did they do on draft day? On trade deadline day, They traded for Shaheed. And first play of the game, boom, it's over. Who did you have on the field on that play? For his first time on special teams, Jordan James. He's the first one to miss it. Another draft pick who got his first carry of the year in a playoff game.
Multiple. Insane.
I think the 49ers need to come out of this. I think they need to look in the mirror. I think Niner fans need to look in the mirror. And I think they need to have a reckoning. And they need to really, truly calculate where we are at right now. And I think that everything needs to be on the table when it talks to reshuffling the front office, assessing how we handle the draft board, assessing how we handle free agency and money allocation and playing time. And then we need to figure out what the hell is going on with the injuries. And they need to have a big monster offseason. Yeah, it was a great year. They overcame so many odds. Joe, there were injuries galore. Older players get hurt. If I just said 30-year-old linebacker who's played an extra NFL season of playoff games got hurt, would you be that surprised?
No.
If I said 33-year-old tight end who plays a physical, bruising, punishing style is probably going to be out for the year in his 34-year-old season, would you be that surprised?
No.
All right. 38-year-old left tackle, had flashes this year, had moments where he was great, had other moments where he, got a little dinged up and didn't look the same. If you're starting to see some cracks in the veneer, would you be that surprised?
No, I would not.
All right, your running back with 450 touches. 450 touches, played 3 games last year, 30 years old, is at the podium after the game going, I got to reevaluate everything. I felt like I was watching Buster Posey basically announce his retirement at the booth.
Do you blame him?
No.
Yeah.
So I look at this team and I ask myself, like, what do they need to do this offseason? They need to look in the mirror and they need to assess everything from front office all the way on down. And I'm getting to defensive coordinator in a second. And they need to reevaluate how they go to business. Yeah, they overcame a lot this year, but we have some serious flaws that have done us in. Then I get to the defensive side of the ball. I mean, they're a hot mess. Joe, they're a complete hot mess. Clint Kubiak stole Robert Saleh's lunch money, went at them in any way he wanted. They ran on the edges. You have your second-round pick from last year, Renardo Green, who's a fringe NFL player. He looks lost. He got benched, screamed at by the coach. Coach, you're the one who picked him. Coach, you guys took him. Like, you're the one who has final say on draft day. I don't even know who picks these players. So who else am I going to get mad at but the coach? And then I look at, like, their linebacker core. They're just not good enough. D. Winters is not good enough. He flashed out. He made some plays. He can't guard a screen to save his life. And then I get to the safeties, and I say, oh, my God. Malik Mustafa will make a play, and then he'll give up a 30-yard play on the next one. You know, poor Marquise Siegel, he's a fifth-round pick this year.
Yeah.
He looked like a fifth-round pick.
He did.
You know who looked like Ronnie Lott? Their second-round pick, Iwamura.
Yeah, Eamon Warren.
So their GM is in lockstep with the coach. Their GM nailed it the last couple of years. They rebuilt that entire offensive line, which bodied you in the trenches. And I look at where the 49ers are at right now, and I feel like they've lost this game. They lost this game in the offseason, on draft day, every single way. And then we get to the scheme. Kyle's got to figure something out. You didn't score a touchdown. You entered the red zone one time, basically, in 2 games in a 3-week span against that team.
9 points.
I know.
In 8 quarters. It's unbelievable.
I know.
It's unbelievable.
Joe, you know what we didn't get to? Quarterback play. And on the list of quarterback, whether you're talking about Darnold or Brock, it's like the 10th thing that we talk about. You know why? Because blocking and tackling for the Seahawks, the most basic element of the game, running the ball down your throat, they've mastered it. Stopping the run, they've mastered it. The Niners have lost their way in the trenches, and until they regain it, this is a slugfest that Seattle will own.
A little bit of breaking news around the NFL. The Buffalo Bills just fired Doug McDermott after the Bills got ousted over the weekend. Doug, I always do that. Sorry. Sean McDermott gone from Buffalo. Obviously, tough loss there against the Denver Broncos, who lost their quarterback, Bo Nix. Jarrett Stidham going to be starting for them next week. And we're going to take all your calls, all your texts in regards to that loss in Seattle. We have all offseason. I know, it does.
And I'm proud of the effort. Like, here's the duality of it. Like, I sound like a loser. I'm proud of the effort. No, I am proud of the effort. Like, you know, a lot of those guys played their asses off this year.
There's perspective for sure in this season.
Jay Ton just played his ass off this year.
It sucks that he had to have a fumble there. Just killer.
Kyle Juszczyk. Look, we can talk all we want about. Like, is Kyle Juszczyk the most useful? He played his ass off this year. Brock Purdy, I thought, played his ass off this year. You know, through a lot of, like, crappy stuff. There are guys on defense that played their butts off this year. You know, like Diomino Lenore, stop talking. Just stop talking. Yeah. You guys got body bagged. And you're out here like, if we were fully healthy, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced the Niners fully healthy beat the Seahawks. I don't think you're giving credit to Seattle. Seattle has the better venue, the better stadium by a country mile, and that's a whole nother Jed York conversation. We'll get into it at another point. They got the better roster, the better team, and right now their scheme is a lot tighter than ours, and the Niners need to self-reflect.
And it's going to be an all NFC West NFC Championship game in Seattle as the Rams beat the Bears last night in Chicago. Hell of a game in overtime. I still don't know how Caleb Williams got that throw off. So winner of that game will be at Levi's Stadium for the Super Bowl in a couple weeks' time. And that's going to suck. It's going to suck because I have a feeling whoever wins that NFC Championship game is probably going to win the Super Bowl. Probably.
Well, I mean, right, like that's the hard part to swallow this morning. It's not like, had you lost to, let's say, a team from the NFC South by 20 points, or there was, you'd say,
Atlanta Falcons, whatever.
Yeah, you'd say something like, hey, you don't play them often. It's a mismatch, blah, 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 blah. But you look up, and it's the other two teams that you're looking up at right now in the division, in the Rams and the Seahawks, and you're saying to yourself, well, McDonald right now has Shanahan's number.
Yeah.
Straight up. Guys, let's call it what it is. Our offensive guru, for whatever reason, against that guy, he's got his number. It happened with Bill Belichick and Bill Walsh. Bill Belichick had Bill Walsh's number. Go back and look at it. It happens. They've got to figure out a way to adjust.
We talked about it last offseason heading into this season. Like, a lot of people said, hey, are we sure the Niners are the second best or first best team in the division? Are we sure about that? Are they the third? Because the Seahawks just added Sam Darnold, who felt like they're just a quarterback away. And then the conversation was, well, how much is a drop-off? Geno Smith, Sam Darnold. And you know what the problem is coming out of this game? Is you didn't put the game in Darnold's hands. That's what you want to do. You need to put the game in his hands, but you didn't give them the opportunity. You know why? Because they ran the ball right down your throat.
And Charbonnet got hurt in this game.
And he got hurt.
Kenneth Walker was amazing.
Kenneth Walker looked like Marshawn. He looked like Sean Alexander. Like that. He's a good quarterback. He's a good running back. He is. But my God, the holes that were just opening for them left and right. Shaheed on the end around. You just had no opportunity. Joe, you blinked in the first quarter. It was 17-0. 17-0 after one.
Joe, I thought Kyle lost complete emotional control. It was 4th and 1. 3rd and 1, I'm going, this is what I'm yelling from the stands. Quarterback sneak, quarterback sneak, quarterback sneak, quarterback sneak. Now, they almost turned the ball over on the first drop back of the game.
Real quick on that.
First drop back of the game.
Shocked Mike McDonald did not challenge that. It looked like a fumble. Well, they reviewed it.
The ball's going forward.
I know, but like, the way it slipped out, I thought it was worth a challenge. Now, he got people in his ear, probably said no, and they ruled it an incomplete on the field, so it's not automatically, goes to the booth or expedited review. By the way, the expedited review thing on the Pearsall, not catch, because they ended up doing the expedited review, was incomplete, they called it. They called it a catch initially. I was like, when are we picking and choosing to do this stuff, guys?
Pearsall, you mean the track man?
Yeah.
The man who ran whatever. Well, how many snaps? I got it written down here. He had 0 yards. By the way, he finished 2025 with 0 touchdowns. I just.
Oh my God,
that's pretty insane. That's first round pick, ladies and gentlemen.
He had 42 snaps, 0 catches. What? Like,
that was the big drop of the game. That would have extended it.
2 snaps, 0 catches.
It was a tough catch. You need to catch it though.
Yeah, he's out there running track, like cardio. Like, what the hell are we doing? Well, like, So first play of the game, you drop back. This is after giving him a touchdown.
Yes.
First play of the game for the offense, you drop back and you're running for your life. Yeah. And it could be a turnover. Second play, it's an easy out pattern to Juwan Jennings. And Frying Pans Jennings is like bobbling it going out of bounds. Yeah. You want to talk about omen. Jake Todd just makes a play on 3rd down. So then that particular series.
Correct.
It's 3rd and 1. Where's the quarterback sneak? You get ran into, McKivitz gets pushed back. It's now 4th and 1. You're going shotgun on 4th and 1 and a rollout. And as the ball's hiked, you could see McDonald I don't know if you guys saw it, but he's like looking at, because I'm on the Seahawks sideline. Yeah. He's looking at the ref, and right before they're about to call hike, he goes, timeout.
He did.
And he got it in.
He got it in.
He ever so slightly, he got it in. And the Niners show the playoff, which isn't their fault. It just happens. Kyle loses all emotional control and is just barking and barking and barking at the officials. And that's the call you come up with on 4th and 1 after a timeout. You have a time to gather yourself, find a way. You're in a hostile environment. You're down 7-0, and you run on the short side of the field a triple option with Kyle Juszczyk looking like a broken, busted Tim Tebow throwing the ball to Christian McCaffrey who's out of bounds.
Florida Gators offense. Like, what are we doing? You've never ran that in your life. We're running it here in the biggest game of the season on 4th down. Why? We'll get right in more into this. We'll get into all of it. Yeah.
Like, not only that, then it's 17-6. It's the second quarter. They have the final ball before halftime, essentially, Seattle, their final possession. It's 3rd and 2. You get a stop. And Jordan Elliott gets called for holding, which he did. He held.
It was, yeah.
Was it ticky-tacky away from the ball? Yeah, but he held. Like,
it was a killer.
I can't really complain. Like, I watched him grab the guy by around the throat unnecessarily.
Yep.
And you couldn't get a stop. And that was when they ran the Shaheed end around and got a big chunk play. And they ended up scoring a touchdown before halftime. Guys, that was curtains. And then another opportunity to score before halftime with timeouts in the back pocket. And Purdy doesn't get out of bounds.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. And we are coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Francis in Washington, Manning at Dumbarton, Greg in the city. We'll get to all of you. 888-957-9570. 41-6, the final, as the San Francisco 49ers season comes to an end in Seattle, as Seattle will now host the NFC Championship game against the Los Angeles Rams. It's all coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dips for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly flyer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. How about Post cereal, Quaker cereal, or instant oatmeal, Pop-Tarts, Rice Krispie treats, which are amazing, Welch's Fruit Snacks, Nature Valley, Nutri-Grain, or Quaker Chewy bars, and General Mills cereal, various sizes and varieties, all just $1.99 each when you buy 4. Now we go to 95.7 The Game's Pop-Tart, Dan Dibley.
And that was a lot of goodness, but there's more. Earn 4 times points on Juicy Sumo Citrus Fruit, just $2.99 per pound. Clip or click Lucerne Butter, 16-ounce selected varieties, or cage-free eggs, 18-count grade AA, just $3.99 each. Limit 2.
Over medium, thank you very much. Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more details. We'll see you in the aisle.
John Mellencamp. Dancing Words Tour, the greatest hits. August 12th. Shoreline Amphitheater. Tickets on sale Friday, January 23rd at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. John Mellencamp. Dancing Words Tour, the greatest hits.
When back to the office means back in
that
traffic.
hit the center divide.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Where the 2 right lanes are blocked
Brought
off.
to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Award-winning efficiency and great deals. There's a Honda for that. The Honda Civic Hybrid from your Northern California Honda dealers.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Excuse me, can you tell me where...
I don't know. Those big box stores, they don't know, but Dolan's knows. For 60 years, Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area with the materials and knowledge to make your next home improvement project stellar. Lumber, doors, windows, you name it. Dolan's knows exactly what you need. For a limited time only, get 2025 pricing on Marvin products. Call now for a quote, 800-9-DOLANS, or visit dolanlumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Granger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Over the middle there, good throw and catch. It's Tonjes who lost the football and it's picked up by Julian Love. Seattle's got it. Oh, what a start.
It's Union City's finest, Daryl the Guru Johnson, and I'm listening to my guy, Joe Spadoni, and my brother from another mother, Excelsior's finest, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. Take it away, guys.
What up, Goo? He'll be on at 10 o'clock with Steiny all day, live and local here on MLK Day. Good morning to all you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We're reacting to that 41-6 divisional playoff loss on Saturday night in Seattle as the Seahawks advance to the NFC Championship game. They will be hosting the Los Angeles Rams next Sunday. And we're taking all your calls, all your texts, 888-957-9570 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And when was the moment you knew, Niner fans, that this wasn't going to be the day, that the storybook was over? Because there's a couple different moments in the game. You could have gone right there. The Tonjes fumble after having the turnover on downs earlier. Then you get that. So that's 2 turnovers in the first quarter, and you're down 17-0. 3 scores immediately in the blink of an eye. But there's so much time left. So as a fan, you keep talking yourself into it, Joe. I saw you in your video with the mayor, Daniel Lurie. You got to say what's up to him, and you guys like, hey, we've been down 17.
Technically, the mayor came up to us.
Okay.
Technically, he hit me up and he was like, where are you? I'm coming to see you.
Okay.
Because him and my Uncle Danny know each other.
Oh, okay.
And obviously I know him.
Right.
And he came up, dude. It was great to see him. And all the Seahawks fans could not believe this is the mayor of San Francisco just walking around and he comes up to say what's up to you guys. And I'm like, yeah,
we're pretty cool.
Because he's the man.
Can I get a pick? Right.
Dude, he's the man.
By the way, you know who's the man? 95.7 The Game's the man, because we have your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Super Bowl experience all week long. The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with the Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much, much more. For your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets, listen to the Morning Roast all this week between 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. for your cue to call the contest line. This is the cue. And you got to be caller number 5, and you'll win courtesy of the Bay Area Host Committee. That's between 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. all week long, Monday through Friday. Can't wait for that, Joe. That's going to be pretty freaking cool. But it sucks because as I was scootering in to the show this morning, you know what I noticed? On the scaffolding, the people are putting up stuff. Pepsi banners with the Super Bowl logo attached. I was like, wouldn't it have been nice to be, talking about the home team hosting a Super Bowl for the 3rd time, I think, in the last decade? Tampa did it, the Rams did it, and the Niners had an opportunity to do it. And it's not going to be. It's not going to be.
We have to talk about the players on the field at some point. Yeah. I thought that this game was won, and Week 18 was a sweeping indictment of what we have failed to do in the draft and in free agency and what they have done in Seattle. Everywhere I looked on the field, John Schneider's fingerprints were everywhere. This is a guy who has a scouting background. He was pro personnel guy, scouter for the Chiefs, for the Packers. The old Washington team went back to the Packers, and he's been with the Seahawks for quite some time. But his background is in scouting, and I think it's pretty obvious. Look on the field. Look at their offensive line. Bradford, 4th rounder. Abraham Lucas, 3rd rounder. I mean, these guys were beasts. Sundell, undrafted free agent, North Dakota State, 2 years ago. Gray Zabel, 1st-round pick. Charles Cross, 9th overall. They nailed all those picks, every one of them. Go on defense, all right? Look at what they've done on defense. Witherspoon, top 5 pick, nailed it. JSN on offense, first-round pick, nailed it, right? Charbonnet, draft pick, nailed it. Kenneth Walker, draft pick, nailed it. Just look at their team. I haven't even brought up the Tyrese Knight, and they made the trade for Jones during the regular season last year, all right? They acquired Sam Darnold. And Sam Darnold is like the 15th thing I think about when I think about that team because they've built a juggernaut that perfectly fits what the offense and defensive coordinators want to do for that team. And then I look at our team, and we're benching and chewing out our second-round pick cornerback, who I don't even know if he can play in the NFL.
That was interesting. We'll hear from Kyle Shanahan after the game. We'll hear from Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, all of them, as well as the people. We are guest-free. The people are the guests, 888-957-9570. Yeah, the chewing out was very, very interesting. That's not what Kyle Shanahan said it was. They saw a look, and they were trying to, coach him up, and it was just not a good look. As we were talking about last week, Sirianni and A.J. Brown going out on the sideline. That's not what you want to see in the most important game of the season.
Look at Joe, as you're talking about, all the Buffalo Bills are firing people. That's right.
Sean McDermott gone.
I love John Lynch as a face of the organization.
Yeah.
All right. I think the Niners are going to be kind of stuck in the mud here. You can win games because Kyle's high level. Kyle needs a grade personnel guy to run the draft and run personnel, and he can get quote-unquote final say. But until they get that guy in place, I'm seeing all these Niner guys in their front office, this guy might get picked off. Go! Look at our drafts. Booty! Look at our drafts. They are garbage. We are where we are because we have failed to draft well since COVID. That's just straight up. That's why we are. Thank God you found Brock Purdy.
Joe, what if I told you the Seahawks got more of their 2023 undrafted wide receiver than the Niners did with their first-round pick wide receiver last year? Jake Bobo.
I know.
Who? Bobo the Clown? Never heard of that guy in my life. He did more than Pearsall did on Saturday night. That guy. And it was a great throw and catch. It was.
I know. And this thing about it was a great year. But as I take a step back and I think about why they are where they're at, Seattle's going nowhere. That's the part that's thudding for me. Seattle's going nowhere, and I think we've got a lot of work to do on our hands. So while I'm very proud, and look, last week's win was incredible, against the Eagles. It was an incredible win. But now I look, and the two teams above you in your division are fighting for a chance to win a Super Bowl at Levi's next week. So we have a lot of work to do. This game exposed everything. And it's not we just ran out of bodies. Bro, I'm not convinced a healthy Fred Warner and a healthy Nick Bosa and a healthy George Kittle, we could beat this team. Who's getting open at wide receiver? Who's playing safety? Those guys are healthy. Jair Brown was healthy all year. He sucks. Malik Mustafi's been healthy. Is he good? Not as good as Ewan Mora.
No.
All right.
He's good.
You know who's healthy? Diomino Lenore's mouth, because he sure runs it every single week after we lose. And I like the guy. He's a good player. He hasn't done a whole lot.
Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Warriors Live, 6 o'clock. Tip-off at 7 as the Dubs are taking on the Miami Heat. And the Dubs got a win over the weekend. It was during the Niners game, so not a lot of people were watching it.
And I'm not done here because it really bugs me. Yeah. Jordan James. So we've been talking all year about Christian McCaffrey's touches, okay? And look, you can make an argument within every single game, why you got to keep him on the field. Your job is to try to work in guys so that they're ready to go. Joe, if I just said to you the wide receiver position for the Niners, what would you think?
Thin.
This year, right? And Jordan Watkins can't get on the field all year? You can't find a couple games to sprinkle him in and get him out there so he's ready?
If Jake Bobo, again, on the other side, who was undrafted in 2023, can get a touch in a game that features Jackson Smith and Jigba, Rashid Shaheed, and Cooper Kupp, then I can't get anything from Jordan Watkins? That's why I would get pissed off for you as well. It's because I'm looking at the other side and they're empowering some of their young players and an undrafted guy that no one had heard of.
They're like, oh, you can only do a couple things? Well, that's perfect because that's all we want you to do.
Jake Bowe, by the way, 6'4", 209. That would have been nice to have another big wide receiver that could, catch.
What about AJ Barner, their tight end, who's an absolute monster? And then they pick up Eric Saubert from you, and he was blocking you into the oblivion.
Yep.
So, you know, they have a hard, long look in the mirror on this team. I watched Jordan James take, and I don't even know if Jordan James is good, but have we not been looking for some pop from the run game? Somebody who can actually, like, you know, just maybe take 25 yards. Forget to the house. Just 25 yards.
He had burst. I will say that.
One carry. Hey, biggest game of the year. Jordan, not only are you suiting up, biggest game of the year, you're gonna be on special teams, and you're gonna be the one that whiffs hard. The microcosm of the year. Now I'm like really mad. Eddie Pinheiro trying to slide kick the guy as he's going by him.
As the World Cup's coming up over here in a couple months, that's a straight red card. Studs are out. Ed, you can't be doing that, bro. That was dangerous. That's a soccer background. You can't be doing that.
And you know what? The thing I'm most angry about, like, there's the team itself right now. And then there's, like, what makes the Hawks, is that stadium, is that vibe, is that arena, that atmosphere, that area around the stadium. Jed York and Denise and John, shame on you. You destroyed the ethos of the 49ers by moving to Santa Clara and building that horrific stadium. You had 10 years of looking at that stadium firsthand, going up there year after year after year, and you built the worst home field advantage stadium in all the land? In all the land? And honestly, it makes me more livid than the fact that our season ended, and it does feel like we need a huge reset. I'm more livid about that.
And I want to hear more about that.
Just ruined the whole fan base environment. You built in a strip mall in the middle of freaking nowhere, and they're in downtown Seattle.
On the other side, Francis in Washington, Man in the Dumbarton, Mike in Michigan. We'll get to all of you today. 888-957-9570. What was the moment you knew the Niners lost the game on Saturday night? There's a lot of them. You pick one. Brought to you by Front Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
All right, Bay Area, listen up. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, right now is the time. It's the Sarah Monty Ford kickoff sales event, and they're pushing one of the best SUVs on the road right now. It's the 2026 Ford Explorer. Yeah, I know. Bonte drives one, which tells you 2 things. 1, the Explorer has to be legit, and 2, even Bonte can make a good decision every once in a while. And here's the headline: $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. A $2,500 rebate. That's real money, cashola, and it isn't this like 1 or 2 on the lot situation. They've got over 40 Explorers in stock and ready to roll. So show up, pick your color, and drive it home today. Roomy, powerful, loaded with tech. Perfect for families, road trips, or just owning the road like a boss. Head to Sarah Monty Ford right off of 280 on Sarah Monty Boulevard in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at SarahMontyFord.com. The deals are real, the inventory is stacked, and that $2,500 rebate on the Ford Explorer won't hang around forever. Sarah Monty Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
This year, I'm giving my hair salon a total makeover.
Total makeover sounds totally expensive.
We updated our logo and colors, so I needed to print new signage, brochures, business cards, everything.
Everything will not be cheap.
Staples did it all, and I saved $100 on my order.
$100? Trim my whiskers, that's a good deal. For everything your business needs to print, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Offer valid in-store and online. Ends 1/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
From
storage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rnsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Yes! On one subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Let's go. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Guys, if you want the greatest night of your life, I mean your best night ever, then you gotta hear this. There's a new ED pill out, and it's from the makers of Viagra. It's their first new ED pill in over 20 years. This new super pill is called Viagra AGV, and it's unbelievable. It works super fast in only 11 minutes and lasts up to 14 hours thanks to its new vasodynamic delivery system. Plus, it's FDA approved and safe. There has never been any ED pill like it. It's unreal what it does to you. In testing, Viagra AGV crushed every other ED pill. It destroyed them all. And now, 9 out of 10 urologists are recommending Viagra AGV over any other ED pill. Every man alive needs to try this new Viagra AGV super pill at least once. Then you'll know why men are going crazy over it. So if you want to have the most incredible night of your life, you can't miss this. Go to scoreblue.com and try it while supplies last. That's scoreblue.com.
Try to come up with something creative if you're Kyle Shanahan. Hand it to Juszczyk.
Little too cute, Kyle Shanahan. Kevin Burkhardt, Tom Brady in the call, Fox Sports. Turnover on downs there for the 49ers. And was that the moment where Niner fans knew? I was like, yeah, we're probably going to lose this game. I asked the big boss man during the break. He's like, yeah, that was the moment I knew they were probably going to lose. I was like, that early? 7-0? Come on. He's like, yeah. Like that's when I knew they didn't have it. That Kyle Juszczyk, Tim Tebow option play a la 2008 Florida Gators to Christian McCaffrey. Didn't have a chance. They obviously had the timeout, the play prior, late timeout, but a timeout nonetheless. Kyle Shanahan was pissed. Well, I think Niner fans are even more pissed that was the play call out of a timeout. You couldn't have done anything better than that. First off, I hate and loathe, Joe. I hate shotgun plays on 4th and short. Hate them, despise them. Stop. Stop.
Especially when you're actually good at the quarterback sneak.
Yes.
And he has been excellent at it. Like, even the biggest Purdy detractor would be like, yeah, he's really good at those QB sneaks. And the fact that they went tight end sneak again against you, right after you failed to go quarterback sneak twice, it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. And I want to go to the phones here.
Can I ask you another question real quick? You want one of the saddest sentences in a long time.
Okay.
If I asked you how much cash the 49ers gave Bryce Huff this year?
Oh, no. I know you're paying I know you're paying a lot of it.
His cash total was $17 million this year.
Oh, no.
What was the cash total to, and also Luke Farrell got a ton of cash.
Oh.
The cash total to Sam Darnold this year?
Cash total just for this season?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, 20 million?
39 million.
Oh, okay, more than
39 million.
Okay.
Right?
Wow.
Just think about that. You gave a guy who took 20 snaps in a playoff game when you needed edge rushers half of what you gave that quarterback.
How much did Brock Purdy get?
Well, his cash doesn't kick in again until next year.
That's right. The deal doesn't really start till next year. That's what they say. All right. Sam, I talked myself into it, Joe, because you know what? And I said it, it got clipped and we put it on. And earlier in the week, I thought this was going to be the outcome. And I got, I backtracked. I thought it was going to be a blowout for Seattle all week long. And then I was like, you know what? It's going to be different this time around. And I think the Niners and Robert Saleh are going to try to put the game in Sam Darnold's hands.
It didn't matter.
And it didn't matter. Come on. He didn't have to do anything.
Look,
it could have
Drew
been.
Lock might have won that game.
No, Bo Nix with one leg would have won that game. Seriously.
Well, and this is where, so now you're bringing up the reality. So, as we start to assess where the Niners are at, this year, just this year as a whole, look, I'll listen to the argument that Brock Purdy really ate up lesser opponents and against the good teams, didn't look as good. Okay. I'm sure he's not the only quarterback in the NFL that if we were to break down all the metrics, hey, what do you do against the crappy teams? What do you against the good ones? When we start assessing Niner issues, Brock is really, for me, is really low. I thought no one got open. Yeah, he held the ball on a couple of plays I want back. Jawan Jennings, make a play. Yeah. Make a play, dog. Ricky Pearsall, make a play. Do something. Offensive line, block a little. Can a tight end get open? Luke Farrell, pretend like you want to be out there.
That was bad.
I'll tell you right now, I don't ever want to see Luke Farrell in a 49er uniform ever again. Take a hike. Take a hike. And it makes me even more angry. I was watching that game and I was thinking to myself, the last time they won up in Seattle, obviously Jake Ton just made that play, but I'm going back to the year before. Debo really saved that game. Purdy threw one up in the air.
Yeah.
It was a 50-50 ball. Debo caught it and ran 70 yards for a touchdown. Got to start that game. You know why we said goodbye to Debo? Yeah. A part of it was, I think it was time to move on a lot. You know why also? Because we budgeted for Brandon Ayuk. We budgeted for Brandon Ayuk.
And you drafted a wide receiver in the first round.
Why? Because we were budgeting for who?
Yeah.
For Brandon Ayuk, meaning one of those other guys had to go. So, I come out of that game furious about the Brandon Ayuk thing. Really furious about it because you know why? As I watched Devontae Adams make plays, you know why we were bargain basement shopping when it comes to Devontae? And he's like, no, I play wholesale. Because
retail,
we were budgeting for Ayuk.
Yeah.
You know why we went for Demarcus Robinson on a 2-year deal? Because we couldn't afford the good wide receivers. You know who went up to Seattle on about the same deal as Devontae? Cooper Kupp. Why? We couldn't afford him and I didn't want Cooper, but I'm just saying because we were budgeting for Brandon Ayuk.
But you know what? He made some key catches in that game.
That was his best game of the year.
He was their leading receiver, 5 receptions, 60 yards for Cooper Kupp. Jackson Smith-Njigba had the touchdown. Didn't need to do much after that because you know why? 33 carries, 175 yards. Kenneth Walker looked like Sean Alexander and Marshawn Lynch put together. 19 carries, 116. And they lost Charbonnet for a little bit. And that could be a huge loss for them next week, by the way.
I agree. Kenneth Walker looked amazing, though.
He did.
And that offensive line is excellent. But, Joe, and I want to hear people, break down Purdy. We're going to go all the calls right now. Yeah. I do want to hear people break down Purdy. I thought he was running for his life, and I wanted to see him run more. Yeah, there's a couple plays I want back. There's no doubt. He threw a dime over the middle to Jake Ton just on one play. It was an absolute, just a dot. Perfect throw. Guys got to make this. We need weapons. Guys, we need weapons. Look around the weapons. JSN on one play was more dynamic than any playmaker we had.
It's a hell of a throw and catch, too, in the corner of the end zone.
He backed up and threw a dime,
yeah.
Darnold. He was great. Darnold, look, say what you want. He outplayed him in the 2 games.
He did. He didn't lose them the game.
No.
He didn't.
But I would argue that the personnel around Darnold elevates the situation, and I think that the personnel around Purdy's not good enough. Is Purdy the best quarterback in the league? No. But I'm not putting it on him. Me. You guys can. I'm not putting it on him. Other guys need to step up. Ricky Pearsall, biggest play of the year for Ricky Pearsall. And he dropped the ball. It's a tough play. Like it is. You're diving over the middle.
Got to make that.
We got to have that.
You got.
We're in the playoffs,
when
dog.
they're first round talent. This is why I get so upset.
That's
why I get so upset. And they're like, oh, you're discriminating because of his draft class. Yeah, a little bit, because a guy named Jake Bobo, who's undrafted, extends a play on a third down.
Does JSN make that play?
Yes.
Does Cooper Kupp make that play?
Yes.
Probably.
I just said the guy that no one's heard of makes the play. Oh, God. Let's go to the phones here. People are pissed. People are fired up.
That being said, Brock, get out of bounds.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well, that was awesome. He didn't learn from last week. Literally, I thought he was going to fumble it again. Brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showrooms here in the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Let's go to the phones. Francis in Washington was at the game.
I was too. What's up, Francis?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, first-time caller, long-time listener. We just moved up here like 3 weeks ago. So it's like, I'm fired up. Niners are here, right? First time in the stadium. Shafty, you're right. It's such a beautiful venue.
It's incredible.
Levi's, man, it's just nothing. I'm sorry. But the moment, it was when we knew and we didn't have it, it was definitely the Shaheed kickoff return for a touchdown. I mean, they just had all the momentum going from there. You can name, I don't know, the Tonjes fumble, that really, really odd play where it's the pitch, the option, you juice to McCaffrey. But I don't know. You can name a lot of plays. But like I said, it's beautiful up here. The fans, I wanted to, be all like hateful and whatnot, but they're so nice.
They are
It's
nice.
not like they're Eagles fans or whatever.
I agree.
Yeah, they're barely welcoming. I was in section 148, right behind the field goal.
Did you feel? I don't mean. I apologize to cut you off. Didn't you feel very college-y atmosphere? I mean that in a good way.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, though, on my side of the end zone, we didn't even score on that side.
Ridiculous.
So, it's just disappointing. I'm still numb to it all. But, it was still a fun time. You were there. So I wish I could have saw you, but it was just, I don't know, I'm still numb to it all, man. But thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I'm still going to keep listening to you guys up here.
Appreciate it.
I miss the Bay, but it is what it is.
We'll be here, Francis. Appreciate it. I could hear it in your voice. And he said numb. That's the emotion he's feeling. And I think that's appropriate. I think it's how a lot of people are feeling right now.
The reality is that...
Shout out Lincoln Park.
It's not just that you lost and got crushed. Yeah. You guys can all file it under injuries. We're a long way away. To me, it was a reckoning watching the difference between Seattle and what they've built versus the Niners. And it felt like the last breath of a bunch of guys' games.
It was also the first time I've ever seen a Kyle Shanahan head coach team get blown out in a playoff game. And that's kind of sobering. It is. You can say what you will about a lot of their playoff losses.
I'm with you.
A lot of them they're close. They're at least close, or you had a lead in the fourth quarter. This one, after the first quarter, it was a wrap.
Joe,
opening kickoff, it was a wrap.
Every game that they've lost in the playoffs since 2010, right? Since the 2011 hardball, you can make the argument we were as good as the other team. And there's a play here, play there, a situation, whatever. This is the first time where I felt like there was a big, Grand Canyon divide in talent. And I don't think I could say that in years past.
Not since 2002 against Tampa, right? Where they got absolutely annihilated against that Bucs team. Like that was, no one thought that team was a Super Bowl winner. Not like this year. No one, let's be honest. I don't think anyone thought this was a Super Bowl winning type of team. But you saw a path to get there, even when you were shorthanded.
Yeah, but I didn't see Seattle as a Super Bowl team either. And, look how it's played out. Now I'm like, all right, well, they're here to stay.
Yeah.
Whether they win this weekend or not. So I think that,
38.
My opinion on the NFC has changed. Chicago, they've got to feel sky high. I know they're devastated they lost. You're going to have to go through Caleb and Ben Johnson for the next couple of years.
Yeah.
That's pretty terrifying.
In that environment.
Right?
It's difficult.
Joe, Renardo Green, just for a second.
Yeah, what was that? What was going on there?
He's the new Mike Rump. So old Niner fans are going to remember Roast Rump, a.k.a. the worst of the DBs at the U that we drafted.
It's a great name, Mike Rump.
He was terrible.
Rumpf?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
We'll call him Rump. Roast Rump, because it's like a beef. He just got roasted. Renardo Green is god-awful. God-awful. Gets lost in zone coverage like every other play. Does he not?
Yes. He's currently, by the way, your guy Rumpf, he's currently the director of recruiting at Miami.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad to see he can do something.
Yes. They're playing for the national championship
I believe
tonight.
it was him, Philip Buchanan, Sean Taylor, Ed Reed, and like all of them ended up being decent except Mike Rump.
No, not decent. All of them became Hall of Famers.
Well, Philip Buchanan was not.
Philip Buchanan wasn't.
But he was good.
But he was solid.
Yeah, he was good.
I remember Philip Buchanan.
Mike Rump was not good. And I'm looking at Renardo Green. I'm like, all those Florida State players are good except you. You suck.
And he was a first-round pick, obviously, too, which makes it hurt even more. By the way, shout out Sam Lubin, pulling for you today, buddy. He is not here. Ken behind the glass, filling in for him, doing a hell of a job. Carter crushing it. As they Miami Hurricanes, taking on the Indiana Hoosiers. Let's go to Manny on Dumbarton. Wants to talk about the game. 888-957-9570. What's up, Manny?
Hey, Chasky. Thanks for reminding me about Mike Rumpf. But what about Dana Hall? That's another great defensive back we had way back when. I'm gonna answer your question, guys. When did I know this game was gonna be what it was? Was the last game. And I harped on that, and you guys heard me harp on that. And here's why. They had it right in the palm of their hands, and it slipped away. They had an opportunity. I mean, if we thought that turkey on the 50 was hurtful, I'm now going to have to be a Patriots fan or a Broncos fan, because you're going to see either the Rams or the Seahawks hoist the Lombardi on your home turf. And let that sink in, Niner fans. All that could have been prevented if that team would have won that last game. If they had it in them, somehow, some way, we would have never lost George. And this would be a whole different narrative, guys. And I had to work that day. I had to work Saturday. And I did everything I could to get out of work as soon as possible. I closed up at 5:30. People were like, "Can I come see you today?" I said, "Nope, got somewhere to be. See you on Monday." 5:30 came. I'm taking public transportation. The car is in the shop. I go on my phone. It's 7-0. I said, "Did the game start earlier than I thought?" I get to the bus. I'm on my way to the tavern. It's 10-0. I said, "Okay." I get to the tavern. It's now 17-0, or it was 17-3 or 17-6. There was still a slimmer of hope going into halftime, coming out of it. And you know what was deflating? And Shasky, you and I are going to always not see eye to eye on this, man. I love you. I love you to death, guys. But when the chips are down, when the lights are shining the brightest, he will always find a way to give the ball away. And that's what's infuriating. We have invested so much in that kid, and I've yet to see dividends. And I told the screener, man, it's like I'm happy I got my 5 Super Bowls.
Wait, who are you talking about, Manny, real quick? Clarify, who are you talking about?
I'm talking about Brock, man.
Okay.
That interception right there when he was trying to go to Tonjes, that was the seal right there. There was a slimmer of hope, and that was it. Even the people at the tavern that I was with were saying it's not over, and I said, hey, it could go either way. And that happens, and I was like, okay, that's it. And like I was going to say, man, I'm glad I'm 55. I'm glad I saw the 5 Super Bowls. I'm starting to really doubt I'm going to see another Super Bowl in my lifetime, the way how this team is, like you guys have said, drafting and bringing in free agents. Look at Chicago last night. Look at the turnaround in a year, not only with Ben Johnson, but with Caleb's play. And what helped it was that they brought in 2 free agents to help out that offensive line. That's it.
Yeah.
Right? And are we able to do that? No, because as you guys are saying, the allocation of funds are going to the wrong pockets.
Thanks, Manny. That's Manny on the Dumbarton Bridge. And yeah, you could feel that way about Brock right now. Shanahan said after the game, no one played great and no one coached great. No one's above criticism today on the San Francisco 49ers, but on the list of things that went wrong for the team, it's not like I'm saying Brock was the reason they lost. No. If you're a Houston Texans fan this morning, CJ Stroud was the reason you lost. Hell, you know what? And I know this guy's the chosen one, and the head coach just got fired. If you're a Buffalo Bills fan waking up this morning, Josh Allen low-key lost you the game before the half. Like, he fumbled the ball. What are you doing there? There was a lot of poor quarterback plays over this weekend, Joe. Hell, Drake May for the New England Patriots. Are Patriots fans feeling great about his performance? Now, you won the game, but I'm not feeling great about 4 fumbles for my franchise quarterback. I say all that to say this. He's not above criticism. Yeah, he threw a pick. It was bad. I also would like Luke Farrell, who I paid a lot this offseason, to make a play for the ball. Just standing there, just getting pushed over. Like, what was that? What effort level was that? And that's another thing from this game. I saw the give up from the defense basically by the end of that third quarter when no one just wanted to tackle. They got out-physicaled again by this team, Joe. Out-physicaled again. It's 2 games in a row now. You scored 9 points on offense and got absolutely destroyed. You know what? The other game didn't do it justice because Seattle only scored 13 points, but it felt the same, did it not? It might as well have been 41 the other game too.
Joe, before we can discuss the quarterback on our team, the quarterback on their team in the 2 games over a 3-week period, he went 20-26 for 198 yards, 0-0, meaning 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, a fumble that his team recovered. And then in this game, he went 12-17 for 124 yards and 1 touchdown. Very, very pedestrian.
That's the definition of a game manager.
Well, no, that's the definition of you got dismantled.
Yeah.
Meaning our quarterback didn't have to do a whole lot because we're just going to run the ball down your throat and stop you. So before we can even discuss Brock Purdy's game, like our defense is so bad right now and needs a complete revamping again that like their quarterback doesn't have to do anything. We're asking our guy to be Superman. It's just not fair.
You're listening to 95 in the game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the Free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laugh Among Studios. It's Spadoni and Shasky. Happy MLK Day to all of you. We're taking all your calls, all your texts, all day long right here on 95.7 The Game. We are guest free, so please call or text in. When was the moment, Niner fans, you knew the game was over?
Now look, here, if you want to like have a legitimate conversation about Brock Purdy, I personally believe that their offensive line and their weapons are not good enough. I think we're a slow team on the outside, and I think it's a horrific matchup against McDonald and that defense. Their personnel is just better than ours. Now, he did hold the ball long in this game. I needed him to because I kind of needed him to run around a little because no one's getting open. That's my perspective. Now, within the framework of me saying you got to kind of make some plays and wing it and do some backyard football, I think the only way to beat this team right now was to check down the ball a lot and just take it early in the possession, get rid of it. And I do think that Brock kind of held the ball. When you're a shorter quarterback, it's tough to get rid of those quick check downs because you can't see a whole lot. And so I think they have to do a lot of dropbacks that are a little deeper so that he has a little more peripheral vision to see people downfield. But the problem is our personnel doesn't fit that style right now. And it's just a bad matchup. But in the last 3 games of the year, 0 touchdowns against Seattle, the unfortunate pick that went off of Christian McCaffrey in Week 18. 2 touchdowns, 2 picks, a fumble that our team recovered against Philly. I thought he was really good against Philly.
He was.
There were some picks, though, that are bad, but I thought he was really good overall. Against Seattle, 0 touchdowns, the interception, and the big fumble, which they lost. Yeah. I don't know how you grade him over the 3 games. Like, I don't think it's all on him. I don't think he played spectacular. But I don't think he's the problem.
And we don't count almost turnovers, but the very first play of the game on offense for them, it was nearly either a pick or a fumble. It could have been either one.
He hits his back foot, and he has to get up because the guy's coming around the edge. He has to climb in the pocket, and as he climbs, the guy's coming right down barreling into his face mask.
So this stat was insane, and I'm sure when you rewatched it,
I'm not trying to make excuses. No. I hope that doesn't sound like I watched the game. I'm like, Purdy was not the problem.
I'm feeding into it right now, what you're talking about. This is per the Fox broadcast. Brock Purdy ran 413 yards on 33 dropbacks. He ran for 413 yards just running around. And Tom Brady at the line of the night for Fox, he's like, that's almost like Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl I played against him. When Pat had no offensive line to help him at all, and he was running for his life.
Yeah.
And they got blown out against Tampa.
Well, and in a weird way, you know, I don't think the Chiefs have recovered from getting blown out by the Eagles in the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
I
feel like slapped in the mouth.
Yeah, you need a little, like, rebuild is too strong, like a reset. And I look at the Niners right now, and I think that they need, like, maybe they needed it the year before, and They doubled down on some of the older guys who I would have doubled down on. I'm doubling down on Fred and Kittle. I get it. But, like, we also have to understand, like, when you play 6 straight years of the way that both those guys play, they're going to get hurt.
Fred had some very interesting comments after the game. I don't think he needed to speak to the media because he technically did not suit up for the game. He was there in some sweats, some street clothes, and he was in the booth, and then he came down on the sideline kind of gassing up some of the players. Shanahan was asked about that after the game. Shanahan's a little pissed off. He's a little red ass right now, and I get it. He kind of seemed to dismiss the whole thing, but I thought it was inspiring that he was out there even trying to coach up some of the players and hype them up. But some interesting comments after the game there. We'll get into what Shanahan had to say, Trent Williams, McCaffrey, all of it, plus OG, Nick, Mike, CJ, Adrian. I promise we will get to all of you on the other side. What are you seeing?
I'm seeing, we should trade Kyle Shanahan to Buffalo Bills.
Really?
Yeah, I'm already seeing it.
Oh, my God.
I mean, it's just...
We have all week to dive into that level of stuff.
Guys,
oh, my God.
I think there's a lot of people that need to do their history. Some guys have your number, and you need to find a way to adjust. Right now, McDonald has Kyle's number. Belichick, as the DC for Bill Parcells, had Bill Walsh's number. There are certain guys and schemes and personnel matchups that, for whatever reason, have your number, and it's up to you to adjust.
And it's brought to you by DAZN.
Two global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden. Here we go. Tiafimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our New Year's clearance sale has been so popular, we're extending it another week. Now through January 19th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our Happy New Year from The Floor Store. There's just one thing. It ends Monday. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor One and Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select select sweet combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at freedmansappliance.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data to H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Sports, man.
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Shasky, stop picking the lobster out of the linguine.
Can't believe he did that, Sam. Shout out Laughing Monk. They've been with us all year long, all season long, crushing it. I know they had a huge watch party for the Niners on Saturday night. Hella people were there. And unfortunately, hella people left very sad, upset, disappointed, numb. 41-6 the final in Seattle. The 49ers season is over. But during the game, when did you know, Niner fan? When did you know this wasn't our night? Could have been the opening kickoff, quite frankly. Could have been the turnover on downs. Could have been the fumble. There's a lot of different things. It could have been when Kyle Shanahan and Renardo Green were yelling at each other. Thank you for dropping off my coffee, Kenny. Appreciate you. I also appreciate 95.7 The Game, and you will too. Because check this out. Before we go to the phones, OG, Nick, Mike, CJ, Adrian, Doug, phone lines are packed on an MLK day. We'll get to you, I promise. Mike in Michigan, you're going to be the first one. 95.7 The Game has your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Super Bowl experience, baby, all week long, Monday through Friday, right here on 95.7 The Game. The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with the Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much, much more. For your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets, listen to the Morning Roast all this week between 7:30 and 8:30 for your cue to call the contest line, Kata. And when I give out the contest line and you hear that, you got to be calling number 5 and you'll win courtesy of the Bay Area Host Committee. Want to knock out some of these phones? People are fired up, Joe. People are fired up.
The sobering reality of where we're at right now. Need a left tackle, need multiple guards, need a center, need edge rushers, need multiple linebackers, multiple safeties, corner, running back, multiple wide receivers. This team needs so much.
Hey, but you know what they don't need?
Kyle Shanahan running the draft?
Well, the two most important positions on any team, a position, your coach, your head coach, and your quarterback.
Yeah, I know.
That is important. I don't want, that is very important.
No, I agree. But Joe, it is important. They haven't had a great draft since 2019.
I know. And when you look at the landscape of your own division, too, the Cardinals are the Cardinals. They're going to do something at head coach. I don't know what. They're not going to be awful forever. They might be, because I don't know. But you have the Rams and Sean McVay, who's 39 years old. He's not going anywhere.
No.
Les Snead's been doing it forever with him. They're locked in step. You mentioned John Schneider. He's been the GM there since 2010, Joe. 2010. He's one of the longest tenured GMs in the NFL. It's him. Howie Roseman, I think, was the same year in 2010. And he was with the Eagles longer than that. Mickey Loomis, I think, is the only other one who's been in Seattle for 20 plus years. Outside of that, I don't count Jerry Jones, by the way. I know he's de facto GM, but he's owner. There's different levels. But that's who you're going up against. And John Lynch has been doing this for a long time with Kyle Shanahan, too. I don't want to get that twisted. But this is where you really need to hit on the draft. And we'll have all offseason to get into it.
You know who I don't want to hear from on draft day?
Who?
Jed York. Let me just go back in time on draft day. This is Jed, 4/24/2025. Salah's back in the building, ladies and gentlemen. #trenches, where you got dominated in. Okay? So many choices. Wonder what we're going to do here. #trenches. That was for Alfred Collins' pick. Let's put in this pick, conviction. Oh, Nick Martin, who didn't play at all this year for you? Is that who?
Well, he played and then got concussed.
Oh, big hitter, welcome. Are we talking Nick Martin, or are we talking Upton Stout?
We're talking Jordan Watkins.
No, he was actually on with C.J. West.
Hey, C.J. West had a sack over the weekend.
Great.
He flashed towards the end of the season. He did.
Yeah, playing 42% of the snaps. Can't measure heart. Nickel for your thoughts. Oh, that must be Upton Stout, who played 18 snaps in a closeout game.
It's pretty good to get it, because penny for your thoughts, but he said nickel for your thoughts.
Maybe we should do something a little different here. Oops, Saleh just walked in the war room. Marquise Siegel. Then on 4/26, let's change it up. That was the Jordan Watkins pick. You know who I don't want to hear from ever again on draft day?
Who?
Jed York. Just put the phone down. Just shut up. Put the phone down. Why don't you hire the right pro personnel department people and actually hit some of these picks? You know who didn't tweet out on draft day? John Schneider and the Seahawks.
No, they didn't. By the way, this hour is brought to you by Front Bank, which is here for you.
Big hitter.
And here for good.
As they have Ronnie Lott 2.0, Iwamura, who looks better than Cam Chancellor because he can run.
I wasn't believing the Legion of Boom stuff because, listen, there's so many. It's like comparing a team to the Miami Hurricanes in the early 2000s in college. It's like they have so many Hall of Famers on there. It's not fair. But, I kind of got it. I kind of understood the thought process over this week. And I was like, oh, my God. It is not even just get a field goal. This team's not going to get in the end zone. No. It's so difficult, so laboring.
So, this is one area that, just think about what I just read to you. Every single draft pick, the owner is Saleh. Saleh's probably gone.
He is gone.
Then why are we making draft picks on the specific needs of a guy who we kind of knew was one and done?
Well, that's a problem. That's when your GM just needs to make the picks.
Here's what I would say. When Saleh leaves, if they promote Gus Bradley, my head will explode. Kyle, I'm being real here. Kyle, you need to hire an outside. If you don't bring in Jim Schwartz or someone who runs a different defense, we are going to be stuck in third place in the NFC West for the foreseeable future. And they need a scheme change. Soft zone coverage got picked apart by Clint Kubiak.
Jim Schwartz having his second interview for the Cleveland Browns head coaching position. So he might be a head coach by the thing is all said and done after this week. Let's go to the phones. People are fired up. Full phone lines.
#trenches. You got dominated in the trenches. #trenches. They took an offensive lineman. in the first round. Your guy looked like a rotational D tackle who was undersized and got hurt. #trenches.
This hour is brought to you by Front Bank, which is here for you, here for good. #Mike in Michigan. What's up, Mikey?
Good morning, gentlemen. I am here at work, just working at the counter. Over the weekend, I had an epiphany. The common denominator in all of our road losses under Shanahan Shasky, I say this tongue-in-cheek. Bro, it's when you travel to the games.
Can I just tell you something? Can I tell you something? Shut up. And I'll tell you why. The last time I went on a trip with my dad was down to L.A., and I'm going to keep going on these trips. And anybody that thinks that, oh, I'm the reason they didn't tackle someone on a kick return on the first play of the game, you sound like a moron. And here's what I'm going to say to you. I'm taking this to heart because my dad is up in heaven right now, and it's one of the great trips I ever went on, and it made me realize after my dad died that life is short, and I'm going to go visit my team and have fun and go do those things and support my squad. So, yeah, I get a little emotional when people say that crap because I think about my dad. And you know what? If you don't do it while you have the time to do it, you might not get around to it. That was his line. And so anybody that says that, like, honestly, screw you. And, yeah, I do take it personal. Nobody said crap when I was at Game 4 when Steph Curry had the greatest game of his entire career and the Warriors won in Boston. Nobody said that. Oh, I've been going for the last 35 years. I've won playoff games at home. I've lost playoff games at home. It has no bearing on who's there, what the team does. It's my fault. It's my fault. Brock Purdy threw a pick.
No.
I wasn't even in Miami. How did they lose that Super Bowl to the Chiefs?
Well, if the Miami Hurricanes lose tonight and Sam Lubman's in attendance, then I got to blame Sam.
It's because of you that Brock tore his UCL. Like, you sound like an idiot.
Yeah, come on.
That's and ridiculous. Honestly, even if you're tongue-in-cheek, I'm going to get emotional because, like, again, what I said was real. Yeah. I went on a trip with my dad, and it was the last time I went on a big trip with him. Yeah. And I was thinking about him when I was going. I got a chance to go with my boy JJ and Uncle Danny. It was a freaking great trip. And, you know, I might not live till – my dad lived till he's 65. Yeah. I'm 43.
Yeah.
I'm going to go watch my team and support my team for the rest of my life. And if you got a problem with it, honestly, I'm going to tell you, screw you.
Hey, did you have fun?
I had a great time.
There you go. Like that's all that anyway. You have fun. That's it. CJ in the Bay. What's up, CJ? Let's talk about the game.
Let's blame the coach.
Let's
blame the draft.
Let's talk about the game, please, for the love of God. What's up, CJ?
Yo, can you guys hear me?
What's up, dog?
Yo, man, as much as hard and as many people have said it, I don't want to say that first play of the game, but when I knew when I knew it was bad for San Francisco, when your boy Kittle got hurt, man.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
No. I know.
Yeah.
I know.
That's CJ in the Bay. Like, that's part of it. Like, Jake Tonjes, there was a part of me when he fumbled. I was like, well, that probably would have been Kittle. Is Kittle fumbling there? Probably not. But he's not here. Like, that's what happens with a Jake Tonjes. So I'm not going to sit here and be mad at Jake Tonjes. Like, we didn't know who this guy was in the first week when he had the game-winning play in week 1 against the same Seattle Seahawks team. But you need to make a play. And that was horrible because at that point, you're already down, and then it was 17-0. That's 2 turnovers in the first quarter, and you can't do that against a divisional rival. You can't do that in the playoffs, even though I know a lot of the teams over this weekend and last week turned the ball over a bunch. If you lose the turnover battle, more often than not, historically, in the playoffs, you are losing the game. That's simple as that.
I think his point about the Kittle thing
sucks.
But part of the sobering thud of the end of this game was that now you have to, like, look in the mirror and be like, Kittle's not playing all of next year.
No.
And even if he does, like, you have to take the same approach you took with Brandon Ayuk last year, which is if you get anything out of him, it's a bonus. I don't see how you can expect Kittle to even play a snap.
And as we're talking about, the conversation will be draft. What do we need? What do we need? What do we need? Well, we talked about it last offseason. Maybe tight end, as you see Colston Loveland yesterday.
Can I say something really sad?
As you see Tyler Warren. What? What's sad?
He's on the books for, a lot of money, 13, 14 million. Like, there is a world where they're asking him to restructure his money so he doesn't get cut. I'm talking about George Kittle.
Yeah.
Like, there's just...
The NFL...
It sucks.
I don't even want to be that guy. When it comes... No, NFL's cutthroat when it comes to that. It's not for long.
When they had Navarro Bowman hurt himself the way that he did, like, they were on the book for a lot of money. They gave it 1 year, and they're like, all right, we got to get out of this money.
I know.
Like, part of why Dre Greenlaw didn't get retained is the injury. I mean, we saw him come back from an Achilles injury, and what'd you get? A quarter? Would he play like 2 or 3 quarters that year? And he got hurt about the same time of the year.
Against the Rams. It was against the Rams, and he played for a half.
Okay, it was a half. I thought it was a quarter, yeah.
It was a half, and he played great, and you saw the defense like fired up. They were flying around, And he was gone.
So, like, as you're, like, planning for next year. And then when I see Christian McCaffrey in the postgame, he gave the most sobering conversations of all time. Do you have the sound of him basically saying it's the hardest year of my career?
I have it.
I got Buster Posey vibes. I was like, this is a man who, is he going to walk away? Like, I legitimately thought, is this guy going to walk away from the sport?
Christian McCaffrey after the game on Saturday.
This was one of the hardest years of my life, and everything that happened to me last year, and kind of had to overcome a lot of odds. And from the time January 1st happened, I was rehabbing and working my butt off every single day. You know, my wife went through it. You know, there was not a lot of time off, and so, you know, again, I think it's obviously we're not proud of the way it ended, but when I look back at all the people that helped me out and the people that were with me every step of the way and believed in me when a lot of people didn't, I appreciate that, and really grateful for my family, my friends, and everybody in that locker room. But again, it's just hard to process everything right now. Right now, it just sucks to lose, but, you know, go hang out with those guys and on the plane and process it how we will.
Now, you could say that's a guy, it's the end of the year. He had a really tough year. He's banged up. He got hit hard in this game.
Hurt his shoulder.
Came out of the game. I mean, that was the final straw. Seeing CMC not come out and warm up at halftime, I was like, this is not good.
He was messed up.
But it crosses my mind, like, this guy's made a lot of money. His wife's worked a lot of money. I saw Buster Posey basically take the COVID year off, have his life change a little with some family, where he had the adoption, and then had the great year in 2021 and was like, you know what? I'm going to call it a career. And I'm looking at CMC. He barely played last year. He worked really hard just to get out on the field. He had a child. It crossed my mind he might just walk away.
Might. It's an option.
Did it sound sobering to hear him?
It did. And I'm very upset about Kyle Shanahan for playing him in the fourth quarter. The hell are you doing? No, the game's over.
He's the best player on the team by far. I mean, he's the only weapon on offense.
The game is over in the fourth quarter.
No, I know.
Do not put him out there.
You're right.
That's not fair to him.
Maybe he just wanted to keep playing.
And that's when you say, you know what, Christian, you've done enough, dude.
But this is where I would argue. I would argue, like, you're right about this individual game. But it's the weeks of games leading up to this where you couldn't get Jordan James and Brian Robinson more acclimated on the offense to lessen the load.
That also pissed me off that Jordan James at the end of this game, he had 6 carries. Jordan James.
Well, he came into this game with none.
None.
He had not had an NFL carry.
6. Brian Robinson, who you traded and you wanted to shove in there multiple times, who did nothing most of the season, had 3 carries. Where was Jordan James towards the end of this season? Where was he when you clinched a playoff spot and you know you were going to the playoffs? He couldn't get a carry in some of these games? It's ridiculous.
How bad is Jordan Watkins on a team of wide receivers that can't get on, like, cannot get separation? He can't play at all?
Would have played in Seattle. I know that.
Ricky Pearsall, the track man. That's what I'm calling him right now. The track man. He's just out there running. He's just running routes. Right? Just getting in his get a little cardio in.
Let's go to OG in San Jose. What's up, OG?
Hey, guys. The moment I knew the Niners were going to lose was when I saw Brock back in shotgun, and I knew that, Kyle had the wrong game plan, and that Brock was going to run for his life in this game.
Thank you.
He should have been under center. He should have been doing outside zone, play action, bootleg, making Seattle chase him, but have some options, some feasible options to get rid of the ball. And he didn't do that. Kyle made him a target. It was the wrong game plan, twice in 3 weeks. So that's when I knew it was over. But, I'm not happy with the direction of the team. I feel like, we're headed for third place next year. No, at best.
I feel you.
We're closer to the Cardinals than we are to the Seahawks or the Rams. And I think it's not even close. I think the score was indicative of where we are.
Yeah.
Injuries aside. So what I'd like to see, the Bills fired McDermott. Maybe at some point the Niners need to consider a wholesale change and rebuild, because the guys who couldn't get it done in Super Bowl 58, they're not going to help you win a Super Bowl in 2026 or 2027. It's really over for a lot of those guys.
I agree.
And, this offseason is going to be a brutal one. If they choose to delay a rebuild again, the fans are really going to be upset next year.
Isn't that what they did last offseason, OG? And I know we have the entire week and offseason to talk about it. Well, they prioritized the leaders on the team that they felt like were staples: the quarterback, George Kittle, and Fred Warner. Right? And then they said goodbye and they trimmed some of the fat.
Brandon Ayuk.
Well, Brandon Ayuk, and then we realized what happened there. But I'm talking about before the season or during the offseason. Like, that they told you that. And they didn't add anything after that. And in hindsight, maybe they should have. But they were telling us, hey, it's probably going to be like a retooling type of a year. They didn't talk about Super Bowl at all as an expectation. They didn't talk about that. They said, hey, we're going to win our division. Let's start there. And they competed for it. And they had an opportunity to win in the last week of the season. So I think retooling is the right phrase, but this is going to be 2 off seasons in a row, potentially, where they're not going to add a whole lot. But I think they will add. You know what? I think they have a big trade on the horizon potentially. That's what I think.
They feel closer to like the Warriors right now without the Steph Curry, excellence. In the terms of like, God, that championship feels so long ago. Like 2023 feels like a lifetime ago.
It does. You got a super chat for us, Carter?
I do. Gear 717 GEER, I guess.
What do you say?
$5. CMC cannot carry us anymore. They need to get less CMC dependent. We need another big offensive weapon.
I 100% agree. Problem is, right now, their best weapon is CMC. And he's a great player. He can still be a really useful player. He can't be your number 1 next year. It's not dynamic enough anymore. I love the guy. You got to find a way to lessen his load. And the hard part is Joe, tight end and 2 wide receivers. That's what you need.
Yeah.
And so, I hear you on, the reloading. But, Joe, look at their defense right now. Who'd they reload with?
Well, they added a bunch of players that have played in the playoffs. Like we were talking about this time.
Who was
this time last week, Joe, you were saying.
Who's the difference maker?
Joe, this time last week against the Philadelphia Eagles, you were saying, wow, that was a hell of a week for John Lynch. A lot of the guys that he drafted made plays last week.
Okay, who? Upton Stout?
Yeah.
Again, we have to
Alfred Collins has made plays this year. CJ West had a sack over the weekend.
But those are rotational, not foundational.
Okay, but you need to start somewhere. Upton Stout, you don't think Upton Stout could be Upton Stout could be an everyday guy?
He's a slot guy. Yeah. So if a team goes 2 tight ends, look at what these 2 teams do. They go 2 tight ends. If you're going 2 tight ends, your slot corner is not on the field.
You don't think Marquise Eagle, who had a bad game on Saturday, but he showed flashes against Philly? Did he not?
Could he be a comparable starter? Yeah. Maybe. Their second round pick. So our second round pick is a rotational D tackle. Their second round pick looks like a future All-Pro for the next 5 years.
I'm not here to tell you that they have the weapons that, the Seattle Seahawks have. I'm here to tell you that they have pieces to work with this offseason. They do.
Can I ask
I'm
a
not
question?
saying that they don't, but what I'm saying is the teams that you're competing directly with are out scheming and out personnelling you at an alarming rate.
Sure, but also, and I hate to be this guy as we're doing it, you are getting Nick Bosa back at some point.
What's
who
he
is
look
a
like
game
after
changer?
3
I have no idea.
ACLs?
I think Fred Warner's going to look like Fred Warner.
He's 30.
I know, but he's still the best linebacker in football. I'm still going to give him that. That matters.
So last year, his season was compromised with a hurt ankle.
And he was still first team All-Pro.
But we watched him. He wasn't as good.
Yeah,
I love the guy.
Compared to everyone else in the NFL with one ankle, Fred Warner is still better than everyone else at that position.
And I disagree. I think he had a solid year. It was not a great year the year before. He wasn't the same. I love Fred. He wasn't the same. He'll admit this. He had the broken foot in his bone. And then he backed up a broken foot season with getting hurt again. It's not his fault. Running backs and linebackers are colliding. And at 30, your body is it's taking a lot of punishment. To believe that he will be all-world Fred is a stretch a little too far for me. I think he'll be solid. He needs help. D. Winters, right? This is his first year starting. Is he good?
No.
Okay. All right.
He started off maybe Dre Greenlaw, and then he got exposed when teams started to throw at him.
So D. Winters, not good. Well, I know Nick Martin is probably, in the coach's eyes, not as good as D. Winters, who's not good. That's your 3rd round pick. So now I'm going into this year going, well, I'm supposed to believe that you're going to be able to upgrade when the guy that you hand-selected to replace D. Winters and Dre Greenlaw can't even,
Well, he can't even stay healthy. He's still, in the concussion protocol.
He couldn't even suit up.
I'm here. Listen, I'm not saying it's perfect, Joe. They got holes they need to fill this offseason.
Joe, their biggest issue is not Kyle specifically. It's personnel.
Well, that's part of Kyle.
No doubt. But I'm saying, Kyle has, he bears the brunt. They need a real, true personnel scout type of guy to run the drafts and run the free agency. You can't have Kyle running up to John, sign Ayuk, sign him.
Eesh. Well,
like that didn't work.
Well, it didn't. And they got they got to void the contract, though. They did. That helps. No, it does. Like, you'd rather have the
because you budgeted for Ayuk, you didn't spend money on other people in free agency. Because you budgeted for Ayuk, you were stuck with Demarcus Robinson on a 2-year deal.
Well, maybe they will add this free agency period as opposed to last season. Maybe they will make a big splashy trade this offseason. Maybe they will. It's possible. They're allowed to do it.
No, I know, but their last great trade was CMC 4 years ago.
And they might not have to make another one.
Like, what was their last great draft pick?
Last great draft pick.
It's Brock Purdy, 2022. And by the way, the guy who picked him is not even in the NFL. It's your quarterback coach, Brian Greasy.
Well, that was another thing. Yeah, he's the one that said he championed him for him.
So like, again, like Joe, I love the coach. On game day, he is one of the best play callers. And yeah, for whatever reason, Mike McDonald's got his number. I'm not running him out of town. They do need to, if they want to get to where Seattle and the Rams are, Les Snead and John Schneider are a humongous part of why those teams are in the NFC Championship game.
Yes.
John Lynch is a huge reason, and whoever is making picks, whether Kyle is, coming in at the last minute and doing whatever, whoever's making picks is why the Niners are the way they're at right now.
Let's go to Nick in Berkeley and wants to talk about the game on Saturday night. What's up, Nick?
Yeah, I was in it till the fourth quarter, man, and then it just when they started just running the ball like we had nobody on the field, I was done, and I'm done with Shanahan. He's another Marty Schottenheimer. His culture is toxic. We're being too nice. It's the NFL. There's no wishy-washy going on in the NFL. Tell Kyle he can go up to be the OC and go sit up in the booth. And we need a mob boss to be the head coach, man. We need someone that's not going to sit up here and have toxic relationships with the players and all this and that. Put them in a doghouse and all this and that. Barking at cats on the sideline, man, because he can't handle the pressure. When Kyle gets shocked, he folds up tent and he runs through the woods and leaves all his gear behind, man, and leaves himself exposed out there in the wilderness. It's just like, dude, come on, dude. Are we this crazy that we're going to expect anything differently in the future? It's like, dude, who is running? What is going on with the administration, with the players that we're picking? It's like, man, it's always like, guys complaining, the youngsters aren't getting a chance. You know what I mean? It was like, it's just ridiculous for us to think that anything's going to change. And, as a fact of the matter is, we did invest in our offensive line. You know what I mean? And Kyle doesn't play, look, where were all the draft picks that we had this last season? Where were they? They just disappeared into the fog. It's like ridiculous. They want to move to Santa Clara. That's fine. You know what I mean? Because where were they going to go? Like, they're going to leave the state and, go somewhere else? Like, the Giants almost moved to Florida, you know what I'm saying? But the Giants built the stadium downtown. Why did the Niners do that? You know what I mean? Why didn't they find this? They should have rebuilt it when Eddie D was there. You know what I mean? But, there's all kinds of reasons for that. But I'm just like, the fan base deserved to have, a victory the last game of the season. Kyle was unprepared for that, because it's always about him. And, and then when we lose, it's always about blaming the players. And I'm sick of it, quite frankly. He's another Marty Schottenheimer, man. Marvin Lewis.
I'll let you finish. If Andy Reid was coaching that game on Saturday, do you think the outcome is different?
Well, Andy Reid does use different players. And, let me just put it this way. Put it this way. This is what I was going to say. Look at all the wide receivers that were free agents going into last season. Knowing that we didn't have no wide receivers and we let everybody go, and we're using McCaffrey as like a decoy to set up our passing, I guess, or whatever. It's like we have no scheme. But look, Metcalf, T. Hill wanted to come to the Niners. What is Lynch doing? Twiddling his thumbs. Stop twiddling your thumbs. Like, what is going on with the signings, man? Be hyper-aggressive. Draft. Why would you draft a wide receiver?
Well, hold on.
We lose a
Metcalf, and thanks, Nick. Metcalf was a trade, and the Seahawks aren't going to trade DK Metcalf to the San Francisco 49ers. That wasn't going to happen. And the Niners, and I know you and Bonte are champion, you guys were out of the business of, a diva, quote-unquote, wide receiver.
I'm still out of the business.
I know. So, they weren't going to do that. And also, they just drafted Ricky Pearsall in the first round.
And it's looking like a bad pick.
It's looking like a bust. Yeah. It just is, quite frankly.
Well, I think he could be a useful player. He's a complimentary receiver. He can't stay healthy right now.
And that's a problem. And the first rounder of last year, Michael Williams, when's he coming back next year? Off a torn ACL, Joe. Do you know?
No.
I don't know. And what version of that is he going to look like? No clue. Because he's still learning to play at the NFL level. That's another thing. So not only was his development cut in half this year, Next year's also going to be a developmental year for him.
Joe, the New England Patriots, who we don't really follow that closely, they took Drake May, and that was before Vrabel got there.
Yeah.
Vrabel's picks this year, now they had like 12 or 13 draft picks. 9 of them, 9 picks from one class have played 13 or more games.
It's pretty incredible.
Okay? 9. And I'm talking about actually playing. Their offensive lineman, Will Campbell. Hey, we got a quarterback. We're going to protect him. We're going to take Will Campbell 4th overall. Travion Henderson. Let's get an explosive running back. Let's get a wide receiver. Let's get him weapons. We got a running back. Let's get him a weapon in Kyle Williams. All right. They take a safety, Jared Wilson, who's been their starter, has been a stud. Wilson's the center. Woodson is the safety.
Right.
Back to back. Like all their guys. Plug and play. It is a plug and play league. The way that college is, it's not the NBA. It's plug and play. It's not Major League Baseball. The Niners treat their team like it's red shirt and wait. And I look at their draft this year. Now, Mike Hill would have been a starter. That's one starter. All the other guys are fringe players or rotational players.
Is it more the draft picks themselves or how they're used immediately that bothers you? It's both?
It's both.
Okay.
You know, like Kyle loves, there's like, I think there are certain people in sports and in life who view you as one thing and that's all you are, right? So like, for example.
Like black or white, this or that. There's no in between. There's no gray area.
No shades of gray.
There's no nuance. Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
Like, I think Steve Kerr at times, Draymond is a starter as long as Draymond is here, he's a starter. It doesn't matter. That's what he's done. Horford is, as a made man, doesn't matter what. Like, is Horford playing well? Like, can we... Spoelstra, for example, is like, who's playing well? All right? You're starting, you're playing well. You're not starting, you're not playing well. And he's yo-yoing guys. Don Nelson was that way. Like, I'm going with the hot hand or whatever. Kyle is very much like, I paid for DeMarcus Robinson. I'm playing him over anyone else. I'm not playing Jordan Watkins. Juwan Jennings is my guy. I promised him we'd get him a bonus money. I'm playing him. That's who we're playing. And that's it. CMC's the starter. There's no room for anyone else. It's like, no, you got to ease in other guys so that come playoff time, if CMC gets a stinger, your 5th round pick has some feel for the game and has had some touches and has built some confidence.
And it's all well and good when you hit on 5th, 6th, 7th round, hell, even 4th rounds. You need to hit on the first 3. Like that is where the money is to be made. Like those are the blue chippers are those first 3 rounds. And then if you hit on a 5th rounder or a 6th rounder on like a George Kittle type, well, great. Wow, he's all of fame. That's awesome. But you need to nail those first 3.
Joe.
Those are the ones. There's a reason those guys get paid more money. That's the reason.
I could argue with you. The defensive tackle allocation in the draft alone
I feel about that.
Has cemented them.
You know how I feel about that. Like, what do we
Javon Kinlaw, Solomon Thomas. They paid Eric Armstead. They traded DeForest Buckner. They paid Javon Hargrave. Like, if I just go that position alone and I look at how much 1st, 2nd, 3rd round capital and how much free agent money I've spent at that position and their obsession with D tackle has cost them so many great players.
And I don't want to...
It's mind-boggling.
And you know what I hate about that, Joe? Is because they always tell us it always starts with the trenches. We need to get after the quarterback. Well, if it always starts with the trenches, why don't you start an offense? Why don't you... Do you see what was going on with Brock Purdy on that game? Running for his life. I said the stat. 400 plus yards he ran around. Tom Brady thought he was Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl when he couldn't do anything without 2 offensive linemen. His starting tackle's gone. 400 yards.
Do you know who your lowest graded D tackles were in this game?
Who?
For the 49ers?
Tell me.
Alfred Collins and CJ West.
Of course.
For PFF.
Yeah. And you know what?
I'm not trying to hate on them.
They're rookies too, you shouldn't have to rely on them.
But did you see the guy who's in his 2nd year who was a rookie last year? Yep. Byron Murphy?
Yep.
He doesn't come off the field.
But then they also have a guy named Leonard Williams who's been in the league forever.
I agree.
And you have Bryce Huff who's not doing anything.
But they're playing their guys.
I know.
And they're sticking them there.
Let's go to Adrian in Hayward. Wants to talk about Brock Purdy. What's up, Adrian? Adrian!
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys been? Haven't talked to you guys in about over a year. I kind of let the season pan out. I think it's safe to say now, taking the Niner fan hat off, Brock Purdy is a turnover machine. 11 games this season, 13 interceptions, 7 fumbles, $53 million salary. man, I need him to be Superman out there. I heard you guys say he wasn't the problem. Well, guess what? He wasn't the solution.
Well, hold on. We did say he is a problem, but on the list of problems in that game, Adrian, I'm not putting Brock Purdy as like top 3.
And also, guys, like the money doesn't hit the books the way that like the AAV presents itself. He's actually, his cap number is significantly lower, as we look, if you really look at Darnold, for example, over the next 2 years has a higher cap hit than Brock Purdy.
Let me give it to you here. Brock Purdy next year will make 8.15% of the cap. Sam Darnold next year will make 11.8% of their cap. The following year, Sam Darnold will make 13% of their cap. The following year, Brock Purdy will make 9.6% of our cap.
They've spread the money out to where it's not going to hurt them and diminish them. Yes, he makes a lot, but the way they structured it is actually brilliant.
The fact of the matter is they did score 9 points in the last 8 quarters against this Seahawks team, and I don't care if it was Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, Peyton Manning, Brett Favre, whoever you want to put in there at quarterback, they were not winning that game against the Seattle Seahawks. They just weren't. They weren't. You could put the greatest quarterback of all time there that you think they're not. Tom Brady could have came down from the booth. They're not winning that game.
Well, there is an element of Brock's game that I think Brady, you watch it back,
he's critical.
No, he hates the scrambling.
Oh.
He hates it. But
he never
Brady,
did.
you were 6'5" and couldn't move.
Yes.
And so your whole thing was like getting rid of the ball and picking people apart from the pocket. A lot of these smaller quarterbacks, they have to move.
Tom was good, but I definitely noticed he's very critical of these quarterbacks. Sam Darnold too, and I do appreciate that. That's why I love Troy Aikman. But to your point, he's always going to favor the 6'4", 6'5", the Phillip Rivers types, the Peyton Manning types, all cerebral. And there is an element of that's just not going to be here in today's NFL because of this coaching tree and everything. But when I watched last night, and I think we were all watching, just the pure arm talent from a Matt Stafford and Caleb Williams, I was a little envious if I'm a Niner fan and be like, oh my God, see some of the throws. I know Brock can't do that. Although, you know what? Credit to Brock on that Hail Mary attempt. He gave his team a chance. It hit Tonjes in the hands.
Who's the most dynamic pass catcher for the Niners in this game?
Oh, God.
Jake Tonjes. No, I'm not.
It's true.
No, like
I was gonna say Christian McCaffrey because he's been that all year. But yeah, sure, Jake Tonjes.
If you were running this team in Madden, what would you do? You'd be like, all right, I need a new running back. I need a new wide receivers. I need a new tight end.
Well, if it's Madden, then I'm probably getting a new quarterback. But I'll keep Brock Purdy. Yeah, because I can do anything. But Brock Purdy's not your problem right now.
No,
and you're locked in with him. You're locked in with the head coach. And again, it's a hell of a season. But we're reacting to the loss on Saturday because it was a bad loss. It was. You get beat 41-6 against your division rival in Seattle, it's going to suck, no matter what. And we're going to talk about it all. We're not sugarcoating it. If people want to call in and say, hey, it was a great season, that's fine. You can feel that way. Well, I'm not going to hate on people like coming out of that pissed off because the quarterback didn't play well. No one played well. That's what I want to get through. No one played well.
No, I think the ice bucket
Anything
reality.
Hero even like tried to do like an Olay trip. I don't know what that was.
I just think there's like a reality of like, it was a great year, but like, wow, how much can you really carry over into next year?
I think culture-wise, it was a big tone setter because last year I think the culture was in question. I do think that is. No, I think that is something I can carry over as a fan. The culture has already been established, and the foundation is there when it comes to the mental toughness of this team. That's all well and good. The culture got you to the divisional round. But you need the players on top of it. Like culture and vibes and everything can get you so far, Joe. You got to have the bodies.
So like what did in Harbaugh, to me, in my eyes, there was a combination of things. There's obviously the relationship between him and Trent, and there was the relationship between Jim and the York family. You cannot disrespect your owner the way that he did. Like there's a reality element to that. Another part was he can't move the ball against the Seahawks. No. Seahawks had our number. And I look at Shanahan and I'm like, okay, you've kind of gone back and forth with McVay. You had his number. Now it feels like, he's kind of gotten better of you the last couple of years, even though you had a huge win this year against him. He might be getting a second Lombardi. And that's going to be tough. And now you got a McDonald issue as well. So there's like the larger, like, hey, Shanahan's good, really, really, really good. But within the division, there might just be two better coaches than him right now. And that's one where I don't know how we evaluate that. I'm not running him out of town because there's 2 coaches right now that have his number, but it is something that makes you pause and think.
Let's go to Doug in Wichita before we hit the injury report coming up shortly. What's up, Dougie?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Listen up, man. I'm sitting here listening to all these callers this morning, and it's a lot more depressing than the actual loss itself when you take it as a whole. Yeah, it sucked, man. I was a little down Saturday evening. And as far as the question as when did I know it was over? When there wasn't actually enough time to come back and score the points needed to win. So all the way into the fourth quarter? Yeah, Seattle beat us down. Congrats to them. But look, overall, we're just taking it too dang hard as a fan base. It is what it is. We had, a rough year. Talk about we did overachieve. Okay, great, whatever. But it's just a bad year. It ended bad. I'll say it that way. Guys, we do need to rebuild a little bit, but we'll be all right. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
But here's where it's like,
that was the saddest bang, bang Niner game I've ever heard.
I'm ready to retire that too. You can lose against the same team twice in 3 weeks. You got into the red zone, not even a touchdown. You got into the red zone one time.
Once.
In 2 games. That's the part. And all these other games, the offense maybe has stalled out, but they still found a way to move the ball. You are really struggling to just move the ball against this team.
It was a domination that I haven't seen in a 2-game stretch against one team anyways, because I know technically they played in between the Eagles, but I have never seen a Kyle Shanahan head coach 49ers team get dominated in the fashion in a 2-game stretch like I saw these last 2 games against the Seahawks. Joe, it's honestly kind of shocking to me.
You know what does not work against them?
The motion.
The fullback motion before. He must have ran back and forth. There are teams that fall for it, and there are teams that don't. Seattle doesn't fall for it. He was awesome the week before. Awesome. Useless in this game.
Useless.
And it's not his fault. They don't react to his movement.
Kyle Shanahan, this is from Benjamin Solak, ESPN. I think it's a great stat. Kyle Shanahan has coached 163 games for the 49ers. His team has only been held under 7 points 4 times. 2 of the
Carolina, year 1.
There you go.
2 times in the last week or whatever.
Correct. 2 of the 4 have come in January 2026 against the Seahawks.
What's the other one?
Maybe we'll find out after the injury report. But before you hit it, Carter, got to be locked in.
2 in the last.
Immediately after, guys, you have to be locked in. Right after this injury report, your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Super Bowl experience. You got to be listening, though, through the injury report. Carter, hit it. Ah, boy. In typical 49ers fashion, the season starts with Christian McCaffrey on the injury report, and it ends with Christian McCaffrey on the injury report. He left the game with what appeared to be a left shoulder injury. He would later return to the game. It is unclear what happened with CMC's shoulder, but we will keep you updated with any and all new information becomes available. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Dave, Richie Rich, Talk Big T, Damon, everyone, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're halfway home here. Happy MLK Day to all of you. If you're off work, if you're working, if you're getting off work, hey, we'd love to hear from you. You can chime in via call or text. Same number, 888-957-9570 on the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Plus, we are streaming. Hit us up on YouTube. And also be sure to download that free Odyssey app. What did you know? The Niners were losing that game. There's so many different ways you can go. They got punched in the mouth early. But then I always go to, Joe, even after the kick return for a touchdown, I was like, oh, yeah, well, Devin Hester did that with the Bears once upon a time. The Colts ended up winning the Super Bowl. Like, That's what we do as fans, right? You rationalize things. It doesn't mean they're going to win the whole thing. And then you get the ball, and then you have a turnover on downs. Oh, okay, well, let's just get a stop. It's like, all right, we held them to a field goal. All right, okay. Hey, 10-0. It's not the end of the world. That's a great bend, don't break. Okay. And then you have the fumble. It's like, okay.
On a nice play.
On a nice play.
He's fighting for yards, and the guy ripped it out.
Just ripped it out. And then touchdown, 5 plays later, 17-0 in the blink of an eye. It's like, all right, man.
But it was 17-6.
But it was 17-6. You're right. They got some stuffs there. You forced them to punt.
I felt like we had an opportunity at 17-6. 3rd and 2. We have a chance to get a stop. And they call the hold on Jordan Elliott.
Perfect. Right there. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, your opportunity. The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with the Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. And for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets, it's right now. 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652. Be caller number 5, and you'll win, courtesy of the Bay Area Host Committee. We're doing that all week, so if you miss out today, be sure to be caller number 5. There's your opportunity. As I was scootering in today and saw the banners getting put up for the Super Bowl.
There's a few things I want retired this offseason. Quest for 6. The boombox. No, I'm being real. The black jerseys.
Bang Bang Niner Gang?
Yeah, I'm kind of done with that.
That was sorry, Doug. Doug, that might have been the last time we allowed that. This is as sad as Bang Bang.
I'm kind of done with that. It's just, there's so many things I'm just done with. You know, I'm not bringing back Juwan Jennings. I'm just not. Like, what does he do against Seattle?
What if it's like
nothing?
2 years, $18 million?
Again, what does he do against Seattle? You have to build your team to be able to dynamically get past this team now. They're not going away. Like, you can at least make the argument with the Rams, like, hey, you know, Stafford's old. You know, who knows what they'll look like post-Stafford. Like, this Seattle team, you don't even think of Darnold.
Well,
that's how young and good they are.
Well, I've already seen the Rams get to a Super Bowl without Matt Stafford.
Well, that too.
With Jared Goff. So, like, I know they could do it with different types of quarterbacks.
Revenge tour. Yeah. Don't want to hear that ever again.
What revenge tour?
It's just so bad.
I know. I thought it was original when I brought it up last week. I guess it wasn't. It's been taken. Let's go to the phones here. Talk Big T in Fairfield. All right, Big T, let's talk.
Top of it, fellas. Top of it. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Yeah, man, I can. I'm hurting.
Yeah, yeah, man. I ain't gonna lie. Shafsky, you kind of stole my thunder. Shout out to the guy from Berkeley. He was on point. Now, if y'all give me a minute, I need to go off on a tangent. Shanahan. I'm not to the point where I want to get rid of him, but man, he gets so tight in these big games, man. He totally goes off his script. He gives too much credit to the opposition. That quarterback sneak with Brock Purdy works 100% of the time. He won't even try it against Seattle. He won't even try it. So, you know, that's another thing. And now I'm going to go to the philosophy of the roster politics and just the culture. So now I've heard you guys talk about all these other draft picks from other teams. Our same draft picks, they doing this red shirt system to where now we got second and third year players that's going to be making rookie mistakes still. When these guys already been playing and they ready and they making plays. Now, to add on to the roster politics, just like how Shafsky, you tired of the bang bang Niner game, and I am too. I don't like all that gimmick stuff, the boombox. But bro, why is Kevin Givens still on my team? Why is Darrell Luter on my team? Why is Kendrick Bourne on my team? This dude, Kendrick Bourne, used to make me so mad. This is his second time around, and he still don't know how to line up. Get this dude up out of here, man. This is the Niners, man. We about Super Bowls. And another thing, we're not buttoned up because this red shirt system, when somebody does get hurt, now we got to throw James Jones or whatever this guy, the running back. Yeah. We got to throw him. Yeah, Jordan James. We got to throw him on special teams, and he completely whiffed on the kickoff return to Shaheed. So now, listen, I can go all the way back to Super Bowl 54 with Emmanuel Mosley on the 3rd and 15. Yeah, granted, they didn't call a hold, but, bro, you got to go with Tyreek Hill. He's following Demarcus Robinson, and now it's one-on-one with Tyreek Hill, but I digress. Like the Rams, all those D linemen that they drafted, they basically veterans now. Them dudes, they know what they doing. Yeah. But like you say, we got first, second, third round rotational guys. And then I still, for the life of me, why did we trade DeForest Buckner? Okay, I'm gonna keep it moving. Now you're gonna like this, Jed York. Jed York is just a vanilla type of cat. I'm still pissed off when this guy took a press conference before the last Super Bowl like we won anything. Like, man, I'm telling you, man, this dude is not he is not his uncle's nephew. This guy ain't got no Eddie D in him. Pause. But we got to get this guy some type of heart, man. He talks too much, and he don't know what he's doing. And John Lynch ain't no real personnel guy, man. And like I said, I'm not out on Shanahan, but Shanahan gets too tight. And just a little tid, everybody want to know why Shanahan got on Green. After the Malik Mustafa play, it was the sack. It was 2nd and 20. Renardo Green did not get enough depth. That's why Shanahan got on him, because if you look at the game, it was either Kendricks or Winters who had the flat. Yep. There was no need for Renardo to react to the flat. And if we give it up, it's 3rd and 13. This guy, he's terrible. And I'm a Florida State fan, so just on that, and I'll leave y'all with this. It's all bad. Either McVay's going to get his second, McDonald is going to get his first, and Jimmy G is going to get his first. It's all bad, bro. We got to get it, because I guarantee NFC is winning the Super Bowl, and I'm out on that, man.
I agree.
If Darnold wins the Super Bowl at Levi's,
no, it's him or Stafford. Like, and I have a feeling it's going to be Stafford, and he's going to solidify his MVP season. He's going to win Super Bowl MVP, and he's going to be a Hall of Famer. Like, I think that's going to happen. I think the NFC Championship game is the de facto Super Bowl.
I'm rooting for the Rams.
What?
I am.
I don't even know.
For the Seahawks? Absolutely.
I'm rooting for the world end.
Well,
I'm so with you.
Jesus, come on, guys.
Joe, I don't think you understand. When the Niners lose, it's really, 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 really hard to watch the other games.
I know. You were saying that yesterday. You couldn't even enjoy that amazing Caleb Williams throw.
That's just
to send it to overtime. Which was honestly, that insanity. I don't know how he did that.
The Rams. So McVay
McVay's going to get 2. He's been to 3. He's going to do it at Levi's. And Matt Stafford's going to get the MVP.
He already has 1, so like getting 2, whatever. It's better than McDonald getting 1 before Shanahan getting 1.
Either way, we're screwed.
Yeah.
It sucks either way.
And then if Vrabel gets his first.
Well, and they're both younger than Shanahan.
The Patriots winning another one post-Belichick would be just insane.
But think of the second graders in Boston that haven't seen the Patriots win a title. You got to think about them.
Just shut up. Joe, or Sean Payton winning one.
Hey, the Stidham story would be cool for him.
Losing his quarterback
and still
winning the Super Bowl.
I know.
I don't care how you look at this. Whoever wins the Super Bowl at Levi's.
You're going to feel disgusted. Because it's in your backyard.
Joe, I'm still mad that the Niners didn't get Peyton Manning and he ended up going out on top at Levi's. We should have had him as a free agent.
Well, I know you said,
I wanted him.
Well, before the show, you said Brady should have been our quarterback. I hate hearing him on the broadcast because it makes me think every time.
I love Brady, but I hate,
You should have had him.
Should have been a Niner.
Exactly. And the team he grew up loving, Joe Montana.
Joe, it's just.
I know.
I'm convinced we're never going to get one in my adult life. That's why it's just. I'm just convinced.
Football seasons end like the way they do. And the way it didn't. That's why I do think the score matters for fans right now, because it wasn't a close loss. You got absolutely obliterated and annihilated.
Well, no,
it wasn't a game.
What it was, we made a bunch of mistakes week 18, and we should have blown you out. In this game, we're not going to make any of those mistakes. That's what it was for Seahawks.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. No, we talked about it after the game, because a lot of people said, 13 points, the defense did their job. 13 points in that first go-around felt like 30. And both of these games were the same to me, except the Seahawks cashed in more when they had the opportunities to do so.
If you want one,
what? Give it to me.
There's only one silver lining of this whole year. No, I'm dead serious. if this electrical whatever the hell thing is that real, and I'm seeing Delaney Walker talk about it from 2012. Yeah. I'm seeing everything. If it's real and there's any way they could leave that area and come back to the city, that this all would be salvaged. I'm not kidding.
The whole thing loses water with me with the substation because the most injury-prone guy you thought heading into the season was Christian McCaffrey. And he stayed healthy all year, basically.
Till the end.
But hey, it's the substation.
Joe, I'm going to be real with you. Today's not the day.
Yeah.
I am livid that the Niners went up to Seattle once a year for 10 years before they built their stadium. And they were like, yup, Levi's, we knocked it out the park. Like,
you're that impressed. I need to go up there.
Joe.
Is that the best stadium you've been to?
The home field advantage with the audio, the acoustics, whatever you want to call it, the theater, amphitheater, it's unbelievable. It's a beautiful,
so it's not
venue.
Fake crowd noise, because that's what I get told all the time. It's fake crowd noise up there.
No, it's unbelievable. The way it almost feels like a basketball stadium. You know how like sometimes it can get real steep in a basketball stadium? The views are incredible. The vibes are real. The Jumbotron, the sound, the way that the crowd is, they're standing the whole game.
Weather-wise, how was it? It was fine, just chill?
Joe,
50 degrees?
If I were ranking like atmospheres, just venues, A++. It's so good. If there was a good concert that I was intrigued to go, I would fly up there just for the concert.
Well, it can't be as good as Levi's. They haven't had a Super Bowl. Levi's is getting the second.
Badass.
There you go. Levi's getting the second Super Bowl. Haven't seen Lumen Field get one. Ha!
Joe.
Take that, Seattle.
Joe. Levi Stadium, in comparison to Lumen, we're talking like single A ballpark versus Fenway. Like, that's the difference. I'm dead serious.
We're talking backyard baseball versus MLB The Show.
It was incredible. You have to sometimes you just have to give credit where credit is due. That stadium, that whole vibe, everything about it is, they knocked it out of the park. It's grand slam. The Niners, strike three without getting the bat off your shoulders.
I want to dive into something on the other side, and 888-957-9570. We'll continue to take your calls and texts. Dave, Richie, Rich, Damon in the city, all of you, I promise, happy MLK Day. For those of you who have it off, we appreciate you joining us on your day off. Or if you're working, we'll take all calls, all texts. It's possible the Niners lost the game before the even opening kickoff. I'll explain on the other side, and it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Banquets. Here for you, here for good.
John Mellencamp. Dancing Words Tour, the greatest hits. August 12th. Shoreline Amphitheater. Tickets on sale Friday, January 23rd at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. John Mellencamp. Dancing Words Tour, the greatest hits.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
face.
face.
Not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family. Don't forget the bar.
With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused. You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio. Why, you little
I love Jax.com.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin. With our New Year's clearance sale, get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our way of saying Happy New Year. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day? Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
We talk a lot about defense on this show. But how's the defense on your actual house? I'm talking about your windows. If you're feeling a draft or your energy bill is higher than a Steph Curry three-pointer, it's time to sub in the pros. That's why I'm sending you to my friends at Ashby Lumber. Ashby Lumber has been the Bay Area's heavy hitter since 1968. And right now, they're featuring the best in the business, Milgard windows and doors. Whether you want that classic look with the Milgard Tuscany series, or you want the modern sleek vibes of the Trinsic series, Milgard has you covered. And let's talk about durability. Milgard's Ultra Series fiberglass windows are built to handle whatever the Bay Area weather throws at them. Plus, they come with lifetime warranty options for the total peace of mind. Go see the experts at the Ashby Lumber showrooms in Berkeley or Concord. They'll walk you through the entire Milgard lineup so you can win big on your next home project. Check them out online at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber and Milgard, that's a championship combo. Get it done today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapor Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapor Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Coach of the year, in my opinion. You know, and not y'all see what he does on game days, but what he does during the week, the message he conveys to the team every week, the way we prepare, the way he has guys bought in to just give them their all, no matter, you know, what the scoreboard look like, no matter what, you know, guys just playing their butts off. So a lot of that goes towards Cal because he's obviously the leader of this team, but it all starts and stops with him, and he definitely does a great job getting us started.
Hey, this your boy Frank Gore, now back to 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Frank? I'm rooting for the U tonight, buddy. I'm rooting for the U against Indiana in the national championship game. Love you, Frank. Sam Lubman going to be in attendance. Pulling for you, Sammy. I hope you have a smile on your face. That's what I don't need. I don't want Joe having lost to the Seahawks, traveling all the way up there. I don't want Sam Lubman coming back all the way from Miami being sad if Indiana wins it. I was like, no. I want my boys happy. That's what I want. Joe, it hurts me to see you hurt. It does.
Well, I would say this to everyone.
I'm a good teammate.
I suggest to everyone,
to go on the road and watch a football game with your team being on the road. It's
an experience.
It's so much fun.
Yeah.
You know, Covey used to say that to me all the time. Like, the best thing to do is to go on the road and check out these other stadiums.
Yeah.
Because he's a Bears fan.
Ooh.
And he would go on the road, and he was so right. He was so right about it. And now I'm just going to keep crossing off bucket list spots. I've been to the Link. It's amazing. Been to SoFi. Amazing. Been to Allegiant. Amazing. Been to Blumenfield. Amazing. Obviously been to the Coliseum and Candlestick.
Yeah.
Those are amazing. Went to the old Jack Murphy.
There you go.
Down in San Diego.
Yep.
Amazing. So, yeah, I'm just crossing off these football stadiums.
888-957-9570. I teased it, and I'm going to pay off said tease because I said, hey, did the 49ers lose that game before the ball even kicked off yesterday? And people are like, well, what are you talking about? Well, I talked about it last week. It ended up being probably the right move. Should they have gotten the ball first and try to get a lead instead of kicking it away? Now, hindsight's always 20/20. I wasn't anticipating a kickoff return for a touchdown from Rashid Shaheed, but it happened. But
so lay it out.
So this is what I'm saying, Joe.
Okay, lay it out.
You win the toss. You get to decide whether you get the ball or you kick the ball. Okay? Were you with me so far? Should the Niners have received it and get the offense on the field first to give the team the opportunity to take a lead early on in the first quarter? Should they have done that in hindsight? I thought on the road, you saw it last week in Philadelphia, getting a touchdown. Now, they ended up losing that lead, but I think what it did for the mentals, just getting a lead says, hey, we're in this. We could beat this team. Let's freaking go.
So
do you understand my thought process?
I understand your logic. I guess my whole thing was I always like getting the ball in the second half because I agree with Kyle's philosophy of hopefully you have a possession before the end of half and then you get it back so you can double up. That's I agree with his philosophy there. And it's worked out the last 2 years. That being said, my bigger issue was not do you receive or kick. My bigger issue was kick the ball into the freaking end zone.
Yeah.
And here's why. Shaheed was a Pro Bowler as a punt returner and kick returner with New Orleans in 2023. We saw him in Week 18. He had some big returns. The last month of the year, and I've been talking about this, our punt and kick return units, because those guys have been elevated to base defense, is now, they're not even like practice squad guys. These are guys that were like shopping and working at Walmart, all right? And they're now on your special teams gunners team. And the last 3 or 4 weeks, special teams has not been as good. Kick the ball into the end zone.
Yeah.
Kick the ball into the end zone. Why else? I want to not give them huge momentum with the crowd going crazy. Just take the ball at the 40, all right? The whole crowd is going to sit down because that's what they do at Seattle. When the team's on offense, they all sit down and they get dead silent. I want to make Sam Darnold prove to me that he can throw the ball with that oblique injury. That was my belief. Before we even get to receive, kick, whatever. If you're going to kick it first, kick it into the end zone. That's what I thought. And that's all. And again, I turned to JJ and I just want to see Darnold make a couple throws from the pocket. Don't give them any momentum. And not only did they, get a big return, they got a touchdown. And Jordan James is on special teams. It was awful. And then you have the kicker. It was like a microcosm of the whole game. Here goes the kicker. I'm going to try to trip you, and I just completely whiff.
And
look, to Sam's credit, he got tackled really hard by Malik Mustafa, and they're at 2nd and 20, and he throws an absolute dot to Cooper Kupp.
He did.
Bernardo Green right then and there, just cut him. I'm done with him. I'm done. Mike Rump Jr., I'm done with him.
Shanahan talked after the game. He was asked on if he needed to get to Darnold more based on the oblique injury.
I know Sam would have an oblique stuff, but warm-ups are like that, but it takes a while for the Toradol to kick in, so we knew he'd be fine once kickoff came, which that doesn't really have to do with pressure and stuff. That sometimes can affect how they throw, but usually when that Toradol kicks in, it doesn't. So Sam played really well today, but it was also just with the turnovers, the special teams touchdown, us getting stopped on 4th and 1 twice, which is the same as a turnover. That would actually, I think, be 5 if you count those. And it was a whole team deal.
So Sam Darnold, he was fine. He gets the touchdown. It was a great throw and catch. You mentioned the Cooper Kupp one, but the one to Jackson Smith and Jigba in the corner. he wasn't like a top 3 reason why the Seahawks won this game. Just like, Brock Purdy wasn't a top 3 reason why the 49ers lost the game. And I'm victim of this sometimes too, that we get so knee deep into the nitty gritty of quarterbacks in the NFL. And I get it. Quarterbacks are sexy. It's the most important position. We talk about it all when it comes to the NFL draft. Number 1 overall, Caleb Williams last night, Matt Stafford last night, both number 1 overall picks. We got, Bo Nix, who got hurt. We had Drake May, who's a top 5 draft pick. I get it. We are obsessed with it. But in a game like Saturday, when the quarterbacks didn't end up mattering a lot, that's when those draft picks, like you mentioned, Alfred Collins, the CJ Wests, the 5th rounders, the 6th rounders, the 7th rounders, the 3rd, like everyone else needs to step up. And everyone else in Seattle, it felt like stepped up where the 49ers players just didn't. Well, and that's not fair for me to just say, oh, they didn't step up all season long. It's not what I'm saying. But in the game that you needed to win in Seattle, no one played well. But
here's the hard part. Like, you're bringing up Darnold and Purdy. You had Darnold. Now, I don't blame you for letting him go.
I'd rather have Purdy still. Even
No. It's not what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You had Darnold, okay? You had Darnold. And why didn't he look good with you? Because you played that one game, week 18. He didn't look good.
Against the Rams, yeah.
He didn't look good. No. He goes to the Vikings. Now, that made the Vikings significantly better than you in that 1 year, and they beat you. So, stay with me where I'm going here. I'm already seeing, got to trade Mac Jones. And I would just say to everyone, let's take a deep breath. On paper, I get where you're coming from. Yeah. But I think we need to lay out both scenarios. Number 1, if I trade Mac Jones, who is replacing Mac Jones? Exactly. Because Purdy has missed games the last couple years. I like Purdy. I want to keep Purdy. But, who is the replacement? That's number 1. So I'm weighing who else is out there that I can get that can win me. Who can go 5-3 and keep my season afloat like Mac Jones did this year?
Yeah.
Now, I'm hoping I don't have 8 games of absence of Brock Purdy, but I have to at least calculate that.
Sure.
Then the other part is, all right, we trade him away. Well, who? If I give him to Minnesota, now Minnesota's another team I have to worry about.
Yeah.
Right? If I give him to Minnesota, who am I drafting? Who's doing the drafting?
Yeah. It's a good question.
Right? So, on paper, trade Mac Jones. Get rid of Mac Jones. That's another 2nd or 3rd round pick. All right. Let's take a deep breath. What team are we trading him to?
Is it Indianapolis Colts? There you go.
I'm more open to that. I'm more open to that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm more open to that. Who's replacing him? On this team, can we all acknowledge?
Marcus Mariota. I'm just throwing a name out.
I don't like that.
I'm just throwing a name out there.
No, I know. I don't.
Okay,
I don't like that.
All right.
Right. So, if that's what the replacement is, as much as I'd much rather have the 2nd or 3rd round pick, I would. Ugh.
Yeah. You don't feel as confident.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't like Marcus Mariota. Is there someone else? I'll take Joe Flacco for a year. Flacco, I think, could go maybe 3-2.
Sure.
If you miss 5, maybe.
You saw that with Cincinnati.
Right, exactly. So, do you get where I'm going? I'm weighing these things. I get it. Everyone's like, oh, you just trade away Mac Jones. All right, who's doing the drafting? Where are we trading him to? And who is replacing him? Once I know those parts of it, I'll allow myself to think about it.
Yeah, I'm not even in the Mac Jones trade camp right now. I think you need to keep him. A commodity in the NFL right now, backup quarterback, is few and far between. You don't have a lot of them. You don't.
How many teams right now have a new coach? 10. How many teams are looking for quarterbacks? Lots.
Yeah, more than half the league.
Is could a reunion with Carolina? Not reunion, but could you trade him to Carolina? Is Carolina looking for a quarterback? But again, I trade him to Carolina. Now, Carolina's a team I might have to worry about.
There you go. Let's go to Richie Rich in Livermore. Rich, when did you know the game was over for the Niners on Saturday?
What's up, fellas? Shafty, first I want to say I'm glad you had a good time, dog. I was going to tell you some stuff, but clearly everybody was giving you suggestions, and you're right. Seattle's sick, dog. I choose one away game every single year, and I'm glad I went to week 1 because the environment, the stadium.
It's amazing.
Just all the stuff you got to do around there is just sick, dog. You ate at the same spot I ate, which the food was fire. There's another spot across the street, like a hotel with a basement where it's cracking, and they have an open glass windows that you get the ambiance of the field and everything. It's just sick, dude. And the fans are great.
They're
great. Welcoming. They're nice. They're not talking trash to you.
They're really good.
It's a welcoming feeling, right? Even though there are hatred, rival, it's a great atmosphere. I'm glad you checked it out, bro. because it was a great place to be. That first caller who was talking trash to you is an idiot. He should never call back again. He pissed me off through the phone.
It's okay. I get emotional over it. It's all good.
I know, bro. I'm with you. I lost my dad, so, it hits home, brother, so I get you.
Love you, Richie.
I'll hit a few things. I'll rat-a-tat. Me too, doggy. I'll rat-a-tat them quick. One thing I'll say is I'm a little bit different, right? I knew it was over the minute Kyle prematurely just, put Fred Warner out. You got all these videos he was posting. He had us fans excited, dude, right? And then that was like a bummer. Even Fred was like, I feel excited. I give my team a chance to win this week. He said it was like, oh, man, right? And so that was a big letdown. The kickoff return, dog. We don't come from behind really well. And that atmosphere is so crazy loud that when it got erupted like that, it was like, oh, no. Kyle, to me, looked like the scared coach in The Waterboy. He just looked like he didn't know what to do. You know what I mean? And that's why I feel like it's going to take a lot, fellas. The margin of separation between Seattle and the Rams to us is huge, and this is why. They got big names everywhere. They got Devontae Adams and Puka. Who do we got? They got Jigba. Who do we got? When you go to a Super Bowl and you win, it's because your defense is insane and you got dogs on the offense. And we don't got nothing like that. And I'm going to tell you like this. I'm a couple more things and I'll go. I'm not blaming Purdy because I think Purdy showed us this year that he can elevate us because he balled out and we ain't got no big receivers. All he had was his CMC, his main target, and Kittle, and he did his thing. I'm going to tell you this, though. For us to make some splash and to even think about, getting better this offseason, it's not going to be in the hands of Lynch and Shanahan because I don't trust them for a damn thing. We're going to have to make a splash in free agency. There's going to be some big-name wide receivers, some players that are going to be coming, available that are, in a dysfunctional, team. And we're going to have to hit on these players, and we're going to have to be selective, and we're going to have to build this O-line and this defense. Because if not, we are going to be in the 3 seed for a long time to come, man, because Seattle and the Rams look nasty, and all they're going to do is get better. You know what I'm saying, fellas? So
and
enjoy your Monday, dog.
Good call.
And another thing, you said it too, Shafty. The separation is just huge, dog. They got everyone, and we don't. And we don't hit good in the free agency, man. I mean, in picking. So I don't know what the hell they're going to do, fellas. But have a good Monday, man. Happy MLK Day, fellas.
Happy MLK Day.
You too. Here's the other element of the Purdy thing, right? Just hypothetically, let's say Stafford wins it all this year, and then they go trade for Burrow.
Yeah.
Why are you laughing?
Because it's just
Stafford might walk it off.
Well, because Les Snead is that guy.
Yeah.
He literally is synonymous with F them picks.
Right?
And literally is.
And you suggest that to Niner fans, and they're like, oh, come on. We've got Purdy. And I guess where I'm going at is that when you lose the way that they did, everything should be on the table. Someone in the NFC is going to try to get Joe Burrow.
Sure.
I bet you it's the Vikings, but...
Well, once Zach Taylor gets fired, which they want to do...
Look at the Seahawks. If the Seahawks lose and Sam Darnold comes up short, you don't think they're going to be really aggressive to try to go get him? JSN and Joe Burrow?
I know. But what if Sam Darnold wins the Super Bowl? And he has a Flacco-type run here and he stays there.
I mean, if Sam Darnold wins the Super Bowl for Kyle and Brock Purdy, that's a whole different conversation. I mean, look, Joe, it's not good right now. No. And so the hard part is trading for someone. Let's say I seen a lot of we should trade for Justin Jefferson. All right. Why would the Vikings do that? That's number one. Number two. So you're going to give up a ton of picks for one guy.
And how much is Justin Jefferson making?
Well, he's making $35 million a year. But Joe,
are you still in the business of doing that?
I would love to have him, right? Obviously, love to have him. But given a bunch of this team right now needs 9, 10, 11 players in the draft to come plug and play.
Well, that's the problem right now is the list of issues. You could argue secondary, number one issue. Linebacker play, number one issue. Trenches, number one issue. Tight end. George Kittle's going to be out next year.
You need a tight end.
Jake Tonjes, I love you, my guy. You paid Luke Farrell to be a blocking tight end. Can I get more effort when you try to make a catch, Luke?
So,
good God.
The other element that Richie brought up was the Fred Warner thing.
I got sound from Fred.
What happened there? I think Fred wanted to play.
I think he did too.
Why did Kyle not? I don't know. Something happened there.
Well, even they wanted him up in the booth. Fred even talked about, actually, you know what? Let's hear from the guy. After the game, locker room, Fred Warner.
That I do not plan on retiring anytime soon. That was about as close as the feeling you're going to get of being away from the game. Yeah, I mean, it was fun to see the guys fight and a lot of young players stepping up into different roles. I'm sure they weren't expected to play this early and as meaningful minutes as they did. And so I think it was super beneficial for a lot of the guys to have played well for us this year, going into next year on a great foot.
Okay, so he said, hey, you know what? I'm not retiring anytime soon, which is good. Thank you. I do not. That is what I don't want after this season is a Fred Warner, a Patrick Willis type of walking away. I'm good, walking to the sunset. That's what I don't want. So that's good. He also talked about in that locker room at that same sit down. Yeah, they wanted me up in the booth so I can stay off my feet because I'm still recovering, and just in case I'm ready to go, next week or the week or the Super Bowl, whatever. But he's like, nah. I couldn't do that. I need to go out there. I was jonesing. I want to go talk to my guys on the sideline. I need to fire them up. I need to pump them up. And it was refreshing to see that, I think, if you're a fan, even at home, just like, man, that's such a leader right there. Like that guy, he's traveling with the team. He knows he's not playing. He's showing up. And he's jonesing to get back out there.
I don't think he would have made a difference, but I was surprised. I really don't. I don't think he makes a big difference. I might be in the minority here, Joe. Joe, I think if you had a healthy Kittle, a healthy Bosa, and Warner, I think right now, I think the Seattle would have still beaten you by at least a touchdown or two.
They might have. It would have been closer. Would it helped? I mean, you have all those Hall of Fame guys.
They're a better team right now than they were week one.
Sure.
Ewan Murrah didn't play week one.
Yeah.
The other guy, Rashid, was not on the team in week one. So I think if you take away the Niner game, they're like 15-2.
Yeah, but they did lose Kittle in that game, and Mick Bosa made a huge difference. He made the game-winning play.
No doubt.
He did.
But I just think today, Seattle's playing a much better brand of ball than they were back then. I don't think the Niners fully healthy would have beaten them. That's my belief.
Maybe.
But this whole Warner, should he play? There's something more to this.
Well, I also think Kyle's like, dude, I already lost Kittle for the entirety of next season.
That's a good point.
I already lost Bosa for maybe half next season. I cannot risk losing you, bro. Like, Fred, I love you. I know you want to bring that bigger picture here. Yeah. I need you. Yeah. And you know what? I kind of understand that from a head coaching perspective. It's like, dude.
No, that's a good point, Joe.
I might be without all my guys. If you re-aggravate something, Fred, take a playoff. I love you. And Shanahan even was asked after the game if Warner helped the defense at all being on the sideline.
Fred was awesome and how he tried to come back and get ready to play for next week. But, nothing matters with guys coming on the sidelines.
He's like, yeah, it's great. But at the end of the day, he's not calling the defense. He's not doing anything.
Knowing everything we know this year, can we all agree the Mykel Williams pick, even if he ends up being good down the line?
Well, you could do that with your 2 first-round picks, quite frankly. Ricky Pearsall and Mykel.
Well, here's the problem with the Niners, just overall, philosophically. A couple years ago, why I lost my mind, we're drafting kickers and backup blocking tight ends. Not even like good tight ends. Backup like Cam Latu, who's playing for, what team was he on recently?
We saw him. Yeah, we saw him.
Was it the Eagles? It might have been the Eagles.
The Eagles. Scam Latu.
Yeah. So, but like the one thing that I really appreciated about, whether it's Sean Schneider or Lessine, when they draft someone to either plug and play or they have some eye on the future. On like, hey, down the line, you're going to be our guy, And it just feels like the Niners we're riding until the wheels fall off. We're good at that position. And then the minute that guy goes down, we're like, oh, my God, Austin Pleasance, get out there. Like, I'm talking about left tackle.
Right.
Like, Trent's been basically flirting with retirement the last 3 years. And Austin Pleasance, who's been on 7,000 teams, is like the backup.
I know.
We don't have a long-term succession plan.
Serviceable, but I hear you.
But Joe, but this is what I'm talking about. Like, look at our running back situation. What's the long-term succession plan for even next year if we have a high ankle sprain for Christian McCaffrey?
I hope Jordan James can, I hope this is something that he could build off of into next year, which sounds laughable because he had his only 6 carries all season was in the divisional round of the playoffs, but he did have some playoff type experience, quote unquote. Hopefully that can carry over to next year. But to expect him to automatically be RB1/2, that might be a tough ask.
Yeah, and I look at their draft picks. It's like, again, look how many D tackles they've taken, and none of them make plays.
Well, can you invest in the offensive line? See, no. But this is another part of the conversation I want to get into. The Seattle Seahawks for so long with Russell Wilson.
Had a
Pete
horrible
Carroll.
O-line.
That was the problem, Joe.
I know.
That was literally their problem. And my Russ had to run around and run around. He looked like Brock Purdy for the entirety of his stay there. But Russ's arm a little better. He had more talent offensively with DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, some other, so they can get away with it. And then they realized, you know what? We need a change. What'd they do?
They got Anthony Bradford, 4th round. They got Abe Lucas, 3rd round. First rounder on Gray Zabel. Sundell, undrafted free agent, has been a starter for 3 straight years.
Incredible finds.
Okay, Charles Cross, 9th overall.
Yep.
Every single guy they targeted except the undrafted free agent.
Charles Cross, was he out of that game?
No, he was out week 18. He came back.
He came back.
Game.
No, but like some snaps, he was out this last game even. But even their backups were serviceable.
And Charles Cross just got extended.
Exactly.
The highest pick you have on yours is Dominic Pooney, 3rd round.
Exactly. And I like Dominic Pooney. I do.
He's been up and down.
He's been up and down, but for the most part, I like Pooney.
Burford's going to be a free agent.
Okay. Are you going to miss him?
Well, it's not that I'm going to miss him. It's what's you've been missing a left guard for how many years? What's the succession plan?
Connor Colby.
We're just going to wait for John Feliciano. Connor Colby's not a guard. He's
what if you shift him over there?
We saw that. It was awful.
Yeah.
6th and 7th round picks are not.
I'm giving you solutions, guys, and you're telling me no. I'm just telling you.
6th and 7th round draft allocation is, I hope this guy can make my team someday.
Exactly.
3rd, 4th, 2nd rounders are plug and play.
I know. I hear you.
I mean, the fact that we got no Nick Martin base team defensive snaps.
Got hurt.
The other thing, too, like back to your Michael Williams piece, is like, I talked to a guy who works in the front office of the 49ers on why they picked Michael Williams. And he said, because we needed a guy to stop the outside run. It's like, you don't get that at number 11, dude. You pick pass rushers at number 11.
No.
You get guys that affect
I get a 6th round guy who's 345 pounds. That's who stuffs the run. Again, Kinlaw, Solomon Thomas, Michael Williams, going back to Eric Armstead, this team, and then Hargrave, and all the money they spent. They have spent so bad on D tackle. Stop investing into that position. It's driving me insane.
You know where Leonard Williams is drafted?
He was a 1st rounder.
Top 10.
Yeah, but he got traded from the Giants to the Seahawks.
And before that, he was a Jet. But he was a 1st round talent getting after the quarterback. He has 61.5
Byron Murphy, 1st round pick. And he plays.
DeMarcus Lawrence, who they brought in, was a 2nd round pick.
Tank Williams.
You need to invest. Yes. You need to invest here, whether through the free agency, whether through the draft. That's why the Drake, like the picks that hurt you. Michael, yes. Got like Drake Jackson. Like those are the ones too you whiff on.
They've got so many Drake Jackson picks. Joe, this guy brought up Jacob Cowing in the break. I wanted to spit on you, Carter, and I love you.
What's coming up in the game?
Cowing.
What's coming up in the game is sponsored by the Super Bowl Experience, presented by Jersey Mike's. Dave, Lyle, Ronnie, all on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. How are we feeling, Niner fans? What is the proper emotion to have after a game like that? Is it anger? Is it sadness? Is it numbness? Is it optimism? Is it pessimism? All right answers on 95.7 The Game.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area. Experience football like never before with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
As we're heading into a new year, why not consider revitalizing your home? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By choosing to upgrade crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room. Golden State offers decorative options from Windsor One and Kelleher, who make it easy to transform plain walls and ceilings into timeless design features. Molding not only enhances your style of your home, it also hides those imperfections. It protects your walls, and it adds lasting value to your home forever. Get inspired at goldenstatelumber.com and click brands for Windsor and Kelleher, the most trusted names in the entire industry. Now that January is here, starting your design home for the new look with the new year at Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Building better in the Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State, when you succeed, they succeed.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. with 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at freedmansappliance.com.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Granger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done. Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325.
Boom!
On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadonian Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Could I get a water though?
Brock, sit your ass down.
Whew. A lot, man. A lot happening. Seahawks 41, Niners 6. Kyle Shanahan's first ever loss in the divisional round of the playoffs. First ever playoff blowout loss quite frankly, for Kyle. How are we feeling, Niner fans? 888-957-9570, caller text.
The McDonald thing, I've seen both games live in person, the last 3 weeks. Week 18 and then this one. They don't move when it comes to all of the motioning that you see from Juice pre-snap. Yeah. The fullback does not work against them.
Nope.
At all. They don't view him as a threat in the passing game. He doesn't move people in the run game, and they don't move their formation at all when he is doing all of this pre-snap movement. In fact, if anything, like he moves one way, then he moves back the other way. I'm like, dude, is this guy tired before the ball's even snapped?
I know.
Like, does he even have anything left to be able to block someone? That needs to be ditched against them. They didn't try up-tempo once in both games against Seattle down the stretch. Not once. Not once.
Surprised about that.
Isn't it a little like kind of crazy? What was the best aspect of their entire offense in both those games against the Niners? Short controlled passes to CMC.
Yeah.
I don't know why it wasn't more of a part of the playbook, but it's honestly, it's mind-boggling to me that they didn't try anything different. What did they try unique in this game? They did a flea flicker reverse.
For a yard. A yard.
Again, they did not fall for any of the window dressing. And you were talking about Tom Brady, and I think part of why Tom Brady, like, kind of not despises, but looks at a lot of the stuff Shanahan does, I think he views it as, like, remedial quarterback pre-snap recognition.
And I don't think it's Shanahan specific, by the way. I think it's that style of offense, that LaFleur, that McVay even, that whole branch of offense. I think Tom kind of poo-poos it. Because what does Tom like to do, Joe? He likes to be his own coach on the field. I'm doing what I'm going to diagnose. I've read the playbook. I know the answers to the test. I'm going to diagnose it. I'm going to do mix and match, and I know what's best for my offense because I dedicate my life to this thing. It was actually interesting to bring that up because over the weekend, I don't know if you saw it, maybe it was on Friday, there was like a leaked video of Tom talking about it. I think he was all Coward. He's like, yeah, the last year of my career was hard.
I saw the whole video. It was a 9-minute video with Coward. I watched it.
He was talking about his divorce, how that affected his on play. And like, it was just interesting to get in the mind of a player when they are going through things off the field and how it affects them. And even the greatest of all time. Yeah.
So now let me take it a step further. Yeah. Now, after we found out that he had 2 interviews yesterday and 2 interviews on Friday, what do you think about the whole Saleh interviewing thing? You don't think it had just a little?
I don't think Saleh could have done anything schematically that would have changed the outcome of that game.
Brady was criticizing all his play calls on defense.
Yeah, I blame the players for that. He didn't have the players.
No, he was the play calls that he was calling, he was criticizing.
But I also think the players not executing, a la Shanahan ripping into Renardo Green on the sideline. Clearly, there was a lack of communication somewhere. And that might be Saleh. It might be.
Look, I'm not making this about Saleh. I'm not making this about Saleh. I don't think how do I put this? I don't blame him for taking job offers at all. At all. This is an NFL problem. The timing sucks.
How many openings did you say there was?
10.
Well, now there's 9, right? Because I guess Harbaugh got the job. But that's ridiculous that there's 10.
10.
It's a third of the league.
And he's going to get hired off of, really, he got dismantled. Now you could say, his defense.
Yeah, I mean, do you show, like, this is the thing. What is it? Was it last week against Philly that was his Michelangelo? Or was it this macaroni art? Or was it somewhere in between?
Well, I mean, Shanahan was part of a team that blew a big lead.
Yeah, I mean.
But they didn't get blown out like this. And he got hired by the Niners.
I think yesterday, or I guess Saturday night, showed me just the difference in overall, just talent-wise with both these squads. I mean, you mentioned it. And it's hard to not talk about it because we've been talking about it all season long. I mean, you didn't have 3 Hall of Famers that normally you would have if they were healthy. Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, George Kittle. Those are huge, huge losses. Just to be able to get to the position you are at this week speaks to the coaching on both sides, Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh. But when you dive into the nitty-gritty of this game, and I think it was Lubman that brought it up via text, he's just like, he had a fan tell him, he's like, I'm actually glad we got blown out because if we just would have had a close loss, it would have glossed over the actual sizable gap between talent between our team and their team.
We're not close.
That's what that loss told us.
Yeah,
a lot of
we're
fans.
Not close.
Is that? Do you kind of get that though?
Yeah,
like,
but it's very sobering because any optimism you might have of this guy might come back, that guy might come back, like they're all hell old.
They are.
Like Joe,
The Kittle one.
Bosa, just think about this. Bosa, Trent, CMC, Warner, and Kittle. How many playoff games? They have basically an NFL season of playoff games amongst them all. Now, CMC's a little later, and Trent was a little later.
It's like how we talk about the Warriors. Yeah.
Dude, they're battled, like they're banged up. The NFL is not hey, everyone gets to age together gracefully into their 30s.
Yeah.
Like, no. Like, New England flipped that roster all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
Constantly.
And, like, when Wes Welker was still a good player, he went to Denver.
And they had Julian Edelman coming up. You nail a Rob Gronkowski, right? Hey, when I have a Gronk and I have an Aaron Hernandez, but I lose Aaron Hernandez, I still have a Hall of Fame tight end there. And then I nail other picks. I hit on free agency. I bring people in when I'm whiffing constantly at wide receiver. I could go in and get a Danny Amendola who fits our scheme perfectly. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. He's been very patient. Dave, the floor is yours. How are we feeling this morning, ma'am? Dave in Fresno.
Yeah, a couple quick thoughts on the game. Saleh being interviewed. You're right, Shaq. It's not really his fault. It's just an NFL problem. It's not. I don't know if that had any impact on the game. As far as the plays and his calls, I do think I didn't like the soft coverage.
Thank you.
They don't really have speedsters other than Shaheed, but we were giving them free releases. And on the offensive side, I thought an unsung kind of factor going into the game. When you're on the road and you're undermanned on offense, and this is not something Kyle usually does, I wanted to see better tempo. I feel like
no huddle.
With Kyle's offense, no, you don't have to no huddle when you're down or under 2 minutes. You can no huddle to kind of throw the defense off, and that's not something Kyle really does in his offense. It has to be a perfect play, and the clock's going to go down in 2 seconds. So, we were undermanned, but I thought that could have helped. But just going forward, looking – and, I've been on hold for a while, so you guys have been kind of hitting up all the points. But, I think personnel-wise, they need to look past the schematically drafting players or, signing players. Like the safety on the Seahawks, Nick, I can't really pronounce his name. He's 6'3". Yeah, he's 6'3", and there's a 4.3 speed. Niners don't have any imposing, kind of players on their team. It's all schematic. It's all fundamentals. Nobody fast, nobody big, nobody that, you put the tape on, you can see impact. The last impact player they drafted probably the last 3 or 4 years is Upton Stoughton. He's 5'9".
I know.
He's the one player that is like, you see juice, you see feist, you see, so you see.
Yeah, but he doesn't get on the field enough because
energetic.
But they don't, like Seattle specifically doesn't run a lot of 3 wide receiver sets, so he's not on the field a lot. He had 18 snaps in this game.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. So that's what I'm saying. So going forward, everything is schematically with Kittle, who's great. He's not fast. Like, he's not a great route runner. Like, CMC, he was your last big impactful player, and he's 29. So, and pick whatever position you want to look into, running back, receiver, O-line, D-line, secondary. Like, you have holes everywhere. And now you have the third best GM in your division. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, there's a lot of cleanup here. And, again, you guys hit up on a lot of the good points, but that's what I got, man.
Dave,
right on. Appreciate it.
Dave, my mind starts wandering. One thought that I really have, these third contracts. So there's the rookie contract typically, and then there's like a big extension contract. The third one, I would have gave Kittle the third one. I'll be the first to admit. And I would have, the same thing would have happened.
He was all pro last year. He was incredible.
I would have gave him the third contract. I would have gave Fred the third contract.
Another all pro.
I'm not giving Bosa the third contract. I'm telling you right now. I'm just not going to do it. Now, he could have a great year next year for the Niners. And
I'll give him a third contract. Probably not the number he wants. Like, I'll give you a third contract, but it's going to be at my price.
How many guys around the league are balling on that third contract?
Not a lot.
So I look at like Bosa, and I'm thinking to myself, like, how can they really, I know Mac Jones. I wonder what you could get for Bosa. I know he's coming off the ACL. I wonder, because nobody wants a linebacker. I don't care how great Fred Warner is. He's coming off a big injury. I just wonder on Bosa if they would dangle him.
Interesting. You think Bosa would net you more than Fred Warner?
Yeah, because edge rushers, I think people they overrate edge rushing, and I think they'll pay for it.
I just think here's the irony. It's a depreciated linebacker market is why I say that. So, in today's NFL, like it's harder to find a Fred Warner than a Nick Bosa.
Why do we run the system we run on defense? It's very Nick Bosa based.
Yes, no, it is.
That's what he wants to do. To me, this offseason, I would start here. This offseason is, I am not hiring Gus Bradley if Saleh leaves. I am not running the same defense. I am open to a complete change. I either want the man coverage and that 4-3 concept that Jim Schwartz does, or I want a 3-4.
I would love Jim Schwartz here. I'm a Schwartz.
So if Bosa can't fit in that, if that's for whatever, I don't want to play that, then Bosa, you can take a hike. Like, I'm dead serious.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the Free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 1 hour to go here. This show has flown by today. 41-6 the final up in Seattle. Niners' first divisional loss under Kyle Shanahan. And how are we feeling this morning on an MLK day?
And I want to make it very clear. Kyle's the de facto, defensive coordinator. They're running what he wants to run.
Right.
And it's like, Kyle, everyone's torching that defense in the league.
I want to run whatever Mike McDonald's running.
Well, he's not running that.
Well, can we do that? I want to do.
They have three.
I want to do what the only guy that's left. I want to say, right? Or that's not true. Mike Vrabel's a defensive guy too, but like, he's the one dude in a conference built on offense. The NFC is offense, offense. Ben Johnson, Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, LaFleur. Mike McDonald's the defensive guy. And he's got this team on the brink of the Super Bowl.
Well, they had the 3 linebackers. And they basically played 3 D tackles and 1 edge guy, and then they bring pressure. But they also, Joe, they've got a couple of guys like Devin Witherspoon, runs like a corner, hits like a safety.
Yeah.
All right? And can play man anywhere he wants. That gives him a schematic advantage. Iwamura, he's the tight end breaker. He's the guy that can guard tight ends. He can guard wide receivers, and he hits like a linebacker. He's a star. He's the closest to Ronnie Lott in the game right now.
Second rounder.
And I'm not saying that lightly. He's a star.
And Devin Witherspoon, what was he? Top 10 pick. 5th overall. They invested. You have to. This is, again, when you have a down year like you had last year, and you draft Mykel Williams, who, again, I'm rooting for him. I want him to do well. It's a tough sell right now on Mykel Williams as a defensive end when he really was a defensive tackle.
When you take a guy 11th overall and you're like, he could maybe be Eric Armstead. It's like, really? You got to shoot higher, dog. Like, we got to aim higher. And did you see Loveland?
Yes. Did you see Tyler Warren?
By the way, that's the other team. What do they run? A lot of 2 tight end sets.
Yes.
A lot of 2 tight ends.
The Rams run.
So what is
3 tight end sets.
So what does that mean? Your slot corner that you drafted in the 3rd, 4th round that you feel really high on, he better learn outside. Because if I want to get that guy on the field more, like when they play 2 and 3 tight end sets, you're not playing your nickel. You're just not. So like I go back to like, you drafted all these guys for Saleh. He's one and done. We need to approach the draft in a very agnostic way and not be so scheme dependent on how we're picking people.
I'm always of the mindset, and we have all off season. I promise we'll get to the draft coverage, all of that. It sucks that we even have to talk about this on Monday. I'd rather be reacting to a 49ers victory and have, the Rams to look forward to at SoFi Stadium, but it wasn't to be. So these are the conversations that come out of losses like that. Best player available, I am always a believer in. But I've rooted for crappy teams my entire life. And when you draft for need, you're going to get burned more often than not. Best player available, good teams find a way to put them in.
They had Cole Kmet. They took Loveland.
Because why? They felt, and I thought Tyler Warren's better, but Loveland's been a baller this year. He's been amazing. Like, he's been great for them. I know. Been great. That's 2 tight ends you drafted in the 1st round. And it's paid off.
I know.
You were on the brink of getting hosting an NFC Championship game in Chicago.
If you want to have like an idea of what's going on in Buffalo right now, the pregame, halftime, and postgame show on their radio station, WGR 550.
Yeah.
Nate Geary put out it's getting huge traction. Ooh. Knowing the current state of the roster, would you be willing to trade a 1st-round pick, meaning Buffalo, would they be willing to trade a 1st-round pick if it meant getting Kyle Shanahan? 80% of the poll says yes.
Oh, my God.
That's what they're discussing in Buffalo.
By the way, it doesn't start at a 1st-round pick. You're giving up multiple if you're getting Kyle Shanahan. He is not he's not just a single 1st-round pick. He is like 2 or 3. That's where it starts, by the way. And you're giving me a player back. And we're not doing that if I'm a Niner fan. Ronnie in Concord, excuse me. What's up, Ron? Ron, stop.
What's up, fellas?
So
Two things. That they look like the Seattle's offensive line looked like the 2019 Niners. I mean, that way that they were running the ball against us was insane. Second thing, we looked like the 2020 Rams when they beat Seattle with their backup quarterback in the playoffs and they got bounced next year. I love Brock Purdy, everything he's done for us, but Shanahan needs to go get his guy. I know he likes Brock too. You got to do something to get Burrow, whatever it is. We need our guy to go get a championship. The Rams are probably going to win their second one, and they went and got their guy when they had a guy that they somewhat liked. I mean, we need to make that next move to have a chance to win with Shanahan, or else he's going to leave and he can go to Buffalo or he can go to Cincy and play with those quarterbacks. That's what I got.
It would be pretty
thanks, Ron.
crummy if he like somehow wiggled out of here and was like, yeah, I'll go to Buffalo.
He's not doing that. Why would he do that?
I'm just
come on,
Josh Allen, dude. Like, you want to get a check? Like,
yeah, Josh is an MVP. He just did some boneheaded things over the weekend.
His coach has never helped him. They've drafted 2 Pro Bowlers since he was been drafted. 2, and one of them's James Cook.
Stephon Diggs with him. You had an All-Pro player with him,
and they had to cut him.
Yeah,
Stephon Diggs, man, he
rather
still
have
looks
him.
good.
He looks great.
Got more wiggle than our team.
I mean, he's doing stuff off the field, but on the field, he's doing great.
Well, he's still got that wiggle off the field too.
Well, ask Cardi. Lyle in Maryland. Maryland, we got it all over today.
Is this Vernon Davis?
What's up, Lyle?
Hey guys, how you doing?
I'm hurting.
I hear you. I've been a Niner fan since 1981. I watched Montana, Rice, all them guys. I think the way to beat Mike McDonald, you got to build a monster defense. We need to get back to that.
I agree.
You got to let Bosa come back healthy. Michael Williams come back. We're going to be fine. You just add a few more pieces. And for the offensive line, you need to look at center and the 2 guards. That's where we got beat at, up the line, where Christian McCaffrey could not run. You have to give Brock Purdy. It's not his fault. You have to give him protection. I don't care who's back there, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, whoever, Lamar Jackson. If you don't give that guy time to pass, you might as well forget it. He's not going to do what he's got to do. So you know who I like? Let Brian Robinson walk, okay? We need to get Breece Hall, get him in, get a stud wide receiver, trade Mac Jones, get a second-round pick. Use that for an offensive line. I'm telling you, this team will be good. You just got to use the right pieces in the draft to pick. And we got a quarterback sitting there that a lot of teams is going to want because there's hardly any quarterbacks in this draft. And Mac Jones, if we could get a second, that would be awesome.
Lyle in Maryland. I love the accent, first of all. Straight from Baltimore. I thought I was listening to the comedian Stavros Halkias. Mac Jones, let's go. So good. I loved every single second of that. He's fired up, man. I get it. But come on. This is what we do after losses. And you take a step back. And we're going to do it all week. We will. We will process the season. We have to go 0 to 100. Oh, Brock Purdy didn't play great. Got to get Joe Burrow now. Kyle Shanahan lost. We all said the best wins of their careers was last week in Philadelphia for Kyle Shanahan and for Brock Purdy. Now he got blown out against the Seahawks. It's over.
Well, the last 3 games of this season, his passer rating was 65.
Yeah, 2 of those games were against the Seahawks. I get it. I get it. But we also were on these airwaves this time last week saying that was the greatest win in the history of Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy's career in Philadelphia against the champs. It was.
But like,
so was this the worst loss of their career?
No, but I think it was humbling. And I think it was more of to me, it was more of a reckoning. I think let's just think about this, Joe. Think of how far we are to the Seahawks. Now how far is Philly?
I mean, but Philly does this. But Philly will retool and revamp. And what happened last time Philly was one and done in the playoffs? They got new coordinators and then won the Super Bowl. So I don't know if the Niners need to do that.
I'm saying I think it's more of an indictment of how low Philly was, than it is like the Niners. The Niners are far away.
But Philly did lose some major pieces that offseason too. Last go around, Jason Kelsey, their Hall of Fame center, gone. Fletcher Cox, Hall of Fame defensive tackle, defensive end, whatever, gone. Hassan Reddick, gone. They lost a lot of pieces. Niners, hey, they might be without a lot of pieces.
I trust their GM. I don't trust mine.
That's the big difference.
And I like them.
That's the big difference. I want to hear from the head coach. Hey, Kyle.
Like, wouldn't you say Philly is closer to the Niners than the Niners are to the Seahawks, though?
Yeah, but they got their own drama to deal with.
Who?
See, Philadelphia.
Yeah, but
they have drama written all over them. Now there's reports from Mike Silver of The Athletic that Jalen Hurts, like no one likes Jalen Hurts. No one likes their quarterback. Everyone loves Brock Purdy. Everyone loves Kyle Shanahan.
I mean, we have to find another
Green.
We have to find another defensive coordinator.
Probably.
I mean, I think we have
a lot of people seem to think on the Boxer and Gerson work injuries text line they could do better than Robert Saleh. So there you go. So maybe it's an upgrade. People are mad. People are pissed off.
I've watched them both now. I like Robert Saleh a lot. I'm taking DeMeco Ryans over him.
Oh, probably.
Right. That's just I think he blitzes better. His timely blitzes are better.
Poor DeMeco. It's just needed the quarterback not to turn.
You know what they're not running in Houston? Wide 9.
No, they're not. Well, it helps when you nail a Will Anderson.
Well, they did it faster than we did.
When you trade or you sign a Daniil Hunter.
Yeah.
Well, Daniil Hunter would have been nice to have.
Well, you got to have money. You can't be spending it on a guy who's speeding past the stadium. I thought you were going 150.
I thought you were going to say you can't be spending it in England across the pond. Can't be doing that. Will Gavin, by the way, did you see our guy?
No, but apparently he hung out with Bonte afterwards.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say what's up to him.
I was, but afterwards I ate a sad burger and then I sadly went home and watched Netflix. I watched His and Hers. His and Hers.
You need to get it
on Netflix.
You need to get in on a Heated Rivalry on HBO Max. That's
what is going on here?
Everyone's watching right now. We're going to hear from the head coach. We're going to hear from Brock Purdy.
We should trade for AJ Brown. We'll solve everyone's problems.
Why not? Go get him. He's a big, tall, strong wide receiver.
Use that pick to draft a guy better than AJ Brown.
There is a lot of wide receivers in this draft class, Joe. Does that make you feel a little bit better?
Yeah.
But they're going to end up drafting a defensive tackle probably.
Do you know who was the X factor of the weekend?
Who was it?
Zach at the station. My guy was living his best life.
Wait. Hold on. We need to dive into that. That's not for the entire
God, he was
segment.
just driving me nuts.
What?
He's like, the boss wants tailgate videos because there's no parking lot.
He wants tailgate. Oh, there's not? They don't?
There's no parking lot. I'll show you the picture of the parking
so they don't have a tailgate culture in Seattle. Interesting. That's kind of weird. Yeah, Carter's looking like, huh? What?
So whack. Oh, my God.
Company sent Zach up there, and all he did was pilfer my videos that I did.
Wow.
I'm teasing, Zach. I love you. He came in hot, though, to breakfast, dressed to the nines, ready to go. And then I was like, hey, I'm going to go back to the hotel. I'm going to take a nap. All right? Within 30 minutes, where you at? Sleeping, dog.
I'm going to make I'm going to make a Phantom Menace reference here that you'll understand in Star Wars. You remember when Obi-Wan Kenobi and who was it? Anakin at the very end, where Anakin's like his Padawan at the very end of the movie.
Yeah.
And then Chancellor Palpatine comes over. He's like, oh, young Skywalker, we'll watch your career with great interest. That's Bonte with Zach whenever he's with them. Oh, Zach, we'll watch your career with great interest. We'll put a bow on this conversation.
But I think the boss was driving him nuts.
And it's all sponsored by Life Source Water Systems.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? Life Source believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade to a Life Source whole house water system. Clean water from every tap, no salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from one of our partners like Windsor One or Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey!
Join History San Jose for South Bay Flashback, Riffs, Rhythms, and Revolution. This new exhibit celebrates San Jose's forgotten music scene of the 1960s through over 200 show posters, artifacts, and stories. Whether you danced to these beats the first time around or you're discovering the roots of rock history, this free exhibit will take you back to this psychedelic moment. Now open select weekends at the Paseta House in History Park. Visit historysanjose.org or 408-287-2290 to plan your visit.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
It's about time your deliveries worked as fast as you do. Your jobs can't wait. That's why the Home Depot delivers women where you need it. Scheduled, next day, or even same day. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, this is Rob. This is Chase. And you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe and Joe.
Let's go. I was talking to you in the back. I was hitting the IFB button, producers in the back. That's where I was talking to you to. Come on.
So I went to a couple different parties before the game.
Did you?
Yeah,
You're
the 408
up there, huh?
The 408 crew is just incredible.
Well, real quick, we're bearing lead. How was the birthday party yesterday for Michelle?
It was good. It wasn't a party, but it was good.
Oh, good. Hey, Michelle, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Michelle.
Yes.
We love you. I love you. Here's Kyle Shanahan.
I do too.
Fake Kyle Shanahan in a mink coat.
Is it really? Hold on. You got to hand me this stuff. I got to see this. Oh, I can't do it.
I mean, come on, bro.
What is that, the Michelangelo where we almost touched God? Almost
Fake Kyle Shanahan.
Okay, there we go. Oh, my God. It looks just like him.
He sounds like him, too.
The ears. It looks
and then
just like him.
the whole 408 squad. Dude, they had some sweet outfits.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. 408 swag squad.
Are we in on
Where my Niners
Are
at?
we in on like the big fake chain
Oh,
thing?
it was incredible.
Everyone does it now.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
No. Niner fans do it.
No, they do.
Like no other.
But I see it everywhere now.
Look
the
at my
big
guy,
fake
408
chains.
swag.
Okay.
Look at these photos I'm showing you. I mean, these guys are decked out. Then there was a guy shirtless with gold and red braids.
Oh.
And a vest. No
Is that
shirt.
Riff Raff?
Just
Looks like him. Riff Raff.
He does look like Riff Raff. With a gold vest on, not a Niner one. And then one of my favorite ones, me taking a picture of Bonte.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, the king, no chariot on the field.
Yeah.
That jersey from a Seahawk fan. Are you blind?
Actually, I'm wearing contacts. I've been blind since like in second grade. So you know how like on contact lenses, like the higher the number, the worse your vision is. It's like -1, -2. I'm -4.5.
So this is number 69, and the name on the back was Raw Dog in it. It's pretty funny.
What does that mean? What does that mean, Joe?
DAWG.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Stop it.
And then the funniest guy driving around on like a motorized...
Joe, good luck finding some
I don't
friends.
even know what this is. It's like a motorized bicycle?
Oh, yeah. No, it's a motorized like...
How
it's
would
like
you
a
describe
cart.
that?
It's like a go-kart, kind of.
And I don't get it. He's got a giant helmet on, flags.
This is great for radio.
It's just, I'm trying to describe it. This El Camino that was decked out.
That's actually sick.
A really cool old El Camino that was decked out in blue and
Seahawks
green.
colors. Yeah, neon green.
Imagine, this is what I would describe to people who have never been to Seattle.
Well, I just am shocked they don't have a tailgate scene.
None.
Yeah.
He's a high-level loser, bro.
Imagine if the Giants, AT&T Park, whatever it's called now, Oracle, imagine if for like a 10-block radius around the stadium, everything was you can't drive in it.
Oh, that's kind of interesting.
So it's just like people just drinking, walking on the street.
But there's like shops and stuff. And,
No,
and
it's
like,
all bars.
And bars. Sorry.
Badass
That's what I'm
bars.
saying. But you can walk around.
Big brew halls.
Yeah.
And it's super badass. And like basically every business was thriving.
That's dope.
And, you know, there's this misnomer like, oh, you know, Seattle can get sketchy. Look, I'm sure there are sketchy parts of Seattle. And I'm sure there's a big, you know.
Like the Bay Area isn't, right? Like,
well, no.
Yeah.
What I'm getting is I saw no litter. I saw no homeless, like crazy encampments that are like a bunch of drug users and stuff. Like none of that. Like
you'll
whatever.
find bad parts everywhere.
Well,
of any
whatever's
city.
near the
Yeah.
stadium is beautiful. Like, honestly, they should be very proud of their city. It's a beautiful city. I was actually discussing it with the mayor of San Francisco, came up to my seats.
Oh, hold on. That last sentence was just big. I was actually discussing it with Mayor Daniel Lurie.
When he came to see us.
As he approached my seats.
He paid homage.
He did.
Came and saw us all.
Where was Mayor sitting? Come on. Where was he sitting?
I think he was sitting everywhere.
He was just everywhere.
I think he was everywhere.
He was kissing some babies, walking around, shaking hands.
And then the best part is, I think we all just assumed he took a private jet up there because he was like in Noe Valley at noon and then at the stadium.
There's no private jets for
That's
mayors.
what
Come on.
I was just thinking.
Please.
And then he was on my uncle's flight yesterday home.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. 888-957-9570. Speak now, forever hold your peace about this 41-6 loss. By the way, speaking of said loss, I have another little stat for you here. The Seahawks' 35-point win over the 49ers ties the largest intra-divisional postseason win of the Super Bowl era. The 1968 Raiders also beat the Chiefs by 35 points. So,
biggest divisional loss in the playoffs ever?
Well, the Niners got blown out by the New York Giants, and of course, David Lombardi couldn't help himself.
Oh, my.
He just couldn't help himself.
I saw that one.
But, no one wants to, in that game, Joe Montana got knocked out. Jim Burt almost killed him.
Correct.
The big takeaway from that game was, is Joe Montana going to be okay? I'm talking about live.
I also had Joe Montana.
Hospitalized.
I also have Joe Montana.
Who had 2 Super Bowls at the time.
So it's don't compare that to this.
Rookie Jerry Rice caught a slant early in that game, or maybe it was his second year, excuse me. And he caught a slant early in that game and fumbled. Just no one touched him. He was running on the ground and just fumbled the ball at the 4-yard line.
Speaking of the coach,
David Lombardi.
How are you processing this loss, Kyle Shanahan?
I'll process that over the next. I'm gonna process that a lot tonight. I'll do it a lot tomorrow. I'll do that over the next month. I mean, you think about the season always throughout the off season. Tonight's a little hard. I tried to articulate that to the guys so we didn't get caught up so much tonight. Like I said earlier, I'm very proud of a lot of guys in there, and we're extremely disappointed right now. But that doesn't take away for how I feel about the guys in there.
I've seen a lot of Shanahan criticism. Is it simply that the way that they got beat?
Yes.
Or is it the fact that they beat?
I don't think
they were beat.
Losing to the Seahawks wasn't, at the end all be all. They were touchdown favorites in Seattle. Seahawks were favored by a touchdown. That's a fact. That is. So they were the better team on paper heading into it.
By far.
So the fact that they lost is okay, well, I can understand.
Yeah, it's the way the ball was they didn't move the ball.
I literally just said it, Joe. It's the worst divisional playoff loss ever by point margin, 35 points. It's how you lost. And it's the special teams, too, which has been so, this is
No, my number one beef is the offense.
I know.
It's not even the defense right now.
It sucks that the special teams, that's what happened on the very first play, because special teams has been a bright spot for them for most of this season. It's been so much better than at any point in the Shanahan era this year's special teams. And I want to give a lot of credit to Grant Boyer, the special teams coach. And Eddie Pinheiro has been
they disappeared. But Joe, your offensive...
It's everything.
Look, I love Kyle, and sometimes guys have your number, but your offensive genius with this franchise quarterback got into the red zone essentially one time in a 3-week period against the same opponent twice.
Your offensive
one time
boy genius head coach scored 9 points in the last 2 meetings against this team.
Dude, the Eddie Pinheiro kick barely made it.
Barely made it.
The 50-something yard. Yeah, it's one thing if they would have thrown some picks in the end zone. Joe, they couldn't move the ball.
So it's not only that your defense gets shredded, it's that your offense did diddly poo. It's the way you lost.
See, to me, I think the offense is to me
no, but I think it's both. I know,
but I'm very eye-opening. Their offense, they have no weapons,
none. I mean, if Jake Tonjes is going to be your number one receiver, it's going to be a long day for you. And I like Jake. He can't be my number one receiver. He's a tight end, first of all. Juwan Jennings, who was bitching and moaning all offseason about getting extended. Oh, I was your number one last year. You were my number one for how many weeks this year?
And Lil, you have to let him walk. You cannot.
Yeah, I'm good off paying.
You can't bring him back.
Yeah, I'm good off.
And I'll get the comp pick when he goes in free agency. I'm not paying him money.
Kyle Juszczyk, it was great. He had an awesome game in Philadelphia. I will always love Juszczyk for that game. Him running over Reed Blankenship, it was awesome. But we're relying on him to fill the void of Kittle at times. Come on, man.
Well, it's unfair.
It's unfair.
But I would just say that the fullback is. They don't watch the game back. Watch their defense. When Juice goes in motion 2 or 3 times because he's done it a lot, they don't move. He doesn't move anyone on that team. It doesn't work against them. The fullback does not work against Seattle.
Shanahan was asked why this offense has struggled in 2 games versus the Seahawks.
Because they got a really good defense. They got a real good defense. I liked how we came to play in that first half a lot more. I thought we were much more ready. I thought we were moving the ball. But when you get stopped on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1, nothing counts for it. And then the next time up, we had a turnover with the fumble. And then when we got stopped on downs in the beginning of the 3rd quarter, then it was out of hand. And then we got away from the run, trying to get back into it. And that team doesn't give up big plays. That's why they're number 1 in the league over the last 2 years and not giving up big plays. And when you get down a lot, and it's going to be tough to get back if you can't generate those big plays.
I think about the 5 worst play calls from Kyle's entire career. And
the flea flicker? Is that one of them?
It's not even close. No, it's a 4th and 1 with Juice. Okay. It's just it's definitely in there.
The fullback option? What are we doing? This isn't college. This isn't Urban Meyer.
Well, another area where Mike McDonald, this is in the margins. In the 2 games in 3 weeks, he utilized multiple timeouts to set up his defense after looking at the formation of what Shanahan was going to do on a critical third or fourth down. Kyle doesn't do that.
And you know what? What was one of my talking points heading into this game, Joe? It was the difference in this game for me and why I felt the Niners were going to win was the experience factor of the head coach and the quarterback. Well, you didn't put the Sam Darnold in harm's way at all. You didn't put the game in his hands for him to have to win it. So that's, to the side. And then Mike McDonald, to your just point, he didn't look like a first-time playoff head coach. He didn't have any opportunities to say, wow, does he take a timeout here? Did he take a timeout? He took a timeout perfectly when he needed to because he got a turnover right after that. That was a win for him. And then he got a score right after that. I thought early on, I was like, man, I think he should have thrown the red hanky. I thought that was a fumble from Purdy on that very first snap on offense for the Niners. He didn't do that. I was like, wow, that's a rookie head coach. But you know what? There was no moment in that game where I felt like it was too big for Mike McDonald. And that shocked me. But that's also because the Niners didn't force pressure on them at all. They were too happy. It's 17-point lead in the first quarter.
Like, if there's one area that I'm looking at, clock management for the Niners.
Yeah.
And I'm nitpicking a lot.
Brock.
No, I'm nitpicking a lot. But, like, Brock didn't get out of bounds twice before halftime. And how many times in the final month of the year have they burned a timeout in the third quarter?
Oh.
On a delay game. We got to get these calls in.
Sean McVay did it too. Well, they're all just called in right during these rants.
No, I'm saying we got to get these calls in. I'm talking about the offensive coordinator has got to get the calls into the head coach, who's got to get it into, or the Purdy's headset, excuse me.
Well, they do that. I see this with the Rams too. McVay is very similar.
It's ridiculous.
What do you guys... That's screwed.
Guys, it's ridiculous.
Well, it screwed the Rams at the end of the half yesterday, where if they had a timeout, they could have ran another play, maybe got a touchdown. They're not worrying about the end of the game situation.
I think this week, write this down, Carter, for me to remember later. I need the top 5 worst calls of Kyle's career and see where I put that juice call. I'm dead serious. I mean, you got to have the Tyler Kroft, trying to block Hassan Reddick on there somewhere, right?
Well, 2 of these last 3 games have been 2 of the worst games I've ever seen from Kyle Shanahan as a head coach. Offensively, they're just atrocious. I already gave you the stat. He's coached 163 games with the Niners. He's been held under 7 points 4 times, 2 of them in this calendar year against the Seahawks. That the proof is in the pudding right there. Chris in San Jose. What's up, Chrissy?
Hey, Spadoni, Mr. Shafsky. Yeah, that was an utter beatdown, right? So we don't really need to go through, the 4th and 1 play where Kyle did the little pitch and it's a foo-foo play. It's like, come on, dude. Like, we don't need to go through all that. Shafsky, you've hit on it. I'm not trying to rile you up again. Well, maybe I am a little bit before the end of the show. But, you just, like you said, the last impact player they drafted is Brock Purdy. For everybody who wants to blame Brock Purdy, sure, his talent level may not be as elite as the other guys. But he, from my perspective at least, in any other organization where John and Kyle don't have the cred they have throughout the league, the Trey Lance debacle is a fireable offense. If they did not, or Brian Greasy or whoever, Brock Purdy literally saved these dudes' jobs. So that's 2022. You talk about that's the last meaningful player they drafted. Go to 2021. Like you said, didn't have a first-round pick because the Trey Lance thing was an utter failure.
Terrible.
They drafted Drake Jackson, who plays a couple of games for us. So that year they draft, I think, Trey Sermon in the 3rd round, Elijah Mitchell in the 6th round. These guys aren't in the NFL anymore. So I implore every single 49ers fan, I don't think too many people anymore are pumping John Lynch isn't an issue thing. But look at the draft. Look from the very beginning where they took Solomon Thomas 3rd overall. Look at the players drafted after him in that 1st round. Just look. So everyone, you talk about a guy like Upton Stout. Oh, he looks like a player because he's flying around. Well, someone's got to make the tackles. You don't have anybody out there. You don't have any talent. And he's 5'9". He gets burned out there. There's times throughout the game where he makes a big play, but he's getting killed for 3.5 quarters. So something, you came up with a good idea, Shafsky. You want to bring, John Lynch as the face of the franchise. He's a snake oil salesman. He can talk to people, right? He can talk to people. You need to remove him, Kyle, and whoever is making these decisions in the draft room, you need to take them out of it.
Yeah.
Because we have a decade now of utter failure in that draft room. You hit on Warner, you get credit for some of it.
Yeah.
But when you're missing on 1st, 2nd, and 3rd round picks for a decade straight, you got nobody to look at but yourself.
You know what?
I've been telling you guys
Chris?
all year long.
No, Chris. Oh, I didn't want to cut him off.
No, it's okay.
Here's the word I would use. I've been a part of many corporations that do this. It's called an organizational restructure. That's all I want right now.
What I was literally just thinking, I think you brought this up in the past. Why not, some Fugazi promotion? He's president or whatever.
Exactly.
Like what did the Atlanta Falcons?
He's a front-facing guy who's not making draft day decisions.
What did the Atlanta Falcons just do? They went and hired like a Matt Ryan as like one of their presidents or something faces. That's what the Raiders are doing with Tom Brady. Tom's not the GM. Now, he's going to have say in some stuff, like John Lynch still will. But at the end of the day, it's going to be an actual general manager that is knee-deep with all the scouts, doing all that stuff, making the selections.
Joe, McVay, I'm sure, like this whole final say, I'm sure McVay, if there's like a stalemate, I'm sure he's got influence.
Of course.
Les Snead is the one pulling the trigger.
Yes.
Now, I'm sure they're all on the page. John Schneider is pulling the trigger. I'm sure Mike McDonald has some influence. Like, there's too much. Kyle has too much control right now. He's a great game day caller, great play caller. The cupboard and the ingredients that are in the cupboard are barren. You need better ingredients.
I'm okay.
You're a great chef.
Yeah, I'm okay with an organizational reshift, like just like shifting of titles.
I'm redoing the
not saying, we're not saying fire John Lynch. I think he has been so invaluable for this team when it comes to an image perspective. He brings a level of respectability and leadership that you need in what was once viewed a toxic system and environment when Harbaugh left.
So we've now seen it. As bad as the Eagles' coaching might be, have they outdrafted the Niners the last 5 years?
Absolutely. I think they've outdrafted everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Have the Seahawks outdrafted the Niners the last 5 years? Yes. Have the Rams?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So those are all teams in the NFC. What about the Bears?
Ryan Poles, their GM over there. They got Darnell Wright, who's looking like a really good left tackle, right tackle.
I mean, Loveland looks pretty special.
Loveland looks pretty good.
You know?
I mean, they hit on Caleb Williams. Do they get credit for that?
Uh-huh.
Even though he was the consensus number 1 overall pick. There was chatter last year, though. Oh, should they have drafted Jaden Daniels? Oh, should they have drafted, Drake May?
So even if I give it a wash, I think because he's not the greatest. I don't want to pretend like Ryan Poles, but they're pretty good. What about, I'm trying to think of some of the other teams. What about the Packers lately? I think it's up for debate.
Well, they did make the big trade for Micah.
That's a good point. He got hurt.
And then they got hurt, though.
That's a good point.
Could that, but that's a risk involved in that when you give up all of that.
I agree.
And the guy
it's going to be hurting
ACL,
them.
You don't think they missed him in that playoff game against the Bears?
They missed him down the stretch. Big time.
I mean,
big time. How about Detroit?
Yeah, they've hit a lot.
They've hit a lot.
But now they're going to start reaping the kind of like the Niners, man in the mirror thing.
Yeah.
You need to start extending these guys and paying them, which they've done now. But who is the big guy this offseason that's going to be? Penei Sewell. That's the guy that they're going to have to lock into. And could he get in some finance? I don't know. So yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is that the Niners are in that second or third tier of teams in terms of drafting in the NFL. As long as you have Kyle and the quarterback, you're going to win a lot of games. But to go from kind of second, third tier NFC up to that top tier where those elite teams are, like the Eagles winning the Super Bowl last year, the Rams and the Seahawks this year, it is the GM.
Yep.
And it is the picking of the players. That's what's holding them back.
Let's go to Jaime in San Carlos. Wants to talk about the Niners and their need for a new philosophy. What's up, Jaime?
Shasky, Joe, Spadone, what's going on, guys? I got a question for you, Shasky. How old are you, bud, if you don't mind me asking?
43.
All right. What would Eddie D have done 3 years ago with Kyle?
Well, I mean, Eddie D was completely irrational and crazy. He probably would have threatened to fire him, if not already fire him.
Okay, so the Niners have a huge issue with, you're right, GM, but Kyle was never going to change his philosophy. And Brock is a good quarterback. Is he elite? No, not even close. Here's some stats for you. So with versus playoff teams, he was 4-3 this year, 18 points a game, 79 QBR rating. Versus non-playoff teams, he was 4-0, 38 points per game, 123 rating. Brock Purdy also had a passer rating in the playoffs of 52. He basically tied Jimmy G's rating versus the Packers versus Seattle. That's not good, man. And I know you guys want to say that, oh, well, he doesn't have any wideouts, he doesn't have this and that. But the first Seattle game, he had Kittle out there. He
only played a quarter.
He had CMC. You're right, but the other philosophy is we have no offensive line, and he keeps trying to draft guys that are small, and they're getting mauled out there. What did Ben Johnson do? The first thing you guys were talking about the Bears. What did he do when he got to Chicago? What did he draft? He entrenched the offensive line because he knows it's in the trenches, and Kyle's too stubborn that he's never going to do it. If Sean McDermott just got fired, Kyle's got to go. I think he gets 1 or 2 more years and he's gone. To me, if not, you guys are going to have to. What's the definition of insanity?
Jaime, you're comparing Sean McDermott never reaching a Super Bowl to Kyle that's reached 2, though?
Yeah, but so do you guys want to be bridesmaids or do you guys want to actually get married?
Okay, well, were they the better team in either of the Super Bowls? Like Jaime, I hear you on this, but also Kyle Shanahan has literally had a top 3 coaching season of my lifetime this year. Let's have some perspective. Like seriously, come on, people. Let's have perspective on what we just saw. We literally were crowning this guy a week ago with one of the greatest wins we've ever seen against the defending Super Bowl champions in Philadelphia. Now you got to fire him? Come on, man.
Well, this is a fan base that grew up where, well, just hear me out. I'm not saying fire him.
No, I know you're not.
This is a fan base that grew up with George Seifert was given the team that Bill Walsh created. Bill was told he was going to get fired, and they went on and won the Super Bowl. And he still had to step down.
Yep. I hear you.
And then George Seifert won a Super Bowl in 94, couldn't get past the Packers, and got fired 3 years later.
Do you think Sean McDermott and Kyle Shanahan are like...
No, they're not on the same. They're not on the same. No, I am taking Shanahan, and I think the whole league is time and time again. There is an element that I think as we talk about just the Seahawks that we haven't brought up yet. On March 8th, 2022, what did the Seahawks do?
March 8th, 2022, trade Russell Wilson?
Mm-hmm. There you go. It's a blockbuster deal.
It was. What'd they get in return?
A lot of picks.
Geno Smith.
Multiple firsts.
It
allowed them to be aggressive.
Yeah.
Recoup stuff back for a failed Jamal Adams trade.
Yeah.
And then they brought in, Geno Smith.
Yes.
I don't know if we have that trade chip in us. That's why I'm suggesting, I do think the Niners need to look hard in the mirror and figure out, how can we get more picks and who's going to make those picks? Because the Niners ended up facing the Seahawks in that round 1 in the following year after Russ left. And the Niners blew the doors off the Seahawks.
It was close, late third, and then they ended up pulling, they smashed them.
They blew the doors. Yeah. But the Seahawks went, and that was the rookie year of Jackson Smith-Njigba, Devin Witherspoon. They made some really difficult personnel decisions, trading away DK Metcalf.
Got rid of their Hall of Fame coach.
Yes.
Pete Carroll, gone.
And then
Geno.
moved off Geno.
Just look at the compare and contrast this year. Seattle and Las Vegas. It's not even close. Come on.
But I guess what I'm saying is that they looked they looked themselves in the mirror, and the very next year they drafted Byron Murphy. They drafted offensive lineman. They drafted a linebacker. Took a tight end. They knew they needed to be more explosive. The Niners have been so status quo for so long. I think they got to have a really bold offseason. I think they need to look at anything, whatever can get them a big-time deal in return, and then they need to figure out who's going to be making these picks.
Scared money don't make money. And last year, I think we were all in agreement, hey, it was a drama-free offseason for the most part. I know the Juwan Jennings thing. You locked up your leaders of the team. We all thought that was the right move. And I think we were all in agreement. You know what? I give that a B+ offseason. They did what they needed to do. Yeah. They're not going to go out and overspend. It was kind of a recalibration. I think you need to be a little bold after a loss like that.
But I'm not saying trade Purdy.
No. I that feels reckless. I wouldn't do that.
I think you need to hey, Trent, how many more years you got? You got 1, 2?
Yeah.
I think we're going to deal you. All right? Hey, Bosa, if you put Bosa on the open market right now, is he the guy who gets you the most back in return on this team?
If you put Bosa on the market, does he get the most? Probably. Because how old is he? 28? Something like that. He's coming off an ACL, though, and he's had multiple ACL injuries. That would scare the hell out of me if I'm another GM. I think Fred should be up there, personally.
So if you were to bet right now, Bosa, DPOY candidate the next 3 years?
No. I think it's too loaded of a position.
And I know these things sound absurd, but I think the Niners need a jolt. I think they need to shake some things up. I think it would really, they need to stop with the past and worry about how they're going to put pressure on the quarterback moving forward.
So you think you would entertain trading Nick Bosa?
I'm entertaining everything.
Okay, all right.
Whether that means if Burrow's out there, Justin Jefferson's out there, moving guys on your team to get picks, there's nothing that I'm beyond looking at.
Well, Brock Purdy thinks this team can win the Super Bowl next year.
I really do believe that, we have the right guys, man. Obviously, it didn't end the way we wanted it to, but I really do think that with some guys getting healthy and what we stand for and how we always bounce back, I feel like our backs were against the wall really all season with guys going down, but we always found a way. And so I think once we're, 100% and feel good about ourselves and learn, then we'll be just fine.
Quarterback thinks they have the right players on there, but, I think that's a little coach speak, if you will, saying, hey, I love the guys we have here. We were so close. And
look, they had a great year,
but
who's the young guy that's ascending?
I mean,
let's say the Seahawks year ended. Let's just say, hypothetically, the Niners found a way to pull off the miracle. And I'm a Seahawks fan. It's like,
Eamon Moore.
God, Ewan Moore had a great rookie year. Yeah. Look at our offensive line. Kenneth Walker really had a great year. Charbonnet led the NFL in touchdowns. Exactly. The defense is like really coming on. Yeah. Wow, Witherspoon is turning into a Pro Bowler. And there is so much. Look at the Niners right now. Where's CMC at?
I thought Lenore overall had a good year. I will give him that. Well,
he's a guy that I just don't want to hear him talk right now.
No, I understand.
He's got to read the room a little.
But I thought he overall had a pretty good year when everyone else kind of fell off around him, as far as veterans. He stepped up. I felt like.
Okay.
But
so you feel good about a cornerback?
I feel good about a corner. I feel okay about Upton Stout, but again, as you mentioned, he's a situational guy. I feel okay about Alfred Collins. I do. Ascending. See, that's a word that is very difficult because when you say ascending, they're going to take the next level next year. I'm allowing for the possibility.
Who are the Seahawks we want you and we're replacing our guy with you? Darnold and Purdy?
Yes, I think they would take Brock Purdy over Sam Darnold. At this point, are you taking CMC over Kenneth Walker?
I
know he just had, that sounds insane. He had an all-pro season. I'm just looking at the explosiveness of both those guys. It's night and day. I mean,
but I think Niner fans are having a real hard time assessing the reality of where we're at today. And I think you need to look like it's a young man's game. It's like boxing.
You're taking Fred Warner, by the way. You are absolutely taking Fred Warner. Yes.
Jones has been a baller.
Fred Warner, you're taking.
All right.
You are. I'm also taking Giovanni in Richmond. What's up, Gio?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What you got, man?
That game the other night, that was just depressing. But, they don't call us the faithful for no reason. So what I want to know is, what do you guys think we need to do is to be contenders and to compete with Seattle and the Rams next year?
Thank you for calling. It's what we've been talking about. You need to nail the draft and the offseason and the free agency. You need to get better. Just look at the Seahawks and what they do well. Go do that. And then you'll be set. And I don't want to get it twisted here. There's so many teams this offseason in particular. 10 openings. 10. So there are teams that need a head coach. There are teams that need a quarterback. There are teams that need both. You have your head coach and you have your quarterback. But it's the other things that need to get leveled up.
Who's his number one target heading into next year?
Well, it's not George Kittle because he's going to be hurt.
Okay. Who's his number one target heading into next year?
Christian McCaffrey. Yeah. No, I'm serious. It's Christian McCaffrey. That your running back is your number one target. It's not Ricky Pearsall. It's not Juwan Jennings. It's not DeMarcus Robinson. It's Christian McCaffrey. And that's a problem. I mean, do we have to play this out one more time? Listen to Christian McCaffrey reflect on this season after the loss on Saturday.
This was one of the hardest years of my life, and everything that happened to me last year, and kind of had to overcome a lot of odds. And from the time January 1st happened, I was rehabbing and working my butt off every single day. My wife went through it. There was not a lot of time off. And so, again, I think it's obviously we're not proud of the way it ended, but when I look back at all the people that helped me out and the people that were with me every step of the way and believed in me when a lot of people didn't. I appreciate that, and really grateful for my family, my friends, and everybody in that locker room. But again, it's just hard to process everything right now. Right now, it just sucks to lose, but go hang out with those guys and on the plane and process it how we will.
Hardest year of his life.
The more I hear that, the more I'm like, dude, is this guy walking away? Because
Would you blame him if he wanted to?
Well, I think about like when you just have a child and you spend so much time at work. I get it. We all have felt that guilt at different points in our careers. Now imagine you're him rehabbing from what he has, and he's made a lot of money. She's worth a lot of money. He's
5-time All-Pro. He's done it at the highest level. He's an offensive player of the year.
It felt like he was just kind of soaking in the moment and like not ready to announce it. Maybe I'm getting way ahead of myself.
I mean, the guy had like 500 touches.
It's got a very. This year, I know a lot of people I was very proud of them. Very proud of them. Final thoughts.
Let's hit it. Let's go.
Blow it up. It's a little too premature, but I'm super happy and proud of the team in many ways. But until I see like real growth from a lot of the younger players, like real growth, there's a lot of 2021 Giant vibes with this team this year. I'm not sure how much carries over to next year.
I don't want that. No. You think higher of Kyle Shanahan than you do Gabe
No, I love
Kapler.
Kyle. Of course I love Kyle. I'm just talking about like, think about how little carryover there was. If, like when Posey retired, it was like, whoa. It was like a gut punch. Like, this is over.
Sure. But part of why you also thought it was Fugazi, you never really trusted Farhan. You never really trusted.
No, I agree, but I don't really
Gabe Kapler.
I don't really trust John Lynch drafting now.
But I trust John Lynch,
of course,
infinitely more than I ever did.
It's not like for like. I'm saying it.
The feel of it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to tell you how to feel. I'm not. That's not my job.
And don't forget, like Crawford and Belt and Posey, those guys actually won championships.
This was a hell of a year for the 49ers, though. Like, my final thought is this has been an unbelievable season. Coaching job. We all thought the high watermark of this team was 10 and 11 wins. You had an opportunity to have the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. Came short. Went on the road. Defending champion. Place we all hate. Love to hate, quite frankly. Philadelphia. You beat them. Brock Purdy putting the team on his back. Kyle Shanahan. All of it. You win that game in that fashion, and you allowed yourself to believe that, man, maybe this team could host the Super Bowl. In a year where everything went wrong, it goes right for Kyle Shanahan getting a Super Bowl, or at least hosting one. Didn't happen. The reality set in on Saturday night in Seattle. And reality is often disappointing. I think Thanos once said that once upon a time. And it was. And I think that's the right emotion. You can feel disappointed. I'm not going to be angry, though. That was a hell of a season. Hell of a season for Kyle Shanahan and 49ers. They should be proud of what they did, is what I'm going to say. They should be, Carter.
Yeah, my final thought is pretty simple on the game. They're bigger, they're faster, and they're stronger than you, period.
Out-hit us so hard.
They literally, when they hit you, you drop. When we hit them, it takes 3 people. I mean, period. I want to leave the show with some optimism, though. A stat that I got from a good friend, Terry Ward, okay? The last time the Patriots made the Super Bowl, the Warriors made the finals. The last time the Broncos made the Super Bowl, the Warriors made the finals. The last time the Seahawks made the Super Bowl, the Warriors made the finals. And the last time the Rams made the Super Bowl, the Warriors made the finals.
So lock it in?
Lock it in.
So J.K. is leading them to a championship?
Where's Jimmy Butler?
Dude, there was a guy serving hot dogs on the street. There's like a street vendors. He's like, Shasky, I watch you up here all the time.
Wait, was it the bacon wrap dogs?
Yeah. And he was like going off. He's like, where's JK going? Who are we getting? Who are we getting? And I was like, what?
We're Niners Seahawks. Where's Kuminga going?
Ask my Uncle Danny. He was like, he literally ran around the corner with us as I was walking in the direction, asking me about JK. It's like, dude, I don't care.
I'm out. Just please. You wake me when he's traded. That's what you wanted to say.
Like, he might stay the rest of the year with the Warriors. He was like, no! You were the chosen one.
Honestly, I hope it happens. What's up? What's up, Ken? What you got?
Yeah, my final thoughts about Brock Purdy. I mean, we've been circling around this, but just all the people that have been down on him and like the vultures right now that are going, well, you see what Brock did? Dude, this guy has overcome so much. Aside from him and from Christian McCaffrey, this guy has come back. We didn't know with his turf toe how long that was going to linger. We didn't know if people were saying that Mac Jones should start the rest of the year. This guy came out and he balled. So, like, I don't understand what else he could have done on Saturday, but I thought he was one of the better players out there when really nobody seemed to perform.
I agree.
I agree. And you know what? Another final thought. Let's go, Miami. Pull this out. Pull this one out for Sam Lubman and Papa Lubman.
And because now that I know Zach's a huge Indiana fan, it's like, Zach, I don't want you to win.
You want Mendoza to look like
I want you lingering around
Let Joe
the
nap.
Indiana locker room.
Yeah, Mendoza wins the Heisman and the national championship after transferring. That'd be really fun.
Yep, it would be. And then the number 1 overall pick. Wouldn't that be something?
Cherry on top.
By the way, 24 years ago today, the Tuck rule. Steiny and Goo next. Fremont Bank, here for you. Here for good.
John Mellencamp. Dancing Words Tour, the greatest hits. August 12th. Shoreline Amphitheater. Tickets on sale Friday, January 23rd at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. John Mellencamp. Dancing Words Tour, the greatest hits.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data to H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor One and Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, schedule, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
We weren't able to get it done.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
It's Rashid Shaheed. There's a Steve Shaheed breaks through. Still going. A flag flies. Shaheed's going to take it all the way. Let's see if it stands.
It stood. Yeah. And it got worse from there, ladies and gentlemen. 49ers get beat in the divisional round 41-6 to the Seattle Seahawks in Seattle. Started bad, got worse, and, now we take stock in a season where they finished 12-5, won a playoff, and lost a playoff. What's up, Goo? How you doing, man?
Man, I thought I'm hanging in, Steiny, but playoff football is over in the Bay, and I didn't see that one coming. And I will say this because it's kind of funny. You probably won't remember this. Before I got out of here last Friday, you talked about the NFC Championship game against the Dallas Cowboys here. And Guy McIntyre was held on the first play of the game. Steve Young hit Jerry Rice for 80 yards. He got called back. So when I saw Shaheed running, it wasn't the NFC Championship game, down the sideline, a flag came out, Steiny. And I'm thinking, bring it back. And it was actually on Pinero for tripping. But, man, that set the tone, and they got blew out, Steiny. That was a massacre, man, 41-6. I didn't have that on the bingo card.
Well, I mean, that's 2 games in a row by Seattle where they pretty much handled you. This was the game where they actually scored, though.
54-9 in 2 games, Seattle outscored you.
Yeah, so, the 49ers, all the cliches are true. the injuries probably caught up to them. Their defense was not what it was supposed to be. They were missing some weapons, this, that, and the other thing. And I just think they ran into a buzzsaw, and they were overmatched, and they've been overmatched by Seattle for the last 2 games. I mean, that's one of those things where they might play 10 times, and I don't know if the Niners can get one against them with this particular personnel.
And now I promise you, I had that same thought, and again, we got into words or whatnot in regard to describing this season, and it was a surprise that the Niners even got this far. But the bottom line is, this Seattle team, they lead in pressure rate. They allowed the least points in the NFL defensively, and they opened a can of whoop ass on you, in the most important game Saturday night. And I just say that the Niners now have to go to the lab, Stoney, knowing that this team, if you want to get back and win it all and get back to the Super Bowl, you got to go through them and the other team from your division that will be taking on Seattle next Sunday, and that's the Rams. But I'm just shocked because how fond and all the superlatives I was giving Kyle, his brilliance in this offense, and Stoney, that just got threw out the window because it goes to how dominant this Seattle defense is, to where Sam Darnold only threw the rock 17 times for a measly 124 yards, but it was good enough because this offense, again, Stoney, was shut down, and that's the surprising end of the season for me, is in totality, these 8 quarters against the Seahawks, 4 at home, they dominated you.
Yeah, and
they just did.
And that's the part where you got to figure Kyle Shanahan's got to make an assessment about this team right now, and that's, you played Seattle 2 games and you didn't score a touchdown against them in either of those games. And even in the first game, you only managed 17 points. So, if you look at this 49er team offensively, bottom line is they're not going to have Ayuk. Their best receiver right now is Juwan Jennings. We don't know about Ricky Pearsall, if he's durable enough, if he's good enough.
Yeah.
McCaffrey's going to be coming off a monster season where he touched the ball a lot. But I'm surprised that Kyle Shanahan couldn't score a touch. A Kyle Shanahan team couldn't score a touchdown against the Seahawks in 2 games. I mean, that just, should that really happen if you have your starting quarterback, your MVP candidate at running back, you got Ricky Pearsall back, you had Trent Williams playing. I'm not saying you should have won that game, but I thought the offense would be able to click a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm with you, and that's the big project, right, is I sat here, who did we have on last week? Chad Brown's, Donnie, and I told him, this offensive line's not getting enough kudos. And, I said that through the prism of what they were able to do against who they had played, but this was it. Seattle is the damn near 2000 Ravens, the one of the best defensive units of all time. One of them. I mean, they're having that type of special season. But, man, you can't tell me Ricky Pearsall, who I thought was a big key, to this said game, Stoney plays in his goose eggs, doesn't catch a ball, and you give up the touchdown to Rashid to set the tone, and then here come the Niners that convert a first down. Purdy rolls right. I think he hit Tonjes for a first down. I'm like, okay, this is the Niner offense. This is already better than a couple Saturdays ago. And then 3rd and 1, you run up the middle. McCaffrey gets nothing. 4th and 1, and I got to get this off my chest because I put it on Twitter, Stoney. You didn't see it. I think Kyle Shanahan, forget the loss, had his worst play call of his career with the Niners. The 4th and 1, going to the short side of the field, giving it to Juszczyk to pitch to McCaffrey and Stoney. I'm like, tricks are for kids. That worked against Sirianni, but, they had actually converted the 4th and 1. It didn't count. Seattle called the timeout. That's another story. But I thought that was just a synopsis of what was in store. And that was a horrible call, Stoney. I didn't like it. But any way you look at it, partner, they got whooped, and they got a problem in regard to Seattle and the Rams moving forward. I know we'll get to that later, but I am stunned they didn't get in the end zone.
Yeah, and it's funny because I actually thought there was a bunch of stuff that happened in this game that is real interesting to talk about. But when you lose 41-6, I think people have a tendency to say, well, it didn't matter anyway. We're going to get blown out. I didn't like them going for it.
Oh.
On 4th and 1 at midfield, down 7-0, because, again, you don't get that. And
can you really rely on the D, though, Stoney? That's where I was. Wouldn't we? Go ahead. You're talking.
Can you really rely on the D? Well, they deferred, so they were ready to rely on the D to start the game.
Yeah.
I'm just, again, they turned the ball, like they had 4 turnovers. They had 3 turnovers on downs.
Purdy got crushed by Lawrence on the first series, Donnie. I thought it was a fumble, it was an incompletion, but it was reminiscent of Reddick hitting him. I'm like, is he hurt? But that's how dominant this Seattle front is, man. So the games are won in the trenches, and right now the Niners are light in both.
Yeah, I mean, so they get stopped on a 4th down. It gives Seattle a short field. Boom, it's 10-0, just 10 minutes into the game. Then you start your next drive, Tonjes fumbles, and
that was big,
they take it in, and it's 17-0 before the first quarter ends. Early in the second quarter, now you have 4th and 3 where you're down 17-0, and you take a Pinheiro field goal. I didn't say they should have gone for it, but that's where I was thinking about it, down 17-0. Nevertheless, they get 3.
I understood it. Yeah.
They hold again. Pearsall can't hold on to a 3rd down ball. He drops it. If he catches it, it's a 1st down. Maybe they can get in, and it's 17-10. They have to take a field goal at 17-6, and then Seattle scores before the half. And again, like these, you could say just, a half dozen plays. They get a hold on Seattle. They're getting ready to get the ball back, but there's a hold on Jordan Elliott. Yeah. 1st down, Seattle leads to a Kenneth Walker touchdown, and now it's 24-6, and now you're just in a big hole. So.
Yeah, and the worst part, nowhere up against it. The worst part, Stoney, is everything we saw a couple Saturdays ago. Wouldn't you say kind of just reared its head again, and just in a worse way, especially the score for Seattle? Ran the ball, Kenneth Walker, 6.1 yards a pop.
I mean, yeah, they were handled 2 games in a row, and the 5 or 6 plays they had that might have been able to keep them in it, they couldn't make. Tonjes, Hail Mary at the end of the half.
Well,
thought he was going to catch that. He's got it right here.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, they get beat 41-6 to the Seattle Seahawks. And they've got to face the prospects that one of those teams may actually win the Super Bowl in your home building. Yeah. But let's talk a little bit about Saturday's game and the season in whole. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by DAZN.
2 global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden. Here we go. Tiafimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
Oh, yeah, it's your boy Guru, and we're back. And the big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash out in America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the corner in our backyard, that also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. So close the season out right with Prize Picks by, get this, getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks is available right here in California, and I've downloaded the app, and I've been playing ever since. And I know the Niners lost in Seattle, but not all was lost, because Jake Tonjes had more than 37 receiving yards, ending the day with 59. And new feature alert, Prize Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Download the Prize Picks app today and use my code GURU957 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code GURU957 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Yes!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Granger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hola, amigos! It's the big noise, Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
My Lowe's Pro Rewards members go big during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Get member volume discounts plus an extra 5% off eligible orders with a quote of $2,000 or more. Plus, buy more and save more with up to 25% off DWV pipes when you spend $250 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/23. Exclusions, more terms and restrictions apply. Can't be combined with any contract or special pricing. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Music legend John Mellencamp is coming to the Bay Area on August 12th at Shoreline Amphitheater. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com for your chance to win tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Over the middle there, good throw and catch. It's Tonjes who lost the football and is picked up by Julian Love. Seattle's got it. Oh, what a start.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Burkhardt and Brady, Fox Sports. Jake Tonja's fumble. They were down 10-0.
Yeah, that was a killer.
And that led to another touchdown. That made it 17-0, and the 49ers were behind the 8 ball from the get-go.
Speaking of which, Donnie, their first 4 drives, check this out. Turnover on downs, fumble, as you just mentioned, and 2 field goals. I mean, it's early. You're trying to set a tone, but that ain't going to get it done.
No, it's not. And they, it was a carbon copy of 2 weeks ago, except that Seattle scored.
The bank was open.
They scored yesterday, and they made the Niners pay for just kind of not being. I mean, is that all talent? If you're a 49er fan, it's just, they're healthy and the 49ers are not healthy, and there was just too much of a talent discrepancy. Is that all we're talking about here, or is there more there?
There's more there, and, we'll get to it. But I don't know what else we need in regard to proof as far as the Seattle Seahawks is currently constructed in the Niners, Donnie. The Niners need some weaponry. They need somebody to scare Seattle, and the Niners need to figure out their run game. And I brought up that last segment. I brought up that Kyle play. But in no way, shape, or form, and nobody's wrote this, Donnie, am I bashing Kyle? I'm giving them love and the team for getting to where they got to. But I think it's obvious now when you go into a game like this, and I tell you Brock Purdy is going to have more rushing yards, Donnie, on 6 less attempts than McCaffrey. Brock Purdy had 37 yards on the ground and McCaffrey's 35. But that was something we saw all season. But the Niners were able to overcome it. Shout out Happy MLK Day. And against a defense like this, they couldn't run. And Steiny, we have 8 quarters as evidence. So to me, this is about the Niners going to the lab to see what they can do. And if it's in the trenches, so they can find out why they can't run the ball like they used to. But, I mean, Seattle was suffocating from the gate.
Yeah, and the part I look at is I know the 49ers have been hit by injuries, but – okay, their offensive line was completely intact. Their quarterback was healthy. Their running back was healthy. Now, they were missing their tight end, George Kittle, but he missed a bunch of games, and Tonjes had filled in and looked pretty good. Hurt or not, they had their number 1 receiver, Pearsall, and Jennings. Like, those are their one, whether Pearsall's the 1 or 2, it doesn't matter. Pearsall and Jennings are their top 2 receivers. Yeah. So they had their top 2 receivers. They were missing Kittle. They had their complete offensive line, and they had McCaffrey. So, like, I don't understand why the offense was that thwarted. If Kyle Shanahan is, capable of calling a game like we know he's capable of calling a game.
But can he block, Steiny? Because now I think that's an issue.
But wait a minute. Again, I'll say it again. Their line was intact. Their line had no injuries. Their quarterback, 8 or 9 of 11 guys on offense were starters. So we got to figure out why we only scored 6 points yesterday and 3 points 2 weeks ago when we weren't decimated offensively.
No, I'm going to steal your material, Stoney. I think what's apparent to me now is, as great as the regular season was, the one right on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control was the Niners running game, regardless of who they were playing. It just never got going, but it wasn't an Achilles heel. It didn't prevent them from winning, games and getting to this plateau. So I think now moving forward, that's not good enough if it's about getting number 6 for the Niners, And you're right. They were relatively healthy up front, and this is the second game. And I know a couple Saturdays ago they didn't have Trent, but this one really sticks out because they did have Trent, and Trent was talking, Stoney, like they were playing with house money, if you agree with that or not. But the bottom line is they need some upgrades to me, unless you're going to tell me you think McCaffrey is taking a step back. And I don't think that to be the case. Well, they got to get more explosive on the outside, and you got to find a way, Stoney, if it's draft, free agency, or what, to get more push up front so you can sustain drives and look like the Niners you did a few years ago.
I mean, this is where, I guess we can say McCaffrey's not lost a step, but I think he's lost a step.
Right.
He's just, he was not as explosive this year as he's been in the past. Does that mean he's not very good? No, it means he's still really good. But when you're one of the best and you get older, then if you're a top 5 or top 10, you're just not given the production that you normally have. And you can throw 1,000 at me all you want, but the reality is Christian McCaffrey didn't run the ball. The 49ers, let's put it that way, didn't run the ball well this year, and they had to utilize McCaffrey in the passing game.
He's your best offensive player, though, partner,
Yeah.
Right now.
Maybe that's your problem.
No, I hear you.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland.
Hey.
What's up, Antonio? How you doing, man?
Oh, man, that was such a horrific game, man. When they got a freaking kick return for touchdown, I had Desmond Howard 1996 vibes with the Green Bay Packers losing to them, man. I'm like, oh, it's over now, man. Especially if we don't score a freaking touchdown right away, and we lack separation. We lack all these, offensive linemen not being drafted high, because Shanahan feels that he could just make any 5th, 6th round offensive lineman great. Now, the Niners who draft great late, other positions, but not offensive line, man. You got to draft those guys high. But this year, I wanted to draft wide receiver Denzel Boston because he's a 6'4" guy, create separation, all that, man. That's what we got to do. But, no pass rush either. It's like no pass rush, can't get interceptions. We definitely need our main players to beat them because Seattle's definitely dominant, but it is what it is now. I just want to go to the lab, get, probably sign that free agent center from the Ravens named Tyler Strontenbaum or something. Yeah, we got to get him, man. If we can get that, then draft a receiver first round, draft a tight end second round, we'll be back in business. Get Brock Purdy all the weapons we can get.
All right, Antonio, thank you.
Yeah, and Stoney, that's why I think, early in the game, you're down 7-0 on that, on that kickoff return by Shaheed. And I just think it was symbolic of the lack of confidence Kyle had in that O-line. 3rd and 1, McCaffrey gets snuffed. Okay, it happens. But the 4th and 1 to run to the outside, to the short side of the field, and basically get cute, Stoney, that was a message that he knew or didn't trust his O-line. Talking about Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, I never know, how to look at those plays, whether they're wrong because they didn't make it or they were wrong just because it was a bad play call.
You didn't like him going for it.
Well, I didn't. I certainly didn't want to put the ball in Juszczyk's hands. And he was no factor in that game, which makes it 2 games in a row. Juszczyk really, how do you explain that? Like, Juszczyk's a factor against the Eagles, but then 2 weeks ago and Saturday, he can't play in that game. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. I think we know and Evan spoke to it before the show. It's not in the green room. I think one thing we know this Monday morning is there's classes in the league, right? And Philadelphia, they're doing everything on reputation, but they're not the caliber of defense or team that the Seattle Seahawks are. Shocker. But maybe that's why he was effective more so against the Eagles. And then you play Seattle, and you kind of get what we get, 41-6, and that's sobering, man.
Shanahan was asked if this loss is going to linger.
No, it's a loss. It's very understandable to see how it got away. We'll do that from a football standpoint, and you evaluate that throughout the offseason. But it was a tough playoff loss, but definitely don't make more of it than what it was. It was a loss.
Yeah, it was. Guess he's saying, 41-6 or 7-6. Does it really matter?
I mean, I can look at Butch, Bonte, and all my guys, 49er Frankie and Carter and all the Niner fans here. I'm sure it matters to them that you're in the game, but I get the gist of it. A loss is a loss. But, you wanted to show and send Seattle a message and the NFC West, we're not going anywhere even if we're injured. And now, I'm trying to save myself because it's hard to do, Stoney. They may come back with guys obviously, Fred Warner, who was close to coming back if they would have kept going, so that's good news, right? Bosa, wait and see. But what if Robert Saleh's up out of here, which it looks like he has a good chance to get a new job? That throws a monkey wrench in everything. But you still got to improve these trenches, man, on both sides of the ball. That was apparent to me with the 2 games against Seattle.
All right, so you need an offensive line, a defensive line, and everybody's going to say, for sure, receivers now. It's interesting the way,
and
now all of a sudden,
McCaffrey, Stoney, that workload, you don't want to keep doing that, do you?
I don't think you're going to be able to do that. again. I mean, you're going to use him for 400 touches again next year. The other thing is I think this team's got. Okay, so we got Fred Warner coming back. Hopefully he can be Fred Warner.
Right.
Bosa, to me, I don't know when he's coming back. Is he going to miss some games? Kittle, how many games is he going to miss next year? We also got an issue with Ricky Pearsall.
No doubt about it.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, here's the other thing, and he's hurt, he was banged up, but you can't. Like, this is what is kind of, the 49ers, how can they win without Pearsall? Well, Pearsall played. He didn't catch a ball. He didn't catch one pass. How does that happen? How does that happen? Yeah. How does Ricky Pearsall play and not make one catch?
Stoney, if I had the answer, I would be sitting across from you, but I'm feeling that. And is that a Ricky Pearsall problem? Is that a Kyle Shanahan problem? And I'm sure Brock Purdy, if he was open, would have threw it to him. But let's be honest, Donnie, he was under Brock Purdy duress just like he was a couple Saturdays ago, and no excuses. That's 4 turnovers for Brock Purdy in 2 playoff games. I hadn't heard a lot of that. Those are just stats. But this was one of those games where normally, because you kind of alluded to it, Stoney, if it was closer, would you feel better? And I think Niner fans would, but I will say this. This was one of those games, Stoney, to where there wasn't one play that sticks with me to where I'm like, man, if that wouldn't have happened, maybe they got action. I mean, that's how thorough of a butt whooping it was.
Yeah.
But if you're the Niners, are you going to, and I'm sure they're not, are you going to go to the lab and say, man, we really shocked the world by getting to where we got? Or the reality check of we're not on that level, we're not close, and I think they need some youth on this team moving forward, and we'll see Renardo Green, the Upton Stouts, and the Seagulls of the world, how they manifest in their maturation process. Again, I'm not trying to worry anybody, but Stoney, I think if you were asking me if Robert Saleh's going to be back, I don't think he is. Then we saw how much of a nightmare it was with Sorensen and Wilkes. So a bunch of question marks as every team has in the offseason. But I'm looking at you dead straight in your face. I didn't see 41-6 at all. I just didn't.
888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, there was a time last week when I was thinking maybe the one thing we're not allowing for is the Niners just to get absolutely handled again. But I didn't think it would look like 41-6. Yeah. I thought getting handled would look like 27-9 or something like that. But I'm telling you right now, you can say whatever you want about that game yesterday, but you got to be kidding me that this offense didn't score a touchdown against this team in 8 quarters. And
that's a problem.
And you're starting, you missed a guy. You were missing a couple guys on offense, but that's it. Let's go to Jason in Concord. Hey, Jason, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, guys, people out there, they just need to relax a little bit. Me personally, I'm satisfied with the season overall, considering how we had to deal with all these injuries. I'm just mad the way we lost. It's terrible. Our team right now, I agree, we're third in the division and probably not far off from being the Cardinals. But yet, saying that, we're not too far off from being up top and competing. We just need to add up. We need to improve. We need to get us a true wide receiver. We just don't have one right now. We saw what Pearsall can do. I know we get him healthy next year in terms of defense. Bosa and Frank, hopefully they can do what we think they can do, but we still need to add on the O-line, hopefully hit on a lottery pick, somebody that can help us right away. And you know what? Go get us an A.J. Brown, man. He's not happy out there. We need a true wide receiver. We just need to add. Hopefully everybody get healthy, and we back on track. That's just the way I look at it.
That's cool. Appreciate it, Jason in Concord. He said he's satisfied. The one thing, I don't know how close they are. That's where, if people say, well, they're close. Are they?
Well, what do you consider close now?
I don't know.
Because that wasn't close twice against, a top-tier defense, and that's how I've always judged Kyle Shanahan, and rightfully so, and this offense on. But, man, Stoney, I'm telling you, if being close is what gets you, then kudos to you for enjoying the season. And I understand it because I'm in that camp. But for you to pose that question, how close or far are, I think they're further than closer. And I think we got 8 quarters against Seattle to go off of.
Yeah, I mean.
Or how, and maybe there's 2 ways to skin a cat. How else would you kind of trick the formula or equation to say, nothing to see here?
I don't, I wouldn't. I mean, if I said, if I asked you right now, and I don't want to get too far ahead, but 49ers going to make the playoffs next year?
I would say yes.
I would say, who knows? I would say
I'm confident in that.
Absolutely. One. Okay, so then, just that means you think they're close. Because if they're a playoff team, I don't need to get hammered down in that, but I don't know if they're a playoff team.
Well, they're going to have a tougher schedule than this year. That's for sure. That's one thing we do know.
I mean, they're not as good as the Rams. They're not as good as Seattle right now. And I think they're going into next season right now. And obviously there's a draft and free agency. But, I wouldn't – I don't look and say, we'll chalk up 10 wins next year. I think they've got some question marks. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers get beat 41-6. They were dominated kind of for the second time in 3 weeks against Seattle. What's that loss mean?
What'd you think of the coaching battle by Saleh and Kyle? Is there, again, you're working with what you're working with. And, Steiny, you can call me a front runner. Where did I hear? Oh, Draymond Green. A front runner in regard to when they beat Philly, the coaches are putting them in the right position. When they beat the other teams, Kyle's dialing it up. I get that, and I've been a part of that. But, again, now against the likes of Seattle and the better teams, what do you do? How much do you let that supersede the good versus the not-so-good teams or button-up teams like Philly?
Well, I think the other thing the 49ers have to realize, and their fans, is that they also play in a division where 2 of the other teams are really well coached. Yeah. The Rams and the Seahawks, they're coached well. And any advantage Kyle Shanahan has or doesn't have, it's going to be a close matchup. But when you look at the matchup with Philly, you say, Kyle's got an edge over Sirianni. Okay. But does he over McVay? Does he over McDonald? It seems like they got a feel for what he's going to do. And they're certainly not intimidated by his play calling and things like that. But that's what I'd be worried about is it looks like there's 2 teams in the division with more talent and they're coached well. So that's going to be a problem.
Speaking of problems, do you have a problem with my assessment that Steiny, after that 4th and 1, I really felt like there wasn't, not the game was over, but they were so snuffed out offensively and defensively, the Niners couldn't stop the run, giving up 175 yards. I guess I'm irritated if I'm Niner fan that Sam Darnold can only attempt 17 throws, and he wasn't bad. 17 throws for a measly 124 yards, but our team can score 41. They
ran it down your throat.
Yeah, that they did.
Super chat from Sanja Leary, $10. I'm not sold on Saleh or Kyle's decision making. Saleh not letting the Hulk or Nick play, Kyle not letting Jordan play. Definitely need to change decision makers on draft picks. Love your show. Thank you. Good way to end.
Yeah, this is, again, for another day, but this is a major, Steiny, a major offseason for me, for the Niners. They know they need to go grocery shopping.
Yeah, I mean, honestly.
You got to find out if some of your groceries you have are old and you got to throw it out.
I mean, listen, this didn't determine the game, but, and I don't want to get into this for an hour or 2.
Let's do it. Go ahead.
But there's absolutely no doubt with the personnel on this team that their defense was why wouldn't Kyle even entertain the idea of taking the ball first? To me, I get it. But that to me is about a rigidity that's not a strength. That's all I'm saying.
But what about confidence that he thought the game would be close and that possession may be, more meaningful come the second half?
I know.
What happened?
Technically, their offense had the ball before Seattle.
You were just down 7 points.
I ain't mad. The boss said that too. He put it on Twitter. I saw it. I go, hey, this is an example. I get what you're saying.
I just don't understand why it's not something we can talk about or but
it's a preference. We can't talk about it. It's like no right or wrong.
That's my point. Well, that's my point. Is okay. There's no right or wrong. So then why are you so rigid with that that you won't entertain the possibility of changing because of the circumstances that are in the game with your personnel?
Now, what
I'm not saying he should have done it. I'm saying he doesn't even think about it. Like, why not?
Well, what if you don't defer and then you go 3 and out? You're still facing the savages that are the Seattle Seahawks.
Right. If you go 3 and out in your first drive.
Yeah. And then they get the ball.
Right.
So
that means they get the ball. You're down 7-0. I mean, like, if you go 3 and out on your first drive, that first drive you're behind on your first drive. Yeah. Anyway, it's not that I'm saying he's wrong. I know he likes to double up. It's just that's one of the things about Shanahan that, hey, you can't. Don't even question him on it. It's what he does. He wants to double up. Circumstances be damned, and all right, that's what we do.
And this is the beauty of sports, right? And why we like it, because styles make fights. And again, I'm not bashing the Eagles. They made the playoffs, won their division, but DeMarco Robinson, Stoney, was fabulous against the Eagles. And you come into this game and you need help outside, and he gets one measly catch for 1 yard. Like, I get it. Seattle's that defense is badass, but like, make that make sense. How can you not get more? Like, I don't think that's a DeMarcus Robinson problem. Like, you got some stuff, and then I can throw Ricky Pearsall in there. Now somebody comes in and says they were running horrible routes, but Purdy was under duress, and maybe that's the answer to my question. He had to get rid of it, 2 turnovers. But, Stoney, if you don't have time to sit back there, which he obviously didn't, I mean, you're doomed.
Well, and that's where.
See, I can't go ahead.
That's a position group you can't blame injuries. Huh? You had your offensive line, you had your quarterback, you had your running back. You couldn't move the ball. So that's something that they gotta figure out. And yes, we're going to talk a lot about it in the offseason, the fact that they don't have Brandon Ayuk. That's on Brandon Ayuk, and it's on the Niners. But the bottom line is, it's like, you had a number 1 receiver, and I get it, he was hurt, but he's gone. Like, he's gone. Yeah. And now you're the player you drafted last year, Ricky Pearsall.
Can't count on him.
He's unproven, and you have no idea what he can give you. So they've gone from, Jennings and Pearsall and Ayuk to, what do we got? Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Ceremony Ford's got over 40 Explorers in stock and ready to roll today. Get $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. Ceremony Ford off 280 in Colma, Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com today. Your trusted Bay Area Ford dealer.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at freedmansappliance.com.
John Mellencamp. Dancing Words Tour, the greatest hits. August 12th. Shoreline Amphitheater. Tickets on sale Friday, January 23rd at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. John Mellencamp. Dancing Words Tour, the greatest hits.
Team up with Stanford Blood Center and the Golden State Warriors this winter to save lives. From January 2nd to 31st, every donor who presents to donate blood at any center or drive will receive a special redemption card for a co-branded SBC Warriors sweatshirt. Wear your new sweatshirt with pride, knowing that you contributed to both the Warriors community and the life-saving work of the Stanford Blood Center. Don't miss this chance to give back and get rewarded in style. Donating blood is easy, and your gift could save a life. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/promotions for more information.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Granger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habis, Tariq Habis, and the Habis Law team. When Habis Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habis Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit HabisLaw.com. Habis Law, they fight to make it right. Habis and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com. 95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. I think that one made it 17-0 after the point, after the extra point. That was after the Tonjes fumble, I believe.
I'm going to get over this play, the 4th and 1 play to Juice. But Steiny, I'm watching playoff football all weekend long, and 4th and 1, even last night with the Rams and Bears. They're running the tush push or the quarterback keep. Like, I know Kyle wants that back, and at the end of the day, you get that. Maybe you get 7 points, but the game got out of hand. I just can't believe he dialed that one up. Short side of the field. Like, it was all kind of things like, Now, to be honest and fair, they had converted the first down. Brock hit Jennings for a first down, but Seattle called a timeout.
Yeah, and they did. They did call that timeout. The replay showed that it was called before the play.
Big little sequence.
Snapped.
Yeah.
And Shanahan was upset, but he was wrong. This is Fred Warner on the takeaways from this season. Of course, Fred got hurt about midway through the season, and there was talk that he could play if they had won next week. This is Fred Warner.
That I do not plan on retiring anytime soon. That was about as close as the feeling you're going to get of being away from the game. Yeah, I mean, it was fun to see the guys fight and a lot of young players stepping up into different roles. I'm sure they weren't expected to play this early and as meaningful minutes as they did. And so I think it was super beneficial for a lot of the guys to have played and played well for us this year, going into next year on a great foot.
All right, that's Fred Warner talking about the youngsters who got to play because of all the injuries. And, it's going to be a big part of it. Are the young players, do they get better next year or not?
Yeah, and as the maestro, are you in the same system, Is Robert Saleh the guy calling the defense, Donnie?
All right. Let's go to Dre in Lemoore. Hey, Dre, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good, fellas. I'm doing good. Check it out, bro. Steiny, Guru. I talked to you guys last Thursday, and you asked the question: is going to be a success? Is going to be I don't know what the other term you used. Saturday night sucked. I'm living in a retirement community here in Arizona. They had a little Can-Am thing going on.
Okay.
So I missed the first game but I made sure and got home, ran home, turned on the TV, got it dialed in. First thing I saw is the touchdown by Seattle open up the game. I was like, oh, my goodness. The effort the 49ers put in Saturday, SUCKED, sucked. It sucked. And it's a shame because the last time our team played Seattle, they sucked. And the team's better than that. But I'm going to give you guys a little Niner history real quick. Seattle's going to win the Super Bowl. You know why? Because the first time I ever seen my 49ers, when they got to be a very good team, get blown out in the playoffs, was the 86 Giants. It was like a 49-3 game. I said, Giants could beat us like that, they're going to win the Super Bowl. And then any other team that would beat our team in the NFC Championship game, New York Giants later again, like the three-peat, I have finally forgave Roger Craig the last couple of years. I'm vengeful. I'm spiteful. But I finally, I had plenty of chances to meet Roger. I want nothing to do with you.
Yeah. Because
you fumbled away the three-peat.
I get it. Hey, Dre, let me ask you one thing. You said Can-Ams.
Yes.
Can-Ams, are those three-wheeled motorcycles?
No. We're a lot of snowbirds live here in Mesa, so a lot of them come down from North Dakota, Minnesota, and a lot of Canadians come down to get away from the snow. So
gotcha.
I'm swimming like 4 or 5 days a week over here. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Wow.
Well,
it's not my fault. It's the way I roll, Steiny. You know how I am.
Yes, I do.
Aqua Dre.
All right. Well, listen, hang in there, Dre. I mean, look at it this way. You can be mad at Tonjes in 2043.
No, look at you, Jake.
Wait, he said canned ham?
Yeah.
I thought he said canned ham. You ever see the bikes I'm talking about? Evan? You know what a Can-Am bike is? Check them out, man. Go Google it. Really cool. Oh, they're so cool.
They still around now.
Yeah. Kenny knows, right? Yeah, cool.
Don't let the pressure get to you, kid. Yeah.
They're cool.
I'll tell
they
you
like riding a motorcycle, but they have more than two wheels. Yeah.
So Seattle scores their first touchdown. Not a gift. They earned it. Kick return. It wasn't offense, though. You know, it wasn't Darnold and Kenneth Walker III doing their thing. But Stoney, the second possession, or their first possession they go 11 plays, Seattle, 54, 44 yards, and the Niners hold them to 3, and I'm thinking, okay, let the noise subside. This is what we saw in San Francisco or at Levi's a couple Saturdays ago. So they get the field goal, they go up 10, then you got the Tonjes fumble, and then they get a touchdown, and you got a problem with me saying it was kind of over from there. They just can't. They don't have the.
They can't get down 2 scores, the 49ers.
And who did we have on saying they don't play well from behind? Was it Warren Moon or Matt Barrows last week?
Any reputable football pundit?
Yeah.
Let's go to, let me see who's been waiting. Let's go to Patrick in South City. Hey, Patrick, how you doing, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey. Doing well.
I wanted to make just 2 points.
Hey, Patrick,
first of all,
real quick, you're the guy that says, I'm a scientist, you're not.
No, I've never said that. You asked me that last time.
My bad. Go ahead.
I would never say that.
All right.
Depends what kind of scientist.
Yeah,
you know
my
what I'm
bad,
saying?
baby. Go ahead. I'm looking for it. Yeah.
Okay, 2 points. Number one, I've called this show 100 times over the past, and I've said it, and I'll say it, reiterate it. As long as Kyle Shanahan has full control of the offense and the play calling, this team will never win a Super Bowl. It's a fact that he loses his poise in big moments. It's not a secret. So until they make changes at that end where he relieves full control of the offense to a really good coordinator, I don't think anything's going to change. Number two, we all knew the day after the trade deadline, even you, Steiny, when John Lynch failed to make moves to improve that defense, that we were in deep trouble. You never came out and said it directly, but I had a feeling that's what you were feeling. And I was feeling the same thing. So to me, there's no surprises here. They just did not have the tools on defense to make significant changes on the field. So it is what it is. I don't know why they didn't make moves if Jed York was being a cheapskate or they whatever it was. But the fact that they didn't make moves to improve the offense when they knew deep in the playoffs before the Super Bowl, you're going to run into teams like this that are just superior. And, I think that we're lucky we made it this far.
Appreciate the call, Patrick. There were people that weren't happy with the Niners.
We work with one of them, Shasky.
Yeah. Well, and here's what, and not that it's the same, but the Seahawks, well, you know who's out there? Rashid Shaheed.
Oh, look at you.
They acquired him for a 4th and 5th round pick at the trade deadline. I also think one of the reasons the 49ers didn't make a move at the trade deadline was because they weren't all in on this team. I think they thought that so much had happened that it was going to be a long shot anyway. But there were some fans that obviously wanted them to get some help. I don't know that 1 or 2 more journeymen would have made a difference yesterday. But that's the thought anyway.
I do have a thought, and I'd like to poll Niner fans. Call in 888-957-9570. We want to hear from you. But, Sonny, I know in a 41-6 debacle, it hurts. The season's over, the finality of all that. But I would like to ask Niner fan, what aspect or component of this game bothered you the most? And I'm just from afar, I knew the defense is what it was. You had the ball offensively 28 minutes with Brock, his contract, which kicks in next year, McCaffrey, Pearsall was out there. Steiny, why did they get manhandled again? That's the component or facet to this game that allows me to connect it to a couple Saturdays ago to where now you really can buff me when I come in here and the Niners put up 30, 40 points on teams like the Bears or leaky defenses. But then when you come up against the physical teams, you do nothing. And I think the Niners not scoring, I mean, kudos to McDonald, Steiny. I mean, how many times did we see that from a Kyle Shanahan offense? They had the ball 28 minutes and didn't get in the end zone.
Nope. They didn't get in 2 games.
So my point is, maybe I overestimated the offense in regard to being prolific. Because we already know that. You need something on the outside. First, somebody that can be out there that you can rely on. Best ability is availability. And you need, like Steiny, who on this Niner offense outside of McCaffrey is scaring Seattle? 8 quarters showed us they're not afraid.
I mean, a healthy Kittle you needed, but
he was out there a couple Saturdays ago.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I mean, it's, I'm looking at their regular season now, and I get it. People are going to say, well, that's easy to say now. But I don't know. I mean, you look at their first 5 or 6 wins of the year. They beat Seattle opening night or opening day. Then they went down to New Orleans, and they won in a one-possession game. They played Arizona. They won 16-15. Did not look great. Got beat by Jacksonville. Then they beat the Rams in that stunner.
OT.
And then they ended up, they lost to Tampa and then Houston. But then after that, Goo, I think this is where.
Go ahead.
I think this is where we got to think about fool's gold. 34-24 over the Giants. The Rams came in here and spanked you. Then you beat the Cardinals 41-22. Carolina 20-9. Cleveland 26-8. Tennessee 37-24. Indianapolis. So
all that's fair. I get what you're putting down. That's fair now to revisit and say, hey. And I'm sure Kyle and John, now the pressure's on them, Steiny, because they need more, not just to rebuild this defense and hope the guys that are injured come back with no delay or whatnot, but you need to add some firepower to this offense. And I think Christian McCaffrey deserves, this is going to sound crazy, Steiny, a breather, but I'm just looking at his output. 11 touches on the ground. 5, so they held him to Joe Montana. They took him out the game. 16 touches combined. We went into that game talking about 25-30.
Yeah, this is Christian McCaffrey on the season.
This was one of the hardest years of my life, and everything that happened to me last year, and kind of had to overcome a lot of odds. And from the time January 1st happened, I was rehabbing and working my butt off every single day. My wife went through it. There was not a lot of time off, and so again, I think it's obviously we're not proud of the way it ended. But when I look back at all the people that helped me out and the people that were with me every step of the way and believed in me when a lot of people didn't, I appreciate that, and really grateful for my family, my friends, and everybody in that locker room. But again, it's just hard to process everything right now. Right now, it just sucks to lose, but go hang out with those guys and on the plane and process it how we will.
Yeah, I didn't think he was going to finish the game. What, did he have, a stinger? Something was going on. He was out the game, and I'm just like, not a microcosm, but I'm like, man, he's everything. And if he's out there and you can't do anything and move the chains, how are you going to do it without him? But you got to get somebody. You got to get him some help. How about that? From himself as well.
I mean, part of football is, and I don't know if Kyle Shanahan does this, but when you look ahead to next year, I'm sorry, I got to take into consideration what McCaffrey did this year. Didn't miss a game.
And how you use him this upcoming season?
Exactly.
Or do you have a choice?
Look, I mean, I can't believe he made it through the season without getting hurt.
I'm right behind you on that.
So is he gonna run it? Is he gonna touch it 400 times next year? And here's the issue: if he does, his numbers might be worse than this past year. If he truly is, losing a step here or there.
But what if we get some better additions to the O-line?
Yeah, I mean, I
you're
thought,
more productive that way.
Brian Robinson would play a little bit more, but he didn't.
Yeah.
Let's go to J-Dog in Boston. Oh, wait a minute. This is the J-Dog.
He's been in the
What's
cuts.
up, man? J-Dog, how you doing, buddy?
I've been doing okay, man.
Hey, you don't sound good. Like you're muffled.
Yeah,
you're
we can't
muted.
hear you, baby.
I got to ask you to call back. You know we love you, though. He's going to rip Kyle.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, but what can you rip him for in 2 games against Seattle?
Everything.
Well,
I mean, you can rip him for everything the last 2 games of Seattle.
Or did we find out that this Niner offense was average?
Okay, maybe we did, but then maybe we shouldn't have been.
No, that is fair.
I mean,
that is fair.
Yeah, I mean, is he? I'm not saying he's not a brilliant offensive mind. I'm saying that this offense wasn't good when it had to be.
And Brock had 4 turnovers in 2 playoff games. I'm going to just leave that there.
Yeah, no doubt.
And you're lucky to win the last one.
Let's go to Clyde. Clyde's in San Ramon. Hey, Clyde, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. First time caller, long time listener.
All right, thank you.
I just wanted to say that I'm proud of what the Niners did this year based upon the tools that they had. But to me, you're not going to be able to revamp the line in one season, but you can work on their technique. What I saw in the game was that, I'm taking a walk. What I saw in the game is that the linemen, they were not getting the leverage. They wasn't getting the get off on the ball. So, for one, you know what the snap count is, so you already have an advantage on the defensive line. And then wasn't getting off together quick enough, and they wasn't getting the leverage. The defensive line was standing them up, and once the defensive line stand you up, especially if they're bigger than you are, then it's like running into a wall. And so I think that's what they need to work on is the get off, keeping their leverage, and the center need to get the ball quicker into the hands of the quarterback because his snap is slow because the defense is actually, they're going to get off on the movement of the ball. So if you can get the ball to the quarterback a little quicker and they can get that get off and get that leverage, then they might be able to move those bigger defensive linemen. Just like if we needed to push a car that ran out of gas or something like that, you don't stand up and try to push the car as a team. You're getting down, you're getting leverage, and you're getting 1, 2, 3 push. So I think they need to work on that and until they can build up their linemen. And also on defense, I think they need to work on speed and gang tackling because there are too many guys out there trying to do the knockout blow, and they were missing.
Clyde, I'd like your point about the offensive line, and I wonder if, how much is technique versus personnel? You know what I mean? I mean, when I look at this team, I do make a distinction between the groups that were pretty healthy and the groups that weren't. So are we talking about kind of revamping the offensive line? And, obviously, what are we going to do with Trent Williams next year?
There's no doubt he's coming back if he wants to come back, right? He's the best thing you got up there and going. And I know he's getting older than the greatest wine, but the bottom line is he's the least of your problems. But I guess, Steiny, the question is, how do you look at yourself if it's about getting back to the bowl? Because it was cute. The season was cute. Nobody gave him a chance. And I threw flowers at the feet of Kyle and Robert Saleh. But if we're being a buck, keeping it a buck, Seattle outclassed you twice. The Rams came in here in your division, got up 21-0 on you. So there's got to be some additions made. And I'm starting with the trenches on both sides because Bosa's coming back. Michael Williams is coming back, but Stoney is going to take more. And I'm looking at that Seattle team. I'm looking at the Texan team, and I got to be careful in that game and that they lost. But defensively, that's what the Niners used to look like. You know, with Greenlaw and a healthy Fred Warner and Bosa in the rest of the game causing havoc. This team didn't have that, obviously, but shame on me for thinking, and I did, and I wasn't by myself, partner, maybe this might be the year they can get it done. But you can't get it done in the NFL light in the trenches. That's just fact. Those are just facts.
Yeah. But I guess, like, they were light in the trench. They weren't light in the trenches. Their offensive line, I mean, they may be undersized, but that's their offensive line.
But the D-line is
right. Okay.
So, yeah, I'm adding the D-line in there, too.
I'm not dismissing, but when you say trenches, like, the 49ers don't draft offensive linemen.
And tell me if you give me a nickel for this take. I'm looking around like, man, parity is real in the NFL. Maybe you go worst to first. Look at the Bears. So I guess in a crazy way, Stoney, I would tell Niner fan, I hope I'm not sounding like this rebuild is bleak, because you got to the divisional round with the Red Cross symbol as your staple. What if you do get inherit health, and make some additions? Who knows? I mean, you were 8 quarters from the Super Bowl.
But you didn't score in 8 quarters.
Well, you see, no.
And I listen, to me, you can look at this season any way you want to look at it. I look at it a little bit like a couple teams in the same boat, Warriors and the Niners. Teams can beat average teams. Every once in a while, they'll beat a good team. But just like the Warriors wanted no part of Oklahoma City and probably aren't on Denver's level, maybe we're finding out the 49ers aren't on the Seahawks level or the Rams either.
We are 5 over, Stoney, Warriors. Just a little tidbit.
Yeah. And we knew they were going to win a lot of games on this this homestand.
Yeah.
But the 49ers, they go out 41-6, and it didn't look good. And they weren't in it. They were down 17-0 at the end of the first quarter of this ball game. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. The 49ers season is over. It was well, you tell me what kind of season it was. I thought it was a good season. I thought they did a lot of good things despite injuries. I wasn't, I'm not in the what a Cinderella season kind of mood. I think they took advantage of a nice schedule. They pulled a first round upset, if you want to call it that, but they were more buttoned up than Philly, and they just ran into a team that was better than them. That's kind of the way I look at it. How do you guys look at it at 888-957-9570? All right, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Looking for the perfect venue for your next meeting or special event? Discover History San Jose. With charming indoor spaces and beautiful outdoor settings, it's the ideal spot for meetings, weddings, corporate gatherings, or private celebrations. Nestled in the heart of History Park, you'll enjoy a unique blend of historic charm and modern amenities to make your event unforgettable. Plus, our spacious grounds offer the perfect backdrop for photos, dining, and more. Reserve your day today at History San Jose. Visit historysanjose.org or call now to book your one-of-a-kind experience.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
every fight.
Bam!
Yes! One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Here's Walker, cuts back. Kenneth Walker is in. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I forget which touchdown that was for Kenneth Walker.
Did you realize that was Seattle's first time hosting the playoff game in a decade?
I did not realize that.
That was a little stretch.
You know, I'm looking at kind of the close of the season for the 49ers, the Seattle Eagles and Seattle game. And what do you think of Brock Purdy the last 3 games? The last 3 games, Brock Purdy. How do you think he's played? And maybe it's unfair I said the last 3 games because I'm leaving out the 2 games before that when he had 8 touchdown passes and the previous
And he was dancing in the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'll say this. I'll just, if you don't mind, I'll just talk about yesterday or Saturday night. If you're a top-tier QB like the Lamars and the Mahomes or wherever you have Purdy slotted, I guess, Donnie, I am feeling some type of way that, you know what? Yeah, we're without Kittle, but we got Brock. We got Brocky, you know? And I do want to know, Donnie, you know, why the Niner offense led by Brock Purdy was not able to get it in the end zone 2 games against this top-tier defense. It makes me think about Brock Purdy, you know, just from the big prism of where is he? What is he a top 5, top 10 quarterback?
Yeah. 95.7 The Game, breaking news.
Well, I know there hasn't been a ton of great news here on this Monday, but here is some. It's Warriors-related. Warriors guard Steph Curry has been named a starter for the 2026 NBA All-Star Game.
There we go.
Why?
Averaging 30.
No, he's not.
Alongside Luka Doncic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Nikola Jokic, and Victor Wembanyama.
So that's based on the fan voting?
It's based on the voting.
Can you celebrate?
Oh, that's right. The voting's like 3 different sources.
Steph.
50% is fan vote.
Gotcha.
The chef, Steiny, in L.A.
Yeah.
Into it, Dome.
A true starter.
Yeah, but what about Brock? Well, you think I'm being unfair? I'm just like, damn, you had Brock twice.
I don't know. Am I cooking the books? In the last 3 games, he had 4 interceptions and 2 fumbles.
Ooh. No, it's not cooking the books. Those are stats.
Yeah. I mean, he couldn't score a touchdown against their division rival, and he threw 2 picks in a game they won.
Now, if he pulled up on us, he probably would say, dude, you in the Warrior shirt, you see me running for my life, and I got nothing on the outside.
Okay. And we can make excuses if we want or rationalize it. I'm sure there were reasons why he wasn't as good. Like, he played 3 good teams the last three games. He didn't play Chicago. By the way, what happened to Chicago's defense? I thought they were porous.
Dennis Allen was in his bag.
Maybe it makes Brock Purdy look even better.
Or last week's win doesn't look as good.
The only thing it makes that game look like is the Eagles look like absolute garbage.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
So I guess the Eagles are proof that winning 12 regular season games does not mean you're necessarily a good team.
It's just funny how you hop in and hop off the Philly thing, Steiny. You know, you're defending Sirianni for like the entire season, and now you're just going to trash him along with the rest of the team and Jalen Hurts and all those guys that were having you feel like you were on top of a mountain last year.
Do you mean me sticking up for Sirianni when I said Shanahan's a better coach? And
No, you just kind of go into bad form anytime you see fit, and then just throwing them to the wayside. Like,
why did my name come up?
Your name came up because you defended Sirianni when in the Sirianni Hurts, Shanahan.
Kyle had something like that going on with Green, didn't he? We didn't talk about that on the sideline.
What's he know about defense?
He didn't like what he was seeing.
That's for
Kyle
Robert
was hot,
Saleh.
Evan. I hadn't saw Kyle like that. Well, I've seen him like that, but in a player. But anyway.
A long time no here, but let's go talk to our good friend Skinny Bob.
Our man.
Skinny Bob in El Granada. Hey, Skinny, what's up?
What's up, baby?
Hey, morning, guys. Happy MLK Day.
Sure. Yeah.
Hey, Saturday night's game. A lot of sports these 3 days, but I'll tell you how a senior approached Saturday night. Turned on the game, saw the kickoff. Wow. Okay, Brock comes back. Another flub. Next thing I know, the Warriors are on. What old-timers do is we switch to the Warriors and watch as the game goes on with the Niners in Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
And the Warriors on Friday were really gassed by a lot of your fans as old-timers not ready to do it. But Charlotte that night was a great game. And I think Warriors are definitely in contention. I don't care if they are seniors. They're getting that second team or the bench team is really good. But going back to Saturday night, Brock Purdy's a great, well, I wouldn't call him great because he doesn't have enough time yet, but he is a good quarterback, and we had a hell of a season based on the injuries. And, I'm a fair weather fan, and I think the Niners are great. I love the Warriors. I haven't missed a game, but fans with the Warriors, oh my gosh, don't give up on them yet. And they got a trade going, so what do you guys think as far as, seniors? And in the old days, one other thing, players weren't traded. We had a fan base, and we were steady. Green Bay Packers, Chicago Bears, oh, that was the times. But now we got mercenaries and gladiators. It's still fun, but I'm not investing my emotions in it as a senior, and none of us seniors do.
Yeah, Skinny, you hit the nail on the head. We tend to look at the game a little more pragmatically, less emotionally. 49ers, shambles. You can see that coming.
No, offensive was disappointing. Defense, you knew. That's the part that's sticking with me.
It feels like, we're going to be able to look back on the 49ers season and feel pretty good about it. But just the way it ended and then having to deal with it on this Monday and trying to figure out, why it was as bad as it was, that's not going to be fun.
Well, let's get the bad out the way. Unfortunately, one of your foes from the NFC West are going to be playing in the Super Bowl here in a few weeks. Okay, that we know.
Okay.
And my question to Niner fan and you, how do you keep this from happening? How do you prevent this? How far are the Niners from Seattle and the Rams?
Well, I mean, we know how far they are from Seattle, right?
You got a problem if I say night and day right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're a big step behind Seattle. It would be hard not to say that after watching the last two games. But again, we got to, I think the 49ers do deserve a lot of credit for hanging in there, winning 12 games, beating every team they should have beaten, and then going into Philly and taking care of a team that you gave them what they deserved. You had a better regular season than the Eagles. You were more together than the Eagles. You overcame more adversity than the Eagles. And then when you played them in the playoffs, that came out. And you had to go up against Seattle, and they're just a juggernaut right now.
Man.
And the 49ers are not altogether whole, particularly on defense. But even if you put all that into the equation, the last two games against Seattle probably should be a wake-up call to 49er fans.
I mean, they can do everything you can't right now. They can run the ball. They got arguably, if not the best receiver in the game, and J.S. Jackson Smith and Jigba Stani, and the Niners can't count on their young stud to show up. And again, I was just bringing up Brock Purdy because that's what we do, but this wasn't one of those games to where he was off target or selling throws. He was just rushed, and Seattle was in the Niner space. So, again, if you ask me, I'm not Mel Kiper Jr., but you have to do something in the draft to try to get something to enhance your offensive line, because if it stays like this, then this is going to rear its head every time you come up with against a team like a McDonald defense, and you're going to do that twice, then the Rams. So this has to be a wake-up call for Lynch and company.
Yeah. And
you would think.
And, you know, they got to figure out, you know, how much their injured players are going to be able to give them next year, how much their young players are going to improve, and then
McCaffrey getting 500 carries again, you know? Touches, excuse me?
Probably not. I mean, I wouldn't count on it, but I don't know. He sounded exhausted after the game, McCaffrey.
And he sounded exhausted letting us in his world that his season started way before the actual season started.
Yep. Coach is in Vallejo.
Our man.
What's up, Coach? How you doing, man?
Hey, happy Martin Luther King Day to both of you.
Back at you.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. You know, as always, the quarterback and the coach, they get either more credit than they deserve or more criticism than they deserve, okay? It's a team game. Now, for years, everyone's been saying Shanahan is a genius, but he hasn't won anything, so I always thought that was premature, okay? And as far as injuries are concerned, also, there's an art. There's actually an art to staying healthy, okay? For the 49ers getting injured year after year after year after year, that needs to be looked into. You got to learn how to protect yourself on the field, okay? You got overrated guys like Bosa. He had one good year, and he gets hurt all the time. The best ability is availability. Now, Shanahan made bonehead plays, early in the game, that fullback toss back to the halfback type of thing to McCaffrey. That was the worst play to call at that time, when a run up the middle would have been the call on that 4th and 2 or whatever it was. That was a terrible call. The 49ers were out-physicaled by a team with some very physical players. Now, as far as Philadelphia, every game this year that they won was by the skin of their teeth. They were never a good team, coming from the weakest division in football, NFC East, the Giants, Dallas, Washington. Philadelphia was never a really good team. The 49ers are a mediocre team, and they play a great team, and that's what you get, guys.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate the call.
I think you misspoke.
Why?
He said happy MLK Day. You said thanks.
I'm not. What should I say?
No, I'm having some fun. I'm catching strays for being here.
What should I say when somebody says happy MLK Day?
You ain't got to say nothing.
Right on?
No,
you too?
Same to you, I guess.
My man.
I'm all ears to give the right response. Let's ask Kyle Shanahan why he didn't try to quarterback sneak on the 4th and 1. Bet he's got a good reason.
Yeah, if the sneak was there, we would have done it. You know, they take away the sneak. So we sneak it when it's there, and they played all the sneak. They took up all the gaps on the inside on the plays, and we liked the pass. And then on the 4th down, we thought we could get to the edge because they're all inside playing the gaps to take away the sneak. So we thought we could leave one on the edge to option, and we missed that. And there was 2 on the edge, which made it a problem to option them.
Can you give that to me one more time?
You guys think you just run a quarterback sneak whenever you want? Kyle Shanahan's here to tell you that's not the case.
Yeah, if the sneak was there, we would have done it. You know, they take away the sneak. So we sneak it when it's there, and they played all the sneak. They took up all the gaps on the inside on the plays, and we liked the pass. And then on the 4th down, we thought we could get to the edge because they're all inside playing the gaps to take away the sneak. So we thought we could leave one on the edge to option, and we missed that. And there was 2 on the edge, which made it a problem to option them.
I'm no Greg Cosell, but the sneak, Kyle, is not a person or animal, and it's something you sneak it. The element of surprise. It's not something you see and say they took it away. It's called the sneak. So you do it and they try and stop you, but it's not something you can see, right? Give it to your 23. Give it to McCaffrey, a quarterback. They've been having success with Purdy keeping the ball. I would have liked to have seen that. And you could have did that on 3rd and 1 when McCaffrey didn't get it. But what you call, Kyle, and I know everybody messes up. You can't be great every day. I know it. I'm not. But that was just a piss-poor play.
They just got stuffed on a 3rd and 1, didn't they, with McCaffrey?
That happened.
Running up the middle. Like, I didn't mind him not running up the middle.
But give us something better than that.
Well, clearly somebody missed an assignment because he said there was only supposed to be one guy that, like, Juszczyk,
to the
who was he going to pitch it to McCaffrey? You know, there should only been one guy. Yeah. I don't know what
that was a cluster. You know what?
Well, yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're picking through the 49ers loss on Saturday. 41-6.
This was a TKO, right? Like for the Butcher Boys of the world, Bonte Hills that traveled, all Niner fans that traveled to Seattle. This is not one of those where you think back like what could have been, right? This was a TKO. To me.
Okay. The way I look at it, and you know, if I were a 49er fan, it'd be a little bit problematic. And it's, you know, are we one of the top 8 teams in the NFL or not? Because we finished in the final 8.
So you are.
Okay, so I wouldn't fall into that trap if I were a Niner fan thinking we're a top 8 team and we're ascending automatically. Like, next year's a new year.
Yeah,
it's a different year. They've got a lot of different things to address. They need a lot. They need a lot. It looks like. Let's go to Rod in Vallejo. Hey, Rod, how you doing, man? What's up, Rod?
Hey, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
You are highly addictive.
Oh, sweet. Wow. Thank you.
I just wanted to say the 49ers had dead legs Saturday. After that Philadelphia game, that game took a lot out of them. They get back to San Francisco Sunday at 2 o'clock in the morning. Monday's good day gone. And then you got a couple of days of practice and right back up to Seattle. There was no bounce in them, and you could see anybody who knows football could see it. And Kittle is a big part of their running game.
Yeah,
it's not just a receiver. That's why they can't get those 3rd and 1s, those 4th and 1. And Brindle, I have no problem with Shanahan. Shanahan's a great coach. Everybody's raving about him. Now he lost the game this week. Now he's a bum. No, Kyle Shanahan is a very good coach. The problem with Shanahan is he's too close to Jake Brindle. Brindle's got to go. The 49ers are not getting any push in that A-gap. And it's so obvious. And nobody ever says anything about it. It's just hard to watch sometimes. And these people calling in need to stop all this gambling, because when you gamble on these games, they call into you guys and they talking crazy and don't even know what they're talking about half the time.
Hey, Rod.
Man, Rod is the man.
Rod, you're absolutely right. And if there's a way
for the win.
Yeah, hey, Rod. Hey,
wow.
Boy, that's one of my pet peeves. Guys who are mad because they made a bad bet when really it's the team that's bad.
Oh, wow. Rod for the win.
Thanks, Rod.
He said we're highly addictive. I won't forget, made my day.
Well, he also was the first guy I've heard to ever blame it all on Jake Brindle.
Said he's too close to him.
The liquor store 7.
Oh, and you know what? That was Frank in Atlanta. He said that a couple weeks ago. And when it was all said and done, and that was actually a compliment, I mean, that's what you were taking up to Seattle, Stoney, the liquor store 7. And if you would have won that, you'd have been taking the Rams in L.A., and I'm sure Niner fans wanted to see it. But the bottom line to me is you got to get your Olivia Newton-John on if you're John Lynch. No pun intended. You have to go get more physical players to add to your D-line, O-line. And I know it's just one off season and you can't do it all. But, partner, they need some help in the trenches. And we saw that in 2 games against Seattle.
Trent Williams played on Saturday, and he was asked to sum up the season. This is what Trent said afterwards.
It was extremely special to me just because I've never been a part of a team that so behind the 8-ball, but just found a way to compete every week. We went up against so many rosters that was fully loaded while we were playing with guys that we got, a week ago, 2 weeks ago. Some guys signed at the beginning of the season, some guys signed in the middle of the season. So the fact that we were able to get to this part of the season, divisional round and the playoffs, and give ourselves a chance to get in the NFC Championship. And, we're extremely shorthanded. I'm super proud of this team. Obviously, it didn't go the way we wanted to, but the future is really bright.
All right, Trent Williams. You weren't really shorthanded on offense.
Right.
Is the only thing I would say. Rod brought up a good point about just that the 49ers may have just been just empty. They might have been on empty. And he went back to the Philly game. If you go back to the Chicago game, so they played a really emotional game against Chicago. They won it late on the last drive of the game. So that took a lot out of them. Then they go to Seattle. They get it handed to them. They regroup against Philly. They win a game where they're shorthanded and probably shouldn't win. It was just too much to ask. It was too much to ask this team with that defense to go into Seattle and win that game.
Right.
Here's where I'd be like, come on, 49er fans, let's be honest. You weren't going to win that game with the personnel disadvantage that you were at.
Well, I would just respond to Trent. I hear you, but the bottom line is even when you were fresh to go to start the season, the inability for this Niner team to run the ball effectively was on display the whole season. So that's a major problem.
Yeah.
That, even before the fatigue, we still don't have the answers. And if our guy Rob is right, Brindle was a part of it, but even Trent, all of them, for whatever reason this year, and they still made the playoffs and won a game, the Niners couldn't run the ball, and that's been a staple of who they've been under Kyle forever.
Yeah, I mean, you could make a case that and ask the question, how did they have the success they had this year with the way they ran the ball, which was not very good. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers season is over, and it was a very interesting season. You can classify it any way you want. I thought they had a good year, right? Can we agree that the 49ers had a good year?
I have no problem with that.
They ran out of gas this year. It was a year where before the season started, I don't think we expected them to be a Super Bowl contender. They got decimated by injuries, but as recently as a few days ago, people had hope that this team could pull off the improbable. So how do you characterize the season for the 49ers? Despite the way it ended, I think you got to feel pretty good about the way things went this year. As for next year, you can feel any way you want about that. But, this year you got to give the 49ers some credit. All right. Ceremony Ford's got over 40 Explorers in stock and ready to roll today. Get $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. Ceremony Ford off 280 in Colma, Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremony.com today. Your trusted Bay Area Ford dealer. And you guys know I've covered Bay Area sports for years, and I've seen athletes go through it all. Highs, lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, and when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. And whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win. Millions have been recovered for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's your boy Guru, and you know the big game is almost here, and there's nothing better to cash in during America's biggest sporting event with Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. So close the season out right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks is available in California. I downloaded the app, and I've been playing ever since. New feature alert, my favorite, Prize Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Download the Prize Picks app today and use my code GURU957 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code GURU957 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin with our New Year's clearance sale. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our way of saying Happy New Year. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Granger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
In Oakland today, mostly sunny with a high of 64 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Curry. That's time. A lot of it. There's just nobody open. Now underneath he goes, and that's intercepted! Ernest Jones has his 6th of the year.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Burkhardt and Brady on the call, Fox Sports. 49ers get beat 41-6.
Yikes.
Let me do one thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of 9. 5 of 9. Let me throw something at you here. And I get to some calls. So, Sean McDermott was fired today.
Yep.
Okay. Sean McDermott, and I get it. You know, we can discuss the differences between McDermott and Kyle, but they're not that dissimilar.
Well, their playoff record is way dissimilar.
So McDermott went 98-50 in the regular season over 9. They both have been there 9 years. McDermott 98-50 in the regular season, 662 winning percentage, 8-8 in the postseason, and the Bills have made the playoffs in 8 of 9 years that McDermott was there. Kyle's 82-67 with a .55% winning percentage, 9-5 in the playoffs, 2 NFC championships, and going to the playoffs 5 of 9 years.
And 4 NFC championship appearances.
Okay. But don't like McDermott, just because Kyle, do you think Kyle is significantly, I don't think Kyle's resume is significantly better than McDermott's.
I mean, Stoney, I'm shocked you're saying that. He's got 2
But he's
Super
going to the
Bowl
playoffs
appearances.
more.
Okay, but how about the big game?
We're good. We don't have to go back and forth with you think the
You
Super
asked
Bowl
me a
is
question.
important. Right. And McDermott.
So I have my answer.
Okay, McDermott's gone to the playoffs 8 of 9 years.
But
Kyle has it.
Step your game up. He's never gone to a Super Bowl.
Right. And I knew that's the only thing you'd be able to focus on. But the reality of the situation is the regular season, the Bills have been better. They've made the playoffs 8 of 9 years compared to 5 of 9 years. And I get it. He's gone to the Super Bowl twice. McDermott's gone to the AFC Championship game twice. So I'm just saying it's not like McDermott
Then why'd they fire
crushes.
him?
That's what I want to know.
But
and how close
I think
is
you
Kyle?
know it, but you live in this glass house like you're not Mr. Participation Trophy, but you truly at the heart, in the epicenter of your heart, you are. You are so soft and you act hard. How the hell are you in California and acting dumb, sports dumb, like you don't know why he got fired, and he's 8-8 in the playoffs, and he sniffed the Super Bowl with arguably the best quarterback in football, but you want to come with this thesis like he got done wrong. Wake up, man. You know what it is. Right or wrong, coaches are getting fired right, left.
Kyle Shanahan's resume does not dwarf Sean McDermott's resume. So I'm saying if Sean McDermott got fired after going 8 of 9 years and making the playoffs, getting to the AFC Championship game 2 times, I'm just saying, where are we with Kyle Shanahan?
Stoney, 2 Super Bowl visits.
Okay, then that's enough.
And a winning
you
record
answered
in
the
question.
playoffs. You answered the question.
Where's the similarities with that?
Well, okay.
He's 8-8 in the playoffs.
Who's gone to the playoffs more?
And done less.
Okay, but he's gone to the playoffs 8 of 9 years.
Well, they
That's
decided to move on.
At.
They decided to move on.
Right, and I'm wondering where we are with Kyle. Okay, Kyle's elevated. He's not in that group. I get it. Okay, Kyle's way better than Sean McDermott, who's gone to the playoffs 8 of 9 years. Okay, so how many more years does he get? And I'm not saying he should be fired. I'm just saying, is Kyle Shanahan, Sean McDermott got fired. He's been to the playoffs 8 of 9 years. So don't you have to win the big one at some point?
Or even get there to win it, right? Kyle's done that twice.
Okay, right. And right, and that now in this part of the argument, that's good enough for you. But it's never good enough when he can't win the big one. So it's like, I get it. He's gone to the Super Bowl twice, so he gets more leeway than Sean McDermott.
But he's 500 in the playoffs. You said it. That is not close.
500 in the playoffs is not that bad.
It's not that good either,
It means
Stoney.
you won a playoff. It means you average a playoff win every year. That's not bad. Look at playoff coaching percentages. They're not that high because the minute you lose, it's like you're going to go 1-1 or 2-1 in the playoffs. Like, you only go 4-0 in the playoffs if you win a Super Bowl. Let's go to Damon on 101. What's up, Damon?
What's up, guys? Man, I don't even know where to begin. I think it's a whole philosophy shift away, just the gap that we are between us and the Rams and us in Seattle. I just think that, they're just, they took in those steps that they need to whether it was, grabbing and bringing some new people in, whatever they needed to do, they did that. We are stuck in nostalgia with players that we should have moved to get better pieces so that we can be, so we can be more competitive. I don't feel like we've done that. I don't know what we're doing with drafting. We got receivers that we draft and they sit on the bench and they disappear. I mean, like, if you look at it, the receivers that we drafted, it's been Debo, Ayuk, Jennings, and Pearson. Other than that, all of the other receivers, I mean, where are they? What do they do? None of the other receivers have made it, other than Debo and Jennings out of the, to cut it on the team. I feel like we are the way that this team thinks, to hear them after, everything was over, especially Shanahan, to just, to think that they can just run it back with, what they have without making a big shift, a big change. We're going to constantly be in circulation. We're going to be, in circulation, but we're never going to clinch. We're never going to get that title. We'll be in contention, but we're never going to get that title because we don't have the right personnel. We don't have the right philosophy. We're not willing to do the things that we need to do to be that better team.
Appreciate it, Damon. Appreciate the call. I mean, the other thing is, like, Buffalo, they should have won that game yesterday. That was not an interception. Like, that's the other thing I was telling Evan. It's like the officials have so much input in these games. Like, guys' livelihoods are dependent on a guy making a bad call in the Buffalo game against the Patriots.
What about the other 4 turnovers?
Because he had a horrible one Josh did right before halftime. I even text Evan on that one.
Like, it sucks to lose that way, but sorry, that's the way it goes. Right. It's a results-based business, and Sean McDermott has come up not good enough with one of the top 2 quarterbacks for the better part of the last 8 years.
But I did hear a lot of talk this year about how they really haven't put much around him.
Right.
Josh Allen.
And that guy kept his job. The GM kept his job.
Yeah.
What if I told you they had the second easiest schedule in football?
Who, Buffalo?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
But, Stoney, where was this passion for, and I'm asking you, like Tomlin and Harbaugh?
That's my point. That is my point. Sean McDermott, 8 of 9 years, fired.
But there's been a shift.
Tomlin, 15 of 18 years, fired. Harbaugh. Tomlin and Harbaugh have been there almost 20 years. I'm just saying, where are we with Kyle?
Yeah.
I guess, okay, I get it. You guys think Kyle is, up here to McDermott. That's all I was asking.
Do you think McDermott overachieved this season? Do you think Harbaugh and Tomlin overachieved this season? Because I know Kyle Shanahan did.
Okay. What about last year? I'm just can I ask you a question?
Last year they were the most injured team in football.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? Why do you guys take it personally when I bring up McDermott's made the playoffs 8 of 9 years and Kyle's only 5 of 9? I'm not saying Kyle should be fired. I'm saying, where are we with Kyle?
I think he's coming off the best year of his coaching career.
Fine.
That's a big difference.
Okay.
Last year, Josh Allen won the MVP.
Okay. That's great. That's great. That's all I wanted to know.
I would ask you what McDermott's bringing to the party with his whole tenure with Josh Allen. When we all, just a couple weeks ago, most of us were saying this is a brilliant job Kyle's doing because he's working with less.
I'm talking about
parent.
the 9-year resume. The 9-year resume, the Bills made the playoffs 8 of 9 years. And last I saw, when Tomlin did that, we made the biggest deal out of it for the last, 10 years.
Yeah, but McDermott's team came up short. He didn't get to 2 Super Bowls.
So does Kyle's team. Oh, like, that's the thing, Goo. Okay, so now getting to the Super Bowl, all right, that's fine.
If we're being fair, that's more than not getting to the Super Bowl, right?
You're right. But I think you guys are scoffing at 8 of 9 years in the postseason. It's like, okay.
No, there's a shift of the Janet Jackson. What have you done for me lately? Right or wrong, if you agree or not, teams are, we're watching it. Hey, that used to suffice. That used to be cool, getting to the playoffs. But now I feel like teams are saying, we want more.
Okay, and I was wondering if the 49ers are saying, we want more than 5 playoff appearances in 9 years.
But where would this team be without Kyle this year, coached by a McDermott or somebody else, even a Harbaugh or Tomlin? Snotty, I can make an argument they don't even make the playoffs.
Right, and I can make the argument they do because of their schedule. I'm just asking, so Kyle's fine. That's all I wanted to know.
No, I just feel
10 coaches have gotten fired this year, including 2 that have won a Super Bowl. So I'm just wondering how we're feeling about Kyle, because I know when everybody wants to talk about him negatively, then it's all about he can't win the big one. Okay? Well, I get it. He overachieved this year, but
he can get you to the big one.
Okay. Well, okay. I didn't know that was good enough anymore. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Let me ask you this. I do believe if Kyle Shanahan had his hands on a Josh Allen for as long as McDermott had, he would have a Super Bowl ring. I'll leave that there.
And I
think he brings to the table offense. I don't know what McDermott brings, and I think he's a good coach, but I'm not shocked he got ran.
Okay, and I would tell you that Kyle Shanahan's never proven he can coach a quarterback like Josh Allen.
He's never had one.
Well, exactly. Right. He could have. He doesn't, I don't know and yes, if he would have gotten with Josh Allen early in his career, yeah, I'm sure he would have done better. He would have done great with him. But, he wouldn't want Josh Allen to quarterback his team right now because he'd buck Shanahan too much probably. Roger in Fremont, what's going on, man?
I agree that Shanahan is our coach. Stick with him. He's great.
All right.
My question is, how bad can the 49ers be when the Seahawks haven't gone through the playoffs? They may roll over everybody, and in fact, 41-6 may look good.
Well,
that's a pretty great team.
They look
Maybe
good yesterday,
41-6
Saturday.
Extreme. They sure look good to me.
Thanks, Roger. Appreciate the call. Oh, go ahead.
I just don't know how anybody's going to score a lot of points on that defense.
What's funny is I think a lot of people think the Rams are going to win that game.
And I'm one of them.
How come?
Because I believe the league gave the Seahawks a stimulus package last time they played. The Rams were scoring points, the 2-point conversion that went, and I'll never forget that, but they were able to move the ball on that vaunted Seattle defense.
Yeah.
And they got a better offense than. Let's put another rat on the table brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Donnie, whose offense is better? Rams, Seattle, the Niners? Who's in third?
49ers.
Whose defense? Who's in third?
Well, that's a good, healthy.
See, that's where I'm.
But
go ahead.
It's the Niners right now, third.
Man, that's not good.
But if, do they have the worst defense if they're not hurt? If you put Bosa and Warner, maybe their defense is second. It's better than the Rams. I don't know. Let's go to Ed and Benicia. What's going on, Ed? How you doing?
Hey, Matt, this is Ed, and I disagree with the way you raised the question about
what was the question?
Shanahan. You know that when he first got the job, it was a total rebuild with him and Lynch. So the first 2 years, they weren't going to go to the playoffs, and they didn't. Then they had 2 more years where they were just overdone with the injuries. So when you talk about 5 out of 9 versus 8 out of 9, I think it's apples and oranges. I think when McDermott got to Buffalo, they were much more well-built than the San Francisco 49ers. So I want you to kind of react to what I just said about that for Matt.
I mean, let me look at their franchise index. I don't know. Like, I have no idea what they were before McDermott got there. And I'm not saying Kyle Shanahan should be fired. I'm just asking to compare the two. And I don't think the resume is like overwhelmingly in favor of Kyle Shanahan. It's in favor of Kyle Shanahan, but yeah, okay. So what does he really have? What does he really have?
2 Super Bowl appearances, 4 NFC championship visits.
Okay.
To McDermott's 1, I believe.
Right. But McDermott's been to the playoffs more than Kyle. And McDermott got fired. So, where are we with Kyle Shanahan?
What if someone just said McDermott's had a quarterback for more years than Kyle Shanahan has?
Well, I would say that's fair, but I'd also
because he's had him for all of them.
But I'd also have to say,
and I just brought that up.
Whose fault is that? Like, I get it. He had Allen.
Right.
Great.
But it doesn't take away the brilliance of
Kyle gets credit.
Jimmy and Brock Purdy to the Super Bowl.
Okay. So
and it makes you think like, oh, well, if he had a Josh Allen, my gosh, maybe he would have won it.
But he's had 9 years to get a Josh Allen. He's never gotten a Josh Allen.
That's a different story.
Why?
Because the guy that got the Josh Allen didn't get it done or even get close to Kyle getting there twice with 2 different quarterbacks that are not Josh Allen.
Okay. So Kyle gets a pass and Lynch get a pass because, like, they haven't found a Have they found is Purdy their franchise quarterback? Like,
they're paying him as such.
Okay. So if in 5 years Purdy doesn't have a Super Bowl, are we going to say, well, Kyle had Brock Purdy?
That might be 2-3 years. Who knows?
Well, is Brock Purdy a quarterback that we can say, well, Shanahan's, I guess Purdy's not in that class. So it's Josh Allen's a superstar.
Right.
Okay. Let's go to Matt in Pinole. What's going on, Matt? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys, man? Just want to say I love listening to you guys. It's like my second time calling, but I just want to throw it out there. The main difference I see is Sean McDermott has Josh Allen. I think if the 49ers and Shanahan had Josh Allen, they probably would have won a Super Bowl by now. So I think that is one of the big differences, and I just wanted to throw that out there.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah.
And, okay, my guy who called in last, the Bills, before McDermott got there, they've gone almost 20 years without making the playoffs. Like, they didn't make...
Why did the Warriors move off of Mark Jackson?
I'm just saying, in 2017, McDermott took over, he got him to the wild card game, and they hadn't been to the playoffs since 99.
All right.
So, he must have changed the culture.
Nobody's saying he didn't, but when you got the best quarterback in a quarterback league and you're 500 in the playoffs and you got Kyle doing and you're right about finding the quarterback, but McDermott never came out the AFC.
I get it.
And if you say, hey, it's not about that, it's about winning it all, I can say Kyle's done that twice with Lester at the quarterback position.
But right. Okay, so
that's kind of what everybody's saying.
Okay. Well, good. Then I understand that part of it.
But you're saying he shouldn't have been fired.
I'm not saying he shouldn't have been fired. I'm just saying, where are we with Kyle? And I guess we're rock solid.
A couple of weeks ago, I was saying this is one of the best, and I mean it, one of the best coaching jobs he's done.
Okay.
That's where I'm at, and I think the caller alluded to that. You have a problem with that?
No. But they also got their ass kicked in 2 out of the last 3 games.
But was coaching what got him beat? And I'm not out here giving passes.
You just said Kyle coached his worst game of the year.
Well, called one of his worst plays of the year.
Again,
though, they had no business even in the offs. One can make that argument.
Well, that's
what Trent was saying. If you agree with him, please. House buddy.
Really, they shouldn't have made the play. Let's go to Jose in San Francisco. What's up, Jose?
What's going on, Steiny? What's up, Goose?
Hey, you got it.
Hey, a pleasure to talk to you guys. Hey, I just want to come down Steiny's neck here. I appreciate what you guys do, but, The Bills had their chances. You guys said they made it to the playoffs 8 times out of 9 or 9 out of 8. They had their chance there, and clearly Josh Allen, he's known to choke these playoff games. I mean, I think Kyle Shanahan, he's done a great job this season. I mean, you guys have said it yourselves, I feel like signing, you pick and choose when you root for the Niners and when you don't. Even when we beat the Eagles, before they even played the game, you said we were going to get smacked. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Phil Mike. I heard that. He went on their radio show. He was really calling them out. That was super dope. And, go Niners. I don't care if we win or lose. We made it far this season, and I appreciate what you guys do.
Hey, thanks, man. We love all the callers, but I got to go back one more caller, and, of course, I forget his name. I think he's holding on to, hey, maybe the 41-6 is not that bad. Like, I'm a true one, man. If I'm a fan of a team, 41-6, I don't care what that team goes on and accomplishes or does not. But it was glaring. Two games that the Seattle Seahawks scored 54 points, okay, and only gave up, 9 points? Like, that's something to keep Kyle and John up, because that should be the standard to kind of, get your team back on par with that. And that's what, I'm not here for today, but that's what makes the past hurt. The Niners were Seattle 4 or 5 years and didn't get it done. Now you got to build yourself back up to take on these bullies that you got in your division that you see twice a year.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers lose 41-6 to Seattle, and their season is over. But 12 wins and a playoff victory over the Eagles is what they end up doing before Seattle comes in here or Seattle up there takes care of the 49ers. Let's go to Connor in San Leandro. Hey, Connor, what's going on, man?
What's going on, Steiny? What's going on, Goo?
Hey.
Listen, this conversation to me needs to be informed by, Kyle Shanahan being two people. We got Kyle Shanahan, the coach, one of the greatest to ever do it. And then we got Kyle Shanahan, the personnel guy. And I can't say that he's on that same level. I think that our arrangement right now is that Kyle Shanahan, the coach, always makes up for Kyle Shanahan, the personnel guy. The Jake Moody in the 3rd-round draft, the Trey Lance, the this, the that. I think this is one of those moments. I hope that we use 41-6 the same way everyone used 28-3. That we actually do something about the fact that this guy, as much as I love him, should not have personnel control. Because his philosophy is, I'm sitting here with the head coach Mike on. I don't need to draft offensive line the way that other teams do. I don't need to recruit offensive line. You can talk about offensive line for the first 4 weeks of the offseason, and eventually everyone will come around to my side and say, yeah, it's really important that we pick one of these offensive line guys up, maybe in the 3rd round, if we're lucky, maybe the 4th round. That's not going to do it. What we just saw was a failure of the Kyle Shanahan personnel system that underrates offensive line. How much money we got behind Brock Purdy, whether he's a system QB or not, we can't have him running for his life. That's just not the Niners system. So until that changes, I really do think that we need this 41-6 moment to actually make some change around that, if that's possible. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah. Steiny, what if I did this under Lynch and Kyle? Solomon Thomas, 1st-round pick, Solomon Thomas, Reuben Foster. We know the answer to that. One offensive lineman, McGlinchey. He's no longer here. Bosa, Kinlaw, Ayuk. The Ayuk, just recent, it hurts. Trey Lance, Ricky Pearsall with the question mark. They come up roses later on in the draft, but those are like, so for fans calling said, okay, what are you going to do with the picks? I get being a little hesitant, but man, you got to improve the trenches moving forward, however you do it. Draft, free agency. I mean, that's what that meant to me, 41-6.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, their season is over, and Seattle will be hosting the NFC Championship game against the LA Rams. 49ers just ran out of gas. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump into the conversation on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habis, Tariq Habis, and the Habis Law team. When Habis Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habis Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit HabisLaw.com. Habis Law, they fight to make it right. Habis and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kind of like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it.
Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Burkhardt and Brady on the call, Fox Sports. Niners get beat 41-6. Never really in it. And we're talking about the season right now and where the 49ers are heading into next year.
Yeah, I just can't get over the fact that, rightfully so, we talked and we're fixated on the Saturday game here at Levi's for the number 1 seed. And I kept telling you as many times as I watched that game over how impressed I was with the Niner D because Seattle only mustered up 13 points. And then we got put our minds together. Won't get you too far, you and I, and we thought, that's not going to happen again. Maybe Kyle's offense will give more than 3 points. They only got 3 more, but 41-6 has my head spinning because I think, you let me know what you think, it really should supersede the Niners' progress or their regular season against substandard foes. I hope they hone in on these 2 games against Seattle or the 2 against the Rams as well.
I mean, that's part of what's complicating the season is they won all the games they should have won. But late in the season, Seattle got them twice and made them look really bad doing it.
Ordinary.
Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara. Hey, Mike, what's going on, man?
What's up, gentlemen? Obviously a bad beat on Saturday, but, in general, I would say, with the injuries and everything that has happened this season, the Niners actually exceeded my expectations, especially after taking out Philadelphia in that wild card game. So overall, I think it was a good season just because of all the situation with the injuries and everything. It was a bad beat losing Kittle, obviously, and then Tonjes, of course. That just was a cherry on top of everything when it came down to it. But what I'm really wanting to focus on is, what are we going to do this off season? I don't know what they have to. There has to be some change in the office in this case. I'm not saying Shanahan in this case. I think Kyle's still doing a good job. He probably arguably had his best season with the weapons that he did have. But I want to know what they're going to do in regards to the offseason with free agency and the draft. I just think, we're taking so many bad beats on these draft picks and not making necessary moves in free agency. I really want to see what they do. I don't know if they have to fire the scouting team and bring in a new scouting team. I don't know, but they need to do a little bit more research on who they're trying to bring in and just bring in guys that are not going to be injury prone. I know that's a hard thing to say, but just guys that are going to actually be good plug-and-play players going forward. That's all I really wanted to say, guys. So, yeah, just seeing what we do in the offseason.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate it, Mike. This is Kyle Shanahan on why the offense struggled versus Seattle the last 2 games.
Because they got a really good defense. They got a real good defense. I liked how we came to play in that first half a lot more. I thought we were much more ready. I thought we were moving the ball. But when you get stopped on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1, nothing counts for it. And then the next time up, we had a turnover with the fumble. And then when we got stopped on downs in the beginning of the 3rd quarter, then it was out of hand. And then we got away from the run, trying to get back into it. And that team doesn't give up big plays. That's why they're number 1 in the league over the last 2 years and not giving up big plays. And when you get down a lot, and it's going to be tough to get back if you can't generate those big plays.
Kyle Shanahan on that Seattle defense, too.
You know what's funny is the Niners had 11 possessions in that game. And I know football, hey, you can hit a home run, an 80-yarder on one play. But 11 possessions, and I bring that up because they held the ball for 5 minutes and 40 seconds. That was their longest, 10 plays. And, you know, that came in the second quarter, and it culminated in a field goal. But I got to tell you this. Last year when the season was over, I felt better about the Niners because Seattle, to me, wasn't this vaunted. I didn't look at Seattle like I do now. Those games didn't play out like they did these games. So I looked at it from a Niners standpoint last year like, oh, injuries, McCaffrey, they'll bounce back. But now you got Mike Tyson and Muhammad Ali, it feels like, in your own division. So what does that make you? You know, Joe Frazier, who are you? Who are the Niners? Because there's no way around it. The physicality of this team, which they once specialized in, and what sent them to 2 Super Bowls and 4 NFC championship games, I'm wondering, are they at the end of that run and you got to retool and go get that physicality back? Or is it just a one-off season thing to put you back in the realm with these 2 teams? And these 2 teams I'm talking about are the Rams and Seahawks. Stoney, that was a beatdown, man. 41-6 after 13-3.
You said it. Let's go to Orlando and San Bruno. What's going on, Orlando? How you doing, man?
Hi, guys. Thank you for taking my call. So many things to say, but right off the bat, I think with the Bills firing of McDermott, it was the camel that broke the straw because of all that talk during the regular season that this was their chance since the Ravens weren't doing well and the Chiefs were doing horrible. There was an opening and the expectation that at least he was going to reach what he's reached the most, which is the conference championship. To me, it's the analogy of why our wonderful Buster Posey decided to move on. Bob Brenly did not reach the expectation. That's done with that. Now, with the Niners, they need to beef up the offensive line. I'm surprised, just like everyone. Boy, my prediction of the score was such a joke. Yeah, you're right. How can you score only 9 points in 8 quarters? Man. That's averaging 1 point a quarter. I mean, imagine if you put that in that Las Vegas money line. You would be rich as hell. They just need – I'll consider this as – sorry to swear. I'll consider this whooping as an asterisk because it was just the injuries. They had so much injuries. But, yes, the Seahawks defense is behind the Texans. That's why I'm surprised that the Texans lost C.J. Stroud. Thank God we don't have C.J. Stroud. That being said, this could be a trilogy. It could be the Rams versus the Patriots, or it could be a Super Bowl that has yet to happen, which I think most likely might be, even with Bo Nix being out, it will be the Broncos and the Seahawks, because this is the second matchup, I believe, that the number 1 offense versus the number 1 defense. And the last time that scenario was the Seahawks and the Packers, and the Seahawks pulled it off. Thank you for taking my call. Lick our wounds. And, you know, let's make some good off-season acquisitions. They got 3 4-round picks. Let's utilize that in the trenches. Thank you, guys, and have a good day.
Appreciate it. This is Trent Williams on Kyle Shanahan and the season he had.
Coach of the year, in my opinion. You know, and not y'all see what he does on game days, but what he does during the week, the message he conveys to the team every week, the way we prepare, the way he has guys bought in to just give them their all, no matter, you know, what the scoreboard look like, no matter what, you know, guys just playing their butts off. So a lot of that goes towards Cal because he's obviously the leader of this team, but it all starts and stops with him, and he definitely does a great job getting us started.
All right, Trent Williams talking about Kyle Shanahan's greatness.
And now you got me thinking with this McDermott thing. I will just add this about that. You know, this was the year, and you could say it's not his fault, Goo. This was the year there was no Lamar, no Burrow, no Patrick, and you felt like, man, even with I thought their defense was not good at all, Buffalo. I thought, man, this might be it. And you can't fire the quarterback. Who would at this point? Because he didn't have his best game and he turned it over. But that essentially cost McDermott his job. I do wonder with the state of the San Francisco 49ers, and I mean what I'm about to say because this is a big project to just say go beef it up on both sides of the line and hope guys that were injured for the season come back and don't miss a beat. But what if I were to ask you, do you think Kyle's closer to that infamous ring that he chases or further? Because my answer before you go is further.
Further from when?
Getting a ring than when he was in 19 and a couple years ago in Vegas. The team's different. It's lesser to me.
You mean when they were coming off Super Bowl appearances?
Yeah.
Yeah. They were coming off Super Bowl appearances and they were younger. Like, now they're coming off a second-round loss and they're older.
Sold out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. Let's go to Ron in Walnut Creek. Hey, Ron, what's going on, man?
Good afternoon, you guys. Hey, you know, I think we got to go back on the Niners. Their lack of depth, I think, is a huge issue. Let's go back to the Rams, who are, you know, look at the Rams roster. It is so much deeper and younger, especially on the defense, than the Niners. Look at the Niners. The Rams actually won the Super Bowl. And then they rebuilt, and they've done a great job. The Niners lost the Super Bowl, but decided to pay all their aging veterans like they actually won the Super Bowl. And now we're here with no depth. I tell you, Kyle's did a good job coaching what he has, but it's the personnel. Look at the Rams' personnel. I mean, the Rams are going to win. They're going to beat Seattle. They're going to put up 30 points against Seattle and win. They're going to probably win another Super Bowl. I mean, Kyle does great with what he has, but at some point, Lynch and they have to be called accountable for who they get. I mean, when you overpay Williams, you extended him when he was under contract. Kittle, you overpaid him when he was under contract. McCaffrey, you overpaid him while he's under contract. Ayuk, that debacle, that's another issue. But the personnel is where it wins. And the Rams, they're going to be a headache here for the next 5 years.
It looks that way, but, you know, it's a year-to-year league.
Well, I will say this because he brought it up, but the new debacle or the new thing that ails the San Francisco 49ers is the recency or the recent debacle that was Brandon Ayuk. And just remember a couple years ago, we were talking about Debo. We were talking about Ayuk and him ascending and that drafting of Ricky Pearsall. You know, it was cute. It was like, okay. But then he had to step up, and we saw what happened with Debo. He moved on. Ayuk gets hurt, doesn't come back. That relationship gets stinky. And then now you got a young pup who, when he plays, shows you something. But now it's a flip of the coin to know if he's hurt or available. Like, that's a big deal, especially when you're trying to stretch good defenses like Seattle. You know, the Niners just seem like Saturday night, Seattle was not afraid for the second time of Brock Purdy and anything the Niners had offensively. And the game's played out that way.
Yeah, I mean,
in regard to point production for the Niners.
And you can, when you look at it a certain way, you can say, man, how were they even this good? Or you look at it and you say, well, why did they make some of the decisions they made? I mean, so who have they paid? They paid Bosa. He got hurt this year. Kittle's been paid.
Warner.
He was hurt this year and is going to miss a lot of next year. Unfortunately, Fred Warner got hurt. They paid Purdy. He missed half the year. They paid Ayuk. He's not on the team anymore. They paid Trent. He was kind of in and out of the lineup. They paid McCaffrey. He was hurt most of last year. So it's bad luck or whatever you want to call it, but I
don't second guess any of those.
They're big. Okay. Well, but we got to be realistic. If those guys are not playing the bulk of the games, then we're probably not going to be able to make a Super Bowl run. And all those guys missed significant amounts of time in the past year or two.
Now, would you have a problem if somebody said, and I'm sure that's not how the Niners, it's obvious that's not how they drew it up, but Kyle was able, with his backup quarterback for 8 games, to keep the boat afloat. Kittle, in and out of the line. All the guys, and it's not how you drew it up, they got hurt, yet the season didn't go down the drain. That's why I say that was a hell of a coaching job this year.
Got to give him credit for winning 12 games with all these guys missing time. So, I'm more interested in, like, 49er fans. When you look at Bosa and Warner and Kittle and McCaffrey and Purdy and Trent Williams and Juwan Jennings, are these guys, where are they in their careers? Are they getting better?
Well, Bosa's a major concern. We were concerned about his production before he got hurt. So that's number one on my list. And he could come back and break the sack record. But it's almost like imperative that he does that and not be the guy where we just wanted more now with this injury, underneath him.
Yeah, he's probably going to miss a chunk of next season, right?
Man.
And then when he gets back, we'll see what kind of player he is and what he's got left. Let's go to Burns in Fremont. Hey, Burns, how you doing?
Gentlemen, hey, first off, happy MLK Day. Some of the youngsters out there, please, do a little time, little research, man. That is, I'm a history buff, and I every time I go and look at something Martin Luther King did, I learn something new. So, use this day for that,
Wow.
Unfortunately, I am working, but I pulled over and I wanted to, I kind of consider myself an NFL nomad, NFL mercenary, so I'm going to give a review of the Niners. And there is a little bit of sweetness on the Niners because I do live in the Bay. I root for the Bay, and it is kind of a bummer today. I always love when any team gets in the playoffs, the Bay Area just lights up, and it is kind of a bummer. But what I've been hearing on the radio a lot is kind of these fantasy football guys like, offense. Hey, man, I grew up, anytime I remember the Niners, they had a hard-hitting defense, man. And so, really, the Niners are cool on offense. I believe in Shanahan. I believe that he can turn mud into gold, man. I really do. I think he can turn any player he wants into star players on the offensive side. But when we get to the D, that's where we gotta, tighten up. Give me a John Lynch type, please. Just give me a John Lynch type in that, Mofongo was that, look what he's doing over in Denver. It's just, we need that kind of love, man. And also, I've been listening to some of the other radio stations. Shame on me, but a lot of talk about McDermott, getting fired, and he should automatically go to Baltimore. And I'm all like, why would Lamar Jackson want that dude? Everyone talks about Josh Allen needs to come in and talk and get the next coach, but why not Lamar also? I'm not a big McDermott fan. I know he was the second winningest coach, but he doesn't have that, oomph that I need. And that's it, fellas, man. I hope you guys have a great day and enjoy.
You too.
Appreciate the call, Burnsy. Appreciate the call. This is Kyle Shanahan on playing in a hole after the kickoff return.
Not totally. I mean, if they score on the opening drive, it's the same issue too, So, I mean, it sucks when it's the first play and how that gets the stadium going and everything like that. But I thought we weathered that storm to a degree, It'd be nice to go down and answer right away. We got stopped on 3rd and 1 and stopped on 4th and 1. Then the next drive, we got the ball, we fumbled. So we gave them 2 scores like that and got down to a 17-0 deficit, which was tough and not at all what we wanted. I thought we weathered the storm. We made it 17-6. Was really hoping to go into the half at halftime with that score and would have felt pretty good about it based off how things went. I thought them converting that 3rd down on that last drive, they got the one on the penalty, I believe, if I'm remembering right, that allowed them to convert it. And on them scoring at the end of the second quarter, I thought was a huge deal in that game. That made us to where we had to answer on the first drive coming out. And we got stopped on 4th and 1 on that first drive coming out. And really after that, then the game was out of hand.
Wow. Right, so he did a great job of doing nothing but describing what happened, but he didn't really get into
how you think they did in the red zone.
Not good. They didn't score.
They didn't even get
a touchdown.
They didn't get there.
Pretty
incredible. So think about that.
Yeah.
Not just one game. I mean, man, boy. And they only had 3 turnovers. You're thinking that crowd, that situation, Seattle, the crazies. But what's glaring, too, is I don't know what you made. I'll ask you now how Sam Darnold played. He wasn't bad at all, but they didn't need him to be great.
He was pretty good.
They didn't, you know what I mean?
Didn't see any mistakes.
Man. And they put up 41 on you. Well, 34, but the kickoff counts, but still.
Mike in Napa. Hey, Mike, what's going on?
Hey guys. Good talk. Good show. Look, I'm just going to get down to it. I love the Niners. I love Lynch. I love Shanahan. But I still want an answer. Who was responsible for picking Trey Lance over Mac Jones? Who was responsible for drafting Solomon Thomas in the first round? Who was responsible for Javon Kinlaw? I could go on. Draft picks of guys that are knowingly injured, knowing that they'll come back and get off the IR. That stuff has got to stop. I want to see a good draft from here on out. They got to start picking winners, and they've got to be active. And I still think they can make it to the Super Bowl next year. They got to play better and get better players.
All right, appreciate the call.
Well, I would, if I could have asked him what's going to change next time you play Seattle. Because they're in your way, along with the Rams, who might be in the Super Bowl in the Bay. So you got problems in regard to your division.
Yeah, that's always a tough one, too, is, the 49ers might be better next year, but so might the L.A. Rams and so might the Seattle Seahawks. I'm going to wait for the other side there. Warriors play tonight.
Yeah, dude, 5 games over.
Is that a 7 o'clock start? Even though it's Martin Luther King Day, a lot of times they have afternoon games.
They used to always play in the daytime. Stouty, it is you're right, 7 p.m., baby. It's the Heat. Then got the Raptors tomorrow. I'll be in the house.
So they got a back-to-back tonight, and Warriors live at 6 o'clock. So don't be afraid to tune in.
I was going to ask you to name the East All-Stars, but you probably looked at it, huh?
I guarantee I haven't.
Okay, can you name? I know we're up against it. Can you name them?
I'll tell you what I'll do, Goo.
Right.
I will.
Don't cheat. On the other side.
Yeah, I'll do it on the other side because I got stuff to do right now. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Ceremony Ford's got over 40 Explorers in stock and ready to roll today. Get $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. Ceremony Ford off 280 in Colma Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Your trusted Bay Area Ford dealer. And covering Bay Area sports for as long as I have, I've seen athletes go through highs, lows, and the pains that come with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game and when you're the one injured or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm, and whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win with millions recovered for clients across the region. It's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes, or online at freedmansappliance.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325.
Boom!
On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Yes! One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at aminet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I was Burkhart and Brady on the call, Fox Sports. Mm-hmm. I made it 17-0. Yikes. Yeah, he didn't really hurt him.
I mean, it was like just hand it off, make the throws, and they move on.
By the way, what was going on with Shanahan and Renardo Green?
Yeah, nothing in particular. Just coaching him on a certain play, a certain technique, and just coaching aggressively.
Yeah. They had the Sirianni, A.J. Brown vibes to me, but he was animated. But, yeah, he had a message. He got it off his chest. But where do you go from here if you're the Niners?
I don't know. What do you want to attack first? The line, the receivers?
My prized possession and my quarterback. It's imperative that against top-tier defenses, he's got to get more time. And I'm not saying he was on his A game. He's got to get more time. So that right there, if I'm Lynch or Kyle, I'm somehow some enhancements for my offensive line. And right now, what are the odds? McCaffrey's your RB1 next year. And he's probably going to touch the ball 400 times again. So it would bode well that you can run it better, more efficient, and give Brock time so when you face these teams, we don't get the suffocation that we got the last two games versus Seattle. As great as I thought this season was, there is a stain that is the Seattle Seahawks those last two games. Like, I can't unsee them, you know?
No. And that's, again, what kind of makes, the end of the season difficult after a lot went right during the regular season and the first game of the playoffs. Like you said, McCaffrey is your A1. I mean, I would have to bet you right now he's not going to touch it 400 times next year.
That guy almost would bet you.
I mean,
I would take it now.
When's the last guy who had back-to-back 400 touch years? Yeah. And the other thing is that's where I wouldn't just expect McCaffrey to be better next year.
And maybe that's not the best thing for him at this stage of his career, too, for longevity.
Exactly.
So get on your horse and devise or get something in here to where you can decrease it. But we keep saying that with the Warriors, and the minute usage stays the same or goes up. 31, 32 minutes for Steph.
Yep. Let's go to Jan.
Wow, our girl.
Jan's in Mountain View. Hey, Jan, how are you?
Oh, I'm hanging in there, but I just have a couple of concerns, and that is like hearing the morning roast. I'm like, okay, who in the first place, how do these players get ranked fifth choice over first choice? What ranks that? I'd like to know. Second of all, who's the one that is scouting these players and, seeing if they're a number one choice and what their background is, for heaven's sakes? I mean, look at what Seattle's done in the last 2 years, and look at the Rams. I mean, they've put us to shame this year, and I'm kind of embarrassed about after the performance we put in Philadelphia last week. I thought for sure I had confidence, even though that opening drive was a touchdown for Seattle. good for them. But I thought for sure we were going to come back and we were going to at least score a touchdown, for heaven's sakes, and we couldn't even do that. And something has to give. And if I heard right this morning, that is Kyle the one responsible, or Kyle and
Lynch.
What's the other guy's name?
John Lynch.
Are they the ones, or can we get other help to pick out these players so that we're not behind the 8 ball every year? Thank you.
Jan, she was revved up. So she's talking about scouting, partner, and the draft. So, I mean, that's definitely, Rams, they fell off after the Super Bowl a little bit, and they bounced back, and Seattle's been hitting it out the park. So this is a very important draft for the Niners, free agency, and however you go about your business getting guys in here. But you got a lot of holes to fill, I believe.
Yeah. This is Shanahan on what he told the team in the locker room.
Obviously, we're real disappointed with today. We obviously didn't have it today. Credit to them. Try not to harp on that. I try to, we can discuss some of that stuff on Monday when we get back together. But I just thanked them for the whole season, how much they battled through everything. I know everyone in there was sick about tonight and the way that went in every facet. But I try not to make it about tonight when I was in there with them. Just kind of thanked them for what they've done all year, and been extremely, extremely proud of everyone in that room throughout this year.
All right, Kyle Shanahan looking at the big picture and making sure the team knew that he appreciated the effort this year despite all the injuries, and a playoff appearance and a playoff win.
Yeah, what metric I like, and maybe if I was good at my job, I could have did it, but I'll have it for you tomorrow. But I remember, some stones being thrown at Brandon Ayuk and and Deebo Samuel in regard to separation, that was coming down. They weren't getting past the DBs. Have they really improved that, even when Pearsall plays? That's not a position of strength. And I love Juwan Jennings and what he means, and Pearsall when he's active. But, man, is that enough to scare top-tier defenses? And I think I got my answer is to no. So right there, that's a component to your team that needs enhancements. Your O-line, your D-line.
I mean, the other thing is, and I don't know where they're going to go get a receiver, but,
AJ Brown.
They're okay.
Who knows? But yeah.
So if you're a number one receiver like one of those guys, Jefferson or Brown or whoever, I mean, the 49ers still are a team that wants to run the ball. And, we talk about the kind of quarterbacks that Kyle Shanahan has ended up coaching, and that, maybe there's some quarterbacks that he wouldn't want to coach. I think there's some receivers that he doesn't want in here too. I mean, he had a receiver in here who wasn't top shelf in Ayuk, and he's not here. I don't know.
He was paid like top shelf, partner.
Yeah, but I just don't think that Kyle's into receivers that are going to complain about not getting the ball, because most of his receivers don't get the ball as much as other receivers.
But if we go down his history, and I know it was before he was head coach, we kind of did that with the quarterback. And Matt Ryan won an MVP. He was a gunslinger, made all the throws. Julio Jones fits the bill to me about a diva receiver. So, they're obviously thought Brandon Ayuk was going to be their next iteration of a great 49er receiver. And I'll never know this, Donnie. I care. My mind wanders. But I'm wondering how he's feeling sitting there watching that game, in an infantile way. And I'm saying this if he was. I have no way to prove it. If somehow he got off on watching his former team go through it. But, I mean, this is just the start. Until they fix it or add something to the wide receiver department of this team, I mean, this has been a major blunder or failure. You got to give me that, the Brandon Ayuk thing. And I'm telling you, it's just starting. Yeah, it's just starting.
I mean, what if Pearsall this is who he is?
Then you've been, this is a nightmare.
I mean, I don't know what worries me more about Pearsall is, the fact that he missed half the year, or the fact that
he played and didn't get a ball.
Not one.
Wow.
Not one catch. Not one catch.
I wonder if somebody would have asked Kyle that. Maybe they did, but, I mean, maybe that's not on him, though. Maybe that's on the quarterback, or Brock didn't even have time.
Well,
nobody ate in the passing game. Ton just had 5 for 59, I believe, but that's not how you drew it up, you know?
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Man, this is maybe the most disappointing thing about Saturday. Was it that they weren't competitive? Was it the offense not being able to generate any drives? I mean, to me, it's the offense. It's the offense and the fact that they just did not score in 2 games against Seattle. And that's the part I'd have to look at and say, what's going on when that's supposed to be the strength of our team? It's obviously the strength of our coach. We love our number one running back. So, you know, that to me was the most disappointing aspect, was that, you know, for the second game in a row against the Seattle Seahawks, you couldn't score a touchdown.
No, you on fire. Ask me mine.
What's yours?
It's kind of like yours. There's a realization, a finality to how far you are from being the big boy in your division.
Yep.
And your time might be up. Like, the Niners have been a staple, badass. Remember, they beat Seattle in the wild card round with Geno Smith here in 2023. But I can't ignore 8 quarters of ball just from a Seattle standpoint and not say, okay, if you had Bosa and Warner, would it have been different? But to your point, offensively, they had pretty much everybody and couldn't score a touchdown.
Nope, they couldn't. This is Brock Purdy on how you feeling at this point?
Obviously, we're fresh out of a game, and our goal was obviously to come in here, win, and go to the NFC Championship game and go from there. But, obviously when it just got taken away from us and Kyle's talking to us just about the year, and you reflect a little bit, it does feel good just in terms of, being reminded of, like, guys stepping up and the resiliency. Like, the character and the heart of this team was unlike anything I've ever been a part of. And so I know a lot of guys were saying that. Kyle said it. Trent Williams, like, everyone feels it, like the heart, man. And so for us, it does excite us in terms of, we're going to regroup and get guys healthy and get back after it. And so we are excited for the future, but obviously right now it just sucks because the loss is fresh in our mouth.
All right, that was Brock Purdy talking about that 41-6 loss last on Saturday night. So you didn't like that 4th down play in the first quarter.
Let me tell you why I didn't like it. And it was early, and it was one play. But I'm giving Kyle the Nobel Peace Prize for reading defenses, doing stuff early, setting it up for later or what have you. But that to me was, I don't want to say Roberto Duran, no mas, but it signaled to me that you had to do tricks to get 1 yard. And sometimes you do. But sometimes it's a mano. It's early. Hand it off. And you tried on 3rd and 1, quarterback sneak, or damn it, try it again and not get it. But to give it to Juice and run a play that we haven't seen to the short side of the field, I didn't like the odor from that play.
Yeah.
And it got worse from that point.
Yeah.
What was that?
I thought I might have punted it, but again, these are decisions.
That's better than going for it and not getting it.
Yeah, these are decisions that probably wouldn't have changed the outcome of the game. But man, you
got it. See, I got to stop real quick.
I mean, you gave the ball at the 50.
But they got it before Seattle called the timeout. Why not run that again to the other side? Like, I get it. You said he got it in. But maybe you could have kept it in the air. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that
wasn't
the play they called didn't work. Yeah. So you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I got another question and concern.
Mm-hmm.
Are the Niners a fast offense to you?
What do you mean, skill position speed?
Yeah, just
no.
And that's why I'm wondering if Seattle had they were sitting pretty in a sense where there is no fear speed-wise. Speed kills, man. If I'm watching these games, good defense is going to stop. I get it, but are they really fast, partner?
I mean,
it's McCaffrey and everything else I feel like is in front of you.
Well, I mean, McCaffrey clearly was a dynamic and explosive player for most of his career. We didn't see that as much this year. Is that because, he's lost a step? I don't know. But, McCaffrey pretty recently has been a very dynamic player, I think, for the Niners. But, when you look at Brandon Ayuk,
I liked him.
Solid, but not elite. And Ricky Pearsall, who knows what he is. He's supposed to be pretty fast. But I don't know how you don't make a catch in a game when you're trying to throw the ball because you're not running it. This is let's see more. We got more Kyle Shanahan. This is how he thought about the protection that Brock Purdy received.
No one played perfect. No one played great today. No one coached great today. They got us pretty good. So, but I thought Brock made a number of plays out there. But on the second half, it got away from all of us.
Kyle Shanahan.
And listen, I've never been an offensive coordinator, no more than playing the video game Madden. But I'm watching every Niner game, and I watch them a few times. Can you remember the last time they tried to go vertical just to loosen the defense up? And you could say, well, Darnold didn't do it. It's not a prerequisite, Goo. But the bottom line is just the style. Stylistically, this Niner team, everything's crossing. Nothing's deep, going for the home run. Throw one up and hope to get a flag, and you get the field position. There's none of that. It just feels like this offense is ordinary. And do you think I'm overreacting because I wasn't saying this when they put up 40 against the Bears?
I'm
talking about championships. I'm looking at this team now through the championship prism.
Well, the proof's in the pudding. They just lost 41-6,
all right.
And
54-9.
How much do you want to listen? It's fair. They were missing a lot of players, and now you got to go into the offseason and say, well, if we would have had Bosa and Warner, what would that have meant? If we would have had Kittle, what would that have meant? Ayuk's done. If Pearsall would have been healthy, what would we have done? And I think no matter how many guys you come up with who've been banged up, you still end up with having to say Seattle's a better team, and Seattle, quite frankly, dominated the Niners 2 out of the last 3 weeks.
Now, we've gotten here, and you tell me, I ain't trying to be negative. We're keeping it real, having a conversation, trying to figure it out. I think a lot of what you just said is defense-related in regard to what you're missing. Offensively, you had pretty much who you are, and you couldn't do anything twice. And I know Kittle didn't play, but he played a little bit Saturday. You got a ways to go.
That's what it looked like after the last game.
Hey, guys, just a couple things coming out from the locker room. Kind of the end-of-year wrap-up right now. They're speaking to the media. Nothing from the podium. Kyle and John will probably speak tomorrow. But Juwan Jennings was asked about his contract status, was asked about a potential franchise tag. He said he's got to talk to his agent about it. We'll see. But obviously he's somebody that the Niners have to make a choice on. And also Brock Purdy talked about the year being special, saying that he thought a lot of teams would have thrown in the towel where the Niners did not. So he is viewing it as a positive season.
All right.
And I'm in that same line. But what I'll do to you and Evan, you bringing Jennings back? You giving him the coin?
You have to at this point, unless you got another plan with some other guys.
Yeah, I think they can find a reasonable number.
Yeah, are they?
But what if I'm telling you
can't lose him and then not address the situation?
They need him more than he needs them. How about that? With the current wide receiver and the iffy of Ricky, you got to have Jennings back.
Well, unless they think that, Jordan Watkins can do a lot of what Jennings did at less of a price. You know, those are the decisions you gotta end up making. I didn't think there was any chance Jennings would be on the team next year, but that was before Ayuk and the Niners quit on each other, and it was before we really knew that Pearsall has trouble staying on the field. So I do think that might change Jennings' future for the 49ers.
Yeah, and I know we talked about it all week long last week about the spread, Vegas, if you're into that. And as surprised as I am that it was 41-6, I guess this is why the computer or whoever, the wise men, spit out a 7-8 point spread, Stoney, because it wasn't close.
No, it wasn't. All right, let's go to Dennis. Dennis is in San Francisco. Hey, Dennis, how you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
It's afternoon. I'm sorry, it's afternoon.
All right.
Anyway, yeah, I had a couple of your callers that called in about the personnel. You know, I've talked to both you guys about this for a couple of years or longer. You know, it's like Shanahan is a great coach, no question about it. I like Shanahan, I like Lynch, but as personnel guys, I can't stand them. I mean, I read up on the draft every year. I read up on the draft. I read up on all the mock drafts, and I take it further. I read up on the position players, and in the years, whenever they draft, every year those analysts. Well, I watched the draft, all 3 days of it or whatever, and I hear the analysts commenting on who they're drafting and why they're drafting this guy there when they could have probably got him. Like Martin and Upton Stout. They said they could have got those guys in the 6th round, I don't know. Stout played okay, but Martin never made it on the field. And, Mikhail Williams, what did John Lynch say? I was watching the draft, and when they phoned up Mikhail Williams to tell him he was going to be a Niner, he was telling them, Lynch is going, I told you, I was trying to trade up for you. You're trying to trade up for a guy who can't pass rush. He's a good run stopper, but he doesn't know how to pass rush, and they need help at edge rushing. But like you were saying, Guru, I think they need a lot of help. They're like the Warriors. They need a lot of help, and it's going to be an interesting offseason. That's all I got to say about it. But they definitely need to build up that offensive line. I didn't think that game 2 weeks ago was as close as the score, and it was proven, on Saturday night.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
No doubt.
They're far apart. They're far apart. Those two teams, like I say, the Rams and Seattle have been drafting well, and Philadelphia, Rosen's done a great job with the Eagles. We need a general manager that knows the draft, or we need a new scouting department. I don't know what we need something, but since they've been here, look at their drafts, and that'll tell you everything you need to know about them.
Yeah.
All right. Good luck, guys. See you.
Appreciate it, Dennis.
Yeah, this is going to be a big offseason for Kyle and John. No doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, you could talk about transition right now and me talking about if the window's open or if the window's closed. But right now, I feel like it's more closed than it was open just due to what Dennis said and what we saw. And Martin didn't see the field hardly at all, and now it'll be year 2 and Williams will come back. But, wow. Just a dud to end the fuddy-duddy to end the season for the Niners.
Yeah, and of course the 49ers, and we'll get more into this probably in the coming days, but, Robert Saleh and Kubiak are sought after.
Well, Kyle said Kubiak ain't going nowhere to be a offensive coordinator. I was like, damn.
This is what Shanahan said about those two.
They've been unbelievable. I love both those guys. They're two as good of coaches I've been around, and I know both of them will be head coaches, whether it's in a week or so or whether it's over the next few years. But we're lucky to have those guys, and for our sake, I hope that we'll still have them next year.
All right,
I felt that, like, for real, especially with the defense. He's saying I got the yo. He just didn't want Kubiak sharing the secrets with another team calling plays.
This is Shanahan talking about Sam Darnold and the oblique injury coming into the game and what he thought about it.
I mean, I know Sam would have no oblique stuff, but Warm-ups are like that, but it takes a while for the Toradol to kick in, so we knew he'd be fine once kickoff came, which that doesn't really have to do with pressure and stuff. That sometimes can affect how they throw, but usually when that Toradol kicks in, it doesn't. So Sam played really well today, but it was also just with the turnovers, the special teams touchdown, us getting stopped on 4th and 1 twice, which is the same as a turnover. That would actually, I think, be 5 if you count those. And it was a whole team deal.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought too. Is like when you get stopped on a 4th down, like that's a turnover.
Oh, hell yeah, it is.
To my way of thinking, because you're giving the ball up right at the scrimmage.
And the momentum, partner.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. One more segment until the crossover, and then we'll bring in Willard and Dibbs. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly flyer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. How about Post cereal, Quaker cereal, or instant oatmeal, Pop-Tarts, Rice Krispie Treats, which are amazing, Welch's Fruit Snacks, Nature Valley, Nutri-Grain, or Quaker Chewy Bars, and General Mills cereal, various sizes and varieties, all just $1.99 each when you buy 4. Now we go to 95.7 The Game's Pop-Tart, Dan Dibley.
And that was a lot of goodness, but there's more. Earn 4 times points on Juicy Sumo Citrus Fruit, just $2.99 per pound. Clip or click Lucerne Butter, 16-ounce selected varieties, or cage-free eggs, 18-count grade AA, just $3.99 each. Limit 2.
Over medium, thank you very much. Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more details. We'll see you in the aisles.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby. It's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job. It's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard Windows and Doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for exclusive and exciting live play-by-play Warriors action brought to you by Toyota. Class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Granger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Music legend John Mellencamp is coming to the Bay Area on August 12th at Shoreline Amphitheater. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com for your chance to win tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Over the middle there, good throw and catch. It's Tonjes who lost the football and is picked up by Julian Love. Seattle's got it. Oh, what a start.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, we're recapping the 49ers game on Saturday, a 41-6 loss to Seattle.
Yikes. Worst in Kyle's career in the offs.
Yeah, 20.
That's his Niner coach.
12-5 regular season. They beat Philly in the wild card game and then end up losing in the divisional round to Seattle.
Can I tell you one Niner regret I got from this game?
Mm-hmm.
That the Niners couldn't keep it close. Forget the oblique. Sam, you were fine. But to beat the Rams or even win the Super Bowl, you're going to have to come out that cubby hole. And 12 of 17 for 124 is not going to do it. I get why, they had you do what you did because they couldn't stop you on the ground. But I hate the Niners didn't make Sammy have to second guess himself, man. If you kind of understand you beat the Rams, you're going to have to throw it. The pressure's there. I felt like the Niners didn't make Sam do any of that. Not taking anything away from him, but it was easy.
Bottom line is they didn't force him into one mistake in 2 games.
Man.
Right? He had no turnovers in either of the games.
Yeah, they sacked him twice. You're right.
I also think one thing I think Seattle's got going for them is they won that game easily. And they didn't really use JSN very much.
At all, man.
So they still got that up their sleeve.
3 receptions for 19 yards for JSN. Now, Charbonnet, I don't know if you saw the news down. He's out for the year.
That's too bad.
Yeah. So Bo Nix, too.
Eric in Walnut Creek. Hey, Eric, how you doing?
Doing okay. Got to admit, I didn't see most of the game. I was more focused on cooking up my ribeyes for my friends. But,
nice.
It's better off I didn't see. Here's my take on it. We're talking about getting receivers who can have separation. I don't think that's going to help the Niners much. Pearsall last year, because there wasn't much of him this year, when he had separation, Brock doesn't hit guys in stride much without throwing it midfield, 20 yards down. He's not going to be vertical 30 yards and hit a guy in stride. Tried to do that with Pearsall a couple times last year when they played the Rams Monday night. He's just not that type of guy. He needs more time. He needs to be able to position those hips, to be able to drive the ball downfield. That's not him. And the other thing is, look, McCaffrey, can we get 2 more years out of him? Brock looks good because of what McCaffrey can do as a dual threat. We've talked about it before. Having Debo, I mean, we're never going back to that time where we had 2 Swiss Army knives. Sorry, that's the past. The future is Kittle's got 2 more years. McCaffrey's got 2 more years. And if we try to get receivers who get separation, it doesn't matter because Brock doesn't hit dudes in stride. Joe did. Joe Montana did, and he didn't have the strongest arm, but that's how much weaker Brock's arm is. And the last thing is this. Shanahan's a genius because look at how he's been able to take these 2 quarterbacks to the Super Bowl, Garoppolo being the first one. These are not top-tier quarterbacks. So you get what you expect. They made it in the wild card. Hey, that's what I expect. But they're not going to go further than that.
All right, Eric. Appreciate the call. Not high on Purdy.
Yeah, I'm not there yet with him hitting open receivers this stride. Like, how would we know, you know? So that is something I think Lynch and Kyle will bolster. There's no doubt. You owe it to the team.
A couple pieces of news coming out from Santa Clara, injury-related. I'll give them to you. George Kittle apparently had a clean tear on the Achilles. They didn't have to drill in there, and they're optimistic that he won't be out as long as they thought he might be out. But I'm sure it'll still linger in the next year. Michael Williams, he has a ACL, played only 9 games this year. He anticipates he's going to be ready for training camp next year or this upcoming summer. And then Brock Purdy does not need any kind of procedure on his turf toe heading into the offseason. And, you know, there's a silver lining, as we heard nothing about that the last 6-8 weeks of the season.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But I will say this one thing about Brock, and I'll say I'm a bit disappointed, but the way that these games, they were, you know, thoroughly outplayed, and I'll just use the playoff games, I don't like the 4 turnovers in 2 games. Now, you were able to get away with it against Philly, and you threw one to Mitchell, with 8 minutes left. You got past that. Now, I'm not hating. But the bottom line is, if you're one of those dudes, it starts with you. You got to protect the rock. And yesterday, he threw a pick and lost a fumble, and he had 2 against Philly. But, you know, that's something you definitely don't want to see.
This is Brock Purdy, Goo, on how confident he is that the 49ers can win a Super Bowl next year.
I really do believe that, you know, we have the right guys, man. Obviously, it didn't end the way we wanted it to, but I really do think that with some guys getting healthy and what we stand for and how we always bounce back, you know, I feel like our backs were against the wall really all season with guys going down, but we always found a way. And so I think once we're, you know, 100% and feel good about ourselves and learn, then we'll be just fine.
See, and that's him talking, he plays the game, but I used to think that. I mean, you could add Bosa back, and I still, you know, I liken him to Jimmy Butler. I think you could do more. Not that he's not wanting to do it, but we need more production. People want to see more from Bosa and be more demonstrative. And then you bring Fred Warner. I mean, defense is 11 dudes, so you need more than just, you know, Fred Warner back. But it has become clear to me that as close as I thought the Niners offense was and unstoppable as it had looked, you know, at times this season, it hit me like a bag of bricks. They need more against top-tier defenses. And that's just, I can't say it enough. That's the stark reality that I got from these 8 quarters with Seattle. Partner, hey, it's cute against the others, and you were hammering that drum about, you know, Goo, you ain't playing, you know, the 85 Bears or the 2000 Ravens. I mean, if I'm Kyle, I'm not getting any sleep because this is what I'm trying to slay. This is the dragon I'm trying to, you know, or hill I'm trying to climb, and we didn't get a touchdown.
Yeah, and that's that's
wow.
That's what I want to see. If I agree, they need some help on offense, but they could literally go anywhere. They could draft. They need linemen. Hell, they might need another tight end now.
Go.
They definitely need a receiver or two at this point. And then all I would advise is, yes, Christian McCaffrey's terrific, but I would like a little more depth back there, especially after, the year he just had where he was used an awful, awful lot. All right, what was the question you had for me?
Oh, could you
Unrelated?
Could you guess the NBA East? Evan told us the West. Could you guess the NBA East All-Star starters without looking? And I've been watching. You look like you hadn't been looking.
This is right. Are these the final starters?
Yes.
Or this is like they're leading the voting now?
This is from Shams, the NBA East NBA All-Star.
Okay, so these are the starters. All right. I'd guess.
It's hard. It's rough. I don't want to give you any hints.
Jaylen Brown.
You got it. Damn.
Cade Cunningham.
2. Bam.
Giannis.
3.
Next 2 are going to be tough.
Yeah.
And let's say Donovan Mitchell. Jalen Johnson.
You're not going to get one of them for sure.
Bam Adebayo.
No.
I'm just looking at the teams. Yeah. That's all I'm doing. Celtics, no. Nick Brunson.
You got it. There's one more you won't.
Scotty Barnes?
Nope.
Maxey?
Yeah, Tyrese. That's big for you. Tyrese. Yeah.
By the way, what's going on with Jimmy Butler?
Dude, the game was getting ready to start. They announced it, and he had an emergency.
Did you say he had an affair?
No, an emergency.
Oh, I thought you said he had an affair.
You got to be married. I don't think Jimmy's married.
I don't know.
No. Anyway, they're hot.
So apparently...
This is crazy.
This is so weird. It's so weird that I don't even want to speculate.
Right.
But I must say that after I heard it, I just thought, that's Jimmy Butler. So Warriors played Charlotte Saturday against Charlotte. And
here at home.
Franco, I'm just assuming Franco Finn's doing his thing, announcing the starting lineups, and he announces, starting at 1 forward is Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
Somebody said to Kerr, he's out tonight. And Kerr's like, really? Okay, well, let's Richard start. And
then the new hairdo looks fresh.
And then Kerr said afterwards that, they said he was out because of personal reasons. It happened right before the game.
Wow.
Kerr didn't know. And
hopefully everything's all good. It sounds like it may be.
Well, then then at some point he talked to Mike Dunleavy, and Dunleavy said everything's fine. But
all right.
I've never, that one's one that.
How did he get notified? Or where were you? Did you have a beeper or a pager? How did you know you had to go?
Probably. He must have gotten a text from somebody or something that was very important.
I'll tell you what, just a little Warrior talk. Evan will be on the call tonight and tomorrow, pre and post. But I do have to tell you, Steiny, the second unit is starting to make me feel a little better. I know DeAnthony Melton tonight, back to back, but I don't know. Pods, everybody seems to be figuring out their role. I get it. Miami's going to be a test. It looks like no Tyler Hero, and then Toronto, you owe them tomorrow night.
Well, I mean,
this will be the first time they won 4 in a row all year if they could beat the Heat tonight.
I mean, I got to believe Kerr's detractors, have nothing to say right now. I hadn't even
thought about Kerr like that. Wow.
I mean,
it's working is what you're saying.
The bottom line is that let's give him credit. He's finally figured out a consistent role for Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, yeah, too. I was going to say that plus minus for that starting lineup still is something that needs to be improved on. But if he's going to ride with it, your Geico is your second unit coming in fixing all the problems, if there are any.
Yeah, so they got a back-to-back tonight against Miami, tomorrow against the
Last
Toronto
thing, what
Raptors.
did you make of Charlotte and how they were guarding Steph?
I didn't watch the game.
Oh, you missed.
I was watching the Niners. How were they guarding Steph?
I mean, he couldn't even go get water. They were just on him. They called it the janky defense, but Steiny, you had to. It was something. I watched it again.
I saw his box score didn't look great, but they were. I was checking the score all night, and they seemed to be up like 10 all game long. That never really, it doesn't feel like it was ever going to be won by Charlotte. But I didn't watch the game. How about more Kyle Shanahan? Let me see the one.
Hey, Kyle.
How about CMC season?
I think this was one of the most impressive seasons by an individual player ever, just in terms of what a warrior and man he is week in and week out. Like, people to do that every week and to do it for 17 weeks in a row, not getting a bye week till December, and then to do it these last 2 games. Like, Christian finds a way every week. He commits himself 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to get his body possible to go out there and compete. And I've never been around anything like that. The dude was unbelievable, his dedication to really empty the tank every single game. And to be able to do that many games in a row is something that I've never really seen before.
Kyle Shanahan on the season that Christian McCaffrey had.
And again, not from a statistical standpoint as far as yards per rush, but just the ability to have an impact in the passing game and running game and stay healthy, like you and Kyle had mentioned. Stoney, I give him 110% credit of keeping your temple clean and fresh for you to finish the season. But I do wonder, this is just me, are we going to see the Saquon Barkley? I don't know what happened in Philly the year after the year he had. Was it overuse? And they just couldn't run. But this team could not run the ball at all. And then now you exert him to the way you did, we'll only be able to tell come next season, right, with his availability and how fresh he looks.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've been listening to Purdy and Shanahan, and Purdy's like, we got a resilient group here, and nobody on planet Earth is going to question whether or not Christian McCaffrey's a warrior.
At all.
Like, he's one of the toughest players, that's come through the 49ers. He's professional, but like, you need more than that in the NFL. Like, there are a lot of warriors. There's a lot of teams with resiliency. And, like, 2 things can be equally true. Like, Christian McCaffrey can be a warrior of warriors on this team. He can be the gutsiest player in franchise history. All those things can be true. He also didn't have a great year in terms of yards per carry. And now, because of how he was used this year, which we're all praising and rightfully so, now we got to figure what he's going to be capable of, though, next year, because we've seen that guys who touch the ball this much, a lot of times there's a residual the following year.
And he's 29 years old, so you know what that means. And do you owe it to your team and Christian to get another guy in here, Stoney, that you have confidence in that could, alleviate some of those touches?
Yeah.
Because we've seen the Niners have what life is without Christian McCaffrey. That was last season. You won 6 measly games, and I give him all the credit in the world to bounce back and take on the role that he did in regard to the touches. It almost makes you be, to hell with his, and I'm having fun here, to hell with his yards per rush attempt. The fact that this dude remained upright all season long was incredible. It truly is.
Yeah, I mean.
Or was.
I'd like to, it's too bad.
What?
I want to know, like, how come Brian Robinson didn't play more this year?
I'd like to ask why Demarcus Robinson didn't get the ball more. No, I'm with you.
And I'm not saying he should have.
Is Kyle that type of dude?
I mean, I think
we're starting to see maybe not, Stoney.
Well, I think Kyle, like, the one thing we know about Kyle is he's kind of like Kerr in that he rides the proven players, the starters, I think the way he looks at it is if Christian McCaffrey is on the field, he is one of the best running backs in football. So the objective is to get him the ball as much as possible and keep him on the field as much as possible.
Oh,
because anytime he's not on the field, you're going with like your second best running back.
Right.
I want you to listen to McCaffrey again on this season because I don't know. I mean, I don't make a huge statement, but this was interesting to me.
This was one of the hardest years of my life, and everything that happened to me last year, and kind of had to overcome a lot of odds. And from the time January 1st happened, I was rehabbing and working my butt off every single day. You know, my wife went through it. You know, there was not a lot of time off, and so. You know, again, I think it's obviously we're not proud of the way it ended, but when I look back at all the people that helped me out and the people that were with me every step of the way and believed in me when a lot of people didn't, I appreciate that, and I'm really grateful for my family, my friends, and everybody in that locker room. But again, it's just hard to process everything right now. Right now, it just sucks to lose, but you know, go hang out with those guys and on the plane and process it how we will.
That was Christian McCaffrey. Saying it was the hardest year of his life. You know, I didn't think about it that way either, but if you think about it from the standpoint of McCaffrey was hurt last year, and then 13 months ago, essentially, he starts rehabbing, and what I heard him say there and what I heard Kyle Shanahan say is he probably busted hump for 6 months from January to June or July to get ready. To be able to be at his best in training camp, and then he lasts the whole season without getting hurt. I mean, he's got to take some time off.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like, he's got to get out of the weight room.
I got a question for you. I know you're not Greg Cosell, but, you know, when they lined up before kickoff Saturday night, the best to me offensively wasn't Brock Purdy. When you talk about the Niners, it's McCaffrey. So week 18, McCaffrey had 14 total touches, 8 carries, 6 receptions. 14. 2-3 weeks later, Steiny 16, 11 rushes, 5 receptions. And I'm just wondering, he hadn't had a sequence like that back-to-back all year with that minimal of carries and receptions. What's Seattle doing to take him away? And is that scary moving, before you answer, of course I jump in, is that scary moving forward for Kyle and the Niners? Not are you too McCaffrey-centric, but what's the team in your division doing to take him out?
I don't know. It's got to be. There's
14 and 16 combined.
There's got to be a talent gap there, I would think. And maybe part of it's a little scheme and part of it's McCaffrey wearing down a little. I don't know, but.
You think that's it, huh?
I mean.
What else could it be?
I mean, it could be a talent gap. It could be, you know, age catching up with McCaffrey. It could be the offensive line was not nearly as good as we thought.
Or you don't have enough playmakers and we know you're going to him, right?
That could be another part of it, too. That, you know, they don't, I mean, you know, it was 3 years ago, McCaffrey was maybe their second. Debo was their explosive player. McCaffrey,
but he was
dynamic.
Yeah.
Ayuk was like a great third option between those guys and Kittle. You know, they had a lot of weapons. I mean, compare those weapons to what they had going into that game against Seattle. It's not even close.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely something they need to take stock of. But, it's going to hurt for Niner fans, right, to watch either Seattle or the Rams be in the Super Bowl, and hopefully they lose it, whoever's in there. I just got the Rams beating Seattle, Stoney, until Darnold shows me, like, you passed this test.
Well, he didn't show you yesterday or Saturday?
He wasn't bad, but I don't think he had to stress at all.
He might not have to. He might not have to stress all postseason. I mean, all I know is...
Well, they'll win it then, if you're right there.
Right. And, like, this is where I think we got to give him credit. He just played the 2 biggest games of his entire career.
Wow,
probably.
man.
The last game of the regular season against the Niners, which everything was on the line. He made no mistakes. And
this one
Saturday, he also made no mistakes.
His first playoff victory.
And we're not... Obviously, he's probably asked to do less than Brock Purdy, but whatever he was asked to do, he did it perfectly.
Yeah, and they must know to beat the Rams, the game might go way differently, in regard to him maybe having to throw the ball 30 times.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing with Darnold is I get he's only played in 2 postseason games, but, like, he's been around. And just, I don't know, watching him get interviewed after the game, he's got a lot of games under his belt. So
last time they played the Rams, they won 38-37. So it could be fireworks next Sunday in Seattle.
Yeah. All right. Coming up on the other side, we got Willard and Dibbs. It is the crossover. I'm interested to hear what those guys think. Putting a bow on the San Francisco 49ers season. Bittersweet year, probably. Yeah. Bittersweet year. Didn't end great, but certainly in the middle and latter stages, the Niners, they gave themselves a shot. You know, they gave themselves a shot, and to me, it was one of those things where a lot of different things caught up to them, and they just got beat by a better team. All right, coming up on the other side, crossover time with Willard and Dibbs.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Right, Bay Area, listen up. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, now is the time. It's the Ceremony Ford kickoff sales event, and they're pushing one of the best SUVs on the road, the 2026 Ford Explorer. Yes, I know Bonte drives one, which tells you 2 things. 1, the Explorer is legit. And 2, even Bonte makes a good decision every once in a while. Here's the headline. $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. They've got over 40 Explorers in stock, ready to roll. Show up, pick up your color, and drive it home today. It's roomy, it's powerful, it's loaded with tech, it's perfect for families, road trips, or just owning the road like a boss. So head over to Ceremony Ford right now off of 280 Ceremony Boulevard in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. The deals are real. The inventory is stacked, and that $2,500 Explorer rebate won't hang around forever. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you or a loved one are in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It all comes down to this, folks. Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain. Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast. Speaking of fast, did you just see that play? Yeah, he vaporized that ball. That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
It's Rashid Shaheed. With the seam, Shaheed breaks through. Still going. A flag flies. Shaheed's going to take it all the way. Let's see if it stands.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's time for the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Let's welcome in Willard
The
and
fellas.
Gibbs. Hey, gents. How are you?
Hi, boys.
How's it going?
I was going to say your spot didn't bring you a win.
No.
Yeah.
Neither did yours.
Well, so anybody's in here.
Where were you, by the way?
The lab. I was at the lab. I was at the crib.
Nice. Chrissy asked, where's Goo? I'm like, he's always in the lab.
But I saw the flag on that kickoff return. Like, bring it back, Dibs. And it was tripping.
It was tripping. It was attempted tripping, which I guess is kind of like attempted murder, where you try to kill somebody but you don't, but it's still a crime. And I didn't know that.
Yikes, that was dark.
It was, but I mean, the attempted trip still, I guess, is a crime, even though his leg was a good 5 feet away from Rashid Shaheed. Yeah. And you could see the referee trailing the play. He sees it, and he almost was disgusted. He pulled the flag out. He's like, no, we're not doing that, Eddie.
I tried to tell somebody at the bar, I'm like, it's all good. He missed him. But how can you, can you attempt to interfere on pass interference and get called for pass interference? But if you, he missed him.
I'm trying to think of
I'm with Dibs. I had no idea. How the hell can you you tried to commit a penalty, but you didn't. Attempted tripping.
Yeah.
All right. Whatever. How do you all right? What is that? It's coffee. It's iced coffee. Right. It's got ice in it.
The noise.
So we're not getting a can opener today. No, not yet. Not yet.
Oh, man.
It's early.
It's
early. How do you guys look at a game like that it's just, kind of a blowout, and we're not going to really get into specifics, or, where there's some plays there where you thought, the game could have changed one way or the other if they get a break.
Sure. It could have, but, you give up an opening kickoff for a touchdown, and then that fourth down play that you ran, and you tried to run a play, but they called timeout, and they got it in just in time, and the replay showed that, and then you come back with, I have an idea.
Juice.
Let's give it to Juice, and he can option the CMC on the short side. Is that what we're doing already?
I couldn't believe it.
Awful. That was
his worst play.
Well, go back to third down. And
they got stuffed.
There's a message in that in neither play you tried a quarterback sneak. And that's telling me that your center is overmatched. Your offensive line is overmatched, or else you call a sneak.
That's an easy
and
first down.
They've been having success with this sneak.
When you need to get cute on third or fourth and one, there that you're overmatched.
There you go.
And
message delivered.
Or
received.
This team is in your division. They're going nowhere. Get a better offensive line. Start today.
What I asked Stoney concerning for me for 49ers and the fans is why in 2 games, Dibbs and Willard and Stoney, did your best player touch it 14 times in Week 18, C-Mac? And I know the time of possession, you kind of got killed on that game. And just 16 Saturday night. Like, what's Seattle doing to say we're taking your best player out of it?
Well, he caught a stinger, so that was part of it in the second half. I think that he was a little bit hampered, and you could see him over there trying to work through it and the rest of it. But they're just better. They're going to stop the run. And so Kyle Shanahan, you could talk about the play call on fourth down. You could look at all of the different things, but you had nothing. You had no ability to do anything. Their defensive front was so much better than your O-line that you tried to run it, you couldn't. You tried to pass it, you couldn't. Tonjes was good, and he got hurt. Yeah. Ricky Pearsall, I'm sorry, but I'm not saying
nothing.
That.
He didn't scratch.
Nothing. He had the one catch, quote unquote, that turned out to not be a catch, and he had nothing.
I mean, you're also down by 18 at half. You're not going to run the ball. I mean, you're down by 18 at half. So yeah, I think if we were real with ourselves, you knew going into this game. I'm not going to say everything had to go perfect, but it had to be close. No different than the Philly game, where it's like you're going to have to stay close, give your shot in the end, don't make huge back-breaking mistakes. And our seats are getting warm. Ton just fumbled 17-0. Good night. Good night. No, they're not good enough for that. You have
and
to
they
admit
get a touchdown 2 games.
Yeah, you're not going to.
I didn't see that, though.
Sure, and that's accurate, and that's part of the circumstances. Again, the Seattle defense gets to pin their ears back, make you one-dimensional. Yes, you can't. You can't do that. You can't do kickoff return, 4th and 1, fumble,
and 3 turnovers,
17-0.
Yeah,
you can't. There was the second that happened, you were dead. I thought.
Yeah, I mean, Pearsall catches that. Maybe you get 6.
Yeah.
And then it's 17-10 instead of 17-6. But I'm reaching.
Yeah,
but I'm reaching.
You're still in a bad spot.
And then the play that to me was the killer of the killers was you did get a stop down 17-6 late in the second quarter, and that was where Jordan Elliott held on the third down.
Yep.
I mean,
Kyle pointed to the same thing.
I mean, you make them punt there. Who knows? Again, I'm not saying any of these individual plays change the outcome, but just an indication of during the course of the year, they'd come through with plays like that, either one way or the other, it felt like.
Yeah, and then, Saturday night they didn't, and you give up the opening kickoff for a touchdown. And by the way, he was untouched. And you tried to trip him, and you couldn't, but he went right down the middle. It was well blocked, and he got by, Pinero, and it was like a house call. And that's the thing where if you're going to win a tight game, and special teams have been good all year, much, much better, and then that happens, you're thinking, okay, crowd's into it. Now you're down 7-0, and okay, come down and answer it and get a score. And then you had 3rd and 1, you couldn't get it, and then 4th and 1, and you pitched it out of bounds, and it was game over at that point.
And I didn't want to take anything, and I don't want to do it right now from Darnold and the oblique thing, but I guess the one thing I have watcher's remorse is I felt like the Niners didn't put Sam Darnold in that stress mental grinder. He did what he needed to, but the Rams are going to score points, and we're going to have to see Darnold step back, see where Willard and Dibbs are at.
We'll see.
I just felt like this was it was simple for him, and he did what he needed to do, but they didn't put him in position to remind him who you're not.
Yeah, he threw for 124 yards.
To 11 to 17.
Give him credit. He didn't do anything wrong, but I don't he didn't have to.
40. Yeah. That's what I'm like. Oh, he got off the hook.
Sam Darnold looks a little bit like Thomas Morstead did in the Bears game. He's like, I'm just here,
dude.
I'm just here so I don't get fined. Yeah, give him credit. Give him credit.
I got you. You feel what I'm putting down.
Yes, he didn't have to do anything in this game. You're upset. Special teams make it 7-0. Your defense stuffs them in the mouth twice. I mean, good throw to Smith and Jigba there. I mean, that's a nice throw.
And the other one was the third down to Jake Bobo.
Yeah.
The throw to Bobo was like, okay.
Right.
We're going to Bobo. Is that what's happening?
If someone plays mistake-free, you give them credit. But that gave me Jimmy Garoppolo, Green Bay vibes, right? Where like, just here's the ball, Kenneth, do your thing, defense, cool. Let's go to the title game.
Did any of you guys think of this? And I didn't listen to all the morning show, but you know how at the trade deadline, some 49er fans were a little disappointed that they didn't do anything. I couldn't help it. You know, Shaheed was picked up right at the deadline by Seattle from New Orleans for a 4th and 5th. And I'm not, look, he helped them win a game in the playoffs. You know what I mean? And
right.
You revisit that at all?
No, because I said it at the time that they needed 3, if not 4 players at the deadline because you already didn't have Warner and you had already lost Bosa. So you were looking at, you need an edge, you need a linebacker, you probably need a wide receiver, and you need an offensive lineman. So are you going to go out there and get 4 legitimate starters at the deadline? No, of course not. So you kind of did it on the margins, and you brought in Keon White. You found Cleveland Ferrell, and you brought him in. I never thought that they'd go out at the deadline and do the one big thing to make them a real threat.
I also think if the Niners if that had been their big move, getting a wide receiver, at the deadline, people would have been like,
I just meant a player,
pass rusher, I don't know. I don't necessarily, I said at the time it'd be fun if they go get someone, but it didn't feel like the most responsible thing. And did anybody feel like they were one pass rusher away?
No.
Oh, lost by 35 points.
The trenches need to be addressed, both of them,
for
right?
Sure.
Yeah, for sure.
And the defensive line got stripped of 2 pretty significant players through injury. So
did you guys did you have any problem with them going for the 4th and 1 at midfield, down 7-0?
I didn't.
No, I mean, if you punt and he puts it in the end zone, now it's a 30-yard net and it's too far for a field goal. And so, go ahead and go for it. I just didn't like the play call. And, the play call they had before Seattle called timeout actually worked. It was a pass. And, they completed it, but, the timeout was called.
Run it again, Dibbs. It was better than the juice option.
Other than
the
juice
side.
option. That's,
the short side of the field.
I was more annoyed on 3rd and 1. I was shocked that they didn't sneak it. Has Brock Purdy ever? Does anyone ever remember him ever being stopped on a sneak?
I'm with you.
In the history of Brock, I don't remember one.
Yeah.
So to me, that was when I was like, "Oh crap!"
They don't think they can get it that
Kyle
way.
knows that he's overmatched.
Hold on.
What?
Did you hear his answer?
No.
Listen.
Okay.
How come he didn't sneak it?
Yeah, if the sneak was there, we would have done it. They take away the sneak.
There you go.
We sneak it when it's there, and they played all the sneak. They took up all the gaps on the inside on the plays, and we liked the pass. And then on the 4th down, we thought we could get to the edge because they're all inside playing the gaps to take away the sneak. So we thought we could leave 1 on the edge to option, and we missed that. And there was 2 on the edge, which made it a problem to option them.
The sneak's not a person, Kyle. We don't know until you do it.
But I think I don't know, man. That confirms, I think, what I'm thinking. He's like, we're not doing Jake Brendel versus have the Philadelphia Eagles ever been like,
we had a call
the sneak's not
Brendel.
there.
Yeah.
No, the sneak's there whenever the hell we want it to be there.
Yeah.
The sneak wasn't there. No, it wasn't there.
Yeah, if you don't call it, it's never there if you don't
They
call
were in the
it.
gaps, and then what he actually said in the second half of that was, we thought there was just one guy outside and stuff, and so we missed that because they turned out they had 2 guys out there. So Juice is out there running like, well, look at me, I'm about to do the option, and they had like 2 or 3, if not 5 guys out there.
Man, this is the funniest pitch ever.
Dude,
I want it. He's like, here.
You take it.
You got to do it earlier.
How about if we just lose 2 yards? What are we doing at that point?
That was like, wow.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Also thought Tom just had a shot at the Hail Mary.
Oh, for sure he did.
Yeah.
For sure he
I could
did.
have sworn he was like right there.
There was one Seahawk finger or 2 that got in there, but he had both hands on it. He had both hands on it. Could have lost by 28.
Exactly.
Instead.
So he catches that, and I mean, that's the turning point. And then you come out, okay, you're down 24-6, and you come out of the locker room, and again, you just can't get anything going fourth down. You don't get it again. So
they didn't sniff the red zone. I mean, got 2 field goals, but didn't get there. Technically,
I don't know what you guys think about the idea. Like when your team loses a big game, are you more comforted by the idea of the other team's better? Or, like, what if you take a loss where you lost by 1 point, like the Bills?
Right.
I think the Bills outplayed the Broncos.
Yeah.
But
we got into it, McDermott.
Right, and they lost what is good. I mean, Josh Allen is in tears. It's a heartbreaker. Yeah. We coulda, shoulda, woulda. We should be in that last game. There's no shoulda with the Niners.
Because
you're not in their class.
And that's what I think I have a problem with. I thought they were, or if they're not, it's not this big of a gap, 8 quarters worth just against Seattle.
Well, I mean, they might have been with their team.
Steiny goes, if this iteration of the Niners played Seattle, maybe Seattle, and I'm talking for them, wins 8 out of 10. That's how dominant they were in 2 games, Will.
I guess talk to me about, quote, unquote, this iteration of the Niners. Like, what is that?
Yeah, we got to add some receivers. You got to get faster.
I meant the teams that have played twice in the last 3 weeks.
I mean, right. And
that's not hard
this
to
was
say.
not what the loss was about. Please understand me. But they're like, let's again not remove ourselves from the idea that they're foundational players. Many of them are not in the game.
Right.
So I didn't know what you meant by this iteration of the Niners, or like the year as a whole.
What? And I'm gonna fix that. I meant offensively, because the IU thing now is coming back to hurt more than anybody thought it would. That's obvious, right? And then I don't know what was going on. Nobody offensively had a stellar game, but Ricky didn't scratch. Like, you need some more speed or somebody to scare a defense like Seattle.
No doubt.
I mean, you need to block, you need to tackle. And we can go all the way back on first-round picks, and you can look at Ricky, and right now, 2 years in, it's not looking good for Ricky, and Michael got hurt. Fine, it's an injury. Yeah. I understand that, but you go back to Jake Moody in a third-round pick, which was a complete waste because now he's gone, and you start to really pick your way through the draft, and the 2 picks you gave up for Trey Lance, it was 3, but you got Trey back. That looks to me even more now as like kind of a glaring thing where had you even like gotten a player who's okay, that player might have been able to help you yesterday.
And do you have enough resources just this offseason to get everything you need?
Probably not.
And that's where I'm man.
Because I think about when people go, like, we're all in agreement, right? Offensive line needs to be addressed. I don't know. Nick Bosa will be ready to go at the start of the season, but, like, can you count on him? I look at the really good defenses, Houston, Seattle. It's not just based on one great edge rusher. It's based on 2. Can you go get that other guy? And then here's the uncomfortable crap. This, to me, is the uncomfortable.
Can I guess at Robert Saleh?
No. Oh, actually, it's not that. Because I think there are other – I love Robert, and he's the best, but there are other coordinators who can come in and do a good job if he leaves. To me, the uncomfortable thing is George Kittle's going to turn 33 right as he returns to action, if all goes well. And then he probably there's a fair thought that he may never be exactly what he was.
I'm feeling that.
And then also
McCaffrey 29.
Come on, man. Wow. We're done with 350 plus touches for Christian McCaffrey. That's a wrap.
So we think, Will.
I do.
We were just talking about this.
Listen, but it's not even so we think. Go look at every year in his career, other than, let's say, rookie year or any year that got crushed by injury. Look at his average per carry. This is by far, this is a huge drop from where he's been. And to listen to them talk about what it took physically for him to go through this year.
And he told us it was like a lot.
And every time someone does that, what do they do the next year? You better fire and ice the backfield. There's got to be another player in there that takes a bunch of touches next year, if you ask me.
I would even throw Trent in there a little bit. They've got 3 guys with a lot of mileage on them, and they've been, those 3 guys have carried this offense for what, 4 or 5 years?
Yep.
And I wonder from a practical standpoint, when they go look at next year, what Kyle and John Lynch say about how much McCaffrey touched the ball this year and what are we thinking going into next year? You know what I mean? Kyle he's a full speed ahead guy. If a guy's on the field, I feel like he's gonna ride him.
Yeah, and I think that he was great in the pass game this year, but in the run game, nobody was good, and it's because of the offensive line. So you look at your O-line, and you've got Trent Williams at 37, who's still good. And other than that, Dominic Pooney on Saturday, he was getting pushed backward a lot, which it's just one game. And, Seattle's defense is really good. But if you look at your division and what you have to do to get from where you are, which is you're the third best team, and that's okay. You're a playoff team, and that's fine. But you look at what you're facing, and forget the Rams for a minute because they're also older and they're starting to age out. But Seattle, all the players that they have, and I'm looking at their draft picks right now, the majority of the guys they have are either drafted in 23, 24, or 25. They're all homegrown. They're drafted. They're young, and they're awesome.
I think Seattle spent the last few years looking at the NFC West and thinking, how do we get on top of Kyle? And now the shoe's on the other foot.
And there's no doubt. And the question is, how long will it take for you to bring?
Yeah,
there you go.
Got to figure out.
That's looking at it as real as you can.
Because the Rams are good, but I'm actually not 100% convinced that Matt Stafford's going to play past this year, especially if they win. But even if he does, he's got one more year on his deal. He's 30. He's going to be 38 years old. The Rams are about to go through something as well.
Yeah.
Seattle, that defense is going to be here for the next handful of years.
I mean, that lingering issue of how Seattle looked against the 49ers in the last two games.
I cannot see it, man.
It's kind of sobering. Like it feels a little like the Giants in the NL West with the Dodgers and the Padres in a way. I don't
know if it feels that. Does it feel
the
that
Niners were
intense?
Billy Badass. They were running the division.
Yeah, things can change in the NFL in a hurry.
Yeah, they won 13 games, man. Like, they won 13 games.
Before we get out of here, and Steiny doesn't know I'm kind of irritated with him before the show started. Do you got a problem with the interception in the Buffalo-Denver game?
No.
Neither do I.
It was the right call.
I do.
Yeah.
I see
I know
that.
you didn't like it.
And I'm bummed that you asked because Dibbs and I will get at each other's throat because we already did out there the same way you guys did. I don't see that and the Devontae Adams catch as different at all. I see them as the exact same play.
Wow.
And in one form or another, for 15 years, we've been doing what's a catch.
Right.
And we still are.
Des Bryant.
We still are.
Yeah.
So I get that there can be different sets of eyeballs and different perspectives. I get that. But I thought Buffalo.
Yeah,
I mean, sure, they made a bunch of errors that contributed to their loss as well. But yay, Jarrett Stidham. Let's have a good time next week.
Yeah. Yeah. And no Charbonnet either for Seattle.
And Bo Nix.
Charbonnet out.
I guess the Charbonnet thing, they didn't label it yet, but it's pretty significant.
Oh, ACL.
ACL.
I just saw it, yeah. So he's out.
Man.
So,
I got the Rams winning that. I know Niner fans don't want it. There's no winner in that, but
well, it's funny you say
they
that
can
because
score against Seattle.
I was thinking about this on the way in. Like, as a Niner fan, what would you rather have? Would you rather have McVay go for number 2 or Seattle be another team in your division who gets one before you do?
Now, I don't have a license,
the
but I
Patriots are allowed to win this.
I'm just saying, like, worst case scenario.
McDonald, right?
I will root for Seattle this weekend.
So McVay doesn't get 2.
I don't know.
It's an LA thing for Mark as well.
I just want my brother-in-law and my nephew to shut up. That's all I want. I don't care about this old label stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
tote board, whatever.
But Dibbs is right. Pats or Willard, whoever says
if you're a 49er fan, you don't want either team to win it. But then if somebody says, well, it's going to be one of the two, you're like, I don't give a rat's behind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want the food to be cooked right that day.
Easy to be a Pats fan. We have a mutual friend named Jay, Unky Jay, who is a diehard Pats fan. Very generous guy.
Okay.
If the Pats win, he's more apt to be even more generous than normal.
That is true. Yep. I have noticed
Unky Jay.
Unky Jay is pretty humble. Not when he's talking about the Patriots.
You're right.
I mean, he's already saying we got our next Tom Brady. I'm like, you've got your next Tom Brady.
Pats fans are known for there's a lot of arrogance when they're talking about the Pats.
Yep.
Steiny, you got 1 minute for a quick story about a Pats fan in the Super Bowl? Okay. When they played the Panthers, remember Jake Delhomme?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Jake.
Sales guy at the radio station, huge Pats fan, and one of these like loudmouth Boston guys. So he brings a friend out. I'm working. We're out at the Super Bowl a couple days before the game. Spread, I think, in the game 7.5. Maybe it was a little less, whatever. This loudmouth guy, I've never met him before. Within 5 minutes, he's like, I think that the Pats are going to win by so much. I give you minus 20.5. He wants minus 20.5. Pulls out $500 bills and gives them to me. He goes, you keep those. And if the Panthers cover plus 20.5, that $500 is yours. But if not, all you got to do is give the $500 back to my friend and let me come on your show Monday morning and squawk about it. This is
it's a no-brainer.
That's a yes right there. That's a yes.
In the history
That's
of mankind.
how confident Pats fans get when their team is good. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I can't remember all the Super Bowls, but they blew them out, right?
No, Vinatieri wins with a field goal at the buzzer, as always.
$500?
$500. $500.
Catch me out one
Totally.
time.
And clearly
Easy money.
There's no skin off that guy's behind.
That's what his buddy
Warriors
told me.
5 games over.
Mm-hmm. They're hot.
Yep.
They're hot.
Yeah.
I'm kind of thankful for a Warrior back-to-back right now, aren't you?
Well, that's interesting. I got you.
Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
Welcome back to town.
First
Hi,
return.
this is Andrew Wiggins.
On 95.7, the game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Ain't cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right.
All right. Well, at least they made it definitive.
Well, and I mean that's not the way we kind of drew it up.
Oh man!
And, you know,
Did you draw it up? Did you pull crayons out and draw it up?
The way you drew it up was, okay, defense, stay plucky.
Yeah.
All right, offense, hang in there. This game's going to be close. You drew it up a little bit like last night's game was drawn up, where that thing went back and forth and it was tight and it could have gone either way, and then it went one way, and you thought, you know what, bummer, Chicago. That sucks, and it was a tight game. At least you, showed up.
Yep.
But we didn't draw this one up that way, which is I'm still getting to my car after refereeing, and, you get in the car, and it's like, and the Niners, they get the ball back. They're down 7-0. What? They're down who to what?
You're actually lucky, because if you were watching on TV, and I would imagine that 98% of the people listening to our voices right now, welcome in, Willard and Dibs. We'd love your calls. How do you view the Niners season? Okay? It's that simple. How do you view it? You can take that question wherever you want to go. We're here. 888-957-9570. It's wide open for you the entire afternoon. Salute to the great Dr. Martin Luther King. If you're working, if you're not working today, whatever it is, please take some time to think about the importance of today, the importance of his life, the importance of his message. That is what today is all about. We are here 100% rather than thinking about that and spending time with family, because this is the end of the 49ers season, and I think all 6 of us kind of agreed that it was, an obligation to be here to talk this out. But anyway, 888-957-9570. Let's do it. How do you view the Niners season through whatever lens? Now looking back on it. But I would imagine just about everybody listening was watching on TV. And Dibs, you could see you could see it. He took about 3 steps, and I'm like, oh, no. There's a gargantuan hole there. And he ran through it, Dibs.
Yep.
He ran through it.
With a lot of speed. He's a fast
man.
little guy, yeah.
Yeah, he's a fast man with the ball in his hands, yeah. And so that was that. You could see it. You could see it before you even got to the crowd.
Yeah.
That I'm like, oh, crap. Somebody lost their
upon
assignment.
further review, and I got home and I start rewatching it, and then I rewatched the whole thing again yesterday. And when you watch it and then you watch it again, like, how could he not score on that? A couple of good blocks, and that hole was about 8 yards wide. And then, Eddie Pinero's like, it comes down to me and this great left leg of mine. I have an idea. I'm going to kind of wobble over and see if I can't trip this man. And he tries to, hi-ya! And he missed him by about 5 yards. It was the saddest trip attempt I've ever seen.
A lot of it was sad. Yep. A lot of the day was, it's a great word for a lot of it, because that in a vacuum, no different than I'm not quarterback sneaking on 3rd and 1, and we're going to do a gadget play on 4th and 1. What are all of these things? They are admissions.
It's a desperation sensation, is what it is.
Absolutely. Like you watch this stuff, and again, this is like, it's just real. It's just reality. But when you start seeing stuff like that, you realize that it's an admission. It's an admission that it's like, we're not equipped to get you. And you're totally overmatched. And the 49ers were totally overmatched. In especially situationally. I mean, they only scored 3 points when they played at home. Now you're going to go into that environment. I loved, I haven't even talked to him yet, but just kind of seeing what Shasky put on social media, what he has texted, listening to it. He said, now this is a guy who travels to a lot of games. In fact, there's a lot of people here at our station that would like him to stop traveling to games, to keep losing the games. But, Joe, I love you. It's all good. I'm not blaming you. But that man has been to a Philadelphia playoff game. That guy's been to a lot of situations. He said, not even close. That's the loudest environment he has ever experienced in his life as a sports fan. And then you return the opening kickoff for a touchdown? Like, They probably broke records on sound in that moment. Yeah. In that stadium. You're screwed. You're screwed the second that happens.
Unless you can get the ball and go down like 16 plays, 81 yards, and tie the game.
Which you can't. You can't.
You can't. I guess that defense, it's hard. It's hard. And you watch the opening snap where, Pooney comes out to pass protect and he gets moved back, all the way back into Brock Purdy's lap by Murphy, and you're thinking, okay, it's gonna be tough here. He has no time, and when he had time, Brock Purdy, the receivers weren't open because they rush with 4 and they cover with 7, so you can't run it. No one's open. You have no time to throw it. You're screwed. You're done. You're done. So my whole thing today is 2 things. One, what a great year. You won 13 games, and you overcame so much adversity. You did it without your quarterback for half the year. You lost your edge. You lost your heart and soul, your defense. You lost your tight end. You lost so many guys, yet you showed up week in and week out. You beat the teams that, yes, you should have beaten. You made it in the playoffs, and you won a road playoff game. This year was awesome. Far and away, a surprise year, a great year. I'm feeling warm about that. The other piece of it is, my God, you've got to get better, because Seattle, if you look at all their drafted players, their young players, they're good, and they're going to be here next year. And the Rams are the Rams. The Rams always seem to be good, and we don't know about the quarterback or whatever, but Puka's going to get big money, and Devontae, I'm not sure his status, but the Rams are better than you right now. The way I look at it is twofold. One, great year, awesome year. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, everyone, for a wonderful ride. But the other piece of it is, my God, you've got work to do, guys.
I agree with everything you're saying, but I'll caution you against also this idea that we know exactly who's going to be what next year, because we never do. We always think we do, and we don't. Like, look at the 49ers. I don't know what's going to happen to Seattle's journey here over the next handful of months. I don't know what's going to happen in the Rams. If the concept is, boy, you've got to get better in the offseason, right, that's your job every offseason. But I agree with you. And I do feel like, unfortunately for the 49ers, more needs have developed than are comfortable. That's the issue. If all you had to do going into the offseason was, boy, we really need to bolster the offensive line. Okay, go into the offseason and bolster your offensive line. But life has changed for your generational tight end, and your generational running back is coming off 450 touches and is about to have a 30th birthday. And you got to figure that out. And that's not easy. And you have a young defense that needs to be reinforced. And how do you do that? Like there's the injured players and sort of the can we rely on? Can you rely on Ricky Pearsall? Can you rely on Nick Bosa? Can you rely on Fred Warner? I think so on Fred, but still. Do you know what I mean? Like Mykal Williams, he'll be ready for camp, but he's coming off of an ACL. And so now you've got all of these people who are question marks, and it makes me feel like the offseason has more needs than you're going to have the resources to figure out.
Depending on what you do in the draft and free agency, and I think that this is going to be a big year for free agency and, figuring out what you can actually address in free agency to bring people in. And, part of it is you got burned by Brandon Ayuk, and he played a grand total of 0 snaps, even though you gave him the big contract, and that whole thing blew up in your face. So I'm not saying go out there and get another high-priced wide receiver, but you do need to go out there and spend. I think you need to get a center and maybe a guard. You need a wide receiver of some sort. You need a defensive lineman. You need an edge rusher. You need a corner. You need a corner who can go out there and guard some of these big-time guys in your own division. So there's a lot of work to do. And meanwhile, you watch division foe against division foe. One of them will be in your house in 3 weeks for the Super Bowl. Well,
and it's all complimentary, right? Again, those defensive backs that are back there, they're going to look better if you have a pass rush.
True.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like I saw Grandy put up, some of his grades and whatnot. And he didn't like the secondary, right? I mean, it's hard to look at the second. I mean, right? Renardo Green's getting yelled at over there on the sideline and this, that, the other. They can't guard anyone. I feel horrible for any secondary who's got a D-line that gets 20 sacks in a season.
Right.
I don't care who's in your secondary. Dion would have a hard time if you are a secondary player and that's your D-line. So it's all complimentary, and they probably don't need quite as many players as it feels like in this moment. But yeah. It's a big to-do list.
It's long, and you need to get better in a lot of spots. And I'm not just looking at Saturday and saying, oh, wow, that really shined the light on your deficiencies. But you look at that Seattle team, and they've got a bunch of guys who we all saw drafted first-round pick, second-round pick, third-round pick, and you get other guys that they picked up in free agency who've come in, and it's been a nice blend, and that's kind of what the Niners need to get to. And the last couple of draft classes, like last year, I thought the draft class was good. All of a sudden, the 24 draft class is maybe not looking as good as we thought.
Pearsall, who are you pointing at?
Like Pearsall, Renardo Green, I mean, Dominic Pooney.
Sure.
It feels like after their first year, we felt better about them than we do after their second year.
I mean, that's kind of how every year tends to feel, right? I mean, sure, the Pooney thing, a little head scratching. We thought he was hurt early in the year. I don't know if he's still struggling physically, but yeah, he got beat up in this game.
Yep.
Why is Kyle screaming at Renardo Green? He didn't play great this year, but I feel terrible for any secondary player who does not have a pass rush. Ricky Pearsall, the ultimate frustrating situation. I'm not going to give up on him because I think he's a really good player, but I get that you can't rely on him either, at least not yet. But is he capable of a healthy season in the NFL? I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know. He's a good player. He's a good player, but it doesn't matter if he can't play.
Exactly.
So,
and that's kind of where we are right now. And it's not just this game, whatever, no catches and no Kittle and then Tonjes and the whole thing. Like when you look at it and you look at the people who actually went out there and played football for the Niners, no surprise that they weren't, quote, good enough because you lost a lot of your frontline guys. But I'm just thinking about next year. How do you get an infusion of talent, either free agency or the draft, to make your team closer to what Seattle is?
We're coming straight to you. Jonathan, Joe, you'll lead us off, but we got plenty of space for you, and we're going to take each and every one of you today. The Niners season comes to an end. How do you view a season? Sure, fall short again. A lot of frustrating pieces of this season. But Dibbs also just said it, and I agree with him. It's also a great season. They accomplished a lot. They won 13 football games. They won a playoff game. 888-957-9570. How do you view the season in the rearview mirror? We're sponsored by Safeway. Also got the Dub Nation poll that we'll give you here in just a sec because the Warriors do play with Wiggins and the Heat in town tonight. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Head to Safeway this week and earn 4 times points on Juicy Sumo citrus fruit. Just $2.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from one of our partners like Windsor One or Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
what? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Granger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
The Carl's Jr. lawyers said we couldn't name our new burger the biggest burger for the smallest price burger. So we didn't. And that's called a loophole. The new Cali XL burger. A beefed up, char-broiled double burger with double cheese, only $5.99. That's more meat, not more expensive. Get it now for a limited time only at Carl's Jr. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants. Tax not included. Not valid for use within a combo or in combination with any other offer or discount.
Guys, if you want the greatest night of your life, I mean your best night ever, then you gotta hear this. There's a new ED pill out, and it's from the makers of Viagra. It's their first new ED pill in over 20 years. This new super pill is called Viagra AGV, and it's unbelievable. It works super fast in only 11 minutes and lasts up to 14 hours, thanks to its new vasodynamic delivery system. Plus, it's FDA approved and safe. There has never been any ED pill like it. It's unreal what it does to you. In testing, Viagra AGV crushed every other ED pill. It destroyed them all. And now, 9 out of 10 urologists are recommending Viagra AGV over any other ED pill. Every man alive needs to try this new Viagra AGV super pill at least once. Then you'll know why men are going crazy over it. So if you want to have the most incredible night of your life, you can't miss this. Go to scoreblue.com and try Try it while supplies last. That's scoreblue.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a fantastic question. It really is. It's the first time I've been asked it this way.
Ooh, that's a good question. Well, that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Today's really only about one question, though, and I think this is the way we can kind of ask it. Which one of these sounds more like you today? Because I've had a lot of people say both, okay? It was a great season. Yeah. Kind of overachieved, maybe. Trent Williams used the phrase house money. Ooh,
boy.
Ooh,
Yep.
ooh. Big man said house money. I heard it out of his mouth. Ooh. So, what sounds more like you? That was a great season. Overachieved, accomplished a lot. Or, man, fell short. Third best team in their division? Not good enough. And I think you can be like reasoned and say both. You can say both. I just wonder which one sort of sits more with your brain today.
For me, it's more of the former, which is great season. And yes, the other part of it, and I mentioned it before, you have to get better. You are the third best team in your division, and you've got a lot of work to do, not only next year, but going forward with, George Kittle getting up there, coming off an injury, and Christian McCaffrey coming off a massive workload, and Trent Williams is getting older. So forget just this year. You have to start to look at the next 1, 2, 3 years and figure out how do you take this roster and turn it over. Because Brock Purdy's going to be making $53 million, and I believe in Brock, and so do you, and so do they. So that's going to be the mainstay. He's going to be a cornerstone of what you're trying to do. But all around him, you have to get a better offensive line. You have to get a better defensive line. You have a lot of areas where you need to upgrade because Seattle, they're young and they're good.
Better turn off that power plant next to Levi's, too.
That could be,
Flip the switch.
Yeah.
But turn it off.
Because that obviously is a big factor,
no
right?
question. I'm kidding. All right. We're about to go to the phones. But first, Dub Nation, let's get engaged. Before every game, we ask you to vote in our engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page. It's brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. All right. Just kind of wondering who you'd like to see get more minutes for the Warriors going forward. And these are all guys that get varying levels of minutes. Did you see that Buddy Hield played basketball over the weekend?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So who do you want to see get more minutes going forward? DeAnthony Melton, Will Richard, Buddy Hield, or someone else? Let us know in the comments, especially if you vote
Kuminga.
No. Actually, I
that's somebody else.
I threw out a fourth name, and it was Pat Spencer. Because once upon a time, about a month ago, people were like, that mother jumper?
Yep.
So anyway, whoever. But if you vote for other, let us know who in the comments. Vote now on Twitter. We'll share the results later at the end of the show. Miami Heat in town. Dubs in a little back-to-back tonight and tomorrow.
Yep.
Miami tonight, Toronto tomorrow. National championship game gets started here in about 2 hours. That's everything going on.
A little bit of a palate cleanser after what happened on Saturday.
Totally.
The weekend is over. Now we have only 3 more pro football games. And I love the conference championship Sunday. It's a lot more fun when your team is playing. But, those games on Sunday, a little bit bittersweet, knowing that after those 2, you get a week off and then just one more game until August.
Well, especially if that conference championship game is your rival against your rival.
Right. Like, who do you...
Oh, yay.
Well, I mean...
Where are the Cowboys? What are the Cowboys doing this weekend? Can they play too? Let's just have some fun.
Well, the other side is New England. Enough of you, New England. You don't need to have another one against Denver with a backup quarterback. Jared Stidham.
New England doesn't bother me. They've been totally turned over from... that's just uniforms, whatever.
I get it.
But New England is absolutely, if you're a Niner fan, to me, that's your team. That's your team the rest of the way. The New England Patriots.
Not Denver?
No. I don't want to see Jared Stidham play football in 3 weeks. What are we doing? Jared Stidham's going to beat either Seattle or the Rams?
I mean, he might.
I'll take Drake May. I like Drake May.
Yep.
I like Drake May a lot.
They're favored by 4.5 right now at Denver.
I think it opened at 4 and it went to 6.
Oh, really?
I think it did. I'll get you up to the minute.
Yeah, I'd have to check because I bet it earlier today and I think I got it at 4.5. So.
Did you really?
Yep.
Yeah. Shapiro sent out that it opened at 4 and then it went to 6. Maybe it's come back down and normalized a little bit. You're right. Yeah, 4.5.
Okay.
4.5, and the Seahawks are 2.5 on the Rams.
Down to 2.5.
2.5 is the spread right now. Seahawks over the Los Angeles Rams. Okay, Joe, Walnut Creek. Hi, Joe. Thank you so much for calling. What do you think? How do you view this whole season?
Hey, Mark and Dan. It's great to hear you guys today. I love your show, just to say.
Thanks, Joe. Our show loves you, too.
Yeah. Hey, so they were one game from the number 1 slot and to win the division. Like, with all those injuries, we could have been talking below 500 in the middle of the season, no hope, just like the talk we're having now. Oh, what are they going to do next year? But for months, right? So here we are sitting for months. It could have been. But they were one game for winning the division. Now, I love Shasky. I listen to Shasky in the morning, too. But he was like, oh, my God, they don't have anyone, and they're all losers. So listen.
He didn't say that. Hold on, Joe. He didn't say that they're all losers, did he?
No, of course not.
Okay.
I'm joking, but I was so depressed in the first slice of time. I'm like, oh man, I had to go into my corner and turn off my light, and just like curl up. But here's my perspective: is that one thing the other station? I know we don't want to talk about that other station.
I didn't even know there was one.
One of the guys on there. Yeah, is there? There is no other station.
I'm not aware of this.
There's only 95.7. No, but they're all like, oh, if they had a couple of these players, it still wouldn't have made a difference. And yes, I get it. Seattle's really good. But let me read this over here. Bethune, Warner, Mikael Williams, and Bosa. You're telling me if they weren't all healthy on that defense, that's not going to make it different? Of course. And now listen to this one, too. What if we had Ayuk and he actually wanted to play and a healthy Pearsall and Kittle didn't go down? I like that.
Well, okay, so I think, and Joe, thanks so much, man.
That was only 7 or 8 what ifs. I like that, Joe.
Right. Well, they're what ifs, but they're also real, and so I get where Joe's coming from. I get where people are like, but you can't do that, and everybody has injuries. I think what Joe is saying though is not so much, hey, the Niners could have beat Seattle if they didn't have injuries. I don't think that, but I think what Joe's trying to say is, let's not make it sound like this roster is just a carcass. It's not like devoid of talent. Some of the things that they do need this offseason, some of them might come back in the form of injured players who might play next year. Might not. Right. I don't know. I don't know where Kittle's at. You know what I mean? Bosa, sure. The Ayuk thing to me, whenever someone brings that up and they go, and that's on Ayuk, I'm like, no, that's on the team. Like, Brandon Ayuk gave the 49ers every warning sign that someone can give you. So this is a quick aside, but I'd love to say it. Did Brandon go sideways and give up on his team? Absolutely. Do you want to blame him for that? I blame the team. I blame the team. He gave you every single warning you could have asked for. When you wanted to negotiate with him, he went to TikTok. He gave you every single warning to the point where you were apparently moments away from trading him. And you didn't. And then you got what you got, man. That's on you.
It's on both of them, but yes,
well, sure.
I know what you're saying. But
you know what I'm saying.
He gave them every sign that, he was maybe not completely sold out to be a part of the 49ers and, going all the way back into negotiations. And then you gave him the deal and he had to rehab, and he rehabbed kind of, but he didn't. Going back to early parts of the year, he clearly wasn't doing what they had asked him to do, and they voided his contract way back in like October.
By the way, if you do trade him, who'd you get with that second rounder that you would have gotten?
Probably somebody.
And what did he do this year? I don't know.
Not a thing.
Maybe he would have picked off Sam Darnold.
Maybe he would have actually blocked somebody or rushed the passer.
You know what I'm saying? So,
exactly.
All of these things have a trickle down. But Brandon Ayuk, if you want to be mad at Brandon Ayuk, you're allowed to be mad at Brandon Ayuk. I think the team had every clue that it needed to trade Brandon Ayuk, and they didn't do it.
Well, organizationally, they've made a number of mistakes, and when you look at this situation against Seattle, and one of the big problems was depth. And I know depth is not as easy as just, we had a couple more draft picks and we got guys and they're good, and so now we have depth. But this team got to the end of the year and they had all the injuries that they had. And by the way, they always have a lot of injuries. So maybe you would start to build your roster in a way that you can sustain these injuries, because it's going to happen again and again and again. And I don't know if it's an electromagnetic field near your practice facility, but one thing that's been consistent, you've had a lot of guys get hurt on your team.
Can I dig into that a little bit, though? I've heard a lot of people talk about depth today, and I'm like, wait a minute, they just had all of these injuries and went 13-6. So somewhere in there, you have to actually give them credit for depth. I mean, he just brought up, we lost Tatum Bethune. When the year started, Tatum Bethune wasn't supposed to play.
Right.
He wasn't even supposed to play. So, and the idea that you should be so deep that you can handle a rash of injuries like this, I don't know an NFL team that can do that. And,
not so deep.
And win it all. We're asking them to win it all. Without Warner, without Bosa, without Kittle, without. It's like, nobody can do that.
Of course not, but you can have, better players behind the players that you do have. And, you look at...
They found some people behind those people, didn't they?
I guess.
Big Ton just Tatum Bethune.
Jordan James, he finally actually got to touch the football.
He looked good.
Finally. All year long. And Randy, I need to apologize to you and all the good people of the Oregon Ducks, because... the guy couldn't play all year, but now you go ahead and play him. Okay.
Well, garbage time of a playoff game. I'm not going to.
Whatever.
I don't know. Maybe he's really good. Yeah, I don't know.
We don't know.
I don't think that was definitive of anything, though.
No, but that is maybe my greater point of, you're going to run CMC all year in that fashion. And, Garendo, he could never play. And Jacob Cowing, you drafted him, and he doesn't get to play. And Watkins, he barely got to play. And now Jordan James, he didn't get to play. So you have depth, but you don't use it. Is it because they're not very good, or because you just want to run with the ones all the time?
Another one of those coaches who keeps playing veterans. Gosh darn it.
But at least the other guy wins titles.
Yeah, well, right.
Shanahan can't even win the West.
Again, 13-6.
It's great.
Yeah,
great year.
It's not like they went out there and looked like dummies for it or whatnot, but I hear you. It'd be great if the Niners went with all of these things that they need to do in the offseason. Who knows? Maybe some of the answers are already on the roster. I don't know. It'd be great. It'd be great if Jordan Watkins was one of those receivers who stepped in next year, and Jacob Cowing stepped in next year. And those are some answers. That'd be wonderful.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're 2 years into Garendo and Cowing, and neither one of them has really done anything.
Garendo, I don't think Garendo is much of a player.
And I don't think that you're wrong, but the greater point is you drafted Garendo and Cowing, you drafted Jake Moody, and these guys have not helped you. So, you look at Seattle, and I don't want to fixate on their depth chart, but Umanwari is a rookie this year, and he is amazing. And you look up and down their roster, they've got a lot of first and second and third round guys from the past 3 years, and they all play, and they're all contributing, and they're good.
Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, what a bummer. But the season's pretty good. The problem is, at this point, we've gotten nothing but a bunch of teasers. Man, a great tease, I'll take it. But, one of these days, we need a happy ending, guys.
This is true.
Man, we've been hunting for that sixth happy ending, nothing but tease. And this last game, I say it's a pretty good season, but the way we lost, we didn't even stand a chance against this guy again. It started when he was the coordinator in Baltimore, and then he got us twice. We didn't even score a touchdown. Oh, my God. I know we had a lot of injuries and all that, but why make it if that's the only thing you're going to show me? I mean, come on, man. So, reasons. I'm running out of reasons, guys. Is it because we're cursed for leaving San Francisco? Is it the power plant? I think it's John Lynch. I want to see Kyle Shanahan with a different GM that will pick studs first round, second round, third round, because John Lynch don't know who to pick in the first 3 rounds. He's very, very good in the late rounds, but we need to hit on the first 3 rounds, guys. I mean, hey, go Sharks.
Okay, go Sharks. Jonathan, thanks. I'll say this. Look, I whenever a season ends, there's always a group of people that start talking about the job status of the coach and the GM. You're more than welcome to call us and do it. You're more than welcome to have that opinion. I think Dibbs and I will probably tell you the same thing over and over again. You look around the league, a third of the jobs are open at the head coach position. 49ers will not have openings at the head coach and general manager position this offseason. Period. You're allowed to have the opinion. Not happening.
And Buffalo does, and Buffalo did as of today, which was kind of stunning. But then you look at it and you go, maybe not that stunning. I mean, 9 years, they go to 8 playoffs, but they were never able to get over the hump. And, if that interception was ruled a catch, or if it was ruled another way and they win that game, is he still fired?
Of course not.
Right. So it all comes down to what? One play and one call that either you like or you don't like, and now you're fired?
I mean, that's kind of my answer to Jonathan is like, why is it always a tease? If you just take a moment, and it sucks because it's emotional, all that, but you look around the league, that's normally how it works. Like, look at the good teams through the league. What organizations do you respect? You respect Baltimore?
Yeah.
You respect Buffalo?
Sure.
You respect Pittsburgh?
Yep.
Okay. Do you respect Philadelphia?
Yeah.
Do you? I know that's hard. Do you respect Green Bay?
Yeah.
Do you respect Detroit right now?
Yeah.
Getting there.
Although he might be 1 year away.
Do you respect the Rams?
Sure.
Do you respect Seattle?
Absolutely.
Okay. Largely every team I just said, like other than Kansas City over the last 7 or 8 years. Every team I just said, along with the 49ers too, it's mostly playoffs near miss. That's how your season ends. That's how it ends.
Right. And only one team gets to hold the Lombardi. So, and that's the way that goes. And I think Lucas shared something earlier on our thread about the number of seasons for a coach in their spot before they actually win the Super Bowl. And it's interesting because now Kyle Shanahan is going to be in year 10, and not that many coaches get that long of a chance. I think Bill Cowher, after year 14, finally got the Lombardi in his one spot with Pittsburgh. So not that he's running out of time, but normally these coaches come into a spot, and the ones who win do it pretty quickly.
So this gets sent out a few days ago. This is pre-McDermott firing, okay? And it's going into the weekend. You've got 8 coaches, right? One of them already had, let's see, a couple of them. McVay, Sean Payton had won a Super Bowl before, but this was the stat that you're referring to. Of the 7 remaining coaches without a Super Bowl title with their current team.
Right.
So put Sean Payton back in the bucket. McVay, the only one who has a Super Bowl with his current team. Of the other 7, here's what season they're in. Well, Ben Johnson and Mike Vrabel, season 1. Mike McDonald, season 2. DeMeco Ryan and Sean Payton, season 3. Then McDermott and Kyle Shanahan, season 9. And then McDermott didn't last the weekend. So now it's just Shanahan.
That's right.
Heading into season 10.
Yep.
Everybody else is in their first 3 seasons.
And he'll get season 10, and he'll probably get season 11, and maybe even season 12.
Oh, yeah. And I'd sign up for it right now.
Right. And so, it just depends on what they can do to this team to get the team better. And, it's not so much a John Lynch thing. It's Kyle, it's John, it's all of them. You look at the roster, and I know injuries and all the rest of it, but let's pretend that week 1, Bosa is good and Kittle's good. He won't be. And, Fred Warner's good. They're all good for week 1. You still aren't good enough,
Probably
in my
not.
opinion.
Probably, yeah, I agree with you. But again, all of that lives on paper.
Right.
And we learn this lesson every year. We think we know going in, and then stuff happens to teams, and it's different. Detroit and the Chiefs didn't make the playoffs this year. Who saw that coming?
Yeah, not us.
I mean, we did with one of them. But anyway, Sacto Niner in Sacramento here on Willard and Dibs. Keep the calls coming. How do you view this season? Is it more kind of like, that's a great season, or is it just more disappointment? 888-957-9570. We're taking your calls all afternoon. Hey, Sacto Niner, what you got?
Did you guys hear me okay?
Got you.
Oh, yeah.
You guys hear me okay?
Yeah, still.
Okay. Ask again.
Couple things.
Okay.
Good season, but felt short. Agree with you and Willard on don't know how good we could be because of injuries. Haven't played our offensive players that we drafted to see how good they would be. The game itself, bad strategy. It's like you played these guys 2 weeks prior. They kicked our butts again. And why, oh, why are we setting up Purdy to get killed by their front four that we know are going to rush? Why do you keep him sitting back there? Move the guy. The guy can move. You could, quick plays. I heard Gibbs say, why don't we do the quick game? See how they handle that? Then you just keep moving. And if they don't, it's always a mixed strategy. It's never one thing. It's like, we used to be like, all right, here's what we do well. Let's see if you can stop it. But we've not seen that. It's like, well, let me get creative and get explosives. But who cares about explosives? Can't even move the ball, right? So, I don't know. I think they could have gone further. It's just they did not look prepared for this game at all.
Yeah, Sacto, thanks. That's one. So a couple things on that. I agree with some of that. I do not agree that I think they could have gone further. I actually think they went further than I thought they would. Number one. Number two, sure, it's frustrating to watch this Niner team go against the Seattle defense. 2 games and no touchdowns is uber frustrating no matter what the hell's going on. I thought they did move Brock around better in this game. I thought they moved the ball better in this game than the one 2 weeks ago. Certainly nowhere near good enough, but for the crowd that's like, move them around and use the run game more, see, that's where I thought the beginning of the game just screwed this one all the way up. The one 2 weeks ago, you were still in it into the final minutes of the game.
Right.
If Christian catches that ball, it's 13-10, 7 minutes to go. This one, you do the opening kickoff, then the 4th down, then the fumble, and it's 17-0. I'm sorry. You spot Seattle 17 in that situation, in that building, you lose 100 times out of 100. Period. That's how I feel. That game was over. For me, remember the gut punch, the one before, what I thought was when Kenneth Walker got the 3rd and 17 and he got 19 yards? Yep. For me, that was the ultimate punch in the belly. This one was the Tonjes fumble. First quarter, pow, fumble. Seattle's got the ball in your territory, already up 10-0. I'm like, I feel pin and balloon already.
Yeah, for me, it was later in the half when, 3rd and 10, and he hits Bobo for 16. Because if you hold there, you're down 17-6. And Kyle actually talked about this. He's like, 17-6 at the half. We get the ball to start the 3rd and stuff. You feel like, okay, it's not over, but he hits Bobo for 16. What are we doing?
Bobo.
I get it. Cup, fine. Shaheed, he's been nice. The running backs, JSN. Bobo? Are we doing Bobo? Apparently we are.
They did.
Yeah.
They did Bobo. And it worked. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. It's your calls all afternoon. 888-957-9570. Do you feel it was a great year? Do you feel like it was disappointing or another shortcoming? Maybe it's a combo of both. Weigh in. We'll take your calls all afternoon on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, it's Joe Shaskin from the Morning Roast. You've got to be tuning in tomorrow, especially between 7:30 and 8:30. Yeah, I know we have Baldy on. I know Bonte's coming in. We're going to break down this 49er loss as the season ends, but we're also giving away a 4-pack to the Super Bowl experience. You got to listen between 7:30 and 8:30 for your chance to win. Morning Roast, you better be there tomorrow. We're breaking down all things Niners.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Right, Bay Area, listen up. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, now is the time. It's the Ceremony Ford kickoff sales event, and they're pushing one of the best SUVs on the road, the 2026 Ford Explorer. Yes, I know Bonte drives one, which tells you two things. One, the Explorer is legit. And two, even Bonte makes a good decision every once in a while. Here's the headline: $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. They've got over 40 Explorers in stock, ready to roll. Show up, pick up your color, and drive it home today. It's roomy, it's powerful, it's loaded with tech, it's perfect for families, road trips, or just owning the road like a boss. So head over to Ceremony Ford right now off of 280 Ceremony Boulevard in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. The deals are real. The inventory is stacked, and that $2,500 Explorer rebate won't hang around forever. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at freedmansappliance.com.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
It's Rashid Shaheed. With the steam, Shaheed breaks through. Still going. A flag flies. Shaheed's going to take it all the way. Let's see if it stands.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Did it stand?
Shaheed!
Yeah, it stood. We can talk about this a little more coming up in 15 minutes, okay? In 15 minutes, I want to make a further point about this.
Okay.
I just want to read something, and I bet you'll be able to largely decipher. Let me list off some numbers to you. You tell me which one stands out, okay? Okay. 5.0.
Mm-hmm.
4.8.
Okay.
4.5.
All right, going down.
4.6.
Back up.
4.7.
Okay.
5.4.
Oh.
3.9.
I can tell you it's not my GPA in high school or in college, even weighted, as we like to weight things with AP classes and the like. That sounds like yards per carry against the Niners.
It's not. File those numbers. File them. I'm going to explain in about 10 minutes what that is and why it's really important.
So your T's involve 6 different numbers, all with decimals involved?
5.0.
Yeah, I got it.
Well, hang on, we're counting. I don't know if it was 6 different numbers, Dan. 5.0.
Okay.
4.8. 4.5. 4.6. 4.7. 5.4. 3.9. Yeah, this is 7 numbers.
Great.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. It's
up in 10 minutes.
Very, very important.
I explained 7 different numbers.
Exactly.
All right.
It's very important to the Niners offseason.
Okay.
Critical.
Some would say. Sure.
I would say. All right. Let's go back to the phones. Peter's in Millbrae. Hi, Peter. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, Peter.
We're good.
That's good.
Yeah.
It was a tough game, good season. Can't really, complain about because of all the injuries, but I've got 4 points that I think the Niners need to hit on this offseason that they need to get done. Number 1 is fire the strength and conditioning coaches, because this is the 3rd straight year in a row or 3 out of 4 years we've had a ton of soft tissue injuries. And at this point, they have all, this year, losing Bosa to an ACL, Williams to an ACL, Kittle to an Achilles, all these different soft tissue injuries need to be fixed. It's too much. Like you guys were saying, like it happens almost every year that we get, like, we're the most injured team in the league. And I don't believe it's the electromagnetic fields. Yeah, no.
It's not.
at all.
Yeah, it's not.
Number 2, replace the left guard and center. I would go as far as say even right tackle, but we're not going to do that because we gave Colt McKivitz a 3-year deal. But you need to replace left guard and center. You need to upgrade the offensive line. You're not going to get rid of Dominic Cooney. He's been a standout for 2 years. And Trent Williams is entrenched there at left tackle. So you need to just upgrade left guard and center, either through draft, free agency, or trade. It needs to happen. And we've got a trade chip. His name is Mac Jones, and people need quarterbacks. So I think we could take a quarterback for a center. That's just me. It's possible. Number 3, you need to replace either the DB opposite Lenore and get like someone who can shut down just like Lenore can, or get a true free safety. We had 2 safeties that were both strong safeties, one playing free safety, and Jair Brown could not cover ground. You need a true free safety back there. Siegel might be able to do that if he gets more playing time. So that's why I'm saying either that or you fix the DB opposite Demo, because I think we got starting up a good core in the defense in terms of young players. I mean, I like Alfred Collins. I like CJ West. I like Upton Stout. All of them were great. Malik Mustafa's going into his 3rd year. I think he's a good, strong safety. I think you need to shore up one of those 2 slots back there, either the free safety or the other defensive back slot. And then finally, we talked about Brandon Ayuk not being there. You need another big play wide receiver, either through draft, free agency, or trade. Maybe that's Jordan Watkins if he gets more time. If he doesn't injure his ankle at the beginning of the year and loses all of that time, maybe it's him. But you need to get a big play wide receiver at the end of it. So yeah.
Peter, thanks. Lots to chew on there. Yeah, the safety play was not good this year. I still am trying to figure out, and I don't know that we're going to get this answer, but I'll never forget the year before the Niners went to the Garoppolo Super Bowl.
Yep.
They only had 2 interceptions all year, and then the same defensive backfield came back and was excellent. And it was all because Nick Bosa, and it was because they suddenly had a pass rush. And so I don't know to what level this defensive backfield would look better if there was actually a pass rush that was being generated. But the safety play in particular was underwhelming.
A little shaky at times.
Sure.
They made some mistakes, and it's a young group of players. But I do like what you're saying about a better pass rush is going to make everything on the back end look better in many ways. And so I wouldn't focus too much on the safeties. I would focus more on the interior D-line and an edge rusher and just more D-line depth, because at times when you had everybody healthy, you were okay, but you still only had the 1 game record, and that's Nick Bosa. And if you're an offense going up against the Niner defense, even when they're completely whole, you just double team Nick and you say, okay, everyone else, go ahead and try and beat us one-on-one.
Right.
And you won't. And you watch Houston in that game, and my God, my heart goes out to D'Amico Ryans and all the Texans not named C.J. Stroud, because that defense was nasty.
They were unbelievable.
They deserved better in that game. And you had the 2 edge rushers coming at you, either side, both sides at the same time, and they wanted to wreck that game, but C.J. Stroud just kept giving the ball to the other team.
Boy, there are question marks there, aren't there, all of a sudden?
Oh, he's terrible.
Well, next year is the decision year.
Right. And I think the pick is in.
No,
the decision's in.
I don't know.
He is not very good.
Yeah, he had a rough time.
I mean, his rookie year was like,
time.
okay, signs, right?
He's getting worse.
He's getting worse. Yeah.
They had offensive line troubles too and all of that. So I don't know, man. Yeah, he was really, really bad. Okay, let's go to Nick in the city. Hi, Nick. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
I'm not. Again, I don't think it's very dignified to be super upset about the season, really, just given what the Niners had to work with. I'm more disappointed, I guess, but I was really just happy that they beat the Eagles. I, of course, have high hopes every year as a lifelong fan. But, God, I mean, the wheels were falling off for weeks, even though, our boy Brock was shining on and off as the weeks went by. But again, not disappointed. I don't have as many answers as Pete on the last call specifically, but I think they got some soul searching to do for sure. They need to strengthen the receiving core and maybe the line too. But I don't know. I don't think the West will be incredibly hard, especially after the Matt Stafford days kind of teeter off.
Nick, I agree with that. It's interesting because a couple things Nick is saying, and even hearkening back to what Peter said before, I struggle with the whole, you need some sort of amazing playmaker at wide receiver because I've watched Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady often win Super Bowls when no, they don't. No, they don't. If they have an offensive line, actually you can turn a lot of just the receivers you have suddenly are going to look like guys who can produce. But if you are looking right now at the two teams who will play in the NFC title game and they happen to be in your division, good Lord, they might have the two best wide receivers in the game.
Yep.
And Puka Nacua is a 4th down and 1. He's an auto quarterback sneak without having to do the quarterback sneak. Yep. Yes. Yeah. If they could find someone, that would be helpful.
And Seattle's got their automatic quarterback sneak guy who's their tight end, A.J. Barner, who was a 4th-round pick. And so you give him the ball, and he's kind of automatic. And, Jackson Smith and Jigba, they drafted him, 1st-round pick. And you look at all Seattle's players, Imanwari last year, rookie this year, he was highly drafted. They've been nailing draft picks at the top of the draft, and that's where the Niners have not been as good.
Okay, we're going to keep going with your calls. How do you view the Niners season? 888-957-9570. You have to hear something that Christian McCaffrey said right after the game, and I'll unveil what those numbers were all about. Numbers are numbers, and these are my numbers. And so I think it's critical to the 49ers offseason. So that is all coming up. Plus, we have a major development in tonight's game with the Golden State Warriors that we will tell you about. The Warriors host the Heat tonight at 7. It means Warriors Live with Evan Giddings starts at 6. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Your calls, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs. Also, you ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they are systematic warriors. They're disciplined. They're obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. If you go to the legal world, that's exactly what Omar Habis, Tariq Habis, and the Habis Law team do. When Habis Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habis Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing, but nothing, catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit HabisLaw.com. Habis Law, they fight to make it right.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
2 left lanes blocked.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
And then a second crash in the back.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. In stock and award-winning, there's a Honda for that. The Honda CR-V from your Northern California Honda dealers.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Granger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's go!
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Fourth and one. Use check and a little option, and that's not going to work. Seahawks get a stop, and they take over. Wow.
What a start. You try to come up with something creative if you're Kyle Shanahan. Hand it to use check.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
What's the question? I think you just answer your own question.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Well, the question is,
what the hell was that?
Why are you trying to get cute on 4th and 1?
Right.
So, and for me,
I'm
that's
still confused by your question.
Well, it's not a question. It's sort of rhetorical. But anyway, here's the deal. You don't want to have to get cute on 4th and 1. And I'm actually not going to rip Kyle for that. But boy, it's a wake-up call. Because here's the point. If you have to get cute on 4th and 1, to me, it's an admission that you know that the easy stuff isn't there. And he said it. He was asked. On 3rd and 1, I thought for sure Brock Purdy would sneak it. They asked him after the game. He said the sneak wasn't there.
Right.
And I'm like,
the sneak wasn't there.
What does that mean? The sneak wasn't there. What
are you saying? They had all the gaps covered, and when they have the gaps covered and it comes time to we push, they push, their push is better than our push. That's what that means.
Here's Kyle Shanahan on no QB sneak, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1.
Yeah, if the sneak was there, we would have done it. You know, they take away the sneak. So we sneak it when it's there, and they played all the sneak. They took up all the gaps on the inside on the plays, and we liked the pass. And then on the 4th down, we thought we could get to the edge because they're all inside playing the gaps to take away the sneak. So we thought we could leave one on the edge to option, and we missed that. And there was 2 on the edge, which made it a problem to option them.
Yeah, so...
he said the word sneak 5 times in that, and I love it. You know, the sneak was not there, and we'd love to sneak, but if the sneak's not there, then we can't sneak.
Real quick, the Warrior development. I don't want everybody to be like, well, what the hell is it? So Draymond Green is out tonight.
Okay.
Draymond Green was listed as questionable with an ankle sprain. Draymond is out tonight. We already knew that Melton was out tonight. Guy Santos is out tonight. Jonathan Kuminga's out tonight. That part's just a prediction.
Okay.
But anyway, Draymond Green will not play for the Warriors tonight. Warriors against Andrew Wiggins and the Heat this evening right here on 95.7 The Game. Now, the other part that the list of numbers, and I'm going to read them again because this is key to the point that we're talking about right now. The list of numbers that I read, 5.0, 4.8, 4.5, 4.6, 4.7, 5.4, and then 3.9. Those are yards per carry for Christian McCaffrey through his career, year by year.
By season, okay.
Except for I removed any major injury year.
Okay.
Because it was like small sample. He played 3 games or whatever, like last year. I also removed his rookie year, which was A, his rookie year, and B, like he had less than half as many carries as he normally does. But the years where he's up in that neighborhood of 2 to 250 to 300 carries, those are his yard per carry averages. And I think that is very significant because of what we're talking about right here. If on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1, and they take away the sneak, and you literally cannot get a yard, and you got to get cute to get a yard and start playing the option with a fullback. If you've got to do that, then you're outmanned. And what I see as this moment for 49er football is that as of about 2 to 3 years ago, Kyle Shanahan takes the 49ers to the Super Bowl. They were largely viewed as the best team in football. They lost in overtime in the Super Bowl. But that doesn't matter for teams that are in the division. In the division, those teams are looking at, you know what? That's the guy we need to beat. We need to beat Kyle Shanahan. And in the wake of that Super Bowl loss against the Chiefs, what did the Seahawks do? They went and got, hey, who was that dude that picked off Brock Purdy 4 times on Christmas? Who's their coach?
Yep.
Oh, it's Mike McDonald. Let's get him. We're going to bring him in here because we need to crack the Kyle Shanahan code. They did it. So now the shoe's on the other foot. And that's what this offseason is now Kyle Shanahan needs to crack the code of this Seattle Seahawks defense. And doing it with 450 touches for Christian McCaffrey is no longer an option. I want you to listen to not only what he says, but how he says it after the game. Christian McCaffrey.
This was one of the hardest years of my life, and everything that happened to me last year, and kind of had to overcome a lot of odds. And from the time January 1st happened, I was rehabbing and working my butt off every single day. You know, my wife went through it. You know, there was not a lot of time off. And so, you know, again, I think it's obviously we're not proud of the way it ended, but when I look back at all the people that helped me out and the people that were with me every step of the way and believed in me when a lot of people didn't, I appreciate that, and really grateful for my family, my friends, and everybody in that locker room. But again, it's just hard to process everything right now. Right now it just sucks to lose, but, you know, go hang out with those guys and on the plane and process it how we will.
Sounds like he's on the verge of tears.
Yeah.
Dude's a freaking warrior.
Well, he left it all out there. And if you want to count targets into his overall workload, he was almost at 500 for the regular season. He was up about 480.
I think I saw fourth highest number all time.
And if you want to look at what those players do the next year, please don't, because it's not great.
Yep.
And you saw it from Saquon Barkley last year, a huge workload, and the next year was a little bit of a step back, and it's natural, especially when you have a player who's over 30. The regression is coming. The regression is here. And if you look at the year that they had running the ball, they were 24th this year in total rush yards in the regular season. And Shanahan traditionally there's a third, a couple of sevenths. There's a second when they went to the Super Bowl. They couldn't run it this year, and yet you kept trying, and you kept trying with McCaffrey because Brian Robinson Jr. didn't get to play very much, and Jordan James finally got to carry the ball. So you put all your eggs in the McCaffrey basket. You won 12 games and a playoff game. So, yeah, it worked, quote unquote. But now what?
So every year I think you go into an offseason and there's always a list. There's always a list of things. But I tend to try to circle one as that's the thing. So last year when the Niners went 6-11, a lot of people had all their whatever takes, their Deebo Samuel stuff and Jake Moody and Brock Purdy without the Avengers and all of those takes. There was one thing that I locked in on as why the 49ers were so bad. And it was another one of those metrics that you just read where instead of being in the top 10 or even the top 15, the Niners were sitting more down toward 25th or 30th. And it was their run defense.
Yep.
Flat out, their run defense. The Niners knew it. What'd they do with their first 3 draft picks? They're like, we'll take an interior defensive lineman followed by an interior defensive lineman followed by an interior defensive lineman. That's what we're doing because our run defense sucked out loud. The one thing I am circling for this offseason is now the run game on the offensive side of the football. This is Kyle flipping Shanahan we're talking about. And you can't run the ball. You can't get 3rd and 1. Followed by, you can't get 4th and 1.
Yeah.
Your last name's Shanahan.
And you had to run some tricky option pitch from the fullback to the halfback on the short side.
You can't tell me that's what he wants to do. He's sitting there looking at a defensive line that he knows is better than his interior offensive line. So that's a multi-pronged fix. It's not the running back's fault, but your running back, while great, is getting older. He is not as bursty and as effective as he used to be, but your interior offensive line is ineffective against a division foe. They built themselves to stop your run game, and they did it. They have achieved it, and it's a problem. And now you need to go back to the drawing board and figure that out. So for me, the circle is around the interior offensive line and finding Christian McCaffrey a mate. I know Olivia Cupo, but he needs another mate.
Right.
He needs a backfield mate to do this with him, a la what the Lions do, Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery. There needs to be fresher legs, multiple styles, somebody else who can also catch the ball out of the backfield just like him. That is what puts this offense, because it largely was on track this year, but not against the Seahawks.
No, and not on the ground. You're right about that part of it. And, when the Niners run it more than they pass it, they tend to be a very good offense. And I'm less concerned about who runs alongside McCaffrey. I'm more concerned with who can actually create the holes and block, because you go back just a couple of years, 2022, when they were 7th in the league in total rushing, you had CMC go for 746, Wilson for 468, Mitchell 279, Jordan Mason, the rookie, 258. You had actual people. You had a stable of backs. And this year, you had McCaffrey, 80% of the carries, and then you had Brian Robinson get some. And beyond that, nobody else carried the ball. So even if you go to the early years of CMC as a 49er, you always had at least 1 or 2 other guys. And then you had Deebo. And even last year, you had Garendo go for 420 yards. And then this year, 0. Yep. Mason last year went for 789, and then he's gone. So for me, it's less about finding a guy to carry the ball. It's more about finding the people up front who can create the holes.
I don't disagree with you, but I am very, very taken by what you just pointed out. 450 touches. He's not coming back bursty next year.
Right.
Listen to the man. He sounds absolutely emotionally, physically, spiritually exhausted. And I know that the next game is still 8 months away, but that's not the point. The data is clear. You don't have a year like this and then come back and be amazing, especially on the other side of 30 at the running back position. And we're talking about the Shanahan offense. they have got to run the ball at a more effective clip next year than they did this year. And yes, there are multiple things they need to do to make that happen, but that's my circle. That's my circle this year as to what needs to really, really be better next year.
Well, and also you need to be able to get more of a downfield passing offense. And, I mean, Ricky Pearsall, sure, he'll come back in his third year, and I don't know if that's going to be his final year, or I don't know what's going to happen with Ricky Pearsall, but he's got to be a guy who can play 17 games, a guy who can get up there and get 80 or 90 catches and be the dude, because Juwan Jennings is a free agent, and I think they should bring him back, but I don't know what the price will be. And beyond that, you've got Demarcus Robinson. He'll be back, fine. And other than that, you've got young, unproven wide receivers. You need a lot of help in that area. And also, George Kittle, if he's able to come back in October, fine. Maybe it's November. We don't know when he's coming back. So you need to find another George Kittle. You need to find another tight end who can go out there and be somewhat of a threat. So you start to look at your team, and you need more things than you have draft picks for.
So how do you look back on the season, and where do you put your circle as far as what needs to be better for the 49ers next year? We're taking calls all afternoon. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Dino in the city. Hi, Dino. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Excuse the background noise. Just delivering for Amazon here. But thanks for making my day fun after that brutal loss. Let's start with what's a circle. I think everyone said it, so I'll echo it. You know, those same positions. O-line for sure, D-line for sure. Lockdown corner if possible, or a free safety. Love that, Dibs. I think really the ingredients are we need to get younger, faster, tougher, and more dynamic at those positions. I think that's what we're missing this season. Obviously, no Debo, no Ayuk, and gosh, man, all the injuries, right? So I think that's really those are the dogs we need to look for in the draft, hopefully, and in free agency if we can free the money. And then, you know, how do I look at this season? I think just overall, man, we overachieved for sure, given the injuries. But, you know, that being said, I was so proud of the season, and it felt like a magical ride. And so when I do think about it, a little bittersweet, maybe prisoner of the moment, this might go up there as one of the more painful non-Super Bowl losses, or Super Bowl playoff losses we've had. Like, and I'm a little old, but, you know, I'm thinking 49-3, the Giants in the 80s. I'm thinking got walloped by the Bears one season, losing in Seattle, I don't know, 5-10 years ago, whenever that last Seattle loss was. So I'm going to look at this season as just kind of the season of what could have been. You know, man, what could have been if we didn't have these injuries to our anchors? What could have been if McCaffrey catches that pass in the last game of the season, we get home field? What could have been if they don't run it back on the opening damn drive of the playoff game? And what could have been if, you know, maybe the refs don't gift Seattle another 4th and 1 defense attempt by taking away that play on that botched call. Yeah, I know the trick play looked stupid that we ended up running. But, again, just kind of what could have been when I get nostalgic, you know, 10, 20 years from now. But overall, you know, happy with how the season went, and, you know, looking forward to hopefully circling up, finding these, you know, gritty, tough, younger, faster players next season. So thanks, guys.
Okay, Dino, make sure you take a really good picture of that package that you're about to leave at the door. Yeah, thanks so much. Appreciate that. You know, a lot of interesting stuff in there. I always find, as far as non-Super Bowl losses, I find the near misses to be way harder to take than 41-6.
Agreed. Like Kyle Williams, for example. That
Kyle
game.
Williams, Richard Sherman tipping the ball away, or hell, Jaquiski Tartt in L.A. Those are the ones that stick in my craw.
Right. I mean, on Saturday night, put aside the opening kickoff that they returned for a touchdown, you got absolutely motorboated in every phase. They were better than you on offense and on defense, and you really had very little opportunity to come out and still win that game. And I think about, you know, the second drive where you're down 17-3, if you're able to somehow keep that going and get a touchdown, that's fine. Okay, you get field goal, you're down 17-6, but then it was the next drive, and he was mentioning the 3rd and 1 I didn't think that it was a bogus call, the defensive holding. I mean, it was holding. It didn't have to be called, but...
No, I think he's talking about the timeout that they gave Seattle that ticks Kyle off so much. Yeah.
And that, I mean, again, that's a tough one because to me, watching the replay, he clearly asked for it before the snap, and then the side judge has to go in and, tweet, and blow it dead. It's just, there's no easy way for that to get communicated.
As a fan, I have no idea what to think about that. I just saw Kyle really mad.
Yep.
So as a fan, you're like, wow, that's my coach. Yeah, I'm ticked off. I can't see who's doing what on the sideline or whatever. I don't know what happened. I just know that Kyle was very red-faced, and that was about as animated as you're ever going to see Kyle Shanahan.
Well, except when he's talking to Renardo Green.
That's what I mean, the whole day. Renardo Green, the refs, like, Kyle, he was some saliva.
Well, and the expression that he gave after the opening kickoff gets returned for a touchdown, his expression was almost like, wow. Like,
you got to be bleeping me.
Right. I mean, you can't get mad in that moment because stuff happens and stuff. But, you go down 7-0 after 11 seconds. He's thinking, well, that's not what we wanted.
Well, and we keep going on the phones. One other really quick point I want to make. I keep hearing people say the Niners need to get younger. And I get it. I understand where you're coming from because you're focused on a few players, especially those who got hurt. You're focused on George Kittle. You're focused on Trent Williams. Maybe you're thinking about Christian McCaffrey. Outside of that, do you have any idea how freaking young the 49ers were on defense this year? They were probably the youngest defense in football. They were babies. Babies once Nick and Fred leave the field. So, no, I don't want them to get younger. I'd like him to get better.
That's it.
I'd like him to get better.
Get better. Draft better. Yes. And, I mean, I don't want to do the Seattle comp all day, but it's fresh on my mind. And you go back to 2022, which is when the Niners did not have a first-round pick because of the Trey Lance debacle, and Seattle takes Charles Cross, number 9. That's their tackle. Boy Mafe, Kenneth Walker III, that's your first 3 picks. They're all still there. They all contribute. The next year, it's Devin Witherspoon, who is a number 5 overall, lockdown corner. Jackson Smith and Jigba, their other first-round pick. You got Charbonnet in the second round. And then Byron Murphy last year, first-round pick. Christian Haynes, A.J. Barner. Seattle's draft has been awesome. They found guys... Good. And they've hit on guys, Gray Zabel last year, and Eamon Wari, who stepped in, and he was a very impactful player this year. He was a second-rounder, so it's not so much that the Niners have to get younger. They have to get better players in the draft.
And there's no doubt the table has been flipped on them. Again, tucked into the start of all of this is a compliment to Kyle Shanahan. Seattle built this entire team to beat him, and they freaking did it. Great job, Seattle. Okay, Kyle, your move. Your move. This is the puzzle now. This is your division mate. And you just laid it all out. They're young, and they're ready. And unless they have major injuries, they're going to be a problem. You got to go figure out the Rubik's Cube. And this is what happens in the NFL.
Right.
And good coaches are sustainable in figuring these puzzles out. That's the puzzle this offseason.
And Seattle has a clear-cut identity, which is, defensive-minded head coach. So we're going to draft a lot of great defensive players. You brought in Sam Darnold. You have 2 good running backs, although one now has a torn ACL, and he will not play in this weekend's conference championship game. But you've got a great receiver. You have a good tight end. And also, you have a fullback, which is what Kyle loves.
Lucky. Yeah.
You got Oots as your fullback, and so now Juszczyk is getting older, and Kittle is hurt, and he's getting older, and so, it's not going to be a 1-year fix to go out there and, find 15 guys who are going to fit 15 holes you have, but you got to start.
A in San Mateo. What's up, A? What you doing?
Hey, man. Thanks for taking my call, guys. I agree. The defense is young. The one thing I realized that they did not do well was get off blocks. There was not enough hand fighting. And it just gave everybody time, or it gave Darnold time to find open receivers. Second thing I think is we need an O-line that can hold up against a pass rush like Seattle or even the Cardinals. The Cardinals, despite their horrible record, when they come to play us, man, they come for keeps. So I think you're right. It's a chess game, and it's our move, and I think we need to coach up our D-line guys to get off blocks. We need a nastier O-line and a true number 1 receiver, because Pierce Hall can't stay on the field, And it's like one game he's in for 3 plays, and then he's out for 2 games, and he comes back. It's just like we need somebody who can be out there for 17 games.
Other than
that was.
No, go ahead, Ace. Sorry. Finish up. Yeah, sorry about that.
I just felt that was a punch in the face at least 10 times. Like, shots were fired, and we need to reply in kind. Because if we don't, we're going to be in a bad situation for a couple of years with the picks that Seattle got. And they're all really good.
No question. Hey, thanks so much. When people talk about the lack of depth, and I'm sitting here going, well, a bunch of people got hurt. You still won 13 football games. But the one area where I do see it, let's talk about that defensive line. You can't have that kind of a trickle-down effect when one person who now has torn an ACL 3 times in his life, when he goes out, you're like, that's it. We can't rush the passer ever again. And that's what happened. Like, Bryce Huff is a good complementary player if Nick Bosa's in there. But the second Nick Bosa goes out, Bryce Huff is not capable of being that guy. And so, that's where, to me, the depth really, really bit them. It was like one guy goes down, and now this entire position group is totally ineffective, and that position group affects the other position group on defense, and so the whole thing is just ineffective. That can't be. So there's going to have to be different options on how to rush the passer with or without Nick Bosa.
And you've got to find some real boy dogs in the interior as well. And you watch that game on Saturday, and Byron Murphy, first-round pick a couple years ago, and Leonard Williams, these guys are in there wrecking the game from the inside out. So you got the edge guys coming in hard, and you've got the interior defensive linemen also controlling it as well. Right now, the Niners don't have either group.
888-957-9570. Want you to hear a little bit more of what came from the locker room on Saturday after the loss. We'll let you hear from both Brock Purdy and Trent Williams. They had some key things to say you'll want to hear. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And we are asking the question, now that the season's over, how do you view it? And what's the one thing you would circle that the Niners need to come back and do better when we see them again in August and September? We'll keep taking your calls. The Niners season comes to a close. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. You've got to be tuning in tomorrow, especially between 7:30 and 8:30. Yeah, I know we have Baldy on. I know Bonte's coming in. We're going to break down this 49er loss as the season ends, but we're also giving away a 4-pack to the Super Bowl experience. You got to listen between 7:30 and 8:30 for your chance to win. Morning Roast, you better be there tomorrow. We're breaking down all things Niners.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin with our New Year's clearance sale. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our way of saying Happy New Year. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Let's go. One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go.
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS for kids. K-A-R-S Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
The NFL playoffs are here, and Heed the Call NFL podcast with Dan Hansis and Mark Sessler is your destination for coverage of every round, from Wild Card Weekend to Super Bowl Sunday.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we have fun. No fake hot takes, just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
Wait, Mark, which bar?
Well, like the typical neighborhood bar. We're the witty sports guys at a place like that.
Ah, I like that. Follow and listen to Heed the Call wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Over the middle there, good throw and catch. It's Tonjes who lost the football and it's picked up by Julian Love. Seattle's got it. Oh, what a start.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
So last year, I circled the run defense. This year, I circled the run offense. Shanahan's the last name. It's synonymous with something in this league. Run the football. The 49ers have never had that much trouble running the football. And for me, the lasting image of the season is 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, and you can't just hand the ball off to your superstar and get a yard? You can't do that?
No, you can't. Well, I mean, you could try.
Then that's job one this offseason, knowing that you play that team at least twice again next year, and you're going to need to use the painted part of the field next time. Can't do no touchdowns in 2 games, and you can't look at 4th and 1 and be like, anybody got any weird gadget plays we can pull out? That's not anyone named Shanahan that I've ever known.
Well, that's who you are, and it's who you've been in the past. And just looking at some of the history of Kyle Shanahan here, when you haven't been able to run it, you usually aren't good. And I'm looking at 2020, when you were 15th in total yards gained on the ground, you went 6-10. And then even in 2017, their first year, they had a terrible roster, but you were 21st in rush, and you went 6-10. Last year, you were 12th in yards gained. You went 6-11. So if you're not a top 10 outfit with Shanahan, you're probably going to struggle. That's what makes this year even more special.
Totally.
This year, you were 24th in total yards gained on the ground, and you went 12-5, and you won a road playoff game. Explain that to me. And I know we watched every game, and we watched it 2 or 3 times a piece, and so I can highlight 10 or 12 plays that you made that led you to 3 or 4 wins. But
one close game.
In general, like Houston, you couldn't run it, and you got pounded. Seattle, you couldn't run it either of the last 2 times, and you got beat. And so that's more the norm. But in other games, when you couldn't run it very well, you still found a way.
You're able to do other things.
Yep.
They didn't run it great in Philadelphia.
Nope.
Won the football game.
Right.
Found a way. There are some things they do well, but not that. And so that needs to change. So when you look back now on this season, what sounds more like you? Wow, great season. They overachieved. Or don't care. Another year, another failure, fell short, disappointing. We'll take your calls all afternoon, 888-957-9570. That is the number. Trent Williams says, don't you dare talk about Kyle Shanahan. That's my coach.
Coach of the year, in my opinion. You know, and not y'all see what he does on game days, but what he does during the week, the message he conveys to the team every week, the way we prepare, the way he has guys bought in to just give them their all, no matter, you know, what the scoreboard look like, no matter what, you know, guys just playing their butts off. So a lot of that goes towards Cal because he's obviously the leader of this team, but it all starts and stops with him, and he definitely does a great job getting us started. And
Brock Purdy said that next year absolutely can be the season everyone's been waiting for.
I really do believe that, you know, we have the right guys, man. Obviously didn't end the way we wanted it to, but I really do think that with some guys getting healthy and what we stand for and how we always bounce back, you know, I feel like our backs were against the wall really all season with guys going down, but we always found a way. And so I think once we're, you know, 100% and feel good about ourselves and learn, then we'll be just fine.
While we're talking about what the Niners need to do differently for next season, can I share a couple things with you that just kind of came out recently? Nick Wagner, our buddy with ESPN, got some stuff out of the locker room, and I think that this is interesting. George Kittle was asked if there's a timeline for his return. He said, quote, "I'm going to keep it as a surprise."
Okay. As if he knows, because he doesn't.
Well, he probably got a better idea than we do. I would imagine. Imagine the doctor has laid out and the Niners have laid out a rehab plan.
And he is like 5 days removed from surgery. So
correct, but he had conversations with the famed Dr. Neil Elatrosh, who and I bet some people heard this today. The idea that the Achilles tear was high in the leg, which is apparently advantageous versus some other Achilles tear.
Gotcha.
They did not need to drill into his heel.
Oh, nice.
During the surgery.
That sounds fun.
Well, a lot of guys apparently they do.
Right.
With him, they did not. Clean tear, high on the leg, Achilles speaking. So he says that shaves a little bit off of the rehab. He was asked if his return would be around mid-season. And he scoffed.
Scoffed?
He said it would be well before November.
All right, good.
George Kittle.
I love it.
Quote, surgery went really, really good. Best case scenario when you tear an Achilles is that you tear it up high, which is what I did. I had a clean tear, didn't have to drill into my heel. When the repair was there's more blood flow, and so it takes some time off of the recovery time. It's not as bad as other ones.
Good. That sounds great.
That's from George Kittle. Couple other things. Jawan Jennings got a little bit tearful when talking about his 6 years in Santa Clara, how special it's been. And so the 49ers are interested in bringing him back for sure. but that is an unrestricted free agent, and there is quite a question mark as to whether or not Juwan was going to be back. There were two questions that people kind of grabbed. A, he got emotional talking about his time with the Niners, and B, he was asked, what about the franchise tag? And how would you feel about that? And he just said, I got to talk to my guy, Drew, about that, referring to his agent, Drew Rosenhaus.
Right. And if you're Juwan and they want to tag you, I'm sure on the one hand you're thinking, I'd like a long-term deal, but on the other hand, that's got to be north of $30 million for 1 year. It's
the average, of the
top five.
Yeah.
And so you've got at least 5 guys making 30, as far as I can tell.
I think so.
And so if you're going to tag Juwan, that means for 1 year you're going to pay him north of 30. And I know the official franchise tag numbers haven't come out yet, but yeah, you got to talk to Drew. But at the same time, that's pretty good money.
I'm looking right now, the top 5. Jamar's at 40, Justin Jefferson 35, CeeDee Lamb 34, DK Metcalf 33, A.J. Brown 32.
There you go. So probably about 35, 36 for 1 year on the tag.
Yep.
It's good money if you can get it.
I don't think the Niners are going to do that.
No, they don't franchise tag anyone other than their kicker.
They very rarely do.
The last guy they tagged was Robbie Gould.
Yeah.
And he was not happy about it.
No, he was not. Which is really just funny for a kicker.
Right.
Like, don't get mad. You're a kicker. Just kick and make millions of dollars. It's awesome. Last one is, and this is for a completely different down the road. I know you and I are going to have, so this is a little forward promotion. Some point over the next 3 months, you and I are going to have hot debates over Mac Jones. Okay? Big Mac, is Mac Jones destined to be a 49er next year or not? Should the 49ers look to trade him? What is the draft pick that you need to say yes to how would you answer that right now? Somebody calls and says, we'll give you a 3.
A third-round pick?
Yes.
No, not good enough.
How about a 2?
Yeah, I'll do it for a second-round pick.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Does it matter what the team is? Because the difference between a 2 and a 3 might only be 5 picks.
Depends on, well, honestly, the teams that are good probably won't want to give up a second for him. So I'm looking at, Seattle and the Rams and Chicago and Denver and New England. Like, Houston might be interesting.
Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh's probably going to fall in the middle of the second round, right? Because they were a playoff team, but they didn't advance, so that pick would probably be
like
52
20,
or whatever.
20 to exactly.
20th pick in the second round. That's fine. So for me, it matters less about like where you are, because I do think that the teams that want to inquire about Mac Jones, that's where they would be in the middle of the draft, if not higher. The only reason why I settled on that level is because I think if you keep Mac Jones and then he walks after next year, then you get a compensatory third-round pick for Mac Jones leaving in free agency.
Quote, I put a lot of good film out there, had a lot of fun, and excited for what's next, and I don't know. I'm on a 2-year deal, but I do believe I'm a starter in this league, and I'm excited for continuing to get better this offseason and see what happens.
Right.
Mac Jones.
In other words, if somebody out there wants a quarterback, I'm here. Trade for me.
Yeah.
And I think the Niners would let him go for a second-round pick. Absolutely.
Depends on, I mean, you want to be good in that position, though. You got to be somebody you can go get that you feel good about as your backup quarterback. Saved the season this year, did it not?
Right.
You don't go to the playoffs without his effort.
True, but if you are this amazing coach and coach of the year and Kyle Shanahan, and you've been rehabilitating quarterbacks for a long time, you feel like you can go out and get the next Mac Jones. And one thing you do need right now more than a backup quarterback is help in the draft. And so a second-round pick, you would love that.
It's fair. I get it. Second round is where I'm like, to me, yes, I'm with you. It has to at least be that. At least. And even that, I would be hesitant. I'd be hesitant to let this guy go. You got a quarterback that likes to run around out there and now has an injury past. And I would be real hesitant to let him go unless there was something, you loved the pick and there's something real specific you're looking to do with it.
Yeah, although, I mean, if you were to offer me a third and a fourth, now I'm interested, because I do think you need multiple picks. You need multiple players on this team. All the needs we've been talking about that you need to fill. So even if it is a third, maybe it's a third and a fourth or a third and a fifth, that to me becomes somewhat appetizing because you need to add a lot of new blood to this team.
I know. The other thing, though, I wonder about is that, like, there's so many people out there who are like, Brock is like a production of the system. He's a production of Kyle Shanahan. And Mac Jones proves that because look at Mac. He can go out there and he can be good too. Well, if that's how you feel, why wouldn't the rest of the league feel that way too? In other words, why would somebody else go get Mac and have him look like this on their team? The 3 years leading up to this, his QBR, which is that, kind of very...
the catch-all.
The very detailed catch-all rating, 38.4, 37.5, 36.6. 3 years in a row. Those are not good numbers. This year, with the 49ers, it was... It's up over 60. It's up over 60 with the 49ers.
Right.
Okay, but which Mac are you getting if you trade for him?
Depends on who you have as your coordinator / coach and who you have around him. Because when he was down in Jacksonville, they were awful. And you had Urban Meyer, and you had a total turnover of coaching staffs. You didn't have any consistency, and so I think that becomes a big part of it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Yeah, I think even everything that fans have talked about, the difficulty for where the 49ers sit after that game against Seattle is you do have to split the difference between the two things that we're sitting here talking about. It was a great season. It really was. It was an overachieving thing. There's a lot of frustration tucked into there, but they did a lot when, in many cases, they did not have a lot. I do believe that about the 49ers season. However, that does not exonerate everything by any stretch, because part of why you were stuck in that situation is because of some of the other things that put you in this position. Part of it was that you should have traded Brandon Ayuk. Part of it might have been the draft mistakes that you've made in the past. And so these things are all complementary and work together. So I think at the same time, it was a great season. But going forward, you have a problem. You have a problem. The Seattle Seahawks built themselves to beat you. They've done it. And now you have got to go kind of back to the drawing board, which I don't even know how comfortable of a situation that is when you're going into year 10. Kyle Shanahan, even it's almost kind of micro-macro. He loves to play from ahead, right? Well, they kind of like to do that with their roster building as well. But that's not where he's at right now. You're the third best team in the division. And it's very, very clear. And it's being rubbed in your face right now. 41-6, NFC title game, Rams versus Seahawks. You're behind. Kyle Shanahan needs to come from behind. This time it's not within a game, it's within an offseason.
Yes, and part of the challenge is you're facing a lot of big contracts that are on your books, and you don't know if the young players that you have drafted are going to be good enough to be those guys. And beyond that, you have to replace some of the other people that you already have on your team. You need a center, you need a left guard, and you probably need a right tackle, although, McKivitz is under contract, so you're going to let him ride that out for a while. You need a future left tackle because Trent is not going to be able to play at this level forever. And even if George Kittle does come back earlier in the year, well, that's one tight end, and you need wide receivers. I don't know if Jawan Jennings is going to come back, and I was actually looking at the official franchise tag number for wide receivers. It's actually $28 million and change. Okay. So that's not a ton, but you're not paying Jawan Jennings $28 million. Not when you need all these other things. You need an edge. You need an interior defensive lineman. You need a corner. You need a safety. You probably need a linebacker as well. So all the needs, as you start to pile them up to even get close to being as good as Seattle, you can't solve it all in just 1 year.
Franchise tag is often used as a threat, though. You tag someone, and then you can get to work on a deal.
Sure.
I mean, if you franchise tag them, that's kind of the Niners' way of saying, like, we want you.
Right.
We're not going to let you walk. I know the player doesn't look at it that way. They look at it as being strong-armed, and it is. But you're not going to use that tag unless you're like, we're not letting you go.
Right.
We want you.
But, I mean, he is unrestricted unless they tag him. So if they want to pay him $28 million for 1 year, coming off of paying Brandon Ayuk $30, and I haven't seen exactly how much dead cap money they have, but they have a pretty big number of money they're paying for guys who don't play football for them anymore, and that has to be a part of it.
Of course it's a part of it, but I also think that the Niners historically have done a pretty good job of rolling cap space over. I know that they had a lot of cap space this season. They didn't use a lot of it. That's part of why they wouldn't do anything at the trade deadline that was major, and it ticked people off, and I get why. But they wanted to save those cap savings so that they could roll them over to next year. Plus, on some level, and I'm no capologist, but they got a bunch of money this offseason that they didn't think they had because of what's going to happen with Ayuk. So they've got the resources to go do things. There's no question in my mind.
I mean, to do things,
yes.
Sure, but to do what? And you need to get probably 6 to 8 free agents, and you need to get 8 to 10 draft picks. You need to do a big, not a total overhaul of the roster, but it's not only about this year, it's about future years as well, in my opinion. And we talked about McCaffrey coming off a monster year in usage. So what's he going to be like? And we both agree that you need to take some of the load off of his plate. Do you have that guy in the building already? You would hope that the answer to that is yes, but you just don't know.
888-957-9570. We're talking out the idea whether or not it was A, a great season, or B, was it just another different form of frustration? And I too wonder this, and you can definitely give us a buzz or text us or YouTube chat, whatever you want to do, engage with regard to what the frustrations are. Because that's inherent, I think. There's no way to be a fan. And even if you look at this and go, wow, you overachieved, that was really great. Certainly, you're also going to come away a little bit frustrated when it goes down like that. 41-6, even if it's explainable, it's also embarrassing. There's no question about it. And for me, I've said it a couple of times the last couple hours, this is the part that we put up with it all year because they were mostly winning football games, but you would bring it up and we would joke about it, and it was like, man, McCaffrey's having this great year, and he might go 1,000. And, boy, if you drafted him in fantasy, you're all happy because 450 touches, but, boy, they don't get very many yards per carry. And he was under 4 for the year. And were they as a team, by the way?
I believe so, yeah.
That, to me, that doesn't add up. And that got him in the end. That's what got him in the end. The 49ers, and it wasn't just this game. It was the last time they played Seattle. It was a few other times this year. You cannot be Kyle Shanahan and tell me that when you're facing 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1, your first thought is, we need to get cute here. We need to drop Brock back, or we need to do the fullback option play. If that's what you're doing on 3rd and 4th and 1, that means, to me, you do not have confidence in what is happening up front on your football team. And if you don't have confidence up front on your football team, you don't have a great team. They figured out a way to be good, but that's not a great team if you can't do that stuff.
Well, if you're Kyle Shanahan, yes. And if you are, other teams, maybe you have a team that is much more likely to go 3 wide and 4 wide and throw it all over the park, then you can probably survive a little bit better. There were 5 teams that averaged less than 4 yards per carry this year. Houston at 3.9. Okay, that was mitigated by the fact their defense was amazing. Then you have Cleveland, the Niners, the Saints, and the Raiders.
There you go.
That's the company that you keep. The Raiders were dead last. The Saints were 31st, 2 of the worst teams in football. Then Cleveland and Houston. So that's basically the kind of ground and pound teams you were hanging around with.
I mean,
not good enough.
Forget not good enough. Those are the worst offensive lines in the league.
Yeah, Houston, yeah, boy.
Houston's offensive line the first half of the year especially was a joke. And I actually think C.J. Stroud, part of why he looks like he's regressing is because he's spooked. He was getting destroyed early on in the season. If anybody had Ashton Genty on their fantasy team, they know about the Raiders. That guy gets hit before he gets to the line of scrimmage.
Before he gets the ball.
Every single time.
Yep.
So if that's the company the 49ers are keeping, then to me, this is the biggest failure by Kyle Shanahan in recent years. He has been asked about this constantly, and he continues to say, that's not our philosophy. Our philosophy is not to use high draft picks on offensive linemen. Outside of McGlinchey, have they ever done it? Ever?
No.
They don't do it, and they do not want to use major free agent dollars either. Their thought is 3rd, 4th, 5th round, undrafted free agents, watch us work. We've got Trent, and we can just put the rest of the guys next to him, and we can work it out. Well, you've been right sometimes. You're wrong now. It's not working. It's not working, and you're going up against a defensive line that is young, amazing, hosting the NFC title game and not going anywhere. So if there's anything in the way, shape, or form of a philosophical shift, for me, that's the one to look at. That's the one to look at. And I got to think they will. Dude, think about this kid growing up in the game under Mike Shanahan and the philosophies that they have and running the football. This has got to be eating at him. That on 4th and 1, he's got to be like, okay, let's twirl around.
Totally.
Like, this got to drive him nuts. And it's driving me nuts.
Yeah.
So that's for me, that's the eye of the storm.
Where the rubber hits the road. They did draft Aaron Banks in the 2nd round. And
then they let him go.
Right. He never really, played as well as they wanted. So it's not only using draft picks on offensive linemen, it's finding the right ones and being able to stick with them. That's something that they haven't done.
Sponsored by Safeway. Your boys Willard and Dibbs are giving you a pen, and you can have that little list in front of you and things that are ticking you off or things that the 49ers need to address this offseason. Grab the pen and circle one thing. What's the eye of the storm? What's the thing that really needs to be different this offseason? And for me, it is that interior run game and everyone involved in it. 888-957-9570. What is that one thing for you? We would love to talk it out with you. We'll take your calls next. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Head to Safeway this week and earn 4 times points on Juicy Sumo citrus fruit. Just $2.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Dan Dibley here. As a homeowner, what you want is comfort, efficiency, and style. Golden State Lumber and Showroom makes upgrading your home simple, even enjoyable, and all without the guesswork. With over 70 years of experience, Golden State can streamline your project from start to finish. Their extensive inventory and vendor list means you'll find options to fit any budget. And best of all, they work directly with contractors and professional builders, saving you valuable time and effort. Aside from competitive pricing on window solutions, Golden State showrooms feature innovative interior doors, including True Style, which blends modern technology with old-world craftsmanship. Get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Click products for windows and doors, look for the showroom near you, and take a virtual tour. Then talk with your contractor about your ideas and make an appointment from the website. Serving the Bay Area since 1954, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, they succeed.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait. Don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at freedmansappliance.com.
Pro Savings Days are on at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get an additional 5% off when you buy 5 or more select GE, Whirlpool, and Electrolux kitchen or laundry major appliances. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Discount valid to My Lowe's Pro Rewards members only. Exclusions and other restrictions apply. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for details. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Low 60s in San Francisco today and again tomorrow. Overcast tomorrow.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Music legend John Mellencamp is coming to the Bay Area on August 12th at Shoreline Amphitheater. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com for your chance to win tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, can we lock in for a second on I've heard a few people say this, man, we need one of them number one receiver guys.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, sure, I'm open to it, but can I say? Nah.
You can say whatever you want.
No, you don't. You'd like
you kind of do.
No, you don't.
You need somebody who can, I don't know, get open and catch the ball.
Of course.
And you don't have that.
I disagree.
Ricky Pearsall, what was that? No catches? Did I get that right?
Hold on a sec. Hold on.
Biggest game of the year. And I went on Friday and said,
of course,
he's got to play if you have a chance. And whoa, boy, he played and you had no chance.
Well, nobody, again, I'm not going to brand an entire team based on one game or one opponent. I just said it earlier. They need to crack the code of this Seattle defense. That's true. But let's not now say all of these wide receivers, many of whom played pretty well this year at times, now suddenly, quote unquote, can't get open. Demarcus Robinson got open last week.
Against Philly, right?
Yeah. Juwan Jennings had a pretty good year through some pretty difficult circumstances. So here's my point. I think a number one receiver is a luxury. You'd love to have one. You don't need one. The AFC Championship game doesn't have any fancy receivers in it. They got good ones. Stephon Diggs, although we'll see if he's able to play next year. Cortland Sutton.
Yep.
Troy
Both
Franklin.
better than what the Niners have.
Well, I mean,
without a doubt.
Opinions, whatever. Like, I don't want Stephon Diggs on my team, but you get what I'm saying. Those are not Puka Nacua and Jackson Smith and Jigba. We can go through all of the teams that have, even all of Patrick Mahomes' winning teams recently. Like, good receivers, yes. And I'm not saying I don't want one. What I'm saying is, when you go into an offseason full of needs, that's not at the top of my list. You can win without a fancy $30 to $40 million receiver.
Depends on how you go about doing it. And right now, this offense, without an offensive line, doesn't matter how many fancy wide receivers you have. If your quarterback doesn't have time, then it's useless. It's basically having a Lamborghini but no driver's license. Like, what's the point?
I agree.
And that's kind of where the Niners are without an offensive line. So, Juwan Jennings, good year, gutsy year, fought through adversity with the 5 broken ribs and played all the way through it and got his incentives. Kendrick Bourne, couple of 2-3 really nice games when he hit the scene. Ricky Pearsall, wow, 2 years in, disappointment. He's a disappointment, and he's maybe one more year away from, I don't know if he'll be a full-on bust, but it's going to be a blown pick. If he doesn't have a better year in year 3, you can go ahead and just wad that up as another missed first-round pick.
I hear what you're saying. I think there's different kinds of disappointments and different kinds of, boy, it's interesting. You'll use the word bust even as a possibility already, but you're just hesitant for 4 years of doing this show with you to use it on guys like Trey Lance and James Wiseman. Ricky Pearsall is an injury disappointment.
Okay. I mean, whatever the reason is, the number one ability is availability.
Right, but it's different. Solomon Thomas, you're not good. Ricky Pearsall's hurt. And so, to me, that's different. There is more hope of a possibility that Pearsall and others like him who have been in that position can start to succeed. I'm not disagreeing with you that he needs to figure out how to stay healthy. And I don't know if he will, but that's a different kind of a disappointment. There is a light there. Y'all can see it. He can play. He just needs to be out there.
Right.
Maybe next year he will.
I wouldn't count on
that's literally the only question. With a lot of guys,
it's the biggest question, though.
Understood.
In a game of tackle football.
I think you get what I'm saying, though.
I do.
A lot of times players are like, you're not good. Ricky's good. He just hurt.
Well, every player has its own peculiarities. Like Brandon Ayuk is good, but for whatever reason, he is self-destructing his career. Yep. And I don't know what's going to happen next for Brandon Ayuk, but he's a guy who's proven way more than Ricky Pearsall has, and yet he's in a similar spot. So the 49ers and their receivers, Brandon Ayuk didn't play all year for whatever reason. There's a huge disconnect, and so now he's gone. Ricky Pearsall can't play because he's hurt all the time. And Jordan Watkins, you picked him in the 4th round. He had 2 catches this year. Kendrick Bourne was a scrap heap guy. Demarcus Robinson, Sky Moore. Not only do you not have a number 1 wide receiver, you don't really have a 2. Juwan Jennings is a good 3. When he's your 3, you're good. You have no 1. You have no 2. You've got a couple of 3s, a bunch of 4s, and maybe some 5s.
That feels a little harsh on Juwan. Guy almost went for 1,000 yards last year. He can be a 2. He can be a 2.
Sure. If he's your 2, then I hope you're not trying to throw the ball a bunch. And he's fine. He's a fine wide receiver. He's not a 1. He's not a guy that you ever have to double. You don't ever allocate your number 1 corner to shadowing him all over the field.
A lot of defenses don't even do it like that. They don't even shadow all over the field. They play positionally. Juwan Jennings is he's better than fine. That's a good football player.
He's a good underneath receiver. He won't ever stretch the field and get behind the defense.
No, but he's a phenomenal blocker, and you're the one who's often made the point how often the 49ers don't even use a vertical game that much.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what Ricky Pearsall is supposed to be. He's supposed to be a guy who can run the route tree and get down the field and make plays.
He's a one-on-one beater. He's not
right.
He can go vertical, but I don't look at Ricky as take off.
No, the Niners don't do that.
Fly route.
They would use Jacob Cowing for that, or Isaac Garendo, or Sky Moore, but they don't do that. This offense is not 7-step drop and we're going to chuck it deep to a guy. Ricky Pearsall is the guy you count on to beat the zone, beat the man, go out there, get open, and make plays. And he just hasn't done that.
Yeah, well, except for when he plays. Yes, he does. That's my point. I don't know how you can't.
He hasn't done that when you've needed him to do that. And you get a playoff game at Seattle and he has no catches and one target.
Yeah, but I see, that's where the complimentary conversation comes in. I don't just, if a receiver has no catches, my immediate thought isn't like, oh, you suck as a receiver. Well, wait a minute. What was the quarterback doing? What was the O-line doing? What was even there? I don't even know what was there. You're not watching the all 22. I don't know was Ricky was he bottled up? Was he just not open? Or could they not, I don't know. I don't know those things. So it didn't. Possibly, right. So I don't know. But I do know this. There is a difference between I've still got questions about whether or not that guy can play, and I've still got questions over whether or not that guy can stay healthy. I don't know how you can't at least be a little tantalized by what you see from Ricky when he is on the field and when the 49er offense, when the offensive line is blocking and the offense is functional, which has been most of the time. Outside of playing Seattle, the offense had a good year, and when Ricky played, he was pretty effective. Not good enough. I'm not arguing otherwise. I'm just saying I'm not going to put Ricky in the same kind of a conversation as a Solomon Thomas or Javon Kinlaw or any of the other first-round picks.
Who's actually still playing, and he's playing well for another team.
He's playing well-ish. He's not dominant or anything. But,
right, but I mean, it's an example of a guy you drafted and he didn't fit here, and so you got rid of him, and now another team has realized that he can actually go out there and play a little bit. So I'm not putting him in any bust category. All I'm saying is 2 years in, he's played in 20 of a possible 34 regular season games. He played, I guess, on Saturday, although he was a complete non-factor, and he's your first-round pick.
Yeah.
So
you're
coming into year 3, and it's decision time for an organization when you have a first-round pick at the end of year 3, and if he's not going to be reliable and able to be a consistent part of your offense, then what are we doing here?
Put it this way. If I'm thinking about the Niner receiver room next year, Ricky gets one of the spots. I'm going to go ahead and Ricky gets one of the spots. I don't know if Juwan will be back. And then beyond that, Demarcus Robinson, he's probably going to get one of the spots. I don't know about the kids. We'll see. There was a lot of buzz about Watkins. And then, you go out and do more stuff, whether that's draft free agency or otherwise. I'd love for them to go be involved in free agency at the wide receiver position. And it doesn't need to be at the highest of levels. You know what I mean? Alec Pierce is a free agent. Christian Kirk is a free agent. Just I would love one of those guys. Stabilize it. Those are good NFL receivers. I don't need fancy $38 million a year guy.
You've been burned by that.
I'm categorically against it. It's a waste of money.
And that's what you're looking at right now with Ayuk. And fortunately, you're able to get out of the majority of that money in his contract. But I think you're facing about $25 million next year in a dead cap hit. But I think they have the 10th most money under the cap going into next year. So you do have some room to make some maneuvers. But for me, you have bigger issues on your team other than wide receiver. I just look at Pearsall and think you got to show that you can be healthy and be as productive as you have been in small samples.
I don't disagree. He's got to be healthy. And I also think 49er offense, especially under Kyle Shanahan, has shown in the past the complementary nature you always talk about. My goodness, if you run the ball, if you do just even the normal running of the ball, if you do a 4.3 yards per carry as a team, and you create time for your quarterback, my God, they're deadly. They're deadly. And honestly, who are the receivers? Hasn't always mattered. You know what I mean? Oh, but Debo and Brandon. Well, now how about this year? And outside of going against Seattle, pretty solid production from the offense, and that was through a lot of adversity, not just in the receiver room, but the quarterback room too. Robert in Danville. Hi, Robert. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Man, I think that the couple of reasons why the offensive line is most important. First off is we're just putting so much damage onto McCaffrey, just getting the shit knocked out of him.
Okay. Thank you for that. And somebody thought he was John Feliciano there for a second.
Bongo.
You're not allowed to do that.
No, but, I mean, he's not wrong. He has been getting tackled quite a bit. And so
Christian McCaffrey getting the bleep knocked out of him was the line.
Yeah, the phrase that pays. And, this year, receptions by receivers, you had Jawan with 55, Bourne 37, Pearsall 36.
That's not enough. No, it's nowhere near enough.
I mean,
it's nowhere near enough.
It was all McCaffrey with 102, then Kittle with 57. So the majority of your passes were just check downs to Christian or design plays to Christian or throws to George. Your wide receivers were very ineffectual in the pass game.
I mean, largely, yeah. What's up, Grandy?
Well, you guys are talking about Ricky Pearsall and the draft pick, and then obviously didn't get a ton from him in this game or this season because of injuries. We can always play that, well, you could have drafted this guy game, but just to give you a couple of examples, I know you guys know this. Ladd McConkey was just a couple of picks right after. There were a couple of receivers that were picked right after Ricky that haven't really panned out great, like Keon Coleman and Xavier Legette. Not terrible, but hasn't been special. But you go even further down, the Rams, they drafted 2 defensive tackles last year. Braden Fisk is the one that came after Ricky Pearsall, and he's a guy in the middle of that defense and has been really good. Cooper DeJean, who's an all-pro corner for the Eagles, was pick number 40 and one that a lot of people thought the Niners might make. So just imagine how different it would feel if you had Cooper DeJean on this defense alongside Deontay Lenore and what that would do.
I think the whole sort of way that the wide receiver room was approached last year, and I mean last year in terms of the draft, is head-scratching. Do you know what I mean? Like, now, you could say you shouldn't have drafted Ricky, but if everything continues to then play out the way it has with Brandon and Debo, well, now you're even worse off in the wide receiver room. But I will forever scratch the head that the move was first-round pick for the wide receiver room, go Ricky Pearsall, and follow that by both keeping Debo and Brandon and re-signing Brandon, who behaviorally bucked all summer long. That didn't make sense to me then. It makes less sense to me now. So that's where I do think if we want to talk about the organizational mistake, I'm not ready to say that picking Ricky on an island was the mistake. I'm saying that picking Ricky and then doing what you did with Debo and Brandon didn't add up. If you were going to pick Ricky, then on we go. Brandon is acting the way he's acting. Hello, Steelers, for a second-round pick. Perfect.
Yeah.
That's what you should have done.
Well, they've made a number of mistakes, and, you could go all the way back, and Debo obviously wasn't, and Ayuk to draft him wasn't a mistake, but the way they've navigated it going forward has not been great. And then you try to fix it by drafting Ricky Pearsall, and he can't stay healthy, and Debo leaves, and Ayuk basically shuts it down. And so now you've got an oft-injured first-round pick as your number one receiver going into next year. That's not going to be good enough.
No, of course not. But then again, you know what I mean? Like, I just am always really hesitant to write people off due to injury in football. We're going to go injury-prone because he has a PCL this year and a gunshot last year.
And a shoulder and a hamstring.
But those didn't hold him out for lengthy periods of time. Those were camp injuries, and you're not wrong. I'm not saying there's no concern. I'm not ready to write him off. I'm just not.
I'm not writing him off.
There's too many players.
Year 3 is critical for Ricky Pearsall and the Niners.
I mean, all of them are. Every year's critical.
Well,
this is the NFL.
You're a first-round pick. You get a certain amount of time, and when you show that you can be good, and he has, then you get even more time. But now that you've played in roughly half the games, now's the time for him to show that he can come in healthy, stay healthy, and be the number one receiver that they drafted him to be.
I don't disagree with you, but I also, this 4-year fully guaranteed rookie contract with a fifth-year option. You get to the end of the next year, even if Ricky Pearsall produces for 9 games and is frustrating for the other 8, guess what? He's back. You're not cutting him.
Oh, you can. I mean,
why would you? He's basically cheap labor. He's on a rookie deal.
Because if he can't stay healthy, then you might as well have somebody who can actually play football on your team.
I'm just telling you, the Niners aren't doing that.
I'm telling you that they might. And what are they doing with Ayuk right now? They're basically cutting ties with Brandon Ayuk because he's not going to be a guy that they want around.
Right. Because he's a problem and he makes $30 million. If you get through next year and you still see talent from Ricky Pearsall and a 4th year where he's making $2.5 million, you're not cutting that guy to go try to find someone else. It's too beneficial of a contract. So again, is it a key year? Sure. But I don't think it's the tell-all final analysis year that you're sort of saying it is. It's year 3 of a 4-year guaranteed rookie deal. It's very likely to be here for at least 2 more seasons.
It depends on how it goes. I mean, teams have parted ways with players for less than this, and if the guy can't make it on the field more than 50% of the snaps, at some point you got to roster somebody who can actually play.
Right, but for $2.5 million, I don't know what that money would be dedicated to. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's the roster spot more than it is the money.
Lucky in San Francisco. Hi, Lucky. What's going on?
Hey, afternoon, Mark. Afternoon, Big Dan. I'm disappointed in our play as far as that game-wise, but for the season, man, it's like we basically were playing 3 flights up, man. We just threw the ball up and see what we can get out of the season, man. It was great to me. Yeah, it's a disappointment losing in the playoffs, but there needs to be there's work that needs to be done. O-line, number 1, needs to be addressed. Number 2, we need to get a competent wide receiver that can leave people in the dust. Man, we don't have that. Where's that at? And our D-line, interior, we need dogs up there, man. We don't have any. Go get somebody. We need to do something drastic this year, man. Something. I don't know. Can you guys help me out? Because I'm not sure what needs to be done, man.
Well, Lucky, I mean, I think you're like the things that you said are largely on point. I'll say this: as far as the wide receiver thing, there's clearly a lot to do this offseason. We've been sitting here debating the whole Ricky thing, but no matter what you think about Ricky Pearsall, there are spots to figure out in the wide receiver room. You don't know if Juwan Jennings is going to be back. Demarcus Robinson has a spot. Outside of that, it's young guys who you think might be there, but even if they are, Jordan Watkins, Jacob Cowing, whatever, you're looking to add more people there. And whether that's through draft and free agency, for sure. The one thing where I push back a little bit is the idea of the interior defensive line. Mykel Williams got hurt. Those 3 picks that they made last year, I'm not saying I feel perfect about it. I feel pretty good about Mykel Williams, Alfred Collins, and C.J. West. Those 3 have really good metrics against the run. I think it's why they were picked, and their metrics, at least for a rookie year, showed out pretty nicely. I know now one of them's got to get over injury, but I feel pretty good about those 3 players and their rookie year.
Yeah, they were good. I mean, they're not game wreckers, and you look at Seattle, again, to use them as a comp or even go into the LA Rams situation. They have guys who are not only competent in the interior, but they come in and they will wreck you. They'll get to the quarterback. They'll blow up the run game. And, the guys you mentioned, Collins and West in particular, Mykel Williams was good, and then he got hurt, and he was never really the pass rusher. Even when they moved him outside at times, he was not a guy who was really getting after the quarterback. There were games that I thought that he largely kind of just was there. He wasn't a real impactful first-round pick where you watch him on every snap. So these guys all through their rookie year, they were good. They were fine. I know that word is a triggering word to say somebody was fine, but I look at this group and you need to have more game wreckers, especially with Nick Bosa coming off a 3rd ACL. We don't know just how good he's going to be this time around after the ACL tear. So you still have a lot of question marks for me up front.
No question. I just think that those 3 guys on the interior, that's something to build off of. But, yeah, they got 20 sacks in 17 games. That's disgusting.
Yeah, it's not enough.
That's gross.
Dead last, right?
It's gross.
In football, yeah.
Yeah. And that's why, I'll tell you what, you want to know what my biggest sort of fuzzy mark is? You know, when you got one of those dots on your eye and you're just like, I can't see that spot right now. I got a spot on my eye about the Niners secondary. I don't know what to think about them because the defensive line didn't pressure the quarterback.
Yeah, makes it hard.
In the NFL, if you don't pressure the quarterback, they carve your butt up. I don't care who you are. So that's why, by the way, I think guys like Lenore didn't have what you would call a standout season, but I love Diamador Lenore. They didn't even throw at him, and they had all day. And Upton Stout, oof, phenomenal.
Good rookie year.
Phenomenal rookie year.
He had a good rookie year.
Yeah, I'm really, for him to be doing this on this secondary with no pass rush as a rookie, and I thought it ramped up each week, he got better as the season went on. And you can think about some of the specific plays he made, the game against Arizona that he won with that stop on third down. There's some players back there, but I'm really at a loss to know how good or bad the secondary is because the Niners didn't generate a pass rush.
Let me ask you guys this. Where do you think Nick Bosa, who played in 3 games this year, ranked on the Niners in terms of sacks?
I think I know this answer. Wasn't he tied for third?
That sounds about right. I was going to say third.
He finished 4th.
Okay.
Furl and Huff both had 4. Sam Okwanu had 3, and Nick Bosa had 2.
There you go.
Yeah.
No, their pass rush was a joke. It was a joke. And I know that one doesn't get people as much because when there's a problem, but you can explain it, you're like, oh, well, that's, Nick Bosa got hurt, Michael Williams got hurt. That's why I'm more focused on the run game. Explain it. We're healthy. Trent Williams played. Christian McCaffrey played.
Yeah.
Why are you all out here averaging 3.9 a carry? But
because in part, the defense doesn't have to worry about your receivers.
Yeah, well,
they don't scare you. So you can play closer to the line of scrimmage and you can roll up. The only guy who really scared you was Kittle and McCaffrey out of the backfield.
That goes both ways, though. The receivers are going to get more open if they've got to worry about your run game.
But if you're on defense, you don't have to worry about the receivers, so you can just focus on the run game.
I guess it goes both ways. I'm not disagreeing with you. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Good season or frustrating season? Into the 5 o'clock hour, your calls, 888-957-9570. And if you weren't with us earlier with the updated developments on the Warriors lineup for tonight, we'll let you hear about that again coming up next as well. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, it's Joe Shaskin from the Morning Roast. You've got to be tuning in tomorrow, especially between 7:30 and 8:30. Yeah, I know we have Baldy on. I know Bonte's coming in. We're going to break down this 49er loss as the season ends, but we're also giving away a 4-pack to the Super Bowl experience. You got to listen between 7:30 and 8:30 for your chance to win. Morning Roast, you better be there tomorrow. We're breaking down all things Niners.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Granger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No.
So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes.
See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely.
Face tattoo?
Absolutely not.
Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I'm not a doctor, so it's questionable concern.
All right. On 95.7 The Game.
All right, now's the time. Get on in, 888-957-9570 if you want to talk this out. How do you view the Niners season? Where are you putting your circle as far as the one big thing you want to see them do differently coming back Next season, we'll take all your calls, 888-957-9570. We woke up to Sean McDermott being fired by the Buffalo Bills. Let me tell you why that's probably bad for the San Francisco 49ers.
Tell me why.
I hadn't thought about it this way until just about an hour ago. I was thinking about Robert Saleh. And he's interviewing for, it feels like all of the jobs.
Although a lot of them are being filled. Miami's been filled.
Two of them have been, I guess maybe now three.
Yep.
Have three been filled?
Halfley.
Stefanski, Harbaugh.
I mean,
and
this is why you wait, guys.
The Green Bay defensive
This is why
coordinator.
you wait.
Why do you wait?
Because if you're Harbaugh, maybe you would want the Buffalo job. Instead, New York, Jackson Dart, I get it.
I don't know if Buffalo would have hired Harbaugh.
You never know.
I got a prediction on Buffalo.
They won't now.
They're going to hire Daboll.
You think?
Well, Brian Daboll was the offensive coordinator with Buffalo when Josh Allen went from a wild, inaccurate rookie to the best player in the league. He got him going. And there are a lot of people that were like, wait a minute, dude, Jackson Dart was looking good. Why did you just fire Brian Daboll?
Yeah.
But now they got John Harbaugh, and it's like, okay. But I wonder if Buffalo didn't go into the playoffs thinking to themselves, hey, if we don't get this done without Patrick Lamar and Joe in here, and Daboll's sitting there, and he was the guy a lot of people credit for Josh Allen's rise, why wouldn't we do that? It's from Buffalo?
Yeah.
I don't know. That'd be my guess. I think Brian Daboll ends up with the Bills job.
Isn't there a lot of buzz over the quarterback? Is it Davis Mills, the guy who was a quarterback and now he's a quarterback coach in Denver and it's like 31 years old?
Davis Mills is still playing. Davis Mills is C.J. Stroud's backup.
Yeah, it's the other Davis, and I get these guys confused. I'll come up with it. Not anyway, Davis Love, but
here's
Davis Webb is who it
Davis
is.
Webb, okay.
Davis Webb,
yeah. I mean, look, I got no inside scoop. That's just a guess. But here's what I'm thinking. 10 openings, a third of the league.
Yep.
3 filled, 7 to go. And of the remaining, and Grandy, maybe we could do like a little Saleh tracker. I know he is a candidate. He's a finalist in Tennessee. I know he interviewed for Baltimore. They tweeted that out yesterday. I know he's gotten calls or interviews with Arizona and Vegas. What are the other openings that I'm not remembering right now?
I will look them all up. I know he had, I think, a second and in-person interview with Arizona today as well.
Arizona, yeah. I know he's a candidate there. Let's see. Cleveland is open. I don't know that I've heard anything with regard to Cleveland and Saleh. But anyway, point being is you still have 7 more openings, and almost all of them at least have some level of interest in Robert Saleh. And I know some people, you'd look at Saleh and go, dude, you're in the catbird seat, and you're in this great spot in San Francisco, so you can be really picky. You know, do you want that Tennessee job? Cam Ward going up against now what is a rising NFC South? Do you want that job?
Sorry, really quick.
Yeah.
So Tom Pelissero, the interview with the Cardinals is scheduled for tomorrow.
Okay.
Pelissero writes he's interviewing with the Titans today. If they don't hire him today, he will get on a plane to Arizona for tomorrow.
He's he's down to the final 3 in Tennessee. I know that. Okay. Here's my thought process. If you think that Saleh would turn any, and I thought this a couple weeks ago, and now I don't. If you thought that Saleh would turn any of these gigs down to stay with the Niners and wait for next year, how many openings are there going to be next year?
Right.
A third of the league is going to be on their first year head coach.
Yeah.
And they're all the bad teams. Like, honestly, you might have 2 openings next year.
There'll be 6. There'll be the usual 6. Yeah.
I mean, who's bad?
The Jets.
Okay.
Aaron Glenn, he only got a second year because it was his first year, but that thing was a disaster.
It was.
My buddy's on the staff, and I'm hoping things go better this upcoming year, but that was one where you could see that maybe being a one and done because it was that bad.
But let's take the Jets off of Robert Saleh's list because that's not happening.
Okay. Yep.
But you're right. Maybe that would only be year 2 for Aaron Glenn.
Cincinnati, Zach Taylor. How many more times do they get to be bad?
Okay, maybe, but maybe they won't be bad. The rest of the division is all changing coaches.
Indy new, Tennessee new, Jacksonville, Houston no.
Houston loving their guys. Denver, Kansas City,
Vegas is always in play.
Well, Vegas they don't even have a coach right now.
And whoever they're hiring is already on the hot seat. I mean, what are we talking about here, Mark?
That's funny, but I doubt that the Raiders are going to fire someone 2 years in a row.
You do have some pretty proud franchises like the Ravens, like the Steelers that are hiring new guys. And the Bills, and if things go terribly wrong, they wouldn't scoff at firing somebody after 1 year.
Firing someone after 1 year would be the funniest thing ever because they've had 3 coaches in my life, and I'm 50.
There's a chance they win like 4 games next year.
Maybe, but
in my life, and I'm 57. The last coach that he would actually my birth year, 1968. They had some guy I've never heard of, and then Chuck Noll the very next year. Philadelphia, Nick Sirianni. You could see
maybe.
I mean,
Tampa. Like I'm not saying there'll be 0.
Yep.
But I think you get my point.
Your point is made. I think 6 is always a decent number because life comes at you fast now.
It does. But if you look like if I'm Saleh, I'm taking a gig if it gets offered.
Agreed. And you look at LaFleur in Green Bay, where
just signed an extension,
but doesn't mean that you can't be fired.
I know, but that's bad business.
It's terrible business, and Green Bay doesn't usually comport itself in that fashion. But that's been a little bit of a disappointment. And Arizona is always in play.
Well, but again, they're hiring.
But again, whoever they hire, he's on the hot seat.
Okay, well,
Arizona.
It might be him.
How many coaches has Arizona had since you and I started the show?
Only 2.
I mean,
how long was Gannon there? Gannon was
years.
there for 3 years, right?
Feels like Kingsbury was just there, and
I
then
think it was Kingsbury and Gannon.
Yeah, Gannon left the Eagles after they lost to Philly, or after the Eagles lost to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Right.
So this was his 3rd year?
Kingsbury and Gannon, yeah.
On to number 3.
Right. I just, again, the likelihood of anyone who's in this hiring cycle being in it again next year is low. Not unthinkable, but low. So if the third of the league is like largely off the table, and then you got all the really good, healthy teams who love their coach, that's very unlikely. I just think if you're a candidate, you pounce this year. This is the year.
Yeah, and also if you look at the 49ers situation, if you're Robert Saleh and your stock is probably not going to be as hot as it is right now, and if you look at next year's Niner team just right now, and it's way too early to project anything out, but you do know that you're going to need to change out a lot of pieces. And you as the defensive coordinator, you took a defense of mostly young guys. You lost your 2 biggest stars, and you still, up until the end of the year, you were still a very good defense considering what you had to work with.
Oh, no, I don't know that his stock could be any higher. I'm not saying it would go lower, but like he's loved. And the whole league is looking at him going, dude, great job. Great job. And I think the other thing the league realized is sort of just watching the New York Jets and Aaron Rodgers, the whole operation kind of unfold the way that it did. Everyone went, oh, that wasn't Bob's fault. That was the Jets' fault.
Yeah.
And Aaron Rodgers' fault. So, yeah, his image got rehabbed real fast. But I thought a couple of weeks ago, Robert can afford to be real selective. I now don't really agree. If he can get that Baltimore offer, see ya.
Of course.
But I actually think now, even if he gets Arizona or Tennessee, he'll go. And if I'm Arizona, it's not a bad idea. Like, you need to make some hay in the NFC West. You could do worse than starting by weakening one of your division mates.
Makes sense. And, if you're Arizona, you're probably thinking, maybe we'll get it right this time because they don't seem to ever get it right. And I wrote down all the teams and all the different coaches they've had since Shanahan took over. And Arizona is now going to be on coach number 5 since 2017. The only team with more coaches, the Raiders. They're on number 6 since 2017.
I don't think I could name very many of those Arizona coaches over the last 7 years, 8 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to do. And
Gannon and Kingsbury, who are the other?
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Oh, that's right. Steve Wilkes.
Yep.
Okay.
And there was that one guy. Always, right?
Exactly. That guy. I know who you're talking about. And that guy used to do that.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
That's right.
Arizona Cardinals.
I got to find it now just because I'm also fascinated. Bruce Arians.
Oh, that's right, Bruce Arians. Bruce Arians is a good coach.
Yeah, Arians, Wilkes, Kingsbury, Gannon, and now they're going to be on number 5.
Coach number 5.
And the Raiders are going to be on number 6. The only teams, and I have to update this now because Buffalo, They had just the one coach, and now they're going to be on to number 2, and Pittsburgh was the same, and Baltimore was the same.
I wonder, Saleh, again, I think it's going to be Daboll. I don't think Saleh will be a candidate in Buffalo, but wow. If you are a head coaching candidate in the NFL, that news this morning made people call their agent in 12 seconds. I'm sorry, you said Josh Allen is available to be coached? Dude, Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen are available to be coached. You want to talk about getting set up for success? Holy hell.
Yep.
So, we'll see. Okay. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Mug Studios. Marjorie in the city. Hi, Marjorie. Thanks for calling.
Thank you so much, guys. Listen, number one, very quickly, I'm very proud of the accomplishment of the 49ers. Just don't look at the last game. Seattle had 2 weeks off, all right? 2 weeks off. Number two, look at all the injuries we had. And that's the other thing I'm curious about. We are talking about professional athletes, conditioning, and hopefully off-season conditioning. Why are there so many injuries? What is going on? Look at the conditioning program and the coaching of conditioning. I'm sorry. I feel really bad about it, but I have to figure out what the heck is going on. Because if we didn't have those injuries, I'm telling you, we have a solid team, a very solid team. And I am not going to look at the last Seattle game as the way the Niners play. They're a great team. I'm proud of them, but the injuries are ridiculous. And last but not least, God darn it, I was rooting for the Chicago Bears. I really was.
Yeah.
I am so sorry. I cannot believe, you tell me, I cannot believe that the Rams in Chicago in that snowstorm at 10 degrees was able to beat the Chicago Bears at Soldier Field. You can address that one also, but it just blows me away. That's all. Thank you so much.
Marjorie, thanks. Yeah, look. What an unbelievable story the Chicago Bears are. But I think in general, we tend to overdo weather in our minds when we're talking about football. The Chicago Bears were not a great team. They were a sparkly team. They certainly have that. They got that certain something at the end of a football game. But, look at the way they're doing their biggest plays. What the hell was that? Caleb Williams has got some serious physical gifts, but what are we doing? The Bears were not a great football team. They found ways to pull a lot of stuff out this year, not very sustainable, and their coach hates field goals. Their coach hates field goals. And so that finally bit him in the end, going against an outfit that is as professional right now as the Rams are.
Yeah, and all you have to do is make one of those, or God forbid you kick 3 of them and you make all 3 of them. It's a different ball game, but that's just what we do now. And all the analytics people will tell you it was the right choice, it's the right call, but we never look at what the human being actually experiences when you go for it and you don't get it and you wind up with no points. That can't be measured by analytics.
Do you want my bet of the century?
Sure.
My bet, everybody, get out a pen. Okay? My bet of the century.
Oh.
Next year, Chicago Bears under on the win total. That team had so many miraculous wins. This year's Kansas City Chiefs, no two ways about it. Not sustainable in a great division, and now they get a first-place schedule. No. I love Caleb Williams. I think he really took a step forward.
He did.
I think he firmly showed that he probably was actually the right choice ahead of Jaden Daniels. But come on, people. If you're going to give that team a 10.5 or an 11.5 win total, no.
They'll probably get a 10.5. It depends on, what division they cross over with and what the stack is like. But you're right. And 2 things this year. were largely not sustainable over the long term, and one of them is the turnover differential.
Yep.
They were amazing in turnovers. It's one-score games, and it's the turnover margin. Those are two things that naturally normalize year over year. And, yeah, Kansas City last year, they were amazing in one-score games. This year, not so much. And one thing we talked about last week, which is kind of a curiosity in and of itself, but it's field goal percentage against. In Kansas City this year, had only one field goal missed against them. And that's a big reason why you win or lose these one-score games.
Right, and the Niners only had one field goal made against them this year. It was incredible.
Kind of.
Bears 26 opponents. You want to real quick hear it, and then we can move on? The home opponents for the Bears next year, obviously, Lions, Packers, Vikings, and then it will be Bucks, Saints, Jets, Patriots, Jaguars, Eagles. And then their road is, obviously, again, Lions, Packers, Vikings, Dolphins, Falcons, Bills, Panthers, Seahawks.
Ooh. Well, that's your first place schedule. So you get the Patriots, you get the Seahawks, and you get
the Bills and the Jags.
And the Jags is the other one. Because the Bills, you play that division. You play the AFC East,
right?
And you play the NFC South.
Then it's the Eagles. It's the Eagles, Jags, and Seahawks.
Right.
Are the first place schedule games.
And Seahawks is road, right?
Road.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tough schedule. Yep. And, Green Bay is always good.
Yeah, Green Bay, Detroit.
Minnesota, you would figure. Although Detroit's another one where they'll be good.
They'll be solid.
Yeah,
they'll
but
be hard.
They might have missed their opportunity.
Maybe, but
they might be trending down.
Yeah, but they're still Jared Goff, Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown. They're still doing the darn thing. They're still going to be a hard game. There's just not a lot of. I don't see a whole lot of freebies on there. They do get to play the Jets at home. Isn't that nice?
There you go.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice?
Isn't it cute? All right, anyway, the other thing that Marjorie brought up that I would love to get into, I guess we have to be back at this. Square one. Are we talking about strength and conditioning and training staff again?
Well, we are, but I think you have to look at...
I don't know what to do with that. What do you do with that?
Well, I think you take it on a case-by-case basis. So strength and conditioning. Fred Warner's ankle winds up facing the wrong way. You need to drink more milk, Fred? Is that what we're doing?
And Fred has been an Iron Man. I got nothing. And that's the same staff that's been working with him. I got nothing on the Fred Warner injury.
Nick Bosa tears his ACL for the third time, second time on this knee.
Yep.
And, can you strengthen your body around it? Sure looks to me like he works out in the offseason.
It's not just about working out, obviously. It's about, who's popping into my mind on this one is Hushmanzada. He came on with us and he kept talking about there is he found a trainer that he swears by and he never had major injury. But I also, when people say that, it's like, well, yeah, you didn't. That doesn't mean that whoever your trainer is has a magic pill. I don't know that exists. So, yeah, Bosa's got a history of ACLs. It's a non-contact injury. Is that on the Niners staff? I don't know. He doesn't even train with the Niners staff in the offseason. He goes to Florida.
Yeah.
You got me.
The ones I look at are groins and hamstrings and injuries of that nature.
Okay, so let's talk George Kittle.
Okay.
Is it the staff or did he just turn 32?
It could be both. And we do know that the reports are that the 49ers worked their guys super hard, especially that Thursday practice before the games. And you had a couple guys get hurt in practice, which is less than ideal, but they've gone through multiple different strength and conditioning staffs already. So is that the thing, or is it just that you're a football player playing football? I think that there's got to be a multitude of reasons why this keeps happening, and maybe some of it is the strength and conditioning staff. Part of it, though, is you play football. And when Fred Warner's foot is pointing the wrong way, that's just a bad break, literally.
I'm looking at the Niners injury situation. Obviously, it was toward the top of the league. Obviously, it felt relentless. Then again, I'll tell you something I haven't looked up. Maybe you have. I don't know where just the number of players affected by injury in the total games kind of matched up with other teams. What I know that happened to the 49ers is it wasn't just the number of injuries, it was who got them.
Right.
It was who got them. And I know there was the Yetur Gross-Matoses of the world and other players that you don't think of as foundational players who got hurt as well. But the Niner thing wasn't necessarily everyone got hurt. I mean, I'd argue that their offensive line, which everyone was worried about, had a pretty healthy season. Don't you think? Offensive line, pretty healthy season. Running back room, pretty healthy season. Quarterback got one injury. They battled, both of them battled through some things. But Fred Warner got hurt. George Kittle got hurt, and Nick Bosa got hurt. That's why it resonates the way that it does.
Right. Guys who are Hall of Famers or all pros, they're the ones who got hurt and missed the most time. So, yeah, I don't know if there is a way to quantify that. Like, how many times did your Pro Bowler, how many Pro Bowlers did you miss in games played? That would be one that I would be interested in seeing that metric. Because, yeah, Yetur Gross-Matos, he's a guy who plays 55, 60% of snaps when healthy, and you don't want to have anyone get hurt. Mykel Williams, first-round pick. He was a good player this year, and he ended up missing more than half the year.
Niner training staff talk, it feels very much like Kuminga talk to me. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know what to say about that. I can't tell people they're wrong. I have no idea. But, like, I don't know. Experts are all like, sure, it's not some sort of electromagnetic field that's killing people over there in Santa Clara. And, yeah, it's football. I don't know what else to say. And there have been a number of people who've weighed in today and been like, I don't even care if it's not fair. You have to fire the trainers. Maybe. I don't think the Niners are going to come back and all be healthy next year if you do that.
Right. And so you fire the trainers and the medical staff, and then you get a new trainer and a new medical staff, and then you get guys hurt again. And so where do we point the finger? Ultimately, it's a combination of factors. One, you've got players who either work too hard or don't work hard enough in the offseason. You've got a sport that is prone to cause people to be injured. You have a team, and I was looking at this earlier, I believe you had the oldest team in football by average age. So you've got training injuries, you've got a violent game, you've got an older team, and you've got guys with recurring injuries. So is it the training staff? Sure. If it makes you sleep at night, go ahead and point the finger there.
But you said, like, where do we point the finger? And I guess my response is, I don't know that this is a situation that calls for definitely pointing the finger. I don't know. I know everybody. Boy, do I know. I know the snap reaction. We have to point the finger. Do you? On this subject, I don't know that you can. I don't know that you have to point the finger. Sometimes crap happens.
Yeah. Well, we always want to have, we want a fall guy.
I know.
We want a reason. And
I know.
Makes me think a little bit about the Giants and their struggles this year. And ultimately, it's Bob Melvin. Bob Melvin's got to go. And so they make that decision. They made the decision looking at all the factors from the inside, and the team underperformed and this and that. And you look at all the different attention to detail things that maybe weren't there. And you know something needs to change. And so you look at it and you go, it's going to have to be Bob Melvin this time. Before it was Farhan and it was Gabe, and now it's going to be Bob Melvin. Buster's not going to fire himself. And so now you check that box and you move on. And, this year you look at it again, and if things don't go right, you're going to need to find a fall guy again, because that's what we do.
Won't be Tony Vitello.
Probably not. Probably not.
Probably not.
Unless he has a really disastrous year.
I mean, yeah, unless there's some sort of scandal or something. Richie in Palo Alto. Hi, Richie. Thank you for calling us.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah,
the agony of defeat. So I have a couple points that I just want to make of my observations of the season, because I have mixed feelings about the year, of course, given how the way the season ended. So I respectfully disagree with that first caller. I give the Niners major love for what they did, but the problem is I don't think our roster is what she says, that if it wasn't for the injuries we would have competed. I think that notion is actually flawed. If it's not, it's the way, the manner in which you lost 41-6 creates a lot of questions, because so from the beginning of the season, that before, when we saw the schedule, it was it was pretty much, most people agreed that a successful season would have been reaching the playoffs, right? We made the playoffs, and then given what happened with the injuries, then it was like if we made the playoffs, that would be great, but if we can even win one playoff game and not just get destroyed, because then then that would have been a successful season. So, look, we accomplished those two things. The problem is this year was really about, considering how last offseason went, this year was about roster reconstruction. And so the problem the last thing I want to say is that the problem that I feel, the fact that our biggest positions of need really, that, you could see it in the final games, why didn't Nick Martin, Jordan James, Jordan Watkins play? And the other issue is Mike McDonald owning Kyle Shanahan. There's enough, just the way the last loss was, it leaves a really bitter taste and shows that we're really far away from the Seahawks right now, and we need them to do some major things because even if all we were missing was George Kittle, our offense would not, we would maybe have scored maybe one more touchdown if Kittle played. I mean, we don't know. Mike McDonald owns Kyle Shanahan right now, and it's a big problem for us.
Richie, what you're saying there at the end to me is the whole deal right now. That's the whole deal. The Seattle Seahawks saw how good the Niners were. They watched Mike McDonald's defense with the Ravens on Christmas Day pull the Niners apart when many people thought the Niners were the best team in the league, and the Niners went to the Super Bowl. The Seahawks went into the offseason. They hired that guy. And since then, here we are 2 years later. The Niners played him 3 times and scored 26 points in 3 games. 2 touchdowns. And the 2 touchdowns came months ago, back when it was a completely different football team. 8 quarters, no touchdowns. So your move, Kyle. Mike McDonald has his number. He needs to go into this offseason and get the personnel and the plan to now attack Mike McDonald's defense. I totally agree with that. There's one piece of what he said that I don't understand, which is when things get frustrating, people always point to rookies and young players and go, why didn't that guy play? Like, nowhere on my tote board is Niners would have been better if Jordan James and Watkins and Jacob Cowing had played. Like, I don't know why we twist our head into thinking people we've never even watched play football are the key to a season. Usually in professional sports, brand new guys don't have that kind of an effect. So I get it. There's a little bit of like a backup quarterback complex there. When you don't see him, you're like, hey, maybe that guy will do better. But I tend to believe that these guys are in practice every day, and if somebody can't make the field, there's a freaking reason why he can't make the field. His point about McDonald, I completely think is the key, though.
Yeah, and he has owned Kyle Shanahan, and they've built that team to be the kind of team that can stop a good offense. And not only Kyle Shanahan, we'll see what they can do against the Rams on Sunday, but that's a defense that is nasty. They don't have to do anything tricky. They line up with their front 4, and they come after you, and they cover with 7, and the guys who they have who cover are very good. So you don't have time to throw because their pass rushers are better than your blockers, and then the guys they have covering are covering your receivers because you don't have time to wait for them to get open. So it's not a very complicated thing when you watch the game. Seattle's defense is just flat better than most teams they play, which is why this Ram game is interesting because – Stafford, he can get it out quick, boom, and Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams, and, they got a couple of good running backs, and the Rams have an offense, I think, that's more built to solve the Seattle defense than the 49ers offense.
No question. I mean, that's evident based on the data of when these two teams played this year. On a Thursday night or not that many weeks ago, the final score was 38-37. The Rams were able to move the ball great in that game. Earlier in the year, they played Seattle much more close to the vest. The Rams win it 21-19. That game was in L.A. I expect a little bit more of a game that looks and feels like that this weekend. But, yeah, you're absolutely right. This will be another high-level offensive play caller against a high-level defensive play caller. I don't know that the Rams are as kind of rocking and rolling and in the right frame right now as they were earlier in the year. They look like they're starting to leak oil a little bit on defense. But this will be the first game in the playoffs where Sam Darnold is asked to really have an effect on the game. And so we'll see how he reacts to that. When he played the Rams on Thursday night a few weeks ago, he threw a huge pick 6. But then he was given a big deficit in the second half, and he erased it. So, yeah, we'll see. But I do think the NFC has its 2 best teams in the final game.
No doubt. And the Rams have become just the 14th team since 2000 to win 2 straight games on the road. This doesn't happen very often. And teams that win 3 straight games on the road, they win the Super Bowl. So if they go up to Seattle and they win this, then they come to Levi's, the trends would tell you that the Rams are going to win the Super Bowl. And I honestly think that whoever wins this game in Seattle is going to win the Super Bowl regardless.
That's
I think
what
that
it
those
feels
two,
like.
I mean, New England, certainly they can do it. Denver with a backup quarterback, I think you're asking a lot out of Jared Stidham, but feels to me like the NFC Championship game is the game that's going to decide the Lombardi.
No doubt. I mean, we've already looked at the look ahead, kind of the favorites and whatnot based on all of the matchups that are out there. And the Rams and Seahawks would both be at minimum a field goal favorite against anyone. Against the Patriots, they would be almost a touchdown favorite against the Denver Broncos. Try this on for size, though. And on a day like today, what does this do for you? Go back to, let me get the date. You'll all remember it. I mean, it was a famous game this year. December 18th. Not that long ago, okay? Almost exactly a month ago. December 18th on a Thursday night, Rams and Seahawks in Seattle, lots on the line. Matt Stafford threw for 457 yards.
457, huh?
3 touchdown throws, no picks. Puka Nacua himself, 12 catches, 225 yards, and 2 touchdowns on 16 targets. Against this Seattle defense.
Yeah.
A month ago. What the hell is that?
That is an offensive line and an offense that can absolutely get it out. And Matthew Stafford is not a guy who holds the ball very often, and he doesn't hold it very long. And Puka Nacua, if I'm remembering that game, he was just unguardable.
He was unbelievable.
Yeah, and he's a phenomenal receiver, and he's able to get open quickly. And, Stafford so accurate, and it's just 1-2, boom, the ball's out, and Nacua catches everything within a country mile of him.
Devontae Adams didn't even play.
Right.
Didn't even play. Second receiver in the game. A bunch of other people had either 2 or 3 catches. That's it. And Puka had 12. 12 of the 29 completed balls in the game went to Puka. 225 yards. Stafford threw for 457.
Ooh.
It would take the Niners 3 games to put up that kind of yards against this team. The way it looks right now.
Yeah, and that's where, you can talk about the offensive line. Yes, they need an upgrade, but really it's wide receiver. Not that you're just going to walk out and find the next Puka, but I've been looking at percentage of catches by wide receiver and looking at some of the other teams. The 49ers this year, only 40% of the catches that they made were by wide receivers. And to contrast it, the Rams are at 62%, Seattle's at 62%, and that's because they've got JSN and Puka, and they got Devontae. So the 49ers, only Arizona so far of the teams that I've been tracking, only Arizona has fewer receptions by percentage by wide receivers.
Okay.
So, that's the thing. It doesn't mean you have to have a wide receiver because the Niners were still good.
I think you're on to something, but I got one more number out of that game that's going to floor you.
Okay.
And I think it's the key. I know everybody wants a fancy receiver, but are you ready for this? After watching as much as we have with the Seahawks the last 3 weeks, I think this will floor you. Do you know how many times Matt Stafford got sacked in that game? He dropped back 49 times. Do you know how many times he got sacked?
5?
None.
0. Yeah.
0. That defensive line that we've been watching that's been living in Brock Purdy's pants for the last 3 weeks. Stafford went to Seattle in a primetime game and dropped back 49 times and never got touched. And here's Kyle Shanahan. No, I can find offensive linemen on the street. I got it. Yeah, you don't got it. You don't got it.
Part of that, though, is what Stafford does, and that's partly the way the Rams run their offense, which is, get it out and just boop, quick throws and, throwing it away. And he dropped back 49 times.
It was only hit 4 times.
Right. Yeah,
That's
there you have it.
That's it. And I don't know. Was he, I don't think it was dink, dunk, boop, boop. 457 yards.
It's a lot of yards.
I mean, they're throwing the ball downfield.
Yeah.
He had time. He had a clean jersey. That's crazy. After watching this Seattle defense the last few weeks, can you even imagine a game like that from anyone?
Right. I mean, that's what good offensive line play gets you. Even if it's giving you an extra 1 second for a guy to break open. And, as we mentioned, the wide receivers that they have, they're guys who can get open. They're guys who actually play. Even Devontae, who had to fight back from his injury, was able to get out there and play in the playoff game against Chicago. So, yeah, they're a team that uses its receivers. They've got an accurate quarterback, and they got an O-line who protects. Isn't that what we all want out of an offense?
Outside of Puka Nacua, I wonder if you could name another wide receiver who caught a ball in that game.
A wide receiver? Or because I know that they use a boatload of tight ends.
Fire away. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 other players caught balls in that game for the Rams. Let's see how many of you.
I'm sure Kyron Williams had a catch in there.
Kyron Williams had 3.
I'm sure Blake Corum had 1 or 2.
He had 1.
Then there's that Parkinson guy.
He had 2.
And then
Colby Parkinson.
Right.
All right. Fire away. This is where
I called him a tight end before, but
yeah, no, he is.
Right.
Colby Parkinson.
There's the other guy who
this is where it's going to get really fun.
Yeah, it's where there's not a Hutchinson, but there's another guy with a long name. I want to say Hutchinson, but it's not Hutchinson. There's Parkinson. There is I
know who you're thinking of. You're onto it in terms of the syllables.
Right, but it's not Hutchinson.
Are you thinking of Jordan Whittington?
That might be who I'm thinking of, yeah. But I wouldn't have come up with Whittington.
Jordan Whittington had 1.
Yeah, I got it.
1 catch in the game. Yeah, you can play along too, Grandy. Are you looking at the box score?
No.
Yeah, fire away.
Terrence Ferguson?
He had 3.
Yeah.
Dibs is like, who? I'm who?
Ferguson. Witchinson, Hutchinson, Whittington, all these guys.
Higbee, too, 3rd tight end.
Higbee.
Nope.
He's been hurt, though, right?
No catches for Higbee in this game. Nope. No.
Yeah, I'm tapped out. I can't think of any other Rams.
Here's the beauty of this. All those guys that you named were all at the very bottom of the list in yardage for the night. Puka Nacua, your leading receiver. Your number 2 receiver that night was Xavier Smith.
Yeah, of course.
Household name.
Your number 3 receiver, Konata Mumfield.
Ooh.
Your number 4 receiver, Davis Allen. And your number 5 receiver, Terrence Ferguson. Yeah. Then Colby Parkinson, Whittington, Kyron Williams, and Blake Corum.
A real who's who of pass catchers.
Yeah. So he threw for 457 yards with Puka and a rock band. Like, we got Xavier Smith on keyboard. Konata Mumfield is on drums.
He's on bongos for sure.
Davis Allen's on rhythm guitar.
Who are you?
What, like that, and he threw for damn near 5 bills in that building against that defense without getting sacked. So there's 2 messages there, I think, for the 49ers. And it really goes to both of your lines. Your offensive line, you're about to pay $53 million for your quarterback. Freaking protect him. You got to give him time. And on the other end, Matt Stafford can pick apart any defense if you give him time. They didn't rush the quarterback that night. They're very good at it, but they weren't that night. And the 49ers never are. Then the 49ers don't rush the quarterback. It's a terrible way to do business. I think if you want to ask me, the most confusing thing about the NFL season is how the 49ers stopped anyone on defense without rushing the quarterback. They literally don't go back there almost ever. And somehow teams did not repeatedly bust 30 on them. Happened a few times, but largely it didn't happen. I don't know why. I'd hire Robert Saleh too.
Yeah.
He's a freaking magician.
I'm not going to totally schedule SAMU, but when you look at the teams, they were able to hold down. They held down Carolina at home, even though you threw 3 picks. They only gave up 9 points to the Panthers. Tennessee, terrible. Grandpa Rivers in Indy. You were able to hold the Rattler in week 2, and he even had the ball and had a chance to go ahead and put up more than the 21 that they did.
No, you're not wrong, and they weren't a great defense, but like even with that, like there were games, and I kind of draw a line after the Tampa game because that's when Fred Warner left, and after that, you held Atlanta to 10 points the next week. How? I have no idea.
Right?
They're not great, but what?
Yeah.
How the hell did you hold them to 10 points?
They're not great, and that was the end of that was the end of Michael Penix, right? That was
it wasn't the end of him, but he had a bad
close
night.
to it, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, New York Giants, a couple weeks later, scored 24, but you win by double digits. You held Carolina to 9. Again, they're not great, but 9?
Yeah, 9.
Okay. I mean, you held Seattle to 13.
Right. I mean,
I don't know how. I know they missed some field goals.
Exactly. You were very good at having teams miss field goals against you.
You held Philadelphia to 19.
Yep.
The Super Bowl champs. I don't know how.
Well, their offensive coordinator was a joke, and he got fired. So there's a lot of things that led to it. By and large, they did play a solid brand of bend but don't break. They didn't give up a ton of easy scores and big plays. Yeah, there were moments, and certainly the 3rd and 17 against Seattle will haunt. That was a big explosive you'd rather not give up. But in general, they played a solid brand of non-threatening, we're just going to be over here and try to tackle you defense.
You're right. I just don't know how. How do you do that while the 4 defensive linemen just go Velcro to the offensive linemen and stand there? Because that's most plays. And NFL quarterbacks, this is why I'm using that game as an example. You drop an NFL quarterback back and you don't touch him all night, he'll kill you.
Not all of them.
Most of them.
Yeah, not Cam Ward.
Cam Ward. They're all talented. These guys all have unbelievable arm talent. If you don't rush them, do you know how hard it is for the defensive backfield to chase around people who have 4.4 speed?
Right.
And an NFL quarterback with, it's very, very difficult. I think the Niner defense this year was a magic trick. I really do.
They were good. I mean, they were solid. They played bend but don't break, and they didn't give up a lot of big-time plays. And also what we've talked about a bunch is the penalties. They didn't give you.
That's true.
They didn't give you a lot of freebies. Now, you had one on Saturday with the PI that I think went down as a 26-yard pass interference. Just another one of the plays that, went against you in a game where everything went against you. But in general, especially against some of these bad teams, you didn't give up a lot of free yardage to these teams.
No, that's a fair point. They were a very, very buttoned-up team on both sides of the ball for a good portion of the year. All right, 888-957-9570. Few things that we've thrown out there. Now that the year's over, does it feel like, hey, great overachieving season? Trent Williams said house money. Or does it just feel like a new version of disappointment and frustration? And then for the offseason, what is, if you had to really circle one key thing that you want to see change come next year, what is it? For me, I am flabbergasted that anyone with the last name Shanahan and with a running back named McCaffrey would ever have a yard per carry average under 4. That run game was insufficient. McCaffrey was great, but the run game was insufficient. The interior offensive line, McCaffrey himself, very good, not as bursty as he was in the past. And I think that his days of this kind of touches are over. They've got a lot of reworking to do on personnel, interior offensive line, and more running backs who will help Christian and spell him.
Yeah, and they drafted one last year, and we finally got to see him in his first touches of the year. Came in a divisional playoff game on the road, so you hope that Jordan James can actually be somebody, and I think you still are going to have Isaac Guerrero on the roster, theoretically. So, I mean, you've got people that you should be able to utilize if you choose to do so, and that's where it has to come down to where Kyle Shanahan's going to lessen the load, and he can only lessen the load on CMC if he feels like somebody back there can contribute. And even this year, Brian Robinson at times was good when they put him in there, but he didn't play more than 18% of the snaps.
I actually don't really want the Niners to draft a running back.
I don't either.
Yeah, they don't do a very good job of it, number one, or they haven't had a lot of success with it. But what they have had success with, even under Kyle Shanahan, is just finding guys, whether it's a relatively cheap free agent signing, which you can find at the running back position, or they've had great success grabbing undrafted free agents. Jordan Mason, Matt Breida, Raheem Mostert, they've grabbed those guys and gotten production out of them through the years. So I would love to see some of those kind of skill set people brought in again by this regime in the offseason. Let's go to Jonathan in San Jose. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, good evening, boys. Just unfortunately driving on my way into work, but that's not as bad as what I'm hearing. And I got to tell you, boys, I'm pretty happy with this season. I think that without Mac Jones doing so well and Kyle going back to the drawing board, I mean, after every game, it was almost hold your breath, Who's going to be in the hospital? No, not really, but who's going to still be on the team after this game? And we really saw multiple games with key players just knocked out. We had no business in the playoffs, but we had an organization that went and got Mac Jones. Many people said, why do we need him? Look what happened. I haven't seen, sorry, guys. I haven't heard a lot of people appreciate what has been done this season. And I think that we're not very 49er faithful if we're not going to go ahead and give Kyle a round of applause. That organization, we have some fixes to do. I agree. That line, we need new bodies on the line, or Purdy's going to be hurt real quick. But other than that, I mean, the division, the division's going to be strong, but that just means competitive football's back. I'm excited for that. I know that it may be, I might be eating my words in a season or two, but then again, that's football, right, guys? I mean, as I'm 35, I noticed this trend as a dad. We're a little bit spoiled out here in the Bay Area, and some of these callers calling in asking, some drastic changes. I just think, again, like you said, we need to work on the line. We have some injured players that are coming back, but we're looking good, boys. That's what I think. And I had fun watching it this season. That's all I got to say. Go Niners. I can't wait to see what we do in the offseason.
Jonathan, thank you. I don't know if Jonathan listens to our show a whole lot. I hope you do, Jonathan. And I know you were referencing callers rather than maybe necessarily what everybody is actually saying on the radio show as far as hosts are concerned. I largely agree with everything Jonathan is saying. Grandy, Jonathan definitely was invited to our bounce house party. There's no question about it. He's got a kid now, and he just went to the house money school. But today is the first day for us to talk about the season being over. So I get it. There's a lot to talk about here. There's a lot to get better. But I absolutely feel this. Today might not be the day. Tomorrow might not be the day. The further you get away from this season, 49er fans will be largely appreciative of what took place. And to throw this in as well, even the, Humpty Dumpty people like Grandy who are always mad if the Niners don't win a Super Bowl, he hosted a show 6 days ago where he basically said, add all players and coaches into a bucket and he would draft Kyle Shanahan 4th overall.
I was here for that. Dumpty.
Yeah, well, you get mad when they don't win.
Isn't that what fans do?
Yes.
Oh, I'm a fan.
I know. We all got mad, but at the same time, I think you're not going to be there yet, but view from 10,000 feet, good season?
Oh, considering everything that they went through, they accomplished more than I expected. But
there you go.
I reserve the right to be frustrated by an individual in a single game, but still say that he's one of the best, if not the best coach in the entire league.
No one's taking that right from you.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No, that's all. That's today. But I think Kyle Shanahan is getting the attaboys that he needs. Hell, there's a lot of people who think he's the coach of the year.
He might be. I mean, the vote is in, and he might actually walk off with the award. But, yeah, you can think two things at the same time. And I was reflecting on that this morning where you look at the year in totality, great year. And, yeah, I thought they would go 11-6 when we did the whole Schedule Sam thing. And then all the injuries happened, and you did even better than that. You went 12-5, and I didn't think they'd go to Philadelphia and win. I didn't think that they'd even cover the 6-point spread, but you went to Philadelphia and you beat the hated Eagles. And going into Seattle, I thought, 7-point spread, you might be able to keep it close. And heck, you might even be able to pull off a shocker and win that. And then the game unfolded the way it did. And you look back at that and you go, I can see where Seattle is just that much better. So I'm thrilled by the year, but I'm also now looking ahead and thinking, boy, if that's what we're going to face twice a year and the Rams, you got a lot of work to do to make this roster better.
Yep. No, there's no question. But although, that's kind of inherent in any offseason. To me, no matter how well it goes, you go into the offseason we got to turn over every stone to see if we can get better.
Last year, I thought coming out of 6-11, you thought, okay, injuries and all that, but you had some good pieces. And, in the draft, you needed to get that defense better. And then they did. And then the Ayuk thing happened, and then the Kittle and the Warner and the Bosa and all the other ones. And so now going into next year, I look at things totally different in that for the first time in a while, you look at the offense and you say, yeah, that's the side of the ball that needs more attention.
Yeah, I agree. 650, thank you very much, on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. It's a good day to say it. I'm sorry if it hurts. Super Bowl or try again. Try again next year.
Yeah, of course they're going to try again. They're not going to sell the team. Like,
well, and then why
last year was Super Bowl or bust, and they did bust it up. And Debo is gone, and Ayuk never played again. And
see, but when you say Super Bowl or bust, I think most people think about coaching staffs.
No, and I think it's interesting because you had McDermott lose his job. Yeah, playoffs in 8 of 9.
Super Bowl or bust.
Right, for McDermott.
Yeah.
And it's not for the franchise because Josh Allen's still going to be there. And if Kyle Shanahan goes out next year and they don't make the playoffs, I don't think that he gets fired. I'd be stunned if after this year,
I agree.
If they go out and they go 6-11, and it's a lot like last year where the wrong coordinator and the defense stinks or whatever the reasons are, I still think that he gets another crack at it.
You're probably right. We would need to know. You always need to know the scenario that unfolds.
Yep.
I don't think anybody with the Niners organization is having one thought, not even one thought, about Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch's job status right now. I don't even think that's a thought in Jed York's brain. 888-957-9570. We got the poll results for you coming up with regard to the Warrior question. Some Warrior developments to tell you about with the lineup tonight as well. We're sponsored by DAZN. It is 888-957-9570 and Willard and Dibs.
Two global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden. Here we go. Tiafimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly flyer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. How about Post cereal, Quaker cereal, or instant oatmeal, Pop-Tarts, Rice Krispie Treats, which are amazing, Welch's Fruit Snacks, Nature Valley, Nutri-Grain, or Quaker Chewy Bars, and General Mills cereal, various sizes and varieties, all just $1.99 each when you buy 4. Now we go to 95.7 The Game's Pop-Tart, Dan Dibley.
And that was a lot of goodness, but there's more. Earn 4 times points on Juicy Sumo Citrus Fruit, just $2.99 per pound. Clip or click Lucerne Butter, 16-ounce selected varieties, or cage-free eggs, 18-count grade AA, just $3.99 each. Limit 2.
Over medium, thank you very much. Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more details. We'll see you in the aisles.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Yes! One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Granger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Dub Nation, it's DeAnthony Melton. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dibbs, your picks stink.
2-2 over the weekend?
Yeah, that's a throwback from last year, DeAnthony. Glad we kept that around.
You got 3 games left, and if you get one of them right, you had a winning playoffs.
It sounds about right.
You're 6-4.
6-4, okay.
You're 6-4. There's 3 games left.
And last year I was, I think, 3-10 in the playoffs.
3-10.
6-4 and already guaranteed to have a winning year. And
not bad, dude.
Not bad.
I give you credit. Not bad.
Yeah.
You rode, you're kind of like the Warriors a few years ago. You rode an early hot streak all the way to the finish line, but you did it. You did. Good job,
I appreciate that.
Your picks don't stink.
Well, I mean, overall, the 2-year aggregate would put me right about 500. I don't have the exact numbers, but it feels like I was about 8 or 9 below last year, and I'm about 8 or 9 above this year, all told. So there you have it, Captain Coin Flip. Maybe next year I'll just straight up flip a coin every time.
Right now, on aggregate, you are 1 game under.
Ooh, for last year and this year?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
You were 8 under last year. You are 7 over this year.
Oh, my God. Woo. Pressure. Well, you should just go 2-1 and make it a...
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Just kick it to next year.
Right.
Maybe you'd be like the Giants. So you're good in odd-numbered years. But coming up next, it's an even-numbered year.
That's true. I thought you were going to say, much like the Giants.
Fade.
I got Dibs going 81 and 81.
Yeah.
I got the Giants going 82 and 75.
All right.
Thank you, Grandy.
It's time. It's time for a couple things. Time for Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society of San Francisco Bay Area. The Warriors made 23 three-pointers on Saturday against the Hornets. That's an easy donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco. 10 different Dubs made at least 1 3 for the 3rd straight game. First time that's happened in NBA history. Did you hear that stat?
Yeah.
10 different Warriors recorded a 3 in 3 straight games. That's never happened before. Wow. Dude, this team fires away from deep.
And they play a bunch of guys.
Yeah. 43rd donation of the year for Triples for Autism. If you'd like to donate, go to sfautismsociety.org. Triples for Autism brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. By the way, speaking of the great D'Anthony Melton, engagement is everything on the court and in life. We ask you to vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page before every game, presented by Shane Coe, your friend and jeweler. Earlier we asked, who do you want to see get more minutes going forward? Melton, Will Richard, Buddy Hield, or someone else? Here are the results of the poll. D'Anthony Melton is the winner at 67.8% of the vote. Everybody's ready for D Melt to get through all of the injury rehab and play full time. Bad news, he's out tonight. So is Draymond Green. But Al Horford is in, which means Al Horford will be out tomorrow night.
There you go.
So that's the way that works. Will Richard at second place, 25.9%. Only 4% of you want to see Buddy Hield play more. He played in the last game.
Yeah.
Knocked down some triples.
There you go. And how about other?
2.3% of the vote.
All right.
Only 2.3.
Kaminga.
Yeah.
He is other.
Breaking news sounder hit yet? No? Not yet? Okay.
On what? Him getting put in the starting lineup?
No, Dibs.
No, not traded.
It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah.
It's coming. All right, let's go to Matt in Napa. Hi, Matt. What's up? Matt.
Hey guys, how's it going? Thanks
There you
for taking
are.
my call.
Yeah, man. What's up?
Just wanted to go back to football for a second, circle back. So I'm a longtime Raiders fan, and it's funny to me to listen to any level of discontent in 49ers fans because the Raiders are just a hot dumpster fire. I wish I got to be in the situation that you guys were in. So many things you can't control in football. You just want to be a kind of perennial competitor. You know, Steelers before Tomlin just left, or the Niners. They're really good. It's an awesome thing. I kind of wanted to get your guys' take on, so I think Shanahan and Lynch have done an excellent job. Shout out to Jed York for just kind of getting out of their way. That's the kind of success that I wish the Raiders would recreate. I'm wondering what you guys feel as Shanahan and Lynch enter Brock Purdy's contract. I think this might be the most difficult iteration of their tenure as general manager and coach because for the first time, now they have to build a successful team around quarterback contract, which have been demonstrably